Your current condition, if you don't receive timely treatment, you'll only live for 2 more months at most." Hearing this, Ximenshang immediately grew anxious. "Then please save me quickly. You were able to wake me up, so you must have a way, right?" Previously, the problem wasn't big. If everything went smoothly, it could be completely cured within half a month. But Su Jiang's words stopped abruptly, and he gave Steward Shu a meaningful look. The meaning was clear. The reason things had become so troublesome now was entirely because Steward Shu had suddenly burst in. Seeing this, Steward Shu said in a low voice, "May I ask, Mr. Mu, what exactly is wrong with my young master's body? He doesn't seem to have any problems now." "There's no problem now. What about in a few days?" Su Jiang said mockingly. "In less than 2 days, your young master will once again experience that heart-gnawing pain. If he endures it, fine, but if he doesn't, he—" Hearing this, and recalling the pain he had just felt, Ximenshang shivered. "No, I don't want to feel that pain again even if I die," he mumbled in panic. Then with a thud, he knelt down towards Su Jiang. "Mr. Mu, please save me. Your medical skills are so amazing. You must have a way, right?" Su Jiang looked at Ximenshang in silence, saying nothing. Steward Shu did not stop Ximenshang's actions. Regardless, saving a life was the most important thing at this moment. After a long pause, Su Jiang slowly began. "Actually, it's not just you. Yesterday, while treating patients, I discovered that people from the Chun family and the Wang family are in similar situations to yours. It seems that this is all because that person named Su Jiang used some unknown method on you all, leading to such a predicament. Moreover, your condition is much more severe than the others. It's likely that Su Jiang also has a way to treat you, since he was the one who inflicted it. It's just that he wants to use this as leverage to threaten the Ximen family into doing certain things." Hearing this, Steward Shu's expression instantly changed. If that were truly the case, then if Su Jiang were to threaten them with Ximenshang's life, the Ximen family would likely be very passive. That Su Jiang is utterly malicious. Steward Shu gritted his teeth and said, "So young, yet capable of such vicious deeds. This child must not be allowed to live." Su Jiang glanced at him indifferently. "Good, I'll add another entry to my mental ledger for you. Insulting me to my face, you won't die, but you'll certainly lose a layer of skin. This illness of young Master Ximen, it can be said that in the entire capital, besides Su Jiang, only I can cure it." Su Jiang looked at Ximenshang and said faintly, "But once I make a move, it's equivalent to forming an irreconcilable enmity with Su Jiang. He definitely won't let me off. This is also why I hesitate. Although your Ximen family is strong and can protect me for a while, can it protect me forever? It's not that I'm heartless, but I also have my own concerns." Hearing this, Steward Shu and Ximenshang exchanged glances, then understood the meaning behind Su Jiang's words. Seeing Ximenshang nod slightly, Steward Shu bowed deeply to Su Jiang and said, "Boss Mu, as long as you can save the young master, the Ximen family can accept you as the Ximen family's chief physician, with a status even above mine. From now on, you will be a part of the Ximen family, and a security detail will protect your personal safety 24 hours a day. Besides that, anything you desire, as long as the family can provide it, just ask." Hearing this, Su Jiang was secretly delighted. "You said this yourself. No going back." Even so, he still sighed on the surface. This sigh, all right. A doctor's heart is like a parent's. "Since Steward Shu, you've said so much, it would be inappropriate for me to refuse." The reason he said this was because Su Jiang understood the nature of these families too well. They might be polite on the surface, but if Su Jiang were to refuse again, they might turn hostile in the next second. Courtesy before force. If you don't accept the courtesy, then force will be used. Although Su Jiang wasn't afraid of a direct confrontation, there was no need for it, was there? He wasn't the type of person who enjoyed fighting and killing. Immediately after, he looked at Ximenshang and said, "From now on, young Master Ximen must work as an apprentice in my medical clinic. It will also make it easier for me to treat you." "What?" Ximenshang was stunned. "Work as an apprentice? What?" Su Jiang patiently explained. "For your condition to improve quickly, you must exercise daily. If you go back to your family, can you stick to daily exercise? For a young master like you to become disciplined, the sun might as well fart at the moon. Moreover, by staying in the medical clinic, if your body experiences any sudden issues, I can also diagnose and treat you immediately. Hearing Su Jiang's explanation, Shimin Shang still had an unwilling expression. But I've never done any work before. Can't I just not exercise? Hearing this, Su Jiang's expression suddenly changed, and he waved his hand. I'm not treating you anymore. Damn it. I can't serve a young master like you. Go find Su Jiang to treat you. Oh no. No, no. Steward Shu quickly grabbed Su Jiang's hand and said with a wry smile, Mr. Mu, please understand, our young master has never suffered much since he was little. Su Jiang turned his head and glared at Shimin Shang. Can you exercise? Yes. Can you endure hardship? Probably. What do you mean probably? Damn it. I'm not treating you anymore. Go find Su Jiang. Steward Shu suddenly felt a headache. This guy was like a stubborn rogue. He kept threatening to stop treatment at the slightest provocation. If we could find Su Jiang to treat him, would we be arguing with you for so long? 384. Chapter 384. A textbook. Undercover operation. Finally, after some deliberation, Shimin Shang reluctantly agreed to stay at the medical clinic as an apprentice. As a result, Steward Shu added many more guards around the medical clinic. Moreover, these guards had to obey Mu Rou's orders. After all, Mu Rou was now the Shimin family's top physician. Mr. Mu, what medicine do you think young master's illness requires us to buy? Steward Shu said respectfully. You also said that there are no medicinal ingredients in the medical clinic right now. If we need anything, it might be too late to buy it on the spot. Why don't you give me a list, and we'll prepare the medicinal ingredients according to it first. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang said indifferently, No need. Your young master's illness is very complex. The medication needs to be adjusted at any time according to the symptoms when it flares up, so the medicinal ingredients are not fixed. How about this? You give me the money for the first batch of medicine first, and I'll ask you for more when it's used up. That works too. Steward Shu nodded slightly, a hint of hesitation in his voice, then asked, May I ask how much this first batch of medicine money needs to be, sir? Su Jiang slowly extended one finger. Seeing this, Steward Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 1 million wasn't much. He still had it on him. Just as he was about to take out the money, Su Jiang's voice slowly rang out. Just give me 10 million for now. Steward Shu's movements instantly froze, and he mechanically raised his head, looking at Su Jiang. How much? 10 million. And it was, just give me 10 million for now. There might be more later? Sir? I didn't mishear, did I? Steward Shu slowly withdrew his hand, saying in disbelief, 10 million. What? Is there a problem? Su Jiang said calmly. Your young master's body is so precious, so the medicine used must, of course, be the best, and expensive traditional Chinese medicine must be added for conditioning. Those traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients, the lowest quality ones, must be at least 100 years old to be effective. And don't I need a medical fee? During the time I'm treating your young master, I won't be able to treat others. This would be a loss of such an expensive medical fee. Just yesterday alone, the medical fees I collected were almost 2 million. Treating your young master will take at least a month, and that's under smooth circumstances. After speaking, Su Jiang slowly leaned back in his chair and said indifferently, Calculating it this way, charging you 10 million is already quite conscientious. Steward Shu's mouth twitched. Hearing it like that, 10 million indeed didn't seem like much. But the key was, he didn't have that much money on him. He could decide on 1 million, but to take out 10 million at once, he would have to go back and report to the family head first. Seeing Steward Shu's prolonged inaction, Su Jiang directly said, What, compared to young Master Shimin's life, do you still need to hesitate over 10 million? Beside him, Shimin Shang heard this and turned to look at Steward Shu. What's the matter? I, the sole heir of the Shimin family, need to hesitate over taking out 10 million? What's wrong with this Steward Shu? If Steward Shu knew Shimin Shang's thoughts, he would surely be complaining bitterly. Young master, you don't know the cost of living until you manage a household. Mr. Mu, the amount of 10 million is too large. I can't make the decision. I have to go back and ask for the family head's opinion. Steward Shu paused, then added, But please rest assured, it's just a report. It absolutely won't be withheld. I'll send the money to you tomorrow. This card has 1 million in it. The password is 6/8. Consider it an advance payment for Mr. Mu's medical fees. I'll send another 10 million tomorrow. What do you think? Steward Shu handed over the bank card with an embarrassed smile. His meaning was simple. This 1 million is for you alone, and the remaining 10 million will be brought tomorrow. Know when to stop, and don't cause any more trouble. Su Jiang glanced briefly, then took the bank card and put it in his pocket. Bring the money before noon tomorrow. Otherwise, if your young master's condition is delayed, I won't be responsible. Steward Shu quickly nodded. All right, we'll head back now. As for young master, he'll stay with me starting today. Good then. I'll trouble you, sir. Young master is a bit pampered, so I hope you can be understanding. With that, Steward Shu, with Shimin Shang's reluctant gaze, led his people away to report back to the family. After walking a distance, Steward Shu led his men into an alley and whispered, Go investigate this Mu Rou's background. Find out her origins and if her past is clean. Before I see the family head, I want to have all of Mu Rou's information. Yes. The man bowed his head in response and left with a few others. On the other side, after Steward Shu left, Su Jiang still lay calmly in his chair. Even though the sun had set, he showed no intention of moving. Shimin Shang looked around, trying to find a chair to sit down, but Su Jiang seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Stand. Shimin Shang's movements froze, and he said in confusion, No, I can't even sit. I already said, your current body needs exercise and self-discipline. Su Jiang closed his eyes and said calmly, Anything that can relax your body, you cannot do, understand? Of course, if you really don't want to live, that's fine too. Turn left out the door and go far away. Don't die inside my medical clinic. Shimin Shang hadn't said anything upon hearing this, but the guard beside him couldn't stand it. How dare you? You're just a doctor. How can you speak to young master like that? Su Jiang heard this and was not angered. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the guard. He said calmly, Do you believe that even if I, this doctor, were to kill you right now, your young master wouldn't dare to utter a single sound? With that, Su Jiang even specifically looked back at Shimin Shang. Am I right, young master? Shimin Shang's expression flickered between cloudy and clear. There was no suitable way for him to answer this. If he said yes, it would undoubtedly chill the hearts of the guards. But if he said no, what if Mu Rou refused to treat him? So he could only bite the bullet and say, Mr. Mu Rou is now our family's physician. We are all one family, so let's all respect each other. The guard heard this and bowed his head. Yes, young master. At the counter, Hua Qing looked at Su Jiang, his admiration beyond words. Look, what is an undercover agent? This was simply a textbook example of an undercover operation. Recalling the hardships he endured when he was an undercover agent, Hua Qing couldn't help but feel tears welling up. Back then, he had gone through immense difficulties just to infiltrate the Feng family and become a casino owner of little use. But young Master Su? He directly scolded the young master to his face, not only successfully infiltrating the Shimin family, but also conveniently earning 10 million. No, looking at the situation, it might be even more than 10 million. And no one dared to offend him. Even Steward Shu had to be polite to him. This was simply, comparing people makes one furious. 385, Chapter 385. Start work when you join the company, and leave. Work when you resign. Evening, Shimin family. Shimin Zhuang sat in a chair, holding a stack of documents. Steward Shu stood to the side, saying in a low voice, Patriarch, I've checked, and this Mu Rou doesn't seem to have any problems. She was originally from North City, and her family was considered to be in business. Later, they went bankrupt, and she left her hometown to come to Kyoto, hoping to find a way to make a living. Her traces from leaving North City to arriving in Kyoto are all traceable, and after coming to Kyoto, she opened her own clinic and there are no other suspicious places. Shimin Zhuang listened to Steward Shu's report while looking at Mu Rou's information, frowning in thought. After a long while, he reached out and interrupted Steward Shu, slowly saying, You mean, only this doctor named Mu Rou can save Shang'er's life? It seems so for now, because I asked Dr. Ma from Kyoto Hospital, and he was helpless with young Master Shimin's condition, but this Mu Rou was able to wake the young master up. Steward Shu said definitively, At least in terms of medical skills, I witnessed it myself, and I don't think she has any problems. Moreover, before we went, she had also treated people from the Chen family and the Wang family. Shimin Zhuang nodded, then turned to look at the man sitting beside him. Wei Liangping, what do you think of this An Rou? Hearing this, Steward Shu stopped speaking and silently looked at Wei Liangping as well. Wei Liangping chuckled. What else is there to think? Your son's life is in her hands. What do you think? You mean, this An Rou has a problem? I didn't say that, but if it were me, I would definitely not let her join the family so rashly. Wei Liangping's words seemed to mock Steward Shu for being careless, causing Steward Shu's face to instantly darken. If Shimin Zhuang had said this, it would have been fine. After all, he was the patriarch. Who do you think you are, Wei Liangping, a mere dependent, to criticize me? So, Steward Shu said with a forced smile. Yes, I'm not as cautious as Mr. Wei, but with Mr. Wei being so cautious, why is he currently in my Shimin family? Wei Liangping's eyes flashed sharply upon hearing this, and he looked at Steward Shu, remaining silent for a long time. Steward Shu also looked at Wei Liangping, not intimidated at all. After all, this was the Shimin family's territory, and he didn't believe Wei Liangping would dare to lay a hand on him. Shimin Zhuang placed the documents in his hand on the table and looked at Steward Shu, saying, She wants 10 million? Yes. She said it's for the first batch of medicine and medical fees, and later it might. Give it to her. Shimin Zhuang chuckled. Just as Old Wei said, my son's life is in her hands, so what right do we have to bargain? Let alone if this An Rou has no problems. Even if she does, I'll have to grit my teeth and pretend to be blind and deaf. Unless I don't want a son, and the Shimin family doesn't want an heir anymore. Seeing that Steward Shu was about to say something more, Shimin Zhuang waved his hand. That's enough. Take the money to her tomorrow. He stood up, paused, and then added, No, I'll go with you tomorrow. As a father, with such a big thing happening to my son, it wouldn't be reasonable not to go and see him. After speaking, Shimin Zhuang smiled and left the main hall. Only Wei Liangping and Steward Shu remained. Wei Liangping took a sip of tea, then stood up and said, Steward Shu, do you know why Shimin Zhuang was still willing to accept me even though he knew I had nothing? Steward Shu frowned upon hearing this and said, Isn't it just because the patriarch owed you a favor back then? Ha! Wei Liangping suddenly burst into laughter, his face contorted. That's why you can only be a mere steward. A favor, this kind of thing, can be the most valuable or the most worthless. When you have nothing, if you go to those people from back then and ask for a favor, do you think they will help you? What's more, this is Kyoto, a place where people will eat each other when they're hungry. Wei Liangping looked at Steward Shu, walking towards him step by step. Steward Shu looked at Wei Liangping's slightly twisted face, his heart pounding uncontrollably, constantly backing away. What do you want to do? Nothing. Just want to tell you something. Wei Liangping said in a low voice. Shimin Zhuang and I have a transactional, cooperative relationship, and it's not that I'm dependent on him. Do you understand? Do you believe that even if I kill you right now, Shimin Zhuang would at most just smile and then replace you with another steward? Your position, any dog can fill it, so don't bark at me all day, understand? After speaking, he turned and left without waiting for Steward Shu's reply. Ha ha. Steward Shu crouched in the corner, looking at Wei Liangping's departing back, gasping for breath, his clothes soaked with sweat. That kind of aura and oppressive feeling, he had only experienced it from Shimin Zhuang. And ever since the Kyoto incident, Shimin Zhuang's personality had become very gentle. He never lost his temper with subordinates. After such a long time, they had forgotten that these older generation patriarchs had all climbed up step by step in that cannibalistic era. Meanwhile, inside Good Conscience Clinic, you're making this young master work the night shift. Shimin Shang stood dumbfounded, looking at An Rou and Hua Qing, who were preparing to return to their rooms to sleep. Yeah, is there a problem? Su Jiang said as if it were obvious. You work at my clinic. Isn't it normal to be on duty? Shimin Shang said in disbelief. But you didn't tell me during the day. I didn't catch up on sleep during the day. Why would you need to catch up on sleep during the day? Su Jiang wondered. You have to work during the day too. Shimin Shang was instantly bewildered upon hearing this. So, that means I have to work the night shift while working normally during the day? Yeah, you're young. What's wrong with working a little overtime? When you enter society later. Stop, stop, stop. Don't give me that pep talk. When can I rest then? When the shifts rotate, once a month. Next month, you'll switch with Xiaoqing, and then you can rest. And next month, Shimin Shang's eyes widened. What kind of terrible clinic is this? Everyone else works 996, but you go straight to 007, right? Start work upon joining, finish work upon resigning. Even capitalists would cry upon seeing this. Oh, you can sleep if you want. Sleep at the counter. Just wake us up if a patient comes in. Su Jiang waved his hand and said, Keep it up. I'm rooting for you. Good night. With a click, the door was closed, leaving Shimin Shang in the wind, bewildered. 386, robbery? Young master, this. The guard hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. No matter what, 007 was too much, wasn't he? Even they, as guards, didn't work 24 hours a day. What do you mean, this? Do you have the guts to go in and drag him out for me? Shimin Shang glared at the group, annoyed. You all stand guard for me. I'm going to sleep in the lounge chair. If anyone comes in, wake me. With that, Shimin Shang moved the lounge chair to the corner of the counter. Because the lights were on, he even put on an eye mask and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, the guards exchanged glances and, with no other choice, took turns on the night shift for the medical hall. They even discussed who would guard the first half of the night and who would guard the second half. What the heck? Which medical hall is open 24 hours a day? The guard grumbled softly while looking at the empty street outside the door. Boss Moo must be crazy for money, hoping for business to come in the middle of the night? You better shut up. She's a family physician now, not someone we can gossip about. We just need to do our job as guards. It's just a little overtime. We'll get through it if we bear with it. Brother, you're really open-minded. Just a little overtime, you say? Are you addicted to overtime? Think of it from another angle. At least we have control. We can't decide when to get off work, but we can work overtime for as long as we want. Bro, you're truly despicable. The innate laborer saint body must be talking about you. Unexpectedly, just as they were chatting enthusiastically, they suddenly heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. The voices of everyone immediately fell silent, and they all looked at the gatekeeper in unison. Someone actually came to the medical hall in the middle of the night. Soon, they felt that something was wrong. They saw a group of masked men in black rush into the medical hall with lightning speed, and at the same time, they locked all the doors from the inside. You Moo, give me all the money. The masked man leading the group stopped mid-sentence, suddenly stunned. Strange, wasn't there only 2 people in this medical hall yesterday? Why are there so many people tonight? And why do their clothes look somewhat familiar? The Shimin family guards were now observing the masked men with interest. How interesting, they came to rob. Tisk, what's all that noise? Shimin Shang got up, his head popping out from behind the counter, displeased. Are you going to let a man sleep or not? The masked man leading the group looked in the direction of the voice, saw Shimin Shang remove his eye mask, and carefully recognized the other party's appearance. Hiss, why the heck was young Master Shimin here? Who are you? What are you doing? Take off your masks. As Shimin Shang's voice fell, the masked men voluntarily pulled up their masks. Young Master Shimin, a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. We are from the Chen family. Please let me explain. This person was precisely the Chen family member who came for treatment last night. Last night, his Chen family had said they would pay 500,000 to 600,000 in medical fees, and they planned to take it back tonight under the cover of darkness, and also give that boss Moo a piece of their mind. Thus, the scene just now unfolded. In their original plan, they were to pretend to be robbers, steal all the money from the medical hall, and then beat Mu Rou. But the current situation was completely beyond his expectation. He didn't understand why Shimin Shang would appear here, and with so many Shimin family guards. Explain? You're from the Chen family. Why are you dressed like this? Shimin Shang frowned and said, Don't tell me you're here to rob. The Chen family man was speechless upon hearing this. He really was here to rob. But he certainly couldn't say that now, because he didn't know what the relationship between Shimin Shang and Mu Rou was. Creak. Just then, Su Jiang's door opened. What's going on? So noisy. Oh, it's you. Su Jiang looked at the leading Chen family man, a surprised expression on his face. You really came to deliver the medical fees? Ah. The Chen family man was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly nodded. Yes, Boss Mu. I specially came to deliver your medical fees. You, you could have just sent one person. Why did such a large group come? This is just a good chance for us to go out for a stroll, huh? Why are you dressed like this for a stroll? Isn't Halloween coming soon? We're getting into the spirit early. Jiang stifled a laugh upon hearing this, then stepped forward and extended his hand. We agreed on 1 million in medical fees, right? Upon hearing this, the Chen family man's mouth twitched. 1 million? You really dare to ask for that much? However, he turned his head to look at Ximenshang again and saw that the other party seemed uninterested in this, with an expression that implied he was leaving everything to Boss Mu. The Chen family man gritted his teeth, pulled out a bank card from his pocket, and handed it to Jiang. Boss Mu, I left in a hurry and seem to have forgotten another card. This card has 500,000 in it. As for the remaining 500,000, he turned and shouted at the group of Chen family members behind him. You all chip in and gather the money, and give it to Boss Mu. Jiang took the bank card and, upon hearing this, quickly waved his hand. Oh, it's fine if it's another day. I'm not in a hurry. The Chen family man shook his head like a rattle drum. Are you kidding? Another day? Another day? Wouldn't you ask me for another million? Just give it all today? I'll just consider myself unlucky to have run into this. He could tell that Ximenshang's relationship with this Boss Mu was extraordinary. This 1 million would be considered paying to avoid trouble. In fact, he was even willing to spend more money to connect with Ximenshang through Boss Mu. Boss Mu, please accept it. He chuckled as he handed over the remaining 500,000, then turned and said, Young Master Ximen, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here too. What? Does this young master need to report his whereabouts to you? No. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to ask if there's anything our Chun family can help you with, young master. This young master will be staying in this medical hall for the next few days. The greatest help you can give me is not to disturb me. Good. We'll leave now. The Chen family man turned without hesitation and led his people away. As arrogant as they were when they arrived, that's how disheveled they were when they left. Jiang played with the bank card in his hand and quipped, I didn't realize young Master Ximen could be so domineering towards others. Ximenshang snorted at the remark. If I didn't need you to treat my illness, I wouldn't be so polite to you. Jiang smiled, said nothing, and went back to his room with the bank card. Remember to stand guard, young Master Ximen. Ximenshang's mouth twitched, his fists clenched and then relaxed, as he turned to look at the guards. Did you hear that? I told you to stand guard properly. After speaking, he also ran back to the lounge chair in the corner to sleep. 387. Chapter 387. You are Jiang. The next morning, Ximenshang groggily opened his eyes from the lounge chair. Hua Qing's face, gnawing on a fried dough stick, was the first thing he saw. Holy crap! Ximenshang was startled, like a frightened rabbit. What are you doing? Boss asked me to wake you up. The sun's already high in the sky, Hua Qing said, handing him a fried dough stick and soy milk. Here, boss brought you breakfast. Ximenshang was stunned for a moment, then reached out and took the breakfast. What is this stuff? Fried dough sticks and soy milk. Haven't you had them before? I always have sandwiches freshly made by the chef with milk for breakfast. Oh, if you don't want it, then don't. Hua Qing was about to take back the soy milk and fried dough sticks, but Ximenshang quickly pulled his hand back, dodging Hua Qing's hand. Because he felt that if he didn't eat, he wouldn't get breakfast today. Actually, I usually quite like fried dough sticks and soy milk, Ximenshang said with an awkward smile. Seeing this, Hua Qing didn't say anything more. He walked around his lounge chair, sat at the counter, opened Green Bubble, and began his daily greetings. Good morning, Sister Chumu. Are you busy? Have you had breakfast yet? Our medical clinic has a new young master. He's quite interesting. Ximenshang took a bite of the fried dough stick, blinked his eyes. It tasted pretty good. It was just a bit dry. So he dipped the fried dough stick into the soy milk before eating it. Now the taste was right. It was even a few times better than the sandwiches made by his chef at home. Ximenshang ate the fried dough stick while leaning his head over to see what Hua Qing was doing. You can't pursue a girl like that. Ximenshang's voice came from behind, startling Hua Qing. He turned around and glared at Ximenshang. Why are you peeking at other people's privacy? Because I'm a good-for-nothing, Shimin Shang said, biting his fried dough stick, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hua Qing was speechless. That's not the point. The key is that you've sent so many messages, and she hasn't replied at all. Shimin Shang had a "I've been there" expression and said earnestly, "If you pursue a girl like that, it'd be a miracle if you succeeded." Hua Qing's expression hesitated upon hearing this, and he asked, "Then, what should I do?" He was a novice in love, so he knew nothing about this aspect. He once asked young Master Su how he pursued young Miss. Su Jiang said, "It's simple. First, confess to her in front of the whole class, and then wait for her to bring people to kidnap you." Hua Qing said he couldn't learn that. He really couldn't. "You have to play hard to get," Shimin Shang said confidently. "You have to first make her interested in you, then be hot and cold with her, making her start to care about you." "Young Master Shimin, have you always pursued girls like this?" "No, I don't need to," Shimin Shang said naturally. "I just introduce myself as Shimin Shang, and those girls proactively throw themselves at me." Hua Qing's mouth twitched. He couldn't learn that either. Was there no method that a normal person could use? Su Jiang stood at the doorway, basking in the sun. Hearing the conversation between the two, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. "Hua Qing, you're letting a good-for-nothing teach you how to pursue a girl. Even in a desperate situation, you can't just seek any doctor." However, he also specifically inquired for Hua Qing, and Sister Chu Mu wasn't deliberately giving him the cold shoulder. She gave everyone the cold shoulder, including her own parents. Unless it was serious business, she wouldn't reply to any idle messages. Hua Qing hadn't been blacklisted yet, and Su Jiang privately thought Sister Chu Mu was being good to him. However, just as he told Hua Qing this news, preparing to make Hua Qing give up, Sister Chu Mu actually replied to Hua Qing's message, although the content was only one word: scram. But Hua Qing, with his love-struck brain, fell deeper into it. He didn't tell anyone else to scram, only me. I must be special to her. Su Jiang was speechless at Hua Qing's outrageous remark. "Forget it. Let this little moth Hua Qing fly into the fire. He'll know the pain when he gets burned." Stretching, Su Jiang saw that there was nothing else to do and was about to go out and find some fun. Suddenly, his ears twitched slightly, and Su Jiang turned his head to look. Several black sedans were driving towards them. Judging by the emblem, they should be Shimin family's cars. The vehicles stopped at the entrance of the medical clinic. After Steward Shu opened the door and got out, he went around to the back and respectfully opened the back car door. Seeing this scene, Su Jiang's brows furrowed slightly. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit with half-white hair stepped out of the car. Just by looking from afar, Su Jiang could feel the mountain-like aura emanating from the man. Steward Shu led the man towards the medical clinic. The man slowly walked up to Su Jiang. "Boss An Rou, this is the current family. Head of our Shimin family, family head Shimin Zhuang," Steward Shu introduced. "Dad." Shimin Shang's face immediately broke into a smile when he saw the man. "You're finally here." Shimin Zhuang ignored Shimin Shang and instead looked intently at An Rou. An Rou smiled slightly, extended her hand to Shimin Zhuang first, and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Hello, family head Shimin. I am the owner of this medical clinic. You can call me An Rou, or you can call me Boss Mu." Shimin Zhuang did not shake her hand, but stared intently into An Rou's eyes, slowly uttering two words: "Su Jiang." At these words, everyone was stunned. Behind the counter, Hua Qing clenched his fists tightly. Impossible. How could young Master Su be exposed? Su Jiang. Steward Shu looked at An Rou in astonishment. "You are Su Jiang?" An Rou's expression remained unchanged. She withdrew her hand and chuckled lightly. "Family head Shimin, that's quite an interesting joke." Shimin Zhuang said faintly, "What? Do you want to quibble?" "Why would I quibble?" An Rou spread her hands, scoffing. "Family head Shimin's power is overwhelming. Even if you deal with me as Su Jiang, no one would dare to say a single word of dissent. Whether I am Su Jiang or not is not important. As long as family head Shimin believes I am, even if I'm not, I have to be." Shimin Zhuang looked into An Rou's eyes and fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly solidified. After a long while, he suddenly burst out laughing, patting An Rou's shoulder. "Hara, Boss Mu, please don't mind it. It was all Steward Shu. He insisted on doubting your identity, So he asked me to test you. Now, hasn't this made things a bit unpleasant? Jiang laughed. I just made too big of a joke. Boss Mu, you are so magnanimous, you wouldn't hold it against me, right? An Rou also chuckled upon hearing this. Of course not. I just hope this joke happens only once. If it happens twice, the nature of it will change. Of course. I've long heard that Boss Mu is not only skilled in medicine, but also an extraordinary person, which is why I wanted to come and see for myself. Jiang said very familiarly. Boss Mu, let's not stand at the entrance. Shall we go inside and chat? An Rou turned sideways and made a gesture to invite him in. Jiang naturally walked into the medical clinic. Jiang looked at Jiang's back and took a deep breath. This old man is not simple. 388. Chapter 388. The world's strange people come from the North City. The North City's strange people look at the East Gate. Father, you're finally here. Jiang circled around Jiang, gesturing as he said, quickly, discuss with Boss Mu and let me return to the family. It's bad enough he made me work as an assistant here, but the key is the 007 work schedule. Even capitalists aren't that heartless. He took advantage of the moment Jiang sat down to constantly complain about An Rou's inhumane treatment of him. Upon hearing this, Jiang slowly looked at An Rou, who had sat down opposite him. Mr. Mu, is what he said true? It's true. An Rou nodded, saying calmly, this is good for his condition. Jiang looked up at his son. Did you hear that? It's good for your condition. Jiang was speechless, looking at his father in disbelief. Just one sentence, and I'm dismissed? Then what about all the grievances he suffered yesterday? Clearly, everyone present at the moment had no time to worry about young Master Jiang. Their attention was on An Rou and Jiang. They were the ones in charge of the situation now. Jiang looked around. From the moment he sat down until now, he hadn't even been offered a cup of tea. However, he didn't care about such things. After all, even if there was tea, he wouldn't drink it. He spoke first. I heard that Mr. Mu is from North City? Jiang nodded. Yes. I also have some memories of North City. I went there once when I was young. I wonder where exactly in North City Mr. Mu lives. Is family head Jiang doubting my identity? No, just curious. If it's inconvenient for Mr. Mu to say, then never mind. Although Jiang said so, if Jiang didn't answer the question, then in Jiang's mind, he definitely had something to hide. What an old fox. Jiang cursed inwardly, but his expression remained calm as he said, family head Jiang hasn't been to North City in a long time, but you should have. Heard of the place I'm from? Oh, a look of curiosity appeared on Jiang's face as he said, could it be that the place Mr. Mu is from is very famous? Jiang chuckled softly and slowly uttered 3 words. East Gate Slope. Jiang's eyes slowly widened. He stared intently into An Rou's eyes and asked, word by word, North City, East Gate Slope. Jiang nodded with a smile. Jiang stood aside, a bit confused, and asked Steward Shu next to him, what's East Gate Slope? Why does father look so shocked? Young master, you don't know. Steward Shu also looked somewhat shocked as he explained in a low voice. In the last era, there was once a saying, extraordinary people come from North City. To see the extraordinary people of North City, look to East Gate. North City's Dongmen Slope. Anyone who comes out of there is not to be trifled with, and most of them possess special skills, being top-notch in their respective fields. That amazing? Jiang was stunned. Then why haven't I heard of it before? I don't even have much of an impression of the name North City. That's because North City was also significantly affected during the Kyoto incident, and it began to become low-key. Few people from North City come to Kyoto anymore. Steward Shu finished speaking, then looked meaningfully at Jiang, saying, however, there is one person whose name, young master, you should have heard of. He comes from North City's Dongmen Slope. Heard of? Who? Xiang Qingtian. Ah. Jiang was truly shocked now. While he might not know others, he had indeed heard of Xiang Qingtian's name. Xiang Qingtian is actually from North City? Yes, back then, he emerged from North City's Dongmen Slope, came to Kyoto, and single-handedly established the Kyoto Supervisory Bureau. Steward Shu had a reminiscent look. When Xiang Qingtian suddenly rose in Kyoto, he entered the sights of various major powers. So, these powers began to investigate his background and eventually traced it back to North City. But strangely, other than knowing that Xiang Qingtian came from North City, they couldn't find any other useful clues. Later, I once heard the family head say that it seemed Xiang Qingtian deliberately allowed them to trace that line to North City, and then used the opportunity to heavily swindle the various major families. Because my rank wasn't high enough at the time, I don't know the specific details. That's all I know. If young master is interested, you can go back and ask the family head yourself. Upon hearing this, Shimenshang quickly shook his head. He had no interest in these matters. He just wanted to cure his illness quickly and then go back to being a profligate young master. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Shimen Zhuang heard the name Eastgate Slope from Su Zhang's mouth, he paused for a moment, then said, "Mr. Mu, as far as I know, there isn't a doctor named Mu in Eastgate Slope. And the top doctor in North City, I remember, should be Huakaiqing, right?" He looked intently at Su Jiang, saying in a low voice, "Mr. Mu, with such medical skills, you must have dealt with Huakaiqing, right?" "Huakaiqing? Never heard of him." Mu Ro's gaze was calm, and she said indifferently, "Family head Shimen, must I know every doctor in North City?" However, Su Jiang's words made Shimen Zhuang laugh heartily. Shimen Zhuang laughed while looking at Mu Ro with confusion. "You don't know him? You should not know him. You cannot know anyone else. But as a doctor, you don't know Huakaiqing? Mr. Mu, are you truly from North City?" Su Jiang cursed inwardly, thinking, this is bad. He couldn't tell now which of this old man's words were true and which were false. It was possible there really was a doctor named Huakaiqing, and Su Jiang was now on the verge of being exposed. It was also possible that Shimen Zhuang was still trying to trick him, that he had never been to North City at all, and had just made up a name to fool him. Damn it, I hate dealing with old foxes like you the most. Not a single one of you has a clean heart. The Feng family is much cuter. Su Jiang mused inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, "Family head Shimen, I don't know what you're trying to do, but if you don't trust me, you can certainly find someone else to treat your son. My temple is small and cannot accommodate a great Buddha like your Shimen family. Furthermore, I reiterate, I don't know anyone named Huakaiqing. At least, while I was in North City, I never heard of such a person. However, I have an old friend. If you truly want to confirm my identity, you can certainly ask him." "Oh." Shimen Zhuang's eyes flickered as he asked with interest, "May I ask who Mr. Mu's friend is? Could he also be an extraordinary person from Eastgate Slope?" Su Jiang nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips, and he spoke calmly. "His name is Mo Chang." 389, Chapter 389 Shimen Shang's Treatment Plan. "His name is Mo Chang." "Master Mo Chang?" Steward Shu heard the name and immediately asked without thinking, "Mr. Mu, you know Master Mo Chang, the legendary firearms manufacturing expert?" Mu Ro glanced at him indifferently and said, "Yes, we are old friends." Shimen Zhuang's eyes flickered, and he frowned, wondering what he was thinking about. To be honest, he had indeed been to North City when he was young, and there was indeed a person named Huakaiqing. But what was different was that although Huakaiqing's medical skills were superb, very few people in North City knew him. Because this person had stopped practicing medicine more than 10 years ago, and gradually no one in North City mentioned him anymore. So, whether Mu Ro knew Huakaiqing or not, it was reasonable. What Shimen Zhuang wanted was the process of Mu Ro's thought after hearing his question. That was where he could catch a flaw. But to his regret, Mu Ro only hesitated for a moment before saying unequivocally that she had never met Huakaiqing. She even brought up the influential figure of Mo Chang. Unlike Huakaiqing, Mo Chang's name was not only well known in North City, but people all over Huaguan knew his name. He was a true celebrity. For such a person, Shimen Zhuang could just send someone to North City to inquire and find out if his relationship with Mu Ro was real or fake. Mu Ro couldn't possibly not know this, but she still spoke so openly. Could it be that this guy really has a connection with Mo Chang? Shimen Zhuang secretly mused. After this probing, it can probably be confirmed that this guy is indeed from North City. Now, I just need to send someone to North City to confirm it. And he should have no relation to Su Jiang. After all, when Su Jiang was just mentioned, the expression on his face didn't change at all, as if he heard an irrelevant name. Thinking about it, Su Jiang is only in his early 20s. To have achieved what he has now is already shocking enough. How could he also possess such extraordinary medical skills? Upon thinking of this, Shimin Zhuang gestured to Steward Shu with his eyes. The other party immediately understood Shimin Zhuang's meaning, took out a bank card from his pocket, and handed it to Shimin Zhuang. Mr. Mu, please don't mind. We were just chatting casually earlier. Let's not make the atmosphere so tense. Shimin Zhuang laughed heartily, reaching out to hand over the bank card. There are 20 million in this card. An Rou frowned, not taking it, and asked in confusion. I remember I only asked for 10 million. Huh. That 10 million is my son's medical fee. The other 10 million is a small token of goodwill from our Shimin family. Shimin Zhuang said with a smile. Our Shimin family is willing to make friends with someone like Mr. Mu. An Rou heard this, took the bank card, and said playfully, You don't doubt my identity anymore? Mr. Mu, what are you saying? I've never doubted your identity. It's just been too long since I met someone from North City, so I wanted to chat more. After speaking, Shimin Zhuang stood up and waved his hand. Mr. Mu, I have some matters at the family, so I'll take my leave first. My son is staying here at the medical hall. You can use him as you please, as long as you can cure his illness. It'll also help me correct his bad habits. If you need anything, just tell Steward Shu. Don't be polite. Su Jiang also stood up, just about to politely ask the other party to sit a while longer and have some tea before leaving. But he quickly realized, where would he have tea here? After chatting with the other party for so long, let alone tea, he hadn't even had a sip of water. So, Su Jiang didn't try to keep him and said, Then, Shimin family head, take care. I won't see you out. No need to see me out. It's just a few steps, why see me out? Shimin Zhuang waved his hand, then said to Steward Shu, Oh, right, Steward Shu later on. See what the medical hall is lacking and proactively send it over to Boss Mu, like tea leaves and such. Yes, I've noted it down. Steward Shu nodded quickly. With such obvious words, Su Jiang pretended not to hear anything, and Shimin Shang was like an abandoned child. From entering the door until now, his father had said no more than 3 sentences to him in total. He didn't even say goodbye when he left. This made Shimin Shang very sad. He was clearly almost dying, yet his father didn't even show any concern and even told Boss Mu to correct his bad habits? Which of my bad habits weren't indulged by you? Now you want to change them? What were you doing before? Shimin Shang stood at the door, waving expressionlessly, watching Shimin Zhuang leave. Su Jiang, meanwhile, sat on the reclining chair, playing with the bank card in his hand, his eyes gradually becoming fervent. 20 million. The Shimin family is really rich. Just making a friend costs 10 million. Su Jiang felt a little bad about scamming friends. If that landlord came again, Su Jiang would just throw the bank card in his face and buy this medical hall. Yesterday, you ignored me. Today, you can't afford me. Su Jiang couldn't help but wonder, is his own father richer than him now? That pauper, the one who had to hide even 200 yuan under a flower pot, probably doesn't have much money. It's all managed by his mother. Heh, henpecked, how embarrassing. Unlike himself, even after getting married, he still has financial freedom and is even getting richer. Dr. Mu, shouldn't you start treating me? Shimin Shang walked over with a complex expression and said, You've already received the money. If you don't treat me soon, I'm afraid it'll start hurting again. He didn't want to experience that heart-wrenching pain again. Su Jiang heard this, glanced at him, and asked, What time is it now? Shimin Shang was startled, took out his phone, and checked the time. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Go run 10 kilometers, and then come back. Huh. Shimin Shang was instantly dumbfounded. What do you mean go run 10 kilometers, and then come back? Aren't you treating me? Yes, I am treating you. Su Jiang naturally pulled open a drawer, took out a piece of paper from inside, and handed it to Shimin Shang. Starting today, you must strictly follow the plan on this sheet, regulate your life, and I will treat you in the evening. Keep it up for a month, and there will basically be no major problems. Shimin Shang took the paper, and a bad feeling instantly arose in his heart. Sure enough, he immediately saw the plan in the middle. 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., 10-kilometer run. Is this also part of the treatment? He couldn't help but ask. Of course, are you questioning me? Su Jiang immediately said with displeasure. Are you the doctor, or am I the doctor? Your first plan makes it very hard for me not to question you. What do you mean by going to old Jiang San's house at 7 a.m. sharp to buy fried dough, sticks and soy milk? Walking more in the morning is good for physical and mental health, and you can buy breakfast along the way. And what about going to old Wang Wu's house at 6 p.m. to buy spicy hot pot? Same logic, buy dinner along the way. Shimin Shang wanted to curse, but he didn't dare. 390. Chapter 390, An Rou brand fried rice. I'm not doing it. This treatment plan of yours is clearly bullying me. Even running 1 kilometer is tough for me, let alone 10 kilometers. Shimin Shang complained loudly, severely protesting Boss Mu's exploitative behavior. Su Jiang, however, simply sat with his legs crossed, looking at the Shimin family guards, and said indifferently, "You guys run with him. Your family head said I could do whatever I wanted with him. From today onwards, your duty is to supervise young Master Shimin in executing the plan. If young Master Shimin's condition doesn't improve, then it's your fault. You decide how many kilometers he runs. Anyway, it won't be my head on the chopping block." As soon as he said this, the guards immediately looked troubled. Shimin Shang scoffed. "Humph, they're my guards. How could they listen to you? Let go of me. What are you doing?" 2 guards each took one side, hoisting Shimin Shang up. "Sorry, young master. This is all for your condition." "Yes, young master. We have no choice. Please understand." Shimin Shang froze for a moment, then reacted with a loud shout. "How dare you? Do you not even respect me, your young master?" The guards pretended not to hear, respectfully saying to Mr. Mu, "Mr. Mu, don't worry. We will make sure the young master runs 10 kilometers." Su Jiang nodded, instructing, "Note that it's running, not walking, and the pace per kilometer cannot exceed 8 minutes. Understood?" "No." Shimin Shang's face was miserable, emitting pig-like squeals as he was dragged away by the guards. After they left, Hua Qing leaned close to Su Jiang, whispering, "This young Master Shimin, although he claims to be a profligate young master, he doesn't seem like a very bad person, does he?" Su Jiang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, adorably foolish." "Oh, right, boss." Hua Qing lowered his voice, speaking in a tone only they could hear. "The eldest miss asked me if you've had any unusual situations recently. Should I report truthfully?" "What do you plan to report truthfully?" "Just the matter of you receiving 20 million today." "You dare?" Su Jiang immediately became anxious. Was it easy for him to save some private money? Did he not know how hard it was to earn money nowadays? "Huazi, you're not married yet. You don't understand how important this money is to me. Then if it comes out, can you protect me from the eldest miss?" Su Jiang's mouth twitched. If it really came out, he didn't know how he would protect himself. "Then just don't let her find out, isn't that it?" "But I'm scared." "I'll help you pursue Chu Mu." "Deal." Hua Qing's gaze suddenly became firm, stating righteously, "Don't worry, young Master Su. I will always be on the same side as you. Even if I die, the eldest miss won't find out about this. Even if she finds out, young Master Su, you can blame it on me. I'll take the fall for you." Su Jiang looked touched. "Huazi, you're really simping, aren't you?" Su Jiang didn't know what to say. Besides her long legs, pretty face, and good figure, what else was there to Chu Mu? "Huazi, you're confused. But never mind, at least his crisis was resolved." Su Jiang stood up and said, "You look after the clinic. I'm going out for a walk." The remaining Shimin family guards saw this and quickly followed, as they now not only protected Shimin Shang, but also had to ensure Mu Rou's safety. Seeing this, Su Jiang waved his hand. "No need to follow. I'm just going to wander around nearby. You just look after the clinic." The guards looked at each other, and when they turned back, Mu Rou's figure had already disappeared. Helpless, they could only return to their posts, guarding the clinic. Hua Qing, meanwhile, returned to his chair at the counter and continued to message Chu Mu. At the same time, he also sent a message to An Rou. "Young Master Su has no special circumstances. Everything is normal here." Meanwhile, at the An family in Jiangdu, since Su Jiang wasn't home, An Rou was bored alone, so she simply moved back to the An family to live. At this moment, An Rou sat on the sofa, holding the white cat in her arms. Seeing the message from Hua Qing, she fell into deep thought. Su Jiang has no special circumstances? How could that be? Moreover, The phrase, everything is normal, couldn't possibly be associated with Su Jiang, could it? This Huaqing must have been swayed by Su Jiang. Thinking of this, An Rou couldn't help but forcefully tug at a small tuft of fur on Fugue's head. Meow. Ouch. After An Rou let go, Fugue meowed plaintively, asking for dried fish as compensation. But An Rou didn't understand. Just then, a man with messy hair and a full beard came down the stairs, scratching his head. An Rou, could you make me some egg fried rice? And Xingqiang yawned, lazily saying, I feel so hungry after waking up. An Rou rolled her eyes. You slept until the afternoon. How could you not be hungry? So, quickly make your dear daddy some egg fried rice. I've grown so old and never tasted your cooking. Don't you have hands? The kitchen is right there, fry it yourself. I'm disabled, and I only have one hand. An Rou, it's one thing if you lack filial piety, but how can you even lose sympathy? And Xingqiang waved his empty sleeve, saying with a sorrowful face, I fought valiantly in the capital, but I didn't expect to be treated this way by my daughter when I returned home. Seeing her father about to put on another act, An Rou quickly interrupted. Can't you ask Steward Su to prepare something for you to eat? The Steward Su she referred to was the in-family's Steward Su. Your uncle. Su was taken out to play mahjong by your mom early this morning. She said they needed an extra person. Fine, I'll make it for you. An Rou reluctantly got up. Although her cooking wasn't great, she could still make egg fried rice, right? Standing in front of the kitchen, her mind suddenly went blank. The family kitchen used to be used by An Mingjia, but since An Mingjia left, it had rarely been used. An Rou took 2 eggs from the kitchen and, following An Mingjia's method from memory, began to make egg fried rice. Huh? I remember when brother made it. The eggs weren't this color? An Rou looked at the somewhat blackened eggs, murmuring, Never mind, it must be because the pan hasn't been used for too long. A little black should be normal. She continued to operate, and soon, a bowl of An Rou brand egg fried rice was freshly made. Here, eat. And Xingqiang looked at the dark egg fried rice in front of him and fell into deep thought. After a while, he slowly said, An Rou, I remember egg fried rice doesn't usually have chocolate, does it? An Rou was startled by his words, then immediately picked up a nearby pillow and threw it at Xingqiang. I don't care. You have to finish this bowl of rice today. But I don't like chocolate. There's no chocolate in here. Then why is it this color? Say that again. An Rou continuously hit Xingqiang with the pillow. For a moment, many in family members heard the commotion and poked their heads in to watch the show. Many people directly recorded the scene of An Rou beating Xingqiang and posted it in the family group chat. For a time, the in family became lively again. 391. Chapter 391. Apologize to me. No, I can't run anymore. On a circular track, Ximenshang ran unsteadily, tongue lolling out like a dead dog. Beside him, a guard held his hand tightly, pulling him along. Several other guards cheered him on. Keep it up, young master, you're the best. Only 8 kilometers left, you're almost done. Only 7.9 kilometers left, young master, you can do it. Hey, you up front, don't let the young master stop. Keep pulling him, his pace is dropping. Ximenshang was drenched in sweat, feeling as if the guards' voices were death warrants from the king of hell. He truly felt that it would be better to die than to live. The thought of enduring this hellish life for the next month made him resent Su Jiang even more. If it weren't for Su Jiang, he wouldn't have fallen to this state. Su Jiang, you just wait for this young master. Once I catch you, I'll make you run 100 kilometers every day to quench the hatred in my heart. Ximenshang muttered harsh words internally, but his face looked as if he was about to die. What he didn't know was that under a large tree in the distance, Su Jiang was eating grilled cold noodles while watching him run. He had already changed his face, and no one recognized him. Oh, these grilled cold noodles in the capital taste good, very authentic. Su Jiang smacked his lips, looking at Ximenshang in the distance. TSK, his physical fitness, even that silly cat, Fugue, is stronger than him. The young masters of other aristocratic families, even people like Gao Zhan, far surpassed Ximenshang. However, Su Jiang also knew the reason. When he was treating Ximenshang, he noticed that the fellow seemed somewhat frail and sickly. It was very likely that he had suffered a serious illness as a child, which led to his current poor health. But to get by in the capital, One either needs strength or brains. Ximenshang basically had neither. Did Ximenjuang really not consider having a second child? Su Jiang shook his head, sighing. He can't really be planning to make this guy his heir, can he? Forget it. It doesn't have much to do with me. I just need to figure out whether the Ximen family has any connection with that nightmare. He quickly finished the grilled cold noodles and tossed the wrapper into a nearby trash can. Su Jiang clapped his hands, stood up, and made a phone call. Hello, where are you? At your mom's. Why are you still cursing, you bastard? I'm saying I'm at your mom's place. Can you let me finish talking? Apologize to me. All right, I'll come find you. First, apologize to me, or I'm leaving right now. Don't be ridiculous with our relationship. Apologize. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have cursed at you without hearing you out, okay? Su Jiang said irritably. Wait there. I'm coming. With that, he hung up, glanced at Ximenshang, and then turned to leave. Around 3 in the afternoon, Ximenshang's legs trembled as he was supported into the medical hall. The guards looked around, didn't see An Rou, and quickly asked Hua Qing, Where's Mr. Mu? He said he went out for a stroll. Why? The young master is back from his run, but we don't know if we can let him sit down. Upon hearing this, Ximenshang turned his head in disbelief, looking at the guard beside him. I was wondering why you guys kept holding me up. So you even have to ask An Rou for permission to let me sit down. Huh? Am I the young master, or is he the young master? Hua Qing also chuckled wryly upon hearing this. Sit. It's fine. Only then did the guards feel relieved enough to help Ximenshang onto a chair. Haha. Ximenshang slumped limply in the chair like a corpse, panting heavily. It wasn't until the sun set that Ximenshang recovered a little, but An Rou still hadn't returned. Mr. Mu hasn't run into any trouble, has he? The guards asked worriedly. If An Rou had an accident, they would also be punished. Hua Qing wasn't too worried. If he hadn't returned for so long, it was probably some unfortunate soul that young Master Su had set his sights on again. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than he heard footsteps, and someone walked in. Mr. Mu, you're finally back. An Rou glanced at the guards and nodded. I went for a walk and went a bit far. Is everything all right at the medical hall? Yes, according to your instructions, our young master has finished his 10-kilometer run. The guard pointed to Ximenshang, who was now sprawled on the table, sound asleep. Seeing this, An Rou walked over and slammed the table. Crack! Wah! Ximenshang jumped in fright, his whole body jolting. Just as he was about to curse, he saw An Rou's face and instantly lost all his momentum. What time is it now? An Rou said faintly. 6 o'clock. According to the treatment plan, what should you be doing at 6 o'clock? Do anaerobic training. An Rou was stunned for a moment upon hearing Ximenshang's words, then said, Then what are you still standing there for? Get ready for push-ups. Not far away, the guards also brought out the barbells. Ximenshang looked despairing. Is this still a medical hall? Who the hell does anaerobic training in a medical hall? You few supervise him. Make him do it for an hour and a half. Then at 8 o'clock sharp, go buy some malatang. Don't worry, Mr. Mu. We'll supervise him thoroughly. Then, Ximenshang's wails echoed through the medical hall. Walking to the counter, Hua Qing quietly asked, Young Master Su, where did you go? An Rou glanced at Hua Qing, smiled meaningfully, but said nothing. Hua Qing blinked. Why did young Master Su feel a little different? He couldn't quite pinpoint what was different, but that annoying feeling was still there. In the evening, several people sat around a table, happily eating malatang. Ximenshang even ate a large bowl by himself. Having just exercised, he could eat an entire ox. At the same time, as the young master, he didn't forget to buy portions for the guards as well, so the malatang shop sales for the night were directly maximized. Ximenshang didn't even need to carry it back. They actively delivered it to his door and even gave a discount. Although Ximenshang didn't care for the small discount, he didn't refuse it either. Every little bit saved was a bit saved. He was a rich second generation, not an idiot. Why refuse a discount delivered to his door? As everyone was eating dinner, no one noticed a figure walking slowly down the street in the distance, approaching the medical hall with an arrogant gait. In that person's hand, he held a black stick. The dim street lights shone on his delicate face, clearly revealing a white face. It was Su Jiang. 392. Chapter 392. There is a cheat. There is definitely a cheat. Su Jiang, holding a black stick, swaggered towards the medical hall. Under the night sky, the Shimin family guards looked at the figure not far away, frowning slightly. At this hour, someone still came to the medical hall to see a doctor? Just as he was about to ask, the dim streetlights illuminated the figure's face. The guard looked at that white face, and after a moment off-stunned, cold sweat immediately broke out. In the capital city, which major force didn't recognize this face now? The great demon king Su. Jiang. Alert! The guard quickly shouted, "It's Su Jiang. He's here." As soon as these words were uttered, all the guards, both inside and outside the house, picked up their weapons and gathered at the entrance of the medical hall. Upon hearing Su Jiang's name, Shimin Shang's face showed an expression of terror as he stood up and looked around, searching for an escape route. Hua Qing looked utterly bewildered. "Young Master Su? Isn't young Master Su sitting right next to me?" He turned to look at An Rou, who at this moment also had a panicked expression, and shouted, "Quick, stop him. Su Jiang must know young Master Shimin is with me and has come specifically for revenge." As her voice fell, Su Jiang's rampant laughter came from outside. "Ha! Shimin Shang, you can hide for a while, but can you hide forever? Just surrender obediently. Today, you can't escape even with wings. Do you really think these few people can stop me?" Just as Su Jiang was about to make a move, a sudden change occurred the next second. People holding weapons continuously surged from all directions, surrounding Su Jiang. Steward Shu slowly walked out from the crowd and sneered. "He didn't expect this, Su Jiang. The family head had long anticipated that you wouldn't let it go and would definitely target the young master again. So, he arranged people to ambush you here in advance, precisely to catch you like a turtle in a jar." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately became unhappy. "Who's a turtle? I've been annoyed with you, old steward, for a long time. Might as well deal with you today too." Su Jiang looked around and scoffed. "You Shimin family brought so few people and expect to catch me?" There were indeed quite a few people, but trying to catch him was truly wishful thinking. Of course, it's not just these people." Steward Shu's eyes were gloomy. With a wave of his hand, the guards made way, revealing a path. At the end of the path were two tall figures, wearing impenetrable steel helmets, silent like stone statues. "Su Jiang, I heard you are an experimental subject killer?" Steward Shu sneered. "I'm very curious, how many minutes can you last against our Shimin family's experimental subjects?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiang frowned tightly. Experimental subjects again? And they looked distinctly different from the previous ones. This difference was more evident in their aura. They didn't have the loud roars of the previous experimental subjects, which seemed to lack reason. These two experimental subjects in front of him were so silent that it made one's heart palpitate. This reminded Su Jiang of a saying, "The biting dog doesn't bark." Steward Shu looked at the two and said in a low voice, "Go, kill him." The two experimental subjects, hearing the command, seemed to be activated and rushed towards Su Jiang. These experimental subjects could actually understand Steward Shu's commands? Su Jiang quickly guessed some things and said, "So that's it. Are these two experimental subjects the result of your Shimin family's transaction with Nightmare?" No sooner had he spoken than the experimental subject had already rushed in front of him, raising a fist as big as a watermelon and smashing it towards Su Jiang's face. Su Jiang instantly activated all his skills, dodged sideways with a light leap, circled behind one of them, raised his stick, and was about to deliver a sneak attack. His pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that the experimental subject's head and shoulders were completely covered by a steel helmet, with no exposed back of the neck. Steward Shu saw this and sneered. "We've long studied your methods for dealing with experimental subjects. As long as we don't let you attack the back of their necks, they won't fall unconscious, right?" Su Jiang frowned, still slamming his stick hard against the steel helmet, attempting to smash it. Bang! A powerful counterforce came, numbing Su Jiang's hand a little, yet the steel helmet didn't have a single crack. "Damn it! What is this thing made of so hard?" Su Jiang cursed under his breath, then stepped on the experimental subject's back with both feet, pushing off hard to create some distance. Steward Shu, seeing Su Jiang's discomfiture, laughed heartily. "Su Jiang, stop struggling. That helmet is made of the hardest alloy. Not even explosives could deform it. Just surrender obediently. Inside the medical hall, Shimin Shang saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth uncontrollably curled upwards. The advantage is mine, why run away? Steward Shu, capture Su Jiang alive for me. I want to torment him properly. Shimin Shang, with an expression he thought was very cruel, shouted, I want him to run, keep running, until he dies. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and looked at him from afar through the crowd. You kid, you have big dreams, huh? All right, tomorrow I'll increase it to 20 kilometers for you. But that's for tomorrow. For now, dealing with the current situation is more important. Su Jiang stretched his neck, looking at Steward Shu. Your Shimin family has studied me quite a bit, haven't you? So interested in me. But it seems you haven't studied me thoroughly enough, have you? Steward Shu, seeing his relaxed demeanor, said in a low voice, Humph. Death is at your doorstep, yet you're still putting on airs. Kill him. The two experimental subjects moved at his command. It seemed that Su Jiang's escape earlier had also annoyed them, so this time their attacks were even more ferocious. Su Jiang stood with one hand in his pocket, quietly waiting for them to rush in front of him. Then he slowly extended his hand and placed it on the experimental subject's helmet. Lucky thief. The next second, the experimental subject's helmet, as if by magic, appeared in Su Jiang's hand. At the same time, Su Jiang circled behind him, aimed at the back of his neck, and slammed the black stick down hard. Bang! The feel is right. This time, the experimental subject fell to the ground instantly. The other experimental subject hadn't even reacted before Su Jiang knocked him out using the same method. In the blink of an eye, the two great experimental subjects fell to the ground simultaneously, and the steel helmet, touted as being made of the hardest alloy, was now being toyed with in Su Jiang's hand. How is that possible? Steward Shu's eyes widened. He remembered that the helmet required a fingerprint or password to unlock and remove. How in the world did Su Jiang remove it in the blink of an eye? He's cheating. Definitely cheating. Steward Shu suddenly felt a chill run deep into his heart. The experimental subjects were gone. What would they fight with? Su Jiang's individual combat power could take on an entire family, and he had only brought a guard team. Looking up again, Shimin Shang was nowhere to be seen, likely off to find another escape route. Hua Qing stood blankly at the entrance, watching this scene, utterly certain that the person not far away was indeed young Master Su. If so, then who was this An Rou beside him? 393, Chapter 393 Russian, Roulette 2.0. Hua Qing looked at the face identical to An Rou beside him and whispered, Who exactly are you? Shu. An Rou placed his index finger on his lips, signaling Hua Qing to be silent. Then, he smiled slightly, lifting a corner of his clothes, and a silver gleam flashed. Hua Qing's eyes widened abruptly. He saw a short black dagger, handle exposed from under the lifted corner of the clothes. The handle of a black flying dagger. Hua Qing looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. The other person looked back at him, smiling and nodding. Sieguli. That black dagger handle completely confirmed the identity of the boss An Rou in front of Hua Qing. It was Sieguli. But how could Sieguli be here? And when did he disguise himself as An Rou? Hua Qing, brimming with questions, obediently cooperated with the act. At this moment, Su Jiang, not far away, had already subdued two experimental subjects and was walking towards Steward Shu. Don't come over. Steward Shu continuously retreated, ordering the guards to stop Su Jiang. However, how could those guards possibly stop him? Su Jiang rushed forward, kicking one away. When someone tried to shoot him from a distance, just as the gun was pulled out, Su Jiang's bullet was already at their face. There was no way to fight. Originally, Steward Shu, relying on the experimental subjects as his trump card, hadn't brought many people out. These people couldn't even be considered elites of the Shimin family. Su Jiang stepped forward, looking at Steward Shu mockingly. You just said, what were you going to trap in a jar today? Steward Shu stammered. Su Jiang, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Shimin family will fight you to the death. I didn't intend to kill you. I just want to play a game with you. Su Jiang took out a revolver from another pocket. Ever played Russian roulette? Yes, exactly what you're thinking. I played it once before, but I forgot to unload the bullets that time. So that person won the lottery on the first shot. I felt quite guilty. So this time, I remembered to unload the bullets. Su Jiang unloaded all 6 bullets, leaving only one, and dangled it in front of Steward Shu's eyes. Next, I'll ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I won't shoot. If your answers don't satisfy me, you'll get a chance to draw. With that, Su Jiang loaded the bullet, slapped the revolver, and with a click, the cylinder was ready. Steward Shu felt his heart pounding and asked tremblingly, You haven't said how many questions you'll ask in total. If you keep asking, won't I be dead for sure? Well, don't worry, it won't be too many. At most I'll give you 6. Su Jiang looked at Steward Shu with a grin, the muzzle openly aimed at his forehead. First question, when did the Shimin family start cooperating with Nightmare? This. By the way, if you hesitate for more than 5 seconds, I'll also shoot. 5, 4, 3. Wait. I remember it should have been about a month ago. Steward Shu looked at Su Jiang in terror. At this moment, he no longer cared about loyalty. Saving his life was paramount. He blurted out everything he knew. It was probably around the time of the first experimental subject riot. The Patriarch's behavior suddenly became a bit strange. So I suspect that's when he started contacting Nightmare. A month ago, Su Jiang nodded, then said, Second question, when I arrived in the capital, the experimental subjects rioted again. Was that related to you? This I really don't know. I'm just a small steward. The Patriarch wouldn't let me know too much. Just based on what you know, make a bold guess. Yes or no? This. 5, 4, 3. Yes, I think so. Seeing this, Su Jiang nodded with satisfaction. It was pretty close to his guess. Third question, who is Nightmare? No, this I really don't know. 5, 4, 3. Father. Grandfather. Don't even mention me. Even the Patriarch doesn't know about this. However, Su Jiang merely silently pulled the trigger. Click. No bullet was fired. TSK, your luck is pretty good. The last one was already gone by this point. Su Jiang praised with a smile, but Steward Shu couldn't smile at all. The moment Su Jiang pulled the trigger, he felt his heart stop. It seems you really don't know. Then for the fourth question, Su Jiang glanced at Shimin Shang from afar, then turned back and asked in a low voice, Does Shimin Zhuang really only have one son, Shimin Shang? Upon hearing this question, Steward Shu's eyes widened, looking at Su Jiang in terror. What do you mean by that question? I'm asking you, not the other way around. Su Jiang's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, Answer my question, yes or no. The reason he asked this was because he found it too strange. Shimin Shang, as the sole heir of the Shimin family, couldn't be said to be completely useless, but he wasn't far from it. He didn't believe that Shimin Zhuang would entrust the massive Shimin family to this idiot, Shimin Shang. Moreover, from Shimin Zhuang's attitude towards Shimin Shang, it didn't seem like the attitude a father should have towards his son. It seemed that in Shimin Zhuang's eyes, Shimin Shang was dispensable to the Shimin family. This made Su Jiang very curious. Although I don't know why you're asking this, I can guarantee that young Master Shang is the Patriarch's only child. Steward Shu said tremblingly. I've been with the Shimin family for so many years, I can assert that the Patriarch definitely has no other children. Hearing this, Su Jiang frowned. None. Are you sure there aren't any? I'm sure, at least I haven't seen any. If the Patriarch really had one, could he hide it from me, a steward who was with him every day? Su Jiang nodded. That made sense. Steward Shu panted heavily, begging for mercy and fear. Su, I really don't know much. Please let me go. Stop the nonsense. Last question. If you satisfy me, I'll let you go. Please ask. Su Jiang pointed at the 2 unconscious experimental subjects not far away and asked, How many such experimental subjects does the Shimin family still have? Why are they different from the previous experimental subjects? How far along is your research in this area? With that, he smiled and extended a finger, slowly saying, 1 question, 3 bullets. Think carefully before answering. Steward Shu's mouth twitched. He knew Su Jiang wouldn't be that kind. 394. Chapter 394. Let my poor young master go. Don't be nervous. Think carefully, then answer one by one. Su Jiang looked at Steward Shu, a smile on his face, and said, We have plenty of time, and since I'm aiming a gun at you, they wouldn't dare to act rashly, right? Steward Shu's heart turned to ashes. Su Jiang was right, let alone the guards around him now. Even if the main force of the family arrived, it would be futile. Su Jiang could take his life at any moment, and once he died, he would have nothing left. Even if the Shimin family avenged him and killed Su Jiang, it would still be a loss for him. Therefore, now he could only find a way to save himself, and to survive, he could only tell Su Jiang as much as he knew. Instead of experimental subject, it's more accurate to call them mutants. Steward Shu pondered for a moment, then began. Because compared to the experimental subject monsters from those smaller families, our Shimin family, and even the 4 old established families, have already entered a mature stage in this regard. The experimental subjects we produce are no longer those monsters that don't obey commands, so we prefer to call them mutants. Moreover, we have already moved past the stage of creating them from living people. We can now use cells to create mutants. So now, as long as the family is willing, they can create mutants that can be controlled at any time. It's just a matter of consuming some resources. Upon hearing Steward Shu's words, a rare look of solemnity appeared in Su Jiang's eyes. He hadn't expected that the 4 great families' research into experimental subjects had reached such a stage. Does that mean you can mass-produce what you call mutants at will? Steward Shu heard this, but instead of answering, he blinked and looked at the gun barrel in front of him. Su Jiang immediately understood his meaning and said irritably, I won't shoot for this question. Hurry up and speak. Hearing Su Jiang's assurance, Steward Shu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, Of course not. If we could truly mass-produce them, I wouldn't have brought only 2 mutants on this operation. Although we have the manufacturing method, the resources consumed by a single mutant are enormous. Even the Shimin family doesn't have that many resources to achieve large-scale production. As far as I know, there are currently only 9 mutants within the family, numbered from 1 to 9. The 2 you just defeated were 5 and 7. 9 mutants? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. It was still within his acceptable range. If there were 100 or 80, that would be truly unbearable. His stick would be worn out. Su, young Master Su, do you have anything else you want to ask? Steward Shu asked cautiously. Su Jiang blinked. There really wasn't anything else to ask. Most of what needed to be asked had been covered. How about this? I'll fire one more shot, and if you don't die, I'll let you go. What? It's a 1 in 5 chance. What are you afraid of? No, young Master Su. Steward Shu was speechless. Was this a question of probability? This was a question of whether his life was tough enough. Stop talking nonsense. Get ready. Don't. Click. The trigger was pulled, the pistol made a sound, but no bullet was fired. Steward Shu was almost scared to death, gasping for air, as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. This guy's life was indeed tough. Since that was the case, he was not someone who didn't keep his promises. Take your men and go. Su Jiang waved his hand impatiently. Get lost, quickly. Steward Shu heard this and didn't expect Su Jiang to actually let him go. He quickly said tremblingly, Thank you, young Master Su. I'll take the men and leave now. He stood up, about to lead his men away, when he suddenly froze. Because he saw Su Jiang walking towards the medical hall. Steward Shu's heart instantly chilled. He had forgotten that Shimin Shang was still here. If he left, what would happen to Shimin Shang? If Shimin Shang died, then he would also die upon returning. His heart in turmoil, Steward Shu gritted his teeth and steeled himself. With a plop, he directly pounced and hugged Su Jiang's leg. Young Master Su, please spare. Young Master. With snot and tears, he wailed tragically. My young master has been frail and sickly since childhood, and now he's gravely ill, with less than 2 months left to live. Please be merciful and let my young master go. Su Jiang was instantly bewildered. This guy really knew how to adapt, completely abandoning his pride, right? There were so many of your family's guards around. Are you really not afraid of this getting out and losing all face? To this, Steward Shu indicated, what is face worth? Woo-woo. Young Master Su, for the sake of us both having the surname Su, please let our young master go. What the hell do you mean, both surnamed Su? Aren't you Shu as in the book? Homophones are also family. Then you die for him. Woo-woo. Steward Shu was stunned. That's not what I meant. Su Jiang looked at him with disgust. First, let go of my hand. Your snot is almost on my pant leg. Steward Shu heard this, obediently let go of his hand, and stared at Su Jiang without blinking. Su Jiang raised his revolver, looking menacing, and said, "That one bullet in here. Either for you or for your young master, you choose." Before Steward Shu could answer, a shout came from afar. "You surnamed Su." Su Jiang looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Shimin Shang standing at the entrance of the medical hall, looking at Su Jiang and trembling. "If you have the guts, come at me. Don't touch my family's people." At these words, Steward Shu's eyes welled up with tears, and he looked up, deeply moved. "Young master. Steward. Young master. Steward." Bang! Su Jiang fired a shot into the sky, interrupting the emotional moment between the two. "Can you damn well show me some respect?" Su Jiang gritted his teeth and said, "Are you putting on a cartoon in front of me?" Although he said that, he could also tell that the relationship between Shimin Shang and Steward Shu must be quite deep. Otherwise, the cowardly Steward Shu wouldn't have suddenly jumped out and hugged his leg. And that Shimin Shang, his legs were still trembling when he yelled at him. Seeing this, Su Jiang also felt it was about time to wrap things up. The reason he teamed up with Xie Guli to pull off this stunt was to solidify the fact that An Rou and Su Jiang were two separate people. He had thought of letting Xie Guli impersonate him, but then he remembered that Xie Guli didn't have his absurd strength and might mess things up. So Su Jiang asked his mother, who had disguise skills, to temporarily create a disguise for Xie Guli, making him look like An Rou. This was not an easy task. To make sure others couldn't tell a significant difference, Hong Jiayu spent a full afternoon working on Xie Guli's face to barely create that one face. And she also conveniently gave Xie Guli a voice changer. Unlike Su Jiang, who had a cheat and could change his face in an instant. 395. Chapter 395. Two movie kings compete. Su Jiang shot Xie Guli a look, and Xie Guli immediately returned a look that said, "Understood." Xie Guli, playing the role of An Rou, spoke in a deep voice, "Su Jiang, that's enough. This is my medical clinic, my territory. I won't allow you to kill anyone here." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang looked at An Rou with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" "My name is An Rou. I am a doctor and the owner of this clinic." Xie Guli said indifferently. "Shimin Shang is my employee. You cannot touch him." Shimin Shang turned his head, looking at An Rou with gratitude. "Boss Muyu." An Rou gave him a reassuring look, then continued, "Just give me some face and stop." Su Jiang tilted his head, speaking in a swaggering manner. "My face? Is your hair red? Why should I give you face? If I don't give you face, what can you do to me? Kill me." An Rou shook her head with a serious expression. "I never kill people. These hands of mine only save lives." Cough, cough, cough. Hua Qing, who was beside them, suddenly started coughing. He genuinely couldn't hold back when he heard that. This was simply two great actors putting on a show. Save lives. Su Jiang was startled when he heard this, and asked, "How many people have you saved?" "Countless. I don't deliberately count them." An Rou shook her head, then added, "Shimin Shang is not only my employee, but also my patient. If you insist on killing him, then you'll have to step over my dead body. I, An Rou, have lived my life upright and stood tall. Allowing a filthy executioner like you to kill my patient in front of me, that's something I cannot do." An Rou had a righteous expression, and her tone was firm and powerful. As she spoke, it was as if the light of righteousness shone upon her from behind. This formed a stark contrast with Su Jiang, as if Su Jiang were a merciless demon. "You bastard, Xie Guli." Su Jiang cursed inwardly. "Your image is grand, but mine is completely ruined by you." He should have rehearsed with this scoundrel beforehand. Now, this Xie Guli was taking advantage of the situation to openly curse him in front of so many people. It was truly infuriating. So what if I'm an executioner? Su Jiang raised his gun, aimed it at An Rou, and said in a low voice, "I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to move or not?" An Rou stood in front of Shimin Shang, looking at Su Jiang with determined eyes, and slowly uttered two words. "No, I won't." On the surface, he had a look of readiness to die, but in reality, he was extremely flustered. Su Jiang is so petty, he wouldn't really shoot, would he? Behind him, Shimin Shang was so moved, he was almost in tears. He had never found Mu Rou so pleasing to the eye before. Boss Mu, perhaps you should step aside. Shimin Shang was clearly terrified, yet he still stubbornly said, I am the young master of the Shimin family. I haven't stooped to the point of letting a doctor take a bullet for me. Hua Qing glanced at him. Well, this one was directly fooled by the two actors. Su. Jiang held the gun. He wasn't holding a revolver, but rather the twin Mo Chang. He and In Mingjia had agreed to melt down this gun, but In Mingjia had slipped away midway, so Su Jiang had continued to use it. Just as Su Jiang was about to pull the trigger, Mu Rou suddenly shouted, Wait, is that gun of yours the Mo Chang? Su Jiang's movement paused, and he feigned confusion. You know this gun? Mu Rou took a deep breath and slowly said, Mo Chang is an old friend of mine. I naturally know the guns he makes. You're friends with Mo Chang? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, deliberately saying loudly, Now that you mention it, Mo Chang did say he had a doctor friend. Then, he slowly lowered his hand and said, Forget it. Since you're related to Mo Chang, I'll give you this face. The day you cure Shimin Shang, I'll come back to kill him. At that time, he won't be your patient anymore, so you shouldn't stop me, right? Mu Rou nodded slowly upon hearing this. At that time, do as you please. I will never interfere. Good. Su Jiang laughed loudly. Mu Rou, is it? Today it's just you. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't give them this face. Shimin Shang, consider yourself lucky. I'll let you off this time. With that, Su Jiang turned and left, and everyone cleared a path for him. It wasn't until Su Jiang's figure completely disappeared into the darkness that everyone felt the immense pressure in their hearts dissipate. However, just as they had taken 2 breaths and hadn't fully recovered, Su Jiang returned. Steward Shu and the others' hearts instantly tightened. Could Su Jiang be going back on his word? Excuse me, everyone, I forgot something. Su Jiang walked towards the 2 fallen mutants, took each of their hands, and smiled at Steward Shu. These 2 are my spoils of war. Can I take them? Why, yes, you can. Steward Shu swallowed hard. How could he dare to say no? Su Jiang nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this, dragged the 2 mutants, and left again. He planned to take these 2 things back for his old man to research, to see if anything could be discovered. This time, everyone stood in place for a long time, only completely relaxing after confirming that Su Jiang had truly left. Steward Shu came to his senses and quickly ran to Shimin Shang. Young master, are you hurt? I'm fine. Shimin Shang let out a long breath, then said seriously to Mu Rou, Boss Mu, thank you. If it weren't for you, we might have been in danger today. From now on, whenever you need me, Shimin Shang, just say the word. Shimin Shang patted his chest, assuring Mu Rou. Steward Shu also bowed deeply to Mu Rou, expressing his gratitude. Mu Rou rolled her eyes at Shimin Shang, saying irritably, Not causing me trouble is the biggest help you can give me. Then she turned to Steward Shu and said, Quickly take everyone away. Having them all gathered here is affecting the clinic's business. Steward Shu quickly nodded. Okay, I'll take them back. Now, immediately after, he also instructed Shimin Shang. Young master, you must take good care of yourself. Mu Rou said irritably. He's not going to die here, is he? Hurry up and scram. Steward Shu quickly led the people away. He still had to go back and tell the family head what had happened today. Of course, that also included his conversation with Su Jiang. He didn't know how Shimin Zhuang would punish him after finding out he had revealed those things. But it wouldn't be enough to kill him. 396. The low-key Gongsun family. On the outskirts of the capital, inside Su Wendong and others' base. Swish, swish, swish. Su Jiang dragged 2 mutants, making faint rustling sounds in the night. Stop, who goes there? It's me. Young Master Su? The guard recognized Su Jiang's face and chuckled. It's so late. Why are you here? I just finished some things, learned a few things, and came back to chat with my old man. I see. The guard smiled and nodded, but didn't let Su Jiang in. Instead, he asked casually, Young Master Su, the kitchen made your favorite cilantro beef today. Do you want to have some? Hearing this, Su Jiang rolled his eyes at him. Stop probing. I'm not someone impersonating me. IF** King hate cilantro the most. Hearing this, the guard gave an awkward smile, scratched his head, and said, We do need to be vigilant lately. Young Master Su, please don't take offense. Then, He saw the two mutants Jiang was dragging behind him and asked, "These are two experimental subjects from the Shimin family. Just pick them up on the road outside." As expected of young Master Su, the guard gasped. He didn't believe for a second that they were just picked up. Currently, in the entire capital, Jiang was the only one capable of solo killing an experimental subject. It was only a rumor before, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was indeed terrifying. "Go on in, Su boss and the others are over there." "All right, thanks for your trouble." Jiang nodded and dragged the two mutants towards the direction he pointed. He threw the mutants in the yard, then pushed the door open and went straight in. Inside the house, Su Wendong and a few others seemed to be discussing something. Hearing the movement, Su Wendong looked up. "You're back so soon?" "Yes, I found out some information." Jiang sat down and recounted everything he had just learned from Steward Shu. Su Wendong listened carefully, frowning occasionally. "Mutants? I didn't expect them to have reached this point. From the looks of it, it shouldn't just be the Shimin family. The other three major old families might also be connected to Nightmare. The appearance of mutants is inseparable from Nightmare." Jiang nodded. "It's pretty much what I thought, but as a steward, he only knows so much, so the specific situation still needs to be further investigated using An Rou's identity. What happened tonight will spread throughout the capital before long, and An Rou's name will rise to prominence along with it. I'll take the opportunity to visit the Shimin family and have a chat with Shimin Zhuang, and see if I can gain anything." Su Wendong waved his hand. "You handle your side. I can't worry about you. I have my own things to do here." Jiang grumbled. "I haven't even said anything yet, and you gave me a medical clinic whose rent hasn't even been paid. Do you know how expensive rent is in the capital?" "I know." Su Wendong blinked, stating matter-of-factly. "That's why I gave you that medical clinic. After all, continually renewing the rent is quite expensive." Jiang's mouth twitched. He suddenly understood how Mingjie felt when facing in Xinchang. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Jiang looked around and asked, "Where's my old lady?" "After finishing your friend's makeup, she took Chu Mu and left." Su Wendong said indifferently, "The Gongsun family's recent actions have been a bit off, so I asked her to investigate." "Gongsun family? How so?" "They're too quiet," Su Wendong said in a deep voice. Although the Gongsun family used to be low-key, in the current situation, their low-key behavior is a bit excessive. Even after you've caused such a ruckus in the capital for 2 days, they haven't made any moves. This is very unusual. Hearing this, Jiang said seriously, "You mean, I haven't made enough trouble?" "No, you little brat, don't twist my words." Su Wendong quickly said, "You should settle down. For a while, take advantage of this time to operate under An Rou's identity and don't cause any more trouble for now." If Jiang continued like this, the capital would become even more chaotic. Su Wendong felt a pang of sadness just thinking about it. The task assigned to him was to stabilize the capital. But now, how did he end up drifting further and further from the mission objective? Where exactly did things go wrong? "It's all those 4 restless old bastards' fault." Su Wendong cursed inwardly. "If it weren't for you 4 families constantly pulling stunts, scheming, and being full of bad intentions, I would have finished my mission long ago." Hearing this, Jiang showed a disappointed expression, but he let it go. Anyway, he wasn't the type to cause trouble. He'd go back later, switch identities with old Xie, and from now on, he'd be a proper medical clinic owner. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Old Xie is still waiting for me at the medical clinic." Jiang stood up, paused, then added, "Oh right, I brought those 2 mutants back. They're in the yard. If you have anyone doing research here, they can study them." "What?" Su Wendong was instantly startled. "You brought those 2 mutants back?" Inside the room, the others also gasped, instantly sitting upright, somewhat panicked. Su Wendong cursed. "You little brat, those dangerous things, you just casually threw them in the yard? What if they suddenly wake up?" Jiang said helplessly, "They won't wake up, at least not for another day. I'm the one who dealt with them. Don't I know better than you?" "All right then, you guys go to the yard first and secure those 2 things." Su Wendong stopped mid-sentence, then changed his mind. "Forget it. I'll go with you to see what's going on with these so-called mutants." Everyone walked out of the house together. Jiang waved his hand. not bothering with how they would handle the two mutants, and left directly. Along the way, Jiang didn't take a taxi. Instead, he put on a mask and hood and walked to the vicinity of the medical clinic. At this time, the area around the medical clinic was tightly surrounded by guards from the Shimin family. Because of Jiang's earlier actions, the number of guards at the medical clinic had at least doubled. Jiang sent a message to Guli, then found a 24-hour bar and waited quietly. Before long, An Rou's figure appeared at the entrance of the medical clinic. "Mr. Mu, are you going out?" A guard stepped forward and asked, his tone somewhat respectful. The aura An Rou displayed when facing Jiang earlier had already subdued these people. Moreover, in principle, An Rou was now considered a member of the Shimin family, so these guards were exceptionally polite to him. An Rou stretched lazily and slowly said, "Yes, I can't sleep, so I'm going out for a drink." "Then we'll send someone to accompany you." "No need, I'll go by myself, it's not far." Seeing that the guards still wanted to say something, An Rou directly stated, "If I really encounter Jiang, you won't be able to protect me either. Besides, Jiang said he wouldn't kill me." Seeing An Rou say this, the guard didn't say anything more, only, "Then please be careful, and if anything happens, just shout, and we'll be there immediately." An Rou nodded and walked towards the bar. 397. Monitor An Rou? Before long, Guli arrived at the entrance of the bar Jiang had told him about. As soon as he entered, he saw a hooded man sitting in the corner, waving at him. Guli walked over and sat opposite him, seeing Jiang drinking juice. "Are you out of your mind? Drinking juice in a bar? What's wrong with drinking juice? You're not paying for it anyway." Jiang crossed his legs, sipped his juice through a straw, and asked, "Weren't you followed? Are you questioning my ability?" "I'm questioning your intelligence." The two of them started bickering as soon as they met, making it hard to imagine that these were the same two people who had just delivered an Oscar-worthy performance. Guli gave Jiang the middle finger and then said, "Go order me a screwdriver." "What is that?" "Screwdriver. It's the name of a drink. You bumpkin, just tell the bartender." Guli mocked him without reservation. Jiang silently got up and walked towards the bar counter. A few minutes later, Jiang walked back and placed a glass of orange juice in front of Guli. "Guli, are you sick?" "I don't drink orange juice." "You're so hard to please. Are you used to being a young master in the Xie family, huh? Is it me who's hard to please? You're clearly messing with me on purpose, kid." Jiang waved his hand. "Don't mind so many details, let's talk business. Here, your straw." Jiang helped put the straw into Guli's orange juice. Guli's mouth twitched, and he suppressed the urge to fight Jiang right there, picking up the orange juice and taking a sip. The two of them sat in a bar, sipping drinks through straws. If it weren't for the fact that there were few people and the bar had hardly any customers, Guli estimated that they would have attracted everyone's attention. After a long silence, Jiang was the first to speak. "I ran into Shangguan Lu at the airport a few days ago." "You met her?" Upon hearing this, Guli quickly asked, "How is she doing?" "There shouldn't be any big problems. From the way she looked, the Shangguan family probably won't harm her." Guli breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good then. Why can't you two get in touch?" "We could before, but after she was taken away by the Shangguan family, I couldn't reach her." "Do you need my help?" "No, please don't help me." Guli quickly waved his hands and said, "If I act low-key according to the plan, there's still a chance to rescue Lu and my father-in-law. If you get involved, whether as An Rou or Jiang, it won't be low-key at all. Moreover, if you get involved, things will definitely escalate. So let's just forget about it." Jiang felt speechless upon hearing this. "I've really changed. I'm very low-key now." "Low-key? Heh. Who was it just now playing Russian roulette in the street? Just now is just now, now is now." Guli didn't want to waste words with him. "Anyway, don't interfere with this matter. If I really have no other choice, I'll come to you." "All right, do as you please." Jiang nodded, then pulled out a black mask from his pocket and threw it to Guli. "Put it on. Don't let anyone see your face. Now I'm An Rou. And take off your clothes. Let's swap." Guli took the mask and couldn't help but ask, "Then how do I change back to my original face?" "Go find my mom. She did it for you, so let her help you change back." "No, Is your family's after-sales service attitude that bad? It's good enough that you even get after-sales service. It's only for you. For others, my mom directly blocks them. Xie Guli glared at Su Jiang and chugged the orange juice. Then the two took off their jackets and swapped them. Their body types were very similar, so there was no noticeable difference when they put them on. Moreover, when Xie Guli left home, Su Jiang had told him to wear black pants, so both of their pants were black, which wouldn't arouse suspicion, ensuring every detail was covered. Xie Guli put on the mask. Anything else? If not, I'm out of here. How about you pay the bill on your way out? Xie Guli gave Su Jiang the middle finger and left without looking back. Su Jiang watched him leave, toothed, then finished his drink and went to the front desk to pay the bill. He rarely paid bills when he was out and about. Xie Guli was the only one who received such treatment. Su Jiang, with An Rou's face, returned to his identity as the medical hall owner and swaggered towards the medical hall. Walking on the street, Su Jiang suddenly laughed. TSK, if I were to act in infernal affairs, wouldn't I fool those people into crippling themselves? He returned to the medical hall, greeted the guards, and then went back to his room to rest. Meanwhile, at the Shimin family, Steward Shu knelt trembling before Shimin Zhuang, lowering his head and saying, "I'm sorry, family head. I know I said things I shouldn't have today. I accept any punishment." Shimin Zhuang calmly drank his tea, his face showing no emotion, neither joy nor sorrow. The atmosphere in the room was incredibly silent, making it impossible for anyone to even breathe loudly. After a long while, Shimin Zhuang spoke. "Do you know what I'm angry about?" Upon hearing this, Steward Shu swallowed hard and said in a low voice, "Is it that I told Su Jiang about the mutants?" "No." Shimin Zhuang slowly shook his head. "The things you told Su Jiang were harmless. What's more, given the situation at the time, you were just trying to save your own life, which is understandable. What truly makes me angry is that you lost number 5 and number 7. Shimin Zhuang said unhurriedly. "I told you to capture people, but not only did you fail to capture them, you also handed over 2 valuable mutants." Steward Shu trembled upon hearing this. "This subordinate deserves death. Please, family head, give this subordinate a chance. I will definitely make amends." Shimin Zhuang remained silent. Steward Shu couldn't guess his thoughts, only hoping that Shimin Zhuang would be magnanimous and let him off the hook. After a while, Shimin Zhuang spoke again. "However, Su Jiang's appearance at this time is indeed quite intriguing. And the questions he asked were also very interesting." Shimin Zhuang's eyes flickered as he looked at Steward Shu and slowly said, "Steward Shu, I'm giving you a task. Please tell me, family head. This subordinate will do his utmost. Starting tomorrow, you will go to the medical hall and stay by An Rou's side at all times. You must report his every move to me. Even what he eats today, you cannot miss anything. Do you understand?" Steward Shu was immediately puzzled upon hearing this. Wasn't this asking him to monitor An Rou? But at this point, he didn't dare to say no. If he refused, he might not see the sun tomorrow. Therefore, Steward Shu said without hesitation, "Yes, this subordinate will definitely complete the task." 398. Let your master redeem me. Back at the medical clinic, Su Jiang had just returned to his room, ready to sleep, when he suddenly remembered that at this time, Shimin Shang's condition should be about to flare up. So, he walked out of the room again and went to the counter. At this moment, Shimin Shang was curled up on the recliner, sound asleep. Su Jiang kicked the guy. "Who?" Shimin Shang sprang up from the recliner like a startled rabbit. He was about to curse, but seeing that the person who kicked him was An Rou, he swallowed his curses. Su Jiang glanced at the guy and said lightly, "Get up. I'm going to treat you." Hearing this, Shimin Shang obediently got up and followed Su Jiang to the dark little sick room. Inside the sick room, Su Jiang said while inserting needles, "Your condition now will probably flare up once every 3 days. For this month, you will first take the medicine and see the effect. By the end of the month, I will give you another acupuncture session. According to my estimation, by the end of the month, your condition will be completely gone." Shimin Shang heard this and asked with some worry, "Doesn't that mean I'll have to go through that kind of pain every 3 days?" Su Jiang shook his head. "As long as you follow the treatment plan every day and take your medicine on time, you'll be fine. Tomorrow I'll have Shao Qing buy the medicine for you. and then you can have your guards brew it for you every day and drink it. Although he said this, in reality, this acupuncture session had already completely cured Ximenxiang. Even if Ximenxiang left the medical clinic right now, nothing would happen to him. Thank you, Boss Mu. Ximenxiang said with a grateful expression. After I'm well, just tell me what you want. As the young master of the Ximen family, I can fulfill this promise. No need, Su Jiang said with a smile, shaking his head. Taking people's money to resolve their troubles. Since I've taken so much money from your family, I will naturally cure you. Are you talking about the 20 million? Ximenxiang said with a disdainful tone. What kind of money is that? It's not even enough for a few months of my pocket money. Su Jiang's hand, which was inserting needles, paused, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Damn, what a rich bastard. Is this the foundation of the 4 great families? 20 million is just a few months of pocket money? Back then, when An Mingjia settled all of the An family's assets, he only managed to pull out 30 million to trick me. Su Jiang gained a completely new understanding of the financial power of the 4 great families. It seems like next time I face these families, I'll have to charge a high price. Otherwise, earning this money won't feel like much of an accomplishment. After inserting the needles, Su Jiang stretched and said, lie still for 10 minutes, then go out and sleep. Or you can sleep here directly if you want. Ximenxiang quickly shook his head. I'll go out to sleep. Are you kidding? This small room was cold and eerie. If he slept here, he might have nightmares. Suit yourself. Su Jiang pushed, opened the door, and walked out. As soon as he entered the medical clinic's main hall, Su Jiang froze, because he saw a group of people standing quietly at the entrance, not daring to make a sound. Around them, the Ximen family's guards were scrutinizing them with serious expressions. What's going on? Su Jiang walked over and asked. Boss Mu, are you finished? When a guard saw that it was An Rou, his expression immediately softened, and he respectfully said, it's like this. While you were treating the young master, these people suddenly showed up, looking fierce, as if they wanted to cause trouble for you. We asked and found out they are from the Wang family. To prevent them from disturbing your treatment, we had no choice but to make them stand here. The Wang family. Hearing this, Su Jiang looked towards those people and saw that the person leading them was precisely the Wang family member who had snatched back 1 million that day. Oh, we meet again, huh? Su Jiang smiled and waved at him. His face looked as ugly as if he had eaten excrement. Ever since he snatched back 1 million in medical fees at the medical clinic that day, he thought everything was fine. It wasn't until last night that the people from the Wang family who had been treated at the medical clinic that day almost simultaneously let out cries of agony, suffering immensely. So, he quickly asked the Chen family and found that the people from the Chen family who had been treated at that medical clinic also experienced similar situations. Therefore, he thought that this matter must be related to An Rou. So he wanted to find that person from the Chen family and come to the medical clinic together to retaliate against An Rou. But who would have thought that the person from the Chen family would stammer and avoid the topic? Although he felt strange, he didn't think much of it, only assuming that the Chen family members were timid and afraid of trouble. So tonight, he brought the Wang family members alone, walking straight into a trap. Ha! What a coincidence, Boss Mu. The Wang family member scratched his head and said with an awkward smile, it's so late, and you're still not asleep? He was smiling on the surface, but secretly, he was cursing the Chun family's ancestors all the way back 18 generations. No wonder they didn't come. They must have known that the Ximen family was here. This was a trap. Heh, Su Jiang said with a playful smile. Are you planning to snatch another 1 million? Boss Mu, you're joking, we just came to see. Really? Then why do I see you all holding weapons? Isn't Halloween coming soon? We're just cosplaying in advance. Hearing his identical excuse, Su Jiang and the guards couldn't help but laugh. Su Jiang scanned them and murmured, quite a lot of people came. Boss Mu, how should we deal with these people? The guard asked. Let me think. Su Jiang rubbed his chin, then suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, how about this? 1 million per person, pay up and leave. 1 million per person? The Wang family member was instantly dumbfounded. They had over 30 people here. Wouldn't that be over 30 million? Where was he going to get over 30 million? Boss Mu, should we discuss this again? The Wang family member really wanted to kill Mu Rou directly, but looking at the glaring guards around him, he still cautiously said, 1 million per person, isn't that a bit? No money? No money is easy to handle. Su Jiang's mouth curved slightly upward, and he said word by word, let your family head bring the money to redeem them. With that, he turned to the guard and said, inform the Wang family head to bring 30 million to redeem them. Is that okay? After a moment of hesitation, the guard slowly said, we might not be able to make that decision. You can. Suddenly, Shimin Shang's voice rang out from behind, and the few people turned to look. They saw Shimin Shang walk out of the room and snort coldly. Let Wang Valley come over. I want to see how his Wang family can be so domineering. He had heard about the Wang family snatching back 1 million in medical fees before, which already made Shimin Shang feel ashamed. If Boss Mu had been black-hearted and only demanded 1 million in medical fees afterward, then if the Wang family snatched it away, he wouldn't say anything. But it was clearly priced from the beginning, and you willingly paid, then. Afterward regretted it, and wanted to snatch it back. This kind of behavior made Shimin Shang feel a bit disgusted. 399, you are so shameless. The moment the Wang family saw Shimin Shang, their hearts died. It's over. Young Master Shimin is also here, and he seems to have a good relationship with Mu Rou. This time, they're completely screwed. Shimin Shang coldly scanned the Wang family before turning to his guard and saying, didn't you hear what I said? Have Wang Valley come over and redeem them. The guard froze for a moment, then quickly replied, yes, I will inform Wang family head immediately. With that, he turned around to call Wang Valley. Shimin Shang turned to Mu Rou and said domineeringly, don't worry, Boss Mu. I'll see that justice is served today. Su Jiang stood with his arms crossed, quietly watching him show off. He probably wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. A moment later, the guard returned. Young master, Wang family head said he'll be here shortly. Upon hearing this, the 30-odd members of the Wang family felt their hearts sink even further. Once Wang Valley arrived, they could tell with their knees that they wouldn't have a good outcome. The leader of the Wang family looked at Mu Rou with a wronged expression, 1,000 alpacas galloping through his mind. You know, young Master Shimin, why didn't you say so earlier? You have this kind of backing. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had just brought out young Master Shimin, what medical fees? Wouldn't that just be a word from you? How could you screw us over like this? He felt bitter, but he couldn't say it. The group of people were as quiet as chicks, heads bowed, awaiting the impending judgment. It had to be said, Wang Valley arrived quite quickly. Less than 5 minutes after the guard made the call, a sports car with a roaring engine was seen approaching from a distance. Soon, the sports car stopped at the entrance of the medical hall, and Wang Valley hurriedly got out of the car, quickly surveyed the scene, and roughly understood the situation in his mind. Then, he glared at the 30-odd people and trotted over to Shimin Shang. Wang Valley was indeed an old hand. Although he was called over in a hurry and didn't know what had happened, he immediately admitted fault the moment he spoke. Young Master Shimin, I'm truly sorry. These fellows have caused you trouble. I will severely punish these unruly fellows later. Shimin Shang glanced at him indifferently. Wang Valley, you seem to have apologized to the wrong person. Hearing this, Wang Valley was instantly startled. Could it be that Shimin Shang was helping someone settle a matter? His eyes quickly caught Mu Rou beside Shimin Shang, and he chuckled. How should I address this gentleman? Su Jiang felt a little amused and said softly, my surname is Mu. You can call me Boss Mu. So it's Boss Mu. Wang is ignorant and didn't realize Boss Mu was residing in this humble abode. Otherwise, I would have visited. Long ago, Wang Valley lowered his posture extremely, quickly stepped forward, took Mu Rou's hand, and held it, sighing. Boss Mu clearly looks like a dragon among men, with extraordinary bearing. These blind fellows from my family must have had a moment of madness and offended Boss Mu. Boss Mu, rest assured, just tell me what wrong they did, and I will punish them severely without leniency. Seeing this, Su Jiang's lips curved slightly, and he said playfully, the other day, they brought people here for treatment. Wang family head, do you know about this? Wang Valley's heart stirred upon hearing this. The other day? Wasn't that the day Su Jiang, that bastard, attacked the Wang family? He remembered that the hospital couldn't accommodate everyone that day, so he told them to find places for treatment themselves. Thus, he quickly nodded and said, I did tell them to find places to treat themselves, but I didn't ask them much about it afterwards. I didn't expect them to have been saved by Boss Mu. What a coincidence. I didn't expect Boss Mu to not only have superb medical skills, but also a heart dedicated to healing the world. Jiang shook his head. Stop flattering me first. Do you know that after I cured them, not only were they threatened with guns, but even the medical fees they had already paid were robbed by them. And looking at their attire tonight, it seems they even wanted to come back for revenge. If young Master Shimin hadn't coincidentally been here, then perhaps. Wang Valley's smile instantly vanished upon hearing this. He said gravely, such a thing happened? He angrily turned around, his gaze like a knife, scrutinizing those people. You are utterly shameless. My Wang family has always acted openly and honorably. How could such a bunch of scoundrels come from you? The group lowered their heads, letting Wang Valley scold them. It wasn't until Wang Valley said something that they couldn't help but look up in astonishment. From today onwards, you are no longer members of my Wang family. This, family head. Don't call me family head. I am not your family head. Wang Valley's face was resolute. He waved his hand and angrily shouted, I cannot walk with you despicable people. Jiang and Shimin stood behind him, silently watching this scene. Wang Valley turned around and said to An Rou, Boss Mu, this matter is due to my lax discipline. They have now been expelled from my family, and how to deal with them, the Wang family will absolutely not interfere. Additionally, Wang also bears some responsibility for this matter. This is a small token of my sincerity and compensation. Please accept it, Boss Mu. With that, he handed over a bank card to Jiang. There are 30 million in this card, a small token of Wang's sincerity. Please accept it, Boss Mu. Given Boss Mu's relationship with young Master Shimin, if Boss Mu doesn't accept it, Wang will have no face to continue associating with young Master Shimin. In his eyes, An Rou and Shimin should probably have a friend-like relationship. It never occurred to him that even Shimin had to be as obedient as a chick in front of An Rou. Jiang smiled and took the bank card, then looked at Wang Valley playfully. I can deal with these people however I want. Of course, whether to kill or to flay, Wang will absolutely not interfere. No, I am a doctor, I don't do such bloody things. Jiang looked at the 30-odd people, and after a moment of contemplation, he saw a hint of hatred in their eyes. So, he chuckled, forget it, it's not a big deal. Let them go. At these words, both Wang Valley and Shimin were stunned. Let them go? Wang Valley said in disbelief. Boss Mu, they did such things to you, and you still want to let them go. What? Is that not allowed? Of course it's allowed, it's just. Before Wang Valley could finish, Jiang directly said to the 30-odd people, you can leave now. Young Master Shimin, have your guards let them pass. Shimin heard this and didn't ask further. To him, these were just trivial matters. So, he nodded slightly, and the guards made way. The 30-odd people were still standing there, not having reacted yet. They just survived like this? 400. Nothing. What? You still don't want to leave? Jiang saw the group of people frozen in place and said indifferently, if you don't leave within 30 seconds, Wang family head can deal with you as he pleases. As soon as he said this, the 30-odd people ran out like crazy, afraid that if they were a second late, they would be killed. Although they didn't know why they were let go, they figured that if they could live, there was no need to think too much. Just being alive was enough. In less than 20 seconds, the group of people had already disappeared. Wang Valley's expression fluctuated between dark and light. After seeing them leave, he forced a smile and said, as expected of Boss Mu, who has the heart of a benevolent healer. Wang is truly impressed by such a magnanimous mind. Jiang chuckled. This Wang Valley truly flattered him with every single word. He was practically a master of human nature. And rightly so, anyone who could sit in the position of family head at this age was undoubtedly a shrewd individual. So far, among the family head level people Jiang had encountered, not a single one was easy to deal with. Feng Qingya was an exception. That old man was probably getting on in years, which made him a bit weaker. Wang Valley then turned his head to look at Shimin. Young Master Shimin, what do you think about today's matter? If Shimin didn't speak, the heavy stone in his heart would not be able to fall. As long as Shimin said it was fine, then he would have survived this ordeal today. However, Shimenshang looked at Mu Rou. Boss Mu, are you satisfied with Wang Valley's handling of this? Wang Valley's pupils constricted. Shimen Shang actually still wanted to ask for this Boss Mu's opinion? What kind of background did this person have? Wang Valley somewhat regretted giving too little money just now, but he couldn't take out any more. They were just a small affiliated family. How could they, like the Shimen family, casually pull out tens of millions? The 30 million given to Mu Rou just now was the Wang family's entire operating fund for 3 years. Seeing Shimenshang ask for his opinion, Su Jiang nodded slightly. I am very satisfied with Wang family head's handling. Let's just let this small misunderstanding pass and not hurt everyone's harmony. It was just a small affiliated family. It wasn't worth him pursuing relentlessly and striking them down. Su Jiang's horizons were not the same as they used to be. He was now a walking 100 million. Upon hearing this, the heavy stone in Wang Valley's heart finally dropped, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Boss Mu. Boss Mu truly has a heart as vast as the sea. He rattled off a string of flattering words, none of which were repeated. Su Jiang immediately felt that this Wang Valley was also an oddball. All right, if there's nothing else, hurry up and scram. Don't delay our sleep. Shimenshang waved his hand, then instructed, I'm telling you, Wang Valley, this time it's only because Boss Mu let you off. Manage your subordinates well. If a similar situation happens again, I will definitely not spare you. Wang Valley nodded. Repeatedly, even guaranteeing with his life that such a thing would absolutely not happen again, and then left in his sports car. After today, for a long time, the Wang family would have to live cautiously and keep a low profile. Inside the sports car, after driving some distance from the clinic, Wang Valley's face suddenly turned grim. He said to the person driving, Go back and find a few people to deal with all 30-odd people who just ran away. Yes, family head. The driver responded calmly, clearly not doing this for the first time. Wang Valley took a deep breath, quietly looked out the window, and murmured with a sigh. Good conscience clinic. Boss Mu, it seems that our small area has gained another formidable person. After I go back, notify everyone in the family that from now on, when you go out, keep your eyes peeled. That Boss Mu must absolutely not be provoked, understand? The driver glanced in the rearview mirror. Okay, I'll take care of it when I get back. Shimenshang and Su Jiang returned to the clinic. Shimenshang looked at Mu Rou and asked in confusion, Why did you let those people go just now? Aren't you afraid they'll come back for revenge? Su Jiang laughed heartily. If they want to get revenge on me, they'll have to survive tonight first. What do you mean? Wang Valley is a very decisive person. He ruthlessly abandoned his subordinates, and then they were mercifully released by me. Su Jiang said with a smile. And these people, after working for the Wang family for so many years, were abandoned just like that. They obviously have some resentment towards Wang Valley. If this continues, it's a ticking time bomb. Even if the possibility is small, if you were Wang Valley, would you let that possibility expand unchecked? Upon hearing this, Shimenshang pondered for a moment, then belatedly said, So, Wang Valley will send people to deal with all those people. Su Jiang nodded, Exactly. So those people will die no matter what. Since that's the case, let Wang Valley kill them. It saves me the trouble of dirtying my hands. By letting them go, I can also gain a good reputation. Why not? The surrounding guards, upon hearing this explanation, immediately held Mu Rou in higher regard. In such a situation, if it were them, they would have probably killed those people on the spot. All right, we've been busy enough tonight. It's time to rest. Su Jiang stretched, feeling a bit tired even with his physique. He said to the guards, I'm going to sleep first. Thank you for taking the night shift. The guards quickly waved their hands. Boss Mu, you're too kind. This is our duty. Shimenshang looked at Mu Rou's retreating figure and fell into deep thought. He stood rooted to the spot, silent for a long time. Seeing this, a guard quietly said, Young master, you should also go rest soon. We can watch over things here. However, Shimenshang fell silent and did not respond. After a while, he asked a question that puzzled everyone. He looked extremely serious, scanning the guards, and said word by word, I ask you, do you think I am qualified to be the Shimen family's heir? The guards were stunned upon hearing this. Young master, what do you mean by that? Shimin Shang's eyes held a hint of loneliness. I know that many people outside evaluate me with 4 words: utterly useless. If it weren't for my identity as young Master Shimin, any random passerby on the street would be better than me. I originally didn't take it to heart, because I felt that I wasn't as bad as they said, at least not too far off. But today I saw Jiang. I've seen his information. He's even younger than me, yet he fought his way from Jiangdu to the capital, capable of single-handedly fighting experimental subjects and skillfully playing schemes with various old foxes. And between Boss Mu and Wang Valley just now, I only saw what was on the surface, but I didn't realize there were so many hidden intricacies. Shimin Shang sighed deeply. Before, I always deceived myself, thinking that no matter how bad I wasn't as useless as they said. But the experiences of these past few days seem to constantly remind me that I am just a good-for-nothing pampered young master. 401. No real empathy. Inside the medical hall, the guards looked at the dejected Shimin Shang, unsure how to answer his question for a moment. However, Shimin Shang seemed not to need their answer and continued on his own. Forget the 4 great families. Even the heirs of other families in the capital each have their own abilities and a place in the capital. I have no brains. I couldn't study since I was little, let alone play any schemes or tricks. As for fighting, there's no need to mention it. My body, which gets out of breath after running a few hundred meters, can be said to be extremely weak. And I, like this, have to inherit such a vast Shimin family? As Shimin Shang spoke, he laughed at himself, as if he had heard a huge joke come out of his own mouth. The emotions buried deep in his heart for many years erupted at this moment. How ridiculous. Hurrah, young master you. The guards looked at the laughing Shimin Shang, not knowing how to speak to comfort him. What could they say? You are not that bad. Such words are like telling someone who failed the college entrance examination. It's okay. You tried very hard. Would he be comforted? No, he wouldn't. He would only think that all his efforts over the years had fallen at that last step, and in others' mouths, it was just a light it's okay. There is no true empathy in this world. All comfort is merely pale and powerless scratching an itch through a boot. Shimin Shang cried and laughed at the same time, as if he wanted to release all the emotions accumulated in his heart at this moment. He had no ability, yet he had to have ability. This pressure had accompanied him since birth until now. No one understood his pressure. Everyone always spoke a few flattering words when facing him. The young master is indeed the young master. The future of the Shimin family will surely be glorious. You blind people, didn't you see the young master's car coming? Hurry up and make way. The young master's marksmanship is unparalleled in talent. With diligent practice, he will surely become a sharpshooter. How can you let the young master do these things that servants do? Young master, hurry up and get up. It will be bad if the family head sees you later. Young master, young master. Those words constantly echoed in Shimin Shang's mind, giving him a splitting headache and bloodshot eyes. Why must I be omnipotent and multi-talented from birth? Why is the street cleared whenever I want to practice driving? Why do they say I'm talented when my trash-like marksmanship can't even hit the target? Why do I even have to hide when doing some things I like? Why? Bang! Shimin Shang was kicked flying, and the guards were startled, rushing to help Shimin Shang up. Looking back, the person who kicked Shimin Shang was actually An Rou. So noisy. Can't you stop howling when you're not sleeping at night? Jiang picked his ears, looking impatient. Damn it. It's night, so you're getting all melancholic and emo, huh? Can you consider other people's feelings? If you want to cry, find a corner and cry by yourself. Don't make a sound, or I'll definitely beat you. After speaking, he turned and went back into his room, closing the door. Forcefully with a thud, Shimin Shang stood there dazed, twitching like a little daughter-in-law, not daring to cry out loud, only sniffling softly. His backside, where An Rou had just kicked him, was still throbbing with pain. Young master, this. Don't mind me. Do what you're supposed to do. Shimin Shang waved his hand and silently walked to a reclining chair in the corner, lying down with his back to them. Soon, Shimin Shang quieted down, with no further movement. It was unclear if he had fallen asleep or if, as An Rou said, he was silently weeping without daring to make a sound. The guards had no choice but to pretend nothing had happened, each going about their own tasks. Su Jiang, back in his room, was not sleeping. Instead, he sat by the window with his legs crossed, looking at the moon in the sky. He was wearing white Bluetooth earbuds. He had originally intended to sleep, but unexpectedly, An Rou was still awake at this hour, so the two of them ended up chatting on the phone for a long time. Ximenxiang's crying was too loud, which made Su Jiang unable to resist going out and kicking him. After returning, An Rou's voice came through the earbuds. "What was that just now? Was someone crying?" Su Jiang looked at the moon and said casually, "Yeah, it's that young master I told you about before, crying and wailing outside." Why is he crying? In the adult world, when emotions surface, you just cry, especially late at night. When you think about the wallet in your pocket, tears just flow involuntarily. Isn't he a young master? He shouldn't be crying because of that, right? Haha, him. Maybe he's crying because his wallet is too fat. Although Su Jiang was on the phone with An Rou just now, he heard every word Ximenxiang said outside. He roughly guessed Ximenxiang's current predicament, but was too lazy to care. After all, he wasn't the type to meddle in others' affairs. He'd rather spend that time talking to his wife. Is that so? Oh, right. Where was I just now? You were talking about making egg fried rice for Uncle An, but Uncle An didn't eat a bite and snuck out to eat spicy hot pot. Right? It really pissed me off. He was the one who asked me to make egg fried rice, and in the end, he still disliked it. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. With your cooking skills, it's hard for people not to dislike it. But he didn't dare to say that, or An Rou would fly directly to the capital to beat him up. The An family's little devil was not to be trifled with. Recently, my mom also disappeared somewhere, being all mysterious. I haven't seen her for days. Every time I ask my dad, he says she's playing mahjong. An Rou's tone was somewhat resentful. I'm not a child anymore. They lie to me every day. If they don't want me to know, they should just say so, instead of lying about playing mahjong. Su Jiang heard this and laughed. Hard to say. With An Ru's personality, she might really be playing mahjong. Heh. Luckily, she's not here. Otherwise, if she heard you call her An Rou, she'd definitely get angry again. After all, we haven't had our wedding yet, so it's not time to change to calling her mom. Then why did you call her so sickly sweet before? I already said, I was coerced by An Rou. I'm the victim. The two seemed to have endless things to talk about until, finally, An Rou's voice clearly showed signs of sleepiness. Su Jiang, when are you coming home? If you don't come back soon, I'm going to come look for you. Su Jiang heard this, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Wait a little longer. I promise to return as soon as things here are finished. Okay. Did you turn Huaqing against them? Hello? An Rou, what did you say? My signal suddenly isn't very good here. Damn Su Jiang, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Good night, wife. At this moment, his signal became good again. For O2, and Mingjia's long-range assist. The next morning, Su Jiang left his room and found only Huaqing guarding the counter. Ximenxiang was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? He went to buy breakfast. Huaqing wondered, I don't know what's wrong, but he seems quite different today. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and asked, different? How so? I can't quite put my finger on it, but I don't hear him complaining anymore. Huaqing said. Before, he complained almost every day, but today he's a bit quiet. Boss, do you know what's going on? How would I know? Su Jiang spread his hands. I'm not a worm in his stomach. With that, Su Jiang took out a bank card and a note from his pocket, handing them both to Huaqing. Use the money on this card to buy all the medicinal herbs on this note. Then have the guards brew them into medicine for Ximenxiang to drink. Huaqing took the note, looked at the herbs listed on it, and asked curiously, are these medicines really effective? Yes, Ximenxiang's body is too weak. If he consistently drinks this medicine for a month, his physical constitution will be slightly stronger than an average person's. Su Jiang paused, then chuckled maliciously. But there's one major drawback to this medicine once it's brewed. What drawback? It's smelly, extremely smelly, and when it's brewed, it looks like that thin stuff. Su Jiang whispered. That's why those guards need to supervise Ximenxiang drinking it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that guy would rather die than drink a single sip of that stuff. Upon hearing this, Huaqing instantly felt a chill down his spine. Young Master Su was simply too devious. He had originally thought that young Master Su genuinely wanted to help Ximenxiang improve his health. Now it seemed he had completely overthought it. As expected of someone the young miss fancied, this kind of devilish method was exactly the same. After giving his instructions, Huaqing was about to leave to buy the medicine when Jiang suddenly heard someone call him. Mr. Mu. Turning around, Steward Shu was walking into the medical hall, his gaze fixed on Jiang. Steward Shu? Why are you here? Steward Shu looked around, not finding Shang, and couldn't help but ask, where is our young master? He's out for training. Do you need him for something? Steward Shu shook his head. No, Mr. Mu. I came specifically for you. For me? What's the matter? It's like this. Our patriarch said he has some things he'd like to discuss with you, so he specially sent me to invite you to the family estate. Hearing this, Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly. Invite me to the Shimin family? And at this particular time? So sudden? Is it something important? That, the patriarch didn't say. He just asked me to pick up Mr. Mu. Steward Shu chuckled. If Mr. Mu has nothing else to do, the car is parked outside. Shall we leave now? Jiang blinked, then smiled. All right, I happen to have nothing to do. With that, he turned to Huaqing and said, everything I just told you. Proceed as usual. If you have any problems, call me. Huaqing nodded. Don't worry, boss, I'll handle it. Hearing this, Jiang nodded in satisfaction and followed Steward Shu out of the medical hall. He had originally planned to visit the Shimin family to check on the situation. Now that they had actively invited him, he couldn't refuse. Inside the sedan, Steward Shu sat in the back with Jiang, and the atmosphere was somewhat silent. So, Steward Shu took the initiative to ask, Mr. Mu, what was that matter? You were just discussing with that young man. Nothing much. I just asked him to help your young master buy medicine. I see, Mr. Mu. You've truly gone to great lengths. Our young master was destined not to die, meeting such a noble person like you. The two chatted back and forth, discussing some inconsequential topics. Jiang perfunctorily responded to Steward Shu while pondering what Shimin Zhuang truly wanted by calling him here. Meanwhile, within the Shimin family, Shimin Zhuang sat on a chair, looking at a thin man in front of him. This person was the intelligence agent he had sent to North City to investigate An Rou's identity. Shimin Zhuang sipped his tea and said indifferently, How is it? Have you found out everything? The thin man lowered his head and honestly replied, Reporting to the patriarch, I inquired for a long time in North City, but no one knew the name An Rou. I also went to Eastgate Slope many times, but I couldn't meet Master Mo Chang, so I couldn't verify if An Rou was truly connected to Mo Chang. However, when I went to look for Mo Chang, I met a man who said he knew An Rou. Oh, Shimin Zhuang's expression finally changed. Who was it? I didn't ask his name. The man was quite young and frequently entered and exited Mo Chang's residence. He seemed to have a close relationship with Mo Chang. According to him, An Rou once had dealings with Mo Chang, but not much, only a few brief encounters. That's all the information I gathered. In North City, Shimin Zhuang remained silent, his fingers gently tapping the table, his eyes filled with thought and doubt. He murmured softly, a few brief encounters, yet An Rou said they were old friends of many years. Not well known in North City, few people know her. Shimin Zhuang frowned. He had probably guessed some things. An Rou might truly be from Eastgate Slope, North City. It's just that she couldn't make a name for herself there. So she came to the capital, using Mo Chang's reputation to build momentum for herself. Although these were just conjectures, what was certain was that An Rou was indeed from North City. There was no mistake about that. After all, if An Rou's identity were fake, she would have to arrange people in North City to corroborate that identity. So much trouble, so much effort, for what? Therefore, Shimin Zhuang concluded that An Rou's background should have no major issues. Just then, the gatekeeper informed Shimin Zhuang that Steward Shu had arrived with Mr. Mu. Shimin Zhuang glanced indifferently at the thin man. You may withdraw first. Yes. The thin man turned and left, walking some distance before encountering Steward Shu and Mr. Mu. Steward Shu. The thin man greeted them, then hurried away. Jiang glanced at him, his eyes narrowing slightly. He knew this person. Ever since confirming An Rou's identity as a North City native, Jiang had called his acquaintance in North City. That is, his elder brother-in-law, An Mingjia. It had to be said that talking to An Mingjia was easy. Su Jiang had barely mentioned Mu Rou's identity as a North City native when Mingjie replied with a single sentence. All right, you don't need to say anything else. You don't need to worry about North City. I'll solidify your identity. As soon as this was said, a huge weight fell from Su Jiang's heart. His elder brother-in-law was reliable after all. And that thin man just now. And Mingjie had sent his photo to Su Jiang's phone not long ago, saying that the matter was handled and that he could confidently act under the identity of Mu Rou. That's why Su Jiang recognized the thin man at a glance. 403, a meeting of the four great families? That old guy is really cautious. Su Jiang cursed inwardly. He had only intended to keep a backup plan, but he hadn't expected Shimin Zhuang to actually send someone to North City. If Mingjie hadn't happened to be in North City, his disguise would probably have been exposed on the spot today. Mr. Mu, you've arrived. Please come in. Please come in. Before even entering the door, Su Jiang saw Shimin Zhuang personally come out to greet him, his attitude extremely polite. Shimin family head, you are too kind. Why call me Shimin family head? Isn't that being too formal? Shimin Zhuang laughed. Last night, you saved my son and so many people from my Shimin family from Su Jiang. I haven't even figured out how to thank you yet. If you don't mind, just call me Elder. Brother Zhuang, and I'll call you Brother Mu. How about that? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and smiled. Indeed, calling you family head is a bit formal. Then I'll call you Elder Brother Zhuang. How about that? Ha! Shimin Zhuang burst into laughter. Good, of course good. Ha. After both parties were seated, Steward Shu brewed a cup of tea for each of them. Brother Mu, try my tea. Shimin Zhuang said with a smile. This tea is top-grade Taiping Hokuei. You can only buy a pound for 2 million. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang quickly picked it up and took a sip. TSK, he felt it wasn't as good as Shui Wang's $4 jasmine green tea. Good tea, truly good tea. Su Jiang's expression showed a hint of enjoyment as he said, the tea's fragrance is not overt, it's subtle within. The taste is smooth, flowing naturally down the throat, with a bubbling spring sensation at the base of the tongue, yet also a slight astringency on the tip of the tongue. After rattling off his evaluation, he praised it again. It is indeed good tea. After speaking, Su Jiang took another sip, cursing inwardly. It's really King awful. No wonder they say rich people are crazy, buying this garbage for 2 million. Shimin Zhuang's eyebrows rose high upon hearing Su Jiang's praise, clearly very pleased. So, he turned to Steward Shu and said, Go pack up all this tea. Brother Mu will take it back with him later. No. Su Jiang quickly waved his hand. Elder Brother Zhuang, this won't do. What's wrong with it? You're calling me Elder Brother. Why be so formal? Shimin Zhuang waved his hand dismissively. Listen to your elder brother. Just take it back and drink it. If it's not enough, your elder brother will buy you more. Not enough to drink, my ass. If I take it back and drink even one sip, I'd be shaming my identity as a young man. Su Jiang's mouth twitched, and he muttered, Then I won't be polite. Only then did Shimin Zhuang nod in satisfaction, and then he thanked Mu Rou again for her actions last night. Then, Shimin Zhuang continued, Originally, elder brother, I should have paid a visit to thank you, but I have something else to do later, so I had no choice but to invite you over, Brother Mu. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang quickly said, Elder brother, what are you saying? If you have something to do, go ahead and be busy. Don't worry about me. Just then, Steward Shu suddenly appeared and spoke to Shimin Zhuang. Family head, Ouyang family head has arrived and is waiting for you in the council hall. Hearing this, Su Jiang's heart stirred. Ouyang family head. The Ouyang family, one of the four great families? What are they doing here at this time? All right, I understand. Shimin Zhuang nodded, then turned to Mu Rou and said, Brother Mu, come with me. It's a good opportunity to introduce you to Ouyang family head. It will be beneficial for you too. Ever since confirming that Mu Rou's identity was not an issue, Shimin Zhuang had developed an appreciation for his talent. Whether it was the previous exchange at the medical clinic or Mu Rou's attitude towards Su Jiang yesterday, Shimin Zhuang felt that this person was a talent. Since that was the case, why not bring him into the family and cultivate him earlier? Me? Is that appropriate? Su Jiang quickly waved his hand. Elder Brother Zhuang, you must be discussing important matters. It's not good for an outsider like me to listen. Besides, if I make a fool of myself, elder brother Zhuang, you'll lose face. Let's just skip it. He deliberately emphasized the words outsider to play hard to get. As expected, Shimin Zhuang immediately said, "What outsider? Brother Mu, if you talk like that, I'll get angry. Come with me. Whoever dares to treat you as an outsider, I'll deal with them." With that, regardless of whether An Rou was willing or not, Shimin Zhuang directly led him towards the council hall. Jiang deliberately showed a very helpless expression, slowly following behind Shimin Zhuang. Walking into the council hall, Shimin Zhuang pushed open the door, and Jiang followed him in, suddenly seeing a familiar figure, and immediately froze in place. Wei Liangping. Why is this guy here? Inside the room, Wei Liangping, who was sitting on a chair, also noticed An Rou. Jiang quickly made his expression natural, nodding slightly at Wei Liangping, not letting the other party notice anything unusual. Wei Liangping frowned, his eyes constantly sizing up An Rou. Why? Does this person feel familiar to me? At this moment, besides Wei Liangping, there were two other people in the room. Big Head Zhuang, you're putting on quite the airs. Now you even dare to make me wait for you. A man who looked to be about the same age as Shimin Zhuang looked at Shimin Zhuang with disdain. Shimin Zhuang didn't get angry upon hearing this, but instead laughed and scolded. "Ouyang Fu, you've only waited a few minutes, and you can't sit still?" Then he turned to the young man beside Ouyang Fu. "This must be Mingzhi, he's grown so big." "Uncle Shimin, long time no see." Ouyang Mingzhi greeted him politely. Shimin Zhuang smiled and nodded, then said, "Perfect. Let me introduce everyone." He pointed to An Rou beside him and said with a smile, "This is An Rou, Mr. Mu, a divine doctor from Eastgate Slope, North City, and a close friend of Master Mo Chang. Currently, he runs a medical clinic and is our Shi Min family's chief physician." Then he introduced to An Rou, "This is the Ouyang family head, Ouyang Fu. The one next to him is his son, Ouyang Mingzhi. As for the one over there, that's a friend of your elder brother Zhuang, named Wei Liangping." Jiang politely greeted each of them one by one, and with that, everyone was acquainted. Ouyang Fu was also very interested in An Rou. The name of Eastgate Slope, North City, was not small. Moreover, being associated with Master Mo Chang further increased An Rou's value in their eyes. After everyone was seated, Shimin Zhuang looked at the time and frowned. "What's going on? Why haven't the Shangguan and the Gongsun family sent anyone yet?" Ouyang Fu said indifferently. "Shangguan just told me that his son will be here later. As for Gongsun, I have no news." Upon hearing this, Shimin Zhuang snorted lightly. "That old guy Gongsun fan, he's been like dead these past few years. Forget seeing him, I can't even get through to him by phone. Since that's the case, we won't wait for Gongsun. We'll start once Shangguan's son arrives." Jiang was secretly startled. This meeting was actually a joint participation of the four great families? 404. Second on the wanted list, Jiang. What exactly is this big matter that requires all four great families to gather together to discuss? Jiang sat silently in his chair, blinking. Was this something he could listen to without paying? Moreover, why was this guy Wei Liangping allowed to attend a meeting of this caliber? Jiang was full of doubts, but he couldn't show them. Instead, he displayed an air of indifference, as if he were just an outsider there to observe. Meanwhile, Shimin Zhuang had already started chatting with Ouyang Fu. "I heard you've been taking Mingzhi with you often lately," Shimin Zhuang said, looking at Ouyang Mingzhi and smiling. "Are you already starting to train your successor?" Ouyang Mingzhi humbly replied, "I still have a long way to go and a lot to learn." "Indeed, this kid is still far from ready," Ouyang Fu said with a smile. "If I don't take him out to get some experience, this little rascal will waste himself." Although he said that, his smile was full of pride. Ouyang Mingzhi had been educated by him since childhood and already possessed all the capabilities of a qualified heir. To put it bluntly, even if he were to encounter an accident now, Ouyang Mingzhi would be able to take over the Ouyang family smoothly without any chaos. "Old man Zhuang, where's your son?" Ouyang Fu asked. "I haven't seen him in a long time. Since I'm here, why don't you bring him out to meet us?" "Him." Shimin Zhuang snorted coldly, a hint of anger in his voice. "He's still out playing. I really can't control him anymore." I just hope the Shimin family doesn't fall apart in his hands in the future. At that time, I'm afraid you and the others, Mingzhi, will have to help Shang'er. You're all of the same generation, so you should naturally support each other. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Mingzhi quickly stated, Uncle Shimin, you're too kind. Brother Shang is my brother. We grew up together, so if he ever has difficulties, I will naturally do my best to help him. Ha ha! Shimin Zhuang laughed heartily. Then uncle will thank that little rascal on his behalf. As his voice fell, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Shimin Zhuang looked back, saying indifferently, Who is it? Patriarch, young Master Shangwan has arrived. Steward Shu's voice came from outside the door. Let him in. Yes. The door was pushed open, and Su Jiang looked over. He saw a man dressed in a suit, looking like a successful businessman, walk in, exuding a mature aura that didn't match his age. This person was the eldest young master of the Shangwan family, and also the Shangwan family's sole heir. Shangwan Jian. Uncle Shimin, Ouyang Shu. Shangwan Jian greeted them politely, saying apologetically, Sorry to have kept you waiting. Due to some recent family matters, my father couldn't come in person, so he sent me instead. Upon hearing this, Shimin Zhuang narrowed his eyes slightly and said, What matter could keep your father so busy? I heard your family's eldest young lady encountered some trouble at the airport a few days ago when she returned. Uncle Shimin, you heard about that too? Shangwan Jian's face showed a hint of helplessness upon hearing this. We still haven't found that person even now. As for Shangwan Lu, she is my sister after all, but she is still somewhat resistant to me, and her father is Shangwan Pengyi, who previously worked under Xiang Qingtian, so the family hasn't been very peaceful lately. However, both uncles need not worry. I can handle these minor matters. Shangwan Jian's tone was incredibly confident, as if this truly was just a small matter to him. As soon as he spoke, Shimin Zhuang and Ouyang Fu looked at Shangwan Jian with admiration. To have such a presence at such a young age was already very impressive. Ouyang Mingzhi also glanced at Shangwan Jian. His expression unchanged, but Su Jiang sharply caught a flash of sharpness in his eyes. This made Su Jiang curl his lips. It seemed that these four great families were not truly a monolithic block after all. At least, Ouyang Mingzhi's generation certainly wasn't. All right, since young Jian is here, let's begin. We can't reach Gongsun family, so we'll just leave him be. It's not a big deal anyway, so it's not necessary for all four families to be present. After Shimin Zhuang arranged for Shangwan Jian to be seated, he took his place at the head of the table, officially commencing today's meeting. He scanned the few people present and slowly began. I believe everyone here has recently heard a little about this person, Su Jiang, right? Everyone paused, then nodded. Who in the capital city now didn't know the name Su Jiang? Number 10 on the wanted list, causing a ruckus at the Gao family, single-handedly killing a mutant. Any one of these feats was enough to command attention. I believe everyone is already clear about the things he has done, so I won't elaborate, Shimin Zhuang said with a grave expression. The first order of business for today's meeting is to adjust Su Jiang's ranking on the wanted list. 10th place is far from enough for him. His threat to us has already exceeded that scope. I suggest we directly move Su Jiang up to 2nd place on the wanted list. At the same time, to draw the attention of other forces, the bounty will be 500 million. As soon as this was said, everyone's pupils contracted slightly, somewhat shaken. 2nd place on the wanted list, 500 million. Ouyang Fu couldn't help but say, doesn't Xiang Qingtian, who's currently in 1st place, only have 400 million? That's right, Shimin Zhuang nodded. So, Xiang Qingtian's bounty must also be increased. Increased to how much? 1 billion. Ouyang Fu immediately gasped, not expecting this old man Shimin Zhuang to be so ruthless. Su Jiang also gasped. I'm already like this, and you still won't put me first? Do you guys really have to let that guy Xiang Qingtian ride on my head and defecate? And why am I only 500 million, while Xiang Qingtian is directly double my amount? Su Jiang was emotional. He didn't expect that even with all this, he still couldn't reach the top of the list. Are these old men really that afraid of Xiang Qingtian? Upon hearing this, Shangwan Jian pondered for a moment before speaking. Uncle Shimin, I can understand Xiang Qingtian, but I don't think Su Jiang should be that high, should he? Ouyang Mingzhi also nodded. He, too, felt that putting Su Jiang directly in second place was giving him too much importance. The wanted list was not just a bounty list. It also informed the major forces in the capital city of the danger level of these individuals. In their opinion, Su Jiang was nowhere near the second spot. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's gaze inadvertently swept over the two of them. Very good, saying I'm not worthy, are you? I've noted you two down. Don't run into me when you're walking at night. If you do, I'll strip you naked and make you run naked through the streets of the capital city. Then I'll record a video and send it to your patriarchs. If they don't meet my price, that video will spread throughout the capital city. 405. Born with the gene of stealing home. I advise you not to underestimate Su Jiang. Wei Liangping suddenly spoke. Among everyone here, only I have truly faced Su Jiang. I can tell you, the threat posed by Su Jiang is no less than that of Xiang Qingtian. Su Jiang, upon hearing this, looked at Wei Liangping with a hint of emotion. Old Wei Yu, they all look down on you, but you are the one who respects me the most. Don't worry, Old Wei, if I get the chance in the future, I will definitely give you a quick end. After Wei Liangping finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room immediately became somewhat silent. To be honest, with Wei Liangping's status, he was not qualified to attend this meeting. But now, he not only participated in the meeting, but also refuted Shangwan Jian and Ouyang Mingjie. If it weren't for Shimin Zhuang's presence, they probably would have started fighting already. Shimin Zhuang glanced at everyone, then said indifferently, "What Wei Liangping said is exactly what I wanted to express. There's something you might not know, because I deliberately sealed off the news. Some time ago, Su Jiang suddenly attacked 3 of my Shimin family's affiliated families and even injured my son. Just last night, my subordinates, along with 2 mutants, surrounded Su Jiang." Hearing this, Ouyang Fu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Such a thing actually happened? For how many years has no one dared to openly provoke the 4 great families? This Su Jiang is so bold, he actually directly attacked the Shimin family's affiliated families? What's the difference between that and directly declaring war? What happened then? Shangwan Jian quickly asked. Uncle Shimin, was Su Jiang captured? Or did he escape? After asking this question, Shangwan Jian quickly had an answer in his heart. If Su Jiang had been captured, there would be no need to rank him second on the wanted list today. Presumably, something went wrong last night, allowing Su Jiang to slip away. Ouyang Mingjie's thoughts were similar to Shangwan Jian's, but the next second, Shimin Zhuang's words stunned both of them. He escaped. Shimin Zhuang gave a self-deprecating smile and said in a low voice, "It should be said, he let us off." He not only instantly defeated 2 mutants, but those who surrounded him were also like paper tigers, no match for Su Jiang at all. If it weren't for Mr. Mu, my son's life would have been lost last night. Mr. Mu? Shangwan Jian looked in the direction Shimin Zhuang was pointing, and only then did he notice Mu Rou sitting not far away. Oh, I haven't introduced you to Xiao Jian yet. This is Mr. Mu Rou. Shimin Zhuang introduced Mu Rou to Shangwan Jian again, then said, Mr. Mu, this is the eldest young master of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Jian. Mu Rou nodded gently. Pleased to meet you. Shangwan Jian nodded politely, saying nothing more. In his eyes, Mu Rou was not worth his attention. He said with a solemn expression, I didn't expect that Su Jiang has already extended his reach to the 4 great families. He is Su Wendong's son, and it's only a matter of time before he confronts us. Ouyang Fu finished, then added with some bewilderment, but I didn't expect that even mutants can't deal with him. Is he really human? Wei Liangping hesitated to speak. He also wanted to ask that question. Su Jiang's strength was simply too outrageous, yet he looked no different from a normal person, without any mutant characteristics. It was simply unexplainable, but existence is reasonable. They could only face it. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Now it's time for voting. Shimin Zhuang looked at Shangwan Jian and Ouyang Fu. The Gongsun family didn't send anyone, so it counts as abstaining. As long as 2 of us 3 vote in favor, my proposal will pass. As soon as these words were spoken, Ouyang Fu and Shangwan Jian exchanged glances, then simultaneously raised their hands. We approve. For no other reason, the Shimin family's experience made them realize that Su Jiang was already coming for them with a large saber. They could no longer ignore him. Good. Shimin Zhuang nodded. The new wanted list will be produced tomorrow and then distributed to the major forces. I will show it to you in advance, and you can offer any suggestions. Next is the second matter. This matter is also somewhat related to Su Jiang. It targets the Gao family. Shimin Zhuang said with a chilling tone, Gao Zhan of the Gao family led the Gao family to pledge allegiance to Su Jiang. This is a disgrace to the major forces in Kyoto. If the Gao family is not destroyed, then in the long run, more forces will follow suit. Therefore, as the four great families, we should take the lead in sending people to encircle and annihilate the Gao family. Hearing Shimin Zhuang's words, Su Jiang almost wanted to laugh. Encircle and annihilate the Gao family? You're saying this in front of me? You just left, and I'll raid your house right after. However, as soon as this thought emerged, it was doused with cold water. Ouyang Fu slowly said, the Gao family can be destroyed, but we cannot send too many people. At most, we can send a few with their affiliated families to fight. You know Su Wendong's character. As his son, Su Jiang must inherently carry the gene for raiding homes. Although our four great families have some hidden strength, Su Jiang can even deal with mutants, so we must be on guard. Damn you, Ouyang old man. Are you not playing fair? Su Jiang cursed inwardly. What does he mean I inherently carry the gene for raiding homes? Does raiding homes even have a gene? Which time did I raid a home that you didn't tempt me to? Sending people out to fight and leaving so few to guard the home. Isn't that just luring people to raid? And then criticizing the home raiders for not playing by the rules. It's simply not playing fair and being a rogue. I didn't expect you, the four great families, to look so upright, but be so dirty inside. Hearing Ouyang Fu's words, Shimin Zhuang nodded. That's right, that's what I meant. It's just a Gao family. We don't need to go to such great lengths. But what I'm worried about is, what if Su Jiang appears during the encirclement of the Gao family? What if Su Wendong takes the opportunity to cause trouble? There's also a Xiang Qingtian hiding in the dark, and we don't know what he's planning. The Supervision Bureau, led by Zhang Yi, is also eyeing us covetously. Shimin Zhuang looked at them solemnly and said in a low voice, Gentlemen, imperceptibly, our situation has become increasingly worse. This is also why I called this meeting. If we let them continue to develop, our fate will not be much better than that of the Qin family back then. Hearing this, the few people immediately fell silent. The Qin family, once the sole ruler of Kyoto, the biggest victims of the Kyoto incident, not only was their entire clan wiped out with no survivors, but their resources were also completely absorbed by the major forces. Are the current four great families also going to fall into such a predicament? For 06, disagreement? Acting? Has it come to this point? Ouyang Fu couldn't help but say, although we appear to be surrounded on all sides, these people's goals are not consistent. I don't think it's very likely that they will unite against us. Shimin Zhuang heard this and said indifferently, don't forget, there's also the nightmare. Hearing this word, everyone's brows furrowed in unison. Shimin Zhuang said solemnly, we've all cooperated with the nightmare? Before, otherwise, we wouldn't have created the current mutants. But now, who among you has seen the true identity of the nightmare? Do you think it won't be hostile towards us? Shimin Zhuang scanned the people and continued, the nightmare is a double-edged sword. While we are using it, it is also using us. What will it do when it no longer needs us one day? After he finished speaking, everyone in the room remained silent. Su Jiang's heart stirred. He had originally thought that only the Shimin family had dealings with the nightmare. But now it seems that all the four great families are colluding with the nightmare. The two sides should be in a relationship of mutual exploitation. He just didn't know what the nightmare had gained from the four great families. Brother Mu. Shimin Zhuang looked at Mu Rou and said softly, please keep what we discussed today a secret. Su Jiang looked up at him. Don't worry, I cherish my life, and I'm not interested in these matters. At this moment, after some consideration, Shang Wanjian spoke. Surrounding and suppressing the Gao family is not a problem, but there might be variables during this process, so we need to plan carefully. I also need to go home and tell my father. Shimin Zhuang nodded, then looked at Ouyang Fu. Ouyang Fu slowly uttered two words, all right, good. Then the matter of surrounding and suppressing the Gao family is decided. Shimin Zhuang paused, then added, as for how to implement it, We will discuss it with the Gongsun family later and come up with a plan. Su Jiang blinked. What's going on? Are they going to secretly discuss it behind my back? What is there that I, the Shimin family's chief physician, cannot hear? The last matter is about the nightmare. Shimin Zhuang's eyes were solemn, and he said word by word, we cannot continue to trade with the nightmare. Ouyang Fu and the others' expressions instantly changed. Ouyang Fu said indifferently, Old man Zhuang, what do you mean by that? I'm not joking. Shimin Zhuang said seriously, it's true that we've gained many benefits from the nightmare, but what the nightmare has gained from us is only more, not less. Moreover, from beginning to end, we don't know what the nightmare wants those things for. This growing sense of unease makes me feel that we cannot continue like this. Ouyang Fu also said in a low voice, Old man Zhuang, you and I both know what we can get if we research that thing to the end. Are you telling me to give up now? Shangwan Jian and Ouyang Mingzhi were both confused, somewhat not understanding what the two were talking about. Uncle Ouyang, what do you mean by what you're saying? Your nephew is a bit confused. Shangwan Jian chuckled. Can you explain it more clearly? What research, and what can be obtained? Yes, father, I don't quite understand either, Ouyang Mingzhi chimed in. Ouyang Fu glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, it has nothing to do with you two. You don't need to know too much about these matters. He hadn't expected that Shimin Zhuang would bring up this matter in front of these two juniors. This was a secret known only to the four family heads. It concerned eternal life. Ouyang, do you really think we can obtain something that only exists in fantasy? Shimin Zhuang earnestly persuaded. Listen to me, stop now, lest you cause a great disaster. Impossible, old man Zhuang. Anything else can be discussed, but not this matter. Ouyang Fu stood up, his face somewhat gloomy, and said, not only me, but even if the Shangwan and the Gongsun family were here, they wouldn't agree. Because that is our last chance. Shimin Zhuang stood up, staring closely into Ouyang Fu's eyes, and the two men stood in confrontation. After a long while, Shimin Zhuang sighed deeply. Sigh. All right, since that's the case, let's talk about this matter later. Ouyang Fu still had a cold face, completely lacking his previous gentle demeanor. If there's nothing else, then today's meeting ends here. Ouyang Fu walked directly towards the door. Shimin Zhuang's last proposal had directly touched his bottom line. Seeing this, Shimin Zhuang wanted to speak to persuade him to stay, but he opened his mouth and then closed it again. Su Jiang quietly watched this scene. Was there a disagreement? No, these two old men were shrewd. How could they argue like children just because of a disagreement in words? But if it was an act, who was it for? Wei Liangping or me? Or perhaps, Su Jiang looked at Shangwan Jian and suddenly thought of a certain possibility. Is it possible that this meeting was originally only meant to discuss the first two matters? And the third matter was an act deliberately performed by Shimin Zhuang and Ouyang Fu in front of Shangwan Jian on a whim? Of course, these were all just guesses. Regardless of the situation, it could be basically confirmed that there were disagreements among the four great families. Uncle Shimin, I'm really sorry, my father has been a bit ill-tempered recently, so he was offensive. Ouyang Mingzhi stayed behind and apologized to Shimin Zhuang. Shimin Zhuang waved his hand. It's all right, his reaction was within my expectations. Uncle Shimin, what exactly were you talking about just now? Shangwan Jian still asked somewhat unwillingly. Shimin Zhuang glanced at him. It's not yet time for you to know about this matter. After you go back, tell your father everything that happened at today's meeting, understand? Shangwan Jian wanted to continue pressing, but the words caught in his throat, so he could only nod and say, Understood, Uncle Shimin. All right, that's all for today then. I have other matters later, so I won't keep you two young ones for dinner. Shimin Zhuang resumed his kind and amiable smile and said to Shangwan Jian and Ouyang Mingzhi, You two wouldn't want to have dinner with an old man like me, would you? How could that be, Uncle Shimin? We would be honored, Shangwan Jian quickly said with a smile. You little flatterer, hurry back. Your father is still waiting for your news, Shimin Zhuang said with a mock scold. Su Jiang got up and followed the others out. Then together they saw Shangwan Jian and Ouyang Mingzhi to the door. After exchanging pleasantries, Shangwan Jian and Ouyang Mingzhi left together. Su Jiang, on the other hand, returned to the Shimin family's main hall with Shimin Zhuang. Wei Liangping also followed them. 407. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Brother Mu, how are you feeling? Shimin Zhuang sat on a chair and laughed. What are your thoughts after attending this meeting? Su Jiang sat to the side, pondered for a moment, then said, I've truly witnessed the standing of the four great families in the capital. A small conference room, a few people with a few words, and they can sway the capital's situation and influence the judgment of various forces. I used to hear rumors that, after the Qin family fell, the capital was divided into four powers. Now I've truly seen it. Ha! Shimin Zhuang burst into laughter, then asked, The foundation of the four great families is far deeper than you can imagine. Brother Mu, since you've heard so many secrets, you should be very clear on what to do next, right? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang cursed inwardly, calling him an old fox. He truly had ill intentions. This was to bind himself completely to the Shimin family. Otherwise, there would only be a dead end. Having just heard their conversation, if he didn't have Shimin Zhuang's protection in the future, the assassins from the Ouyang family and Shangwan family would likely come knocking immediately to silence him. Thinking of this, Su Jiang said seriously, Brother Zhuang, rest assured, since I've joined the Shimin family, I will absolutely not harbor any second thoughts. Hearing this, Shimin Zhuang chuckled. Brother Mu, what are you saying? This isn't some gangster organization where you can't leave once you join. In the future, if you find a better place or want to return to North City, just tell me personally. At that time, I will definitely host a grand banquet for you to see you off. Su Jiang heard this and secretly sneered, thinking it was more likely he would truly be sent to his death. At the same time, he glanced over and noticed Wei Liangping opposite him, scrutinizing him with an examining look. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Could this guy have recognized him? Is his nose that sharp? Brother Wei, why are you looking at me like that? Su Jiang decided to test him. Upon hearing this, Wei Liangping's gaze shifted upwards, fixing on Mu Rou's eyes. Nothing. I just think you resemble someone I know. Oh, is he a friend of Brother Wei's? Yes, a relationship so good that I dream of killing him. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. You have that much hatred for me? Immediately, Wei Liangping chuckled softly. Just kidding, Mr. Mu wouldn't mind. Would he? How could I mind? Su Jiang smiled. I'm the kind of person who can take a joke the most. Old dog Wei, you're dead. Who are you kidding here? If it weren't for wearing Mu Rou's skin, which affects my performance, I'd kill you right now instead of letting you joke with me. I'll write you down in my little notebook when I get back. You're number one. Immediately, Su Jiang stood up and said to Shimin Zhuang, Brother Zhuang, there are still some matters at the medical clinic, so I'll take my leave first. So urgent? Not staying for dinner or anything? No, I still need to treat young Master Shimin. You've truly worked hard. I'll have Steward Shu escort you. Su Jiang nodded, not refusing. Meanwhile, in a private room at a cafe near the Shimin family, Shangwan Jian and Ouyang Mingjie sat opposite each other. After leaving the Shimin family, they didn't immediately choose to go home, but decided to find a place to chat. What do you think about what just happened? Shangwan Jian took a sip of coffee and said, Clearly, their generation seems to be doing things we don't know about. Ouyang Mingjie looked at him indifferently. So, what do you want to do? Aren't you curious about what they were talking about? What's the use of being curious? If they don't want us to know, what can we do? Shangwan Jian heard this and smiled faintly. If they don't tell us, aren't there others? Others? Who? Nightmare? Are you out of your mind? Ouyang Mingjie's pupils contracted, saying in disbelief, Nightmare? Is not to be trifled with. You plan to find him. Ouyang Mingjie, think carefully about the attitudes of your father and Shimin Zhuang just now. Shangwan Jian's eyes held a hint of fanaticism as he said, What kind of thing could make them unwilling to give it up? Don't you want to know? Don't you want to get it? Moreover, if they can make a deal with Nightmare, we naturally can too. Ouyang Mingjie's gaze completely changed. He hadn't expected Shangwan Jian's ambition to be so great. Aren't you afraid of your father finding out? Ouyang Mingjie couldn't help but ask. What if he finds out? I'm the Shangwan family's only heir. He wouldn't kill me, would he? Ouyang Mingjie mocked. Only? Didn't your family also get a young miss? As soon as these words were spoken, Shangwan Jian's expression immediately darkened a few shades. Don't mention that bitch to me, he said in a low voice. If my father hadn't stopped me, I would have torn that bitch's mouth apart long ago. Ouyang Mingzhi heard this and sneered. Just now you were speaking gently, calling her your sister, and now you're showing your true colors? Shangwan Jian, you're really getting better at faking it. How are you, young master Ouyang, any better than me? Shangwan Jian said slowly. The women who were played to death under your hands, you can't count them on a few hands, can you? Thinking of this, Shangwan Jian immediately smiled sinisterly. When my father gets what he wants, I'll give that bitch named Shangwan Lu to you. How about it? Ha 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 ha. You're truly heartless. She's your sister, after all. What about a sister? She's just a little bastard born of a bastard. Shangwan Jian slowly said. When she first arrived at the family, her mouth was simply cursing everyone she saw. But my father wouldn't let me lay a hand on her, so I came up with a plan. Every time she cursed me, I would cut off a small piece of flesh from her father, Shangwan Pengyi, and throw it in front of her. You really should have seen her expression at the time. It was simply too spectacular. At this moment, Shangwan Jian was in a suit and tie, looking excited, but the words coming out of his mouth were chilling. Ouyang Mingzhi sat opposite him, listening to these words, his face showing no change in expression. It seemed that all of this was merely commonplace in his eyes. In short, I'll ask you one question. Do you dare to do it? Shangwan Jian said in a low voice. I have a way to contact. Nightmare. Ouyang Mingzhi frowned. Where did you get it? Don't worry about it. Just say whether you'll do it or not. Shangwan Jian coaxed. Given our current situation, even if we become family heads later, we'll still be manipulated by our own fathers. The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. Without taking some risks, when will we truly control the family? Ouyang Mingzhi listened to Shangwan Jian's words, continuously stirring the coffee in front of him. After a long while, as if having made up his mind, he looked up into Shangwan Jian's eyes. Okay, 408. You are abusing. I'm not drinking it. I'd rather die than drink this stuff. Young master, bear with it for a moment. It will be over soon. I don't want it. I'd rather die. This isn't even for people to drink. Young master, if you keep this up, we'll have to force it down your throat. You're rebelling. As Su Jiang stepped out of the carriage at the entrance of the medical hall, he heard this conversation coming from inside. At the same time, an extremely unpleasant smell permeated the medical hall. Steward Shu, following behind Su Jiang, wrinkled his brow at the smell. Holy crap, who pooped here? It smells so strong. Su Jiang didn't enter the medical hall immediately, but turned back and said, Steward Shu, thank you for bringing me back. If there's nothing else, you can go. Back. Steward Shu was startled, then chuckled awkwardly. The family head instructed me to assist Mr. Mu in the medical hall starting today, and also to conveniently look after young master. Assist? More like monitor me, right? Su Jiang scoffed, then said indifferently, Go back and tell him I won't run away. There's no need to watch me so closely. With that, he stepped into the medical hall. Steward Shu stood rooted to the spot, unsure of what to do for a moment. Looking inside the medical hall and smelling that foul odor, he indeed didn't want to go in. Forget it. I'll report back to the family head first. Steward Shu pinched his nose, turned around, got into the carriage, and urged the driver to leave quickly. The driver evidently couldn't stand it either, and stomped on the gas, quickly driving away from the place. As Su Jiang stepped into the medical hall, he saw Shimenshang running towards him as if for his life. It seemed he was so focused on escaping that he didn't even notice someone standing in front of him. Su Jiang unceremoniously moved aside, then stuck out a mischievous foot. Thud! Shimenshang tripped and fell to the ground. The guards chasing him behind were startled and stopped. Su Jiang looked up at them and noticed that the leading man was holding a bowl of medicine, while the others had tissues stuffed into their nostrils. What are you still standing there for? Su Jiang pointed at Shimenshang, who was lying on the ground, and said to the guards, Just lift him up and force the medicine down. Upon hearing this, Shimenshang desperately tried to crawl out of the medical hall. However, the guards had already restrained him. Young master, forgive us. Get lost, I don't want to boo-hoo-hoo. Before Shimenshang could finish his sentence, the medicine was poured down his throat. Two guards forcibly pried open his mouth, preventing him from closing it. Su Jiang could even glimpse Shimenshang's eyes rolling back in pain. Finally, After the entire bowl of medicine was poured, the guards released their grip and lifted the restrictions on Ximenshang. Ugh! Ximenshang lay on the ground, dry heaving repeatedly, his face a picture of agony. This medicine could no longer be described as merely bad tasting. It was simply disgusting. Extremely disgusting. Boss, you're back. Hua Qing was pinching his nose, spraying air freshener everywhere, but still couldn't mask the smell. He had mentally prepared himself, but when he brewed the medicine, the smell almost made him vomit. Seeing An Rou return, Hua Qing walked over to her and whispered, "Young Master Su, that medicine is truly something else. I never thought those herbs combined could produce such a horrible smell. I don't think young Master Ximen can possibly endure drinking this every day. Drinking it for a month would be no different from dying." Su Jiang waved his hand. "It's fine. You just make sure they brew the medicine. If he doesn't drink it, just force it down like today." Hua Qing nodded, looking at Ximenshang in the distance with a hint of sympathy. At this moment, he was utterly disheartened, slumped on the ground, the light gone from his eyes. "I want to go home. This is abuse. I'm tainted." Ximenshang stared lifelessly at the ceiling, muttering softly. Beside him, a few guards chuckled awkwardly. "Young master, it's nothing. You've endured such awful medicine. You're the best in our eyes. Get lost." "All right, young master." The guards quickly scurried away. Su Jiang found it amusing and walked over to Ximenshang. "How do you feel?" Ximenshang rolled his eyes at him, weakly saying, "Do I really have to drink this kind of medicine every day?" "Not necessarily, but it's faster acting and good for your own body." Su Jiang's tone was slightly sarcastic. "If you really can't even drink one bowl of medicine, then I can help you change it to a sweet one. It's just that the medicinal effect will be minimal, and it would take at least half a year to recover. I suppose, young Master Ximen, you haven't experienced hardship before. This is indeed my oversight. I didn't expect you to make such a fuss over just one bowl of medicine. Forget it, I'll change it for you. After all, you are a distinguished guest and can't endure hardship, right, young master?" Upon hearing Su Jiang's words, Ximenshang immediately flared up. Who was he looking down on? Calling him young master repeatedly, wasn't it just mocking him for being pampered and unable to endure any hardship? Would he fall for such a provocation? No need to change it. Ximenshang's eyes were red as he hoarsely said, "I'll drink this one. I haven't reached the point where I can't even drink one bowl of medicine." This concerned his dignity, and he had just resolved last night to change himself. How could he lose to a bowl of medicine? Just a mere bowl of medicine. "I'll drink it in front of you tomorrow. If I, Ximenshang, so much as furrow my brow, consider it my loss." Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. Why did the other party suddenly get so fired up? He was genuinely offering a suggestion, wanting to switch his medicine to a sweet one. Because he found that having such an unpleasant smell fill the medical hall all day wasn't good, and he'd have to spray several bottles of air freshener. As for sarcasm, Su Jiang's words always carried a hint of it. It was his passive skill. However, since Ximenshang was so insistent, he would let him be. At most, he would just go for a walk when the medicine was being brewed. "Whatever you want. I'm dead tired. I need to go back and take a nap. It's almost afternoon. Don't forget your 10-kilometer run. You guys supervise as usual, same old. Pace can't be slower than 8 minutes. Shaoqing, spray more air freshener." After speaking, Su Jiang turned and went back to his room, closing the door with a click. The guards walked up to Ximenshang, chuckling awkwardly. "Young master, it's time to run." Ximenshang's mouth twitched, instinctively wanting to slip away. But then he remembered Su Jiang's words and instantly felt as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. "Run? You don't need to lead me this time. I'll run by myself." He suddenly stood up and strode out of the medical hall. The guards exchanged glances. Had the young master finally gotten fired up? 409. You can go on your way without any worries. Back in his room, Su Jiang immediately called Gao Zhan. "Hello, young Master Su." The call connected quickly, and Gao Zhan's voice came through. Ever since he pledged allegiance to Su Jiang, the Gao family's stay hadn't been good. The connections they had accumulated in the past had all cut ties with the Gao family to avoid getting into trouble. Now, the Gao family members didn't even dare to leave their homes. If they encountered people from other families, they would be mocked on the street at best, or directly attacked at worst. Su Jiang had also been silent, as if he had disappeared, so when Gao Zhan saw Su Jiang call him proactively, he was excited. He finally remembered me. Gao Zhan, one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Gao Zhan was stunned. Is this how we're playing this right off the bat? Good news. All right, the bad news is. If you want to tell me the bad news first, just say it. Why make me choose? Gao Zhan complained inwardly, but Su Jiang's next words instantly made him break out in a cold sweat. The four great families are preparing to act together and encircle your Gao family. What? Gao Zhan's heart turned cold. The four great families, and acting together. His small Gao family. How could they possibly deserve such attention? Gao Zhan was extremely panicked and quickly asked, then young Master Su, what's the good news? The good news is, you can rest assured and go on your way. I will avenge you. You won't die in vain. Upon hearing this, Gao Zhan's expression instantly froze, and he fell into endless silence. After a long moment, he finally trembled and asked, Su, young Master Su, you're joking, right? Nonsense, of course I'm joking. If your Gao family is gone, where would I, Su Jiang, put my face? Hearing this, Gao Zhan let out a long sigh of relief, his expression complex. To be honest, if he had any other choice, he really didn't want to talk to Su Jiang. Then young Master Su, what should we do? I'm not clear on the specifics yet. I just know they have this plan, so you all prepare first. Su Jiang slowly said, once I find out more, I'll tell you what to do. You just need to wait. Gao Zhan heard this, and a worried expression appeared on his face. But young Master Su, what if they launch a surprise attack and catch us off guard? Don't worry. With me here, your Gao family will be fine. Su Jiang calmly said, that's it for now. You all stay on standby and wait for my news. Then he hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in the capital, within the Shangwan family, Shangwan Jian sat before his father, Shangwan Hongwei, and relayed everything that happened today to Shangwan Hongwei. After he finished, seeing his father's frowning, contemplative expression, Shangwan Jian couldn't help but ask, Father, what exactly did Uncle Shimin and Ouyang Shu mean by those words? Shangwan Hongwei heard this and gently looked up, glancing at him. Some things are far better not knowing than knowing. When it's time for you to know, you will naturally know. Shangwan Jian heard this, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, but he concealed it well. Shangwan Hongwei's words further solidified his determination to cooperate with Nightmare. Shangwan Hongwei took a sip of tea and asked, is there anything else? Shangwan Jian thought for a moment and said, at the meeting, there were two people Uncle Shimin brought along. One was Wei Liangping, from the Wei family previously, and the other one. Her name is An Rou, and she's said to be from North City. Shangwan Jian briefly explained An Rou's situation. Eastgate Slope, North City? Shangwan Hongwei frowned. Another person from there, truly troublesome enough. Because of Xiang Qingtian, these people got a headache whenever they heard Eastgate Slope, North City. No one from there was easy to mess with. But father, Wei Liangping, how did he get involved with Shimin Zhuang? Shangwan Hongwei heard this and said disdainfully, what else could it be? Either Wei Liangping has something on Shimin Zhuang, or he can provide valuable things to Shimin Zhuang. He paused, then added, let's not talk about this. Any progress on Shangwan Pingyi's side? Shangwan Jian shook his head, none. He's very stubborn and simply refuses to reveal the whereabouts of Ding Qiming's apprentice. Father, if you ask me, we should directly target his daughter and threaten him with her. No. Shangwan Hongwei interrupted him before he could finish. You don't understand Shangwan Pingyi. He won't yield because of that. If you really target his daughter, then we will never be able to get what we want. Then what should we do? Shangwan Jian couldn't help but say, if this continues, we still won't get anything. Haha. From the very beginning, I never intended to place my hopes on Shangwan Pingyi. Shangwan Hongwei said indifferently, he's not the only one who knows the whereabouts of Ding Qiming's apprentice. Who else? Even his daughter doesn't know about this. Shangwan Pingyi has a son-in-law named Xie Guli, and he also knows the whereabouts of Ding Qiming's apprentice. Hearing this, Shangwan Jian suddenly understood. So our target is actually that Xie Guli? Exactly. Capture Xie Guli, and then you can use Shangwan Pingyi's daughter to threaten him. Shangwan Hongwei glanced at him and softly said, You're best at this kind of thing, aren't you? Shang Wanjin chuckled and said, Don't worry, father. Once we catch that Xie Guli, just watch my performance. I'll show that guy what true despair is. The capital, Chengjia village. In a dimly lit room, a figure in black with a hood sat in front of several computer screens, typing away on a keyboard. Damn it, it's been so long, and I still can't find any trace of nightmare. Heng scratched his head, somewhat exasperated. Does that guy really exist? During this period, he had checked almost all surveillance in the capital, but found no clues about nightmare whatsoever. Sigh. I still miss the days of messing with that little hacker in Yan'an. Didn't have to use my brain at all. Heng sighed and looked at the computer screen on the right. In the center of the screen, a progress bar was displayed, about to reach 100%. I can only see how much of those deleted videos from the outskirts can be recovered. Hopefully, I can find something. Looking at the progress bar that had reached 100%, Heng turned to the computer screen on the right and opened the recovered surveillance videos. Damn it, this is too blurry. It's like it's pixelated. How am I supposed to investigate this? Heng watched the video and complained. Forget it. I wasn't hoping for much anyway. Heng's voice abruptly stopped. His eyes slowly widened, staring in disbelief at the scene on the computer screen. How is this possible? 410, food, blood, and eternal life. In a desolate suburb of the capital city, dense trees enveloped this small area, and in a certain spot within the dense forest, a small wooden house stood silently. Tap, tap, tap. Scattered footsteps sounded as two figures walked through the dense forest. Shang Wanjian, are you sure it's really here? Ouyang Mingzhi looked around cautiously, his eyes vigilant, and asked carefully, This is the place you mentioned, the one that can contact the nightmare? Shang Wanjian walked ahead, nodding. I once tracked the person who delivers messages for the Shangwan family. His main contact point with the nightmare is here. However, the four great families have different ways and locations for contacting the nightmare, so I'm not sure if the nightmare will appear here. As he finished speaking, the two saw the small wooden house not far away. Shang Wanjian pulled a letter from his pocket and waved it in front of Ouyang Mingzhi. It's best if we don't see it. We just need to put the letter inside the small wooden house. When the nightmare comes to read the letter, if it's willing to cooperate with us, it will also leave a letter. Then we can just come back and check. Ouyang Mingzhi took the letter and opened it. The content was simply that the four great families now had no desire to cooperate and wanted to continue getting what they wanted, so they should cooperate with the two of them. After checking it, finding no issues with the content, Ouyang Mingzhi returned the letter to Shang Wanjian. Can it understand the words on it? Of course, otherwise how did they communicate before when they cooperated? Ouyang Mingzhi smacked his lips. He had truly never seen an experimental subject that could understand text and even communicate. This nightmare was indeed an anomaly. Let's go. After putting the letter down, we just need to wait. Shang Wanjian's tone was relaxed as he led Ouyang Mingzhi towards the small wooden house. He walked to the door of the small wooden house, reached out, and gently pushed, and the door of the small wooden house opened. The next instant, Shang Wanjian's eyes widened, and a look of horror appeared in them. Ah! He let out a loud cry, then sat down on the ground, as if he had seen a ghost. Ouyang Mingzhi was also startled by him and quickly asked, What's wrong? Ah! He followed Shang Wanjian's gaze and looked inside the small wooden house, only to see a figure standing at the doorway, dressed in a black robe and wearing a hood. Beneath the brim of the hood was a terrifying, hideous ghost mask, and a foul odor emanated from its entire body. Without needing much communication, Shang Wanjian and Ouyang Mingzhi's thoughts converged at that moment. The figure wearing the ghost mask in front of them was the nightmare. Don't kill me. I'm here to discuss cooperation. I am the heir of the Shangwan family. If you kill me, the four great families will never cooperate with you again. Shang Wanjian gasped. For breath, his tone panicked, as if fearing that the nightmare would kill him directly. The nightmare just stared at him, saying nothing. Ouyang Mingzhi's standing legs began to tremble, and his heart was filled only with endless regret. He shouldn't have been so rash and come here with Shang Wanjian. Moreover, for secrecy, they had even sent their guards away, coming here alone. What was the difference between this and walking into a trap? After a long while, A hoarse voice slowly emerged from beneath the mask of the nightmare. You have business? Its words were exceptionally clear, yet they made one feel a chilling dread. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jin quickly gathered his courage and said, "The four great families now have the intention to stop cooperating with you. So, we want to talk to you." "Talk about what?" "The two of us want to make a deal with you." Shangguan Jin slowly got up, pulled Ouyang Mingjie over, and said, "However you dealt with those people before, that's how you deal with the two of us. Whatever they gave you, we can give you. Likewise, whatever you gave them, we want the same." After speaking, Shangguan Jin looked at the nightmare with a nervous expression, awaiting its reply. Ouyang Mingjie already wanted to slip away, but in this situation, he could only stand behind Shangguan Jin, biting the bullet. If the nightmare made any move to kill, he would not hesitate to push Shangguan Jin out to buy himself time to escape. Understood. The nightmare slowly nodded, then uttered two more words. "Can do." Hearing this, Shangguan Jin breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, "What do you need?" "Food." Upon hearing this word, Shangguan Jin was instantly stunned. Food. Its dealings with the four great families were for something to eat? Is it the kind of food you eat? The nightmare shook its head and slowly said, "In your words, it should be called an experimental subject." It paused, then added, "Experimental subjects made from living people." Shangguan Jin and Ouyang Mingjie's brains immediately froze upon hearing this. Experimental subjects made from living people? Wasn't that the initial kind, the humanoid monsters that had already been eliminated? The nightmare called such things food. Shangguan Jin and Ouyang Mingjie suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. So, this was the kind of transaction their Shangguan family had been making with the nightmare all along? Making living people into initial experimental subjects and giving them to the nightmare as rations. Then what can we get? Shangguan Jin swallowed hard, his voice low. "What did you give those people before?" The nightmare stood at the doorway of the small wooden house and slowly uttered a single word. "Blood." "Blood? What blood?" "My blood." Shangguan Jin was startled upon hearing this. The nightmare's blood? Could the nightmare's blood have some special effect? The nightmare's voice sounded again, but this time, what it said was like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of Shangguan Jin and Ouyang Mingjie. "My blood can grant eternal life." Shangguan Jin and Ouyang Mingjie's eyes widened suddenly, and they exchanged glances, their ears and minds constantly echoing with two words. Eternal life. Did such a thing truly exist? In the past, Shangguan Jin would never have believed it, only thinking it was nonsense, and anyone who believed it was a fool. But the one who spoke these words now was the nightmare. The people who made deals with it were the patriarchs of the four great families, including his own father, Shangguan Hongwei. Was Shangguan Hongwei a fool? Were the patriarchs of the four great families fools? Clearly not. So why would they make deals with the nightmare? At this moment, the fear in Shangguan Jin's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a kind of fanaticism. He knew he had come to the right place. Ouyang Mingjie was the same. Their breathing began to quicken. Their gazes were fixed on the nightmare. At this moment, their minds had forgotten everything else, retaining only two words. Eternal life. 411, nightmare and ghost. If I drink your blood, can I truly achieve immortality? Of course, if there's enough of it. Nightmare said with a chilling tone, one experimental subject for one drop of blood. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jin only hesitated for a moment before saying, without hesitation, "Deal. I can provide you with experiments. Provide you with food. But you have to give me a drop of your blood first to verify it." Nightmare shook its head and repeated what it had just said. One experimental subject for one drop of blood. Shangguan Jin and the other man frowned instantly, but this was also within their expectations. After all, Nightmare wouldn't be foolish enough to give them a drop of blood for free. After a slight contemplation, Shangguan Jin decisively said, "The day after tomorrow, at this time, I will bring the food over. We'll make the trade then." Nightmare heard this and said indifferently, "Good." After speaking, Nightmare stood at the entrance of the small wooden house, quietly watching the two. Shangguan Jin glanced inside the small wooden house, but it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. So he slowly retreated with Ouyang Mingjie. "Then we'll be leaving now? See you the day after tomorrow." Nightmare nodded gently, standing at the doorway and watching them leave. Shangwan Jin and the other man felt a chill down their spines from the gaze behind them, and they quickened their pace, jogging out of the dense forest. After they left, Nightmare stepped out the door and tightly closed the door of the small wooden house. After looking around, it chose a direction and was about to leave when, bang, a gunshot rang out, a bullet tearing through the air, weaving between the trees, heading towards the back of Nightmare's head. However, Nightmare seemed to have eyes in the back of its head, tilting its head slightly and dodging the bullet. Nightmare slowly turned around, its gaze piercing through the layers of leaves, looking towards the person who fired the shot. "TSK, you dodged pretty fast." The person slowly walked over, a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a silver pistol in his hand. He looked at Nightmare with a solemn expression and said, "I've been waiting here for so long, and I finally waited for you to come out." Nightmare. Unexpectedly, Nightmare also stared intently at the man in front of it, its voice hoarse. "I've been looking for you for a long time too." "Ghost." Jiang Yu frowned. "You know me?" After learning about the experimental subject riot in the capital, he came to the capital to investigate the situation. When he learned of Nightmare's existence, he had an ominous premonition, so he had been searching for Nightmare's whereabouts, then waiting for it to show itself. It wasn't until today that he finally saw Nightmare appear, and he also witnessed the scene just now. Because of his identity, he was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble, so he waited until Shangwan Jin and the other man left before making his move. He had always wanted to find out what exactly Nightmare was. Under the ghost mask, Nightmare let out a sinister laugh. "Ghost, I've been looking for you. I want to eat you." Jiang Yu's expression instantly darkened. After taking the last puff of his cigarette, he threw it on the ground and stomped it out with his foot, saying with disdain, "Don't you know, you guy, that cannibalism is illegal in modern society? You are a ghost, not a human. Eating ghosts is also illegal." Jiang Yu raised his pistol, aimed at Nightmare, and said indifferently, "It seems you still need to go to college to take some ethics classes." Bang, bang, bang. He kept pulling the trigger, fire spitting from the barrel, and a continuous stream of bullets shot towards Nightmare. However, this time Nightmare did not dodge, but allowed the bullets to hit its body. Jiang Yu's expression remained unchanged. He kept firing until the magazine was empty, and Nightmare hadn't moved a single step. Soon, Jiang Yu discovered the problem. The parts hit by the bullets didn't even shed a single drop of blood. "What's going on?" Jiang Yu frowned, beginning to realize the seriousness of the situation. "What exactly are you?" Nightmare slowly walked towards Jiang Yu, speaking as it went. "I am a new human. I am immortal. I am eternal." As its voice fell, Nightmare's figure suddenly accelerated, rushing forward to stand before Jiang Yu. It raised its fist and slammed it towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu agilely dodged the blow, but Nightmare did not stop, continuing its relentless pursuit. Bang! Nightmare's punch missed, striking a large tree with a heavy thud. A cracking sound was heard, and the large tree, which would have taken several people to embrace, was actually broken in half by Nightmare's single punch. Such a punch, if it landed on a person, would likely turn them into a pulpy mess on the spot. Jiang Yu was stunned by the sight, and in the next second, Nightmare's fist came at him, leaving him no time to dodge. With a bang, that incredibly terrifying punch was actually blocked by Jiang Yu with his arm. The force generated by the punch made Jiang Yu's hair flutter slightly. "Who?" Jiang Yu blocked Nightmare's fist, looked at the ghost mask in front of him, and twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, saying, "You hit pretty hard, don't you?" Nightmare looked at its blocked fist and said chillingly, "Ghost, you are indeed not human. Go to hell. I'm a genuine human, not some deformed thing like you." Jiang Yu cursed loudly, then kicked Nightmare in the lower abdomen. Bang! Nightmare was kicked away by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu flexed his wrist. Although he had blocked that punch, it had left his arm numb. "This is troublesome." He looked at Nightmare not far away with a grave expression, thinking, "No matter what, I have to figure out its identity today, otherwise it might be very difficult to get this chance again." Jiang Yu put his pistol back on his waist, stretched his neck, and walked towards Nightmare. No one noticed that in this small forest in the capital, a battle beyond ordinary human capabilities was taking place. Evening, at the entrance of Good Conscience Clinic. Boss Mu, going out for a stroll again? Mu Rou greeted the guards. Yes, I'm just idle, so I'm going for a walk. You don't need to follow. Mainly, she was craving something and wanted to get some grilled cold noodles. She had gotten familiar with these guards recently, so as long as Mu Rou said she was going for a walk, they wouldn't follow. Their mission was to protect the clinic and Shang. It didn't say that they absolutely had to protect Mu Rou, and Mu Rou also said that if anything happened, they wouldn't be held responsible. The guards were happy with this, as it reduced some of their workload and their favorability towards Mu Rou's sword. Especially the scene where Mu Rou confronted Su Jiang earlier, which directly won them over. If possible, they all wanted to become Mu Rou's personal guard team. 412. Come and save the teacher. On the street, Su Jiang ate grilled cold noodles while sending messages to Su Wendong. He asked him to pay attention to the four great families' movements regarding the Gao family, which was not difficult for Su Wendong. After all, Shimin Zhuang also said that for actions against the Gao family, the affiliated families were the main force, and the four great families were only leading. So, he only needed to pay attention to whether those affiliated families had any abnormalities. I can't monitor the four great families, but can I monitor you all? Su Wendong directly sent people to openly stand guard at the entrances of various affiliated families. Even if they were recognized, there was nothing they could do about this rogue. What? I sent people to monitor you. What's wrong? We are in an adversarial relationship. Isn't it normal for me to monitor you? What? You want to lay hands on my people? All right, I'll ignore everything else and directly bring people to fight you. In response, those affiliated families were very helpless. They truly couldn't contend with Su Wendong's forces. At the same time, they felt wronged. If you really have the ability, go monitor the four great families. What's the deal with bullying us? Thus, someone quickly reported this matter to the four great families. Shimin Zhuang and Ouyang Fu personally came forward and told Su Wendong to withdraw his people. In response, Su Wendong directly had someone relay a message. I'll withdraw your grandmother's leg. As soon as these words came out, Shimin Zhuang and Ouyang Fu completely lost face. They wanted to fight Su Wendong, but with the current turbulent situation, they didn't want to easily start a war. However, being rebuffed by Su Wendong like this, and not rebuffing him back, left them feeling stifled. Thus, both sides sent people to exchange words, cursing at each other. Su Wendong, don't go too far. What the hell? I sent people out for a stroll. What does that have to do with you two? Is that a stroll? It's clearly surveillance. Am I so idle that I'd monitor them? I already said it's just a stroll. Are you withdrawing your people or not? I'll withdraw your grandmother's leg. Damn you, Su Wendong. Although both sides were cursing at each other, Shimin Zhuang and Ouyang Fu also began to sense that something was amiss. What exactly was Su Wendong trying to do with this action? What good would monitoring affiliated families do him? They became suspicious and constantly guessed, wanting to know Su Wendong's purpose in doing this. But they could never figure out that Su Wendong was doing this to prevent them from targeting the Gao family. After all, less than a day had passed since Shimin Zhuang proposed besieging the Gao family in that meeting. There were only so many people in that meeting room. How could Su Wendong possibly know about this? It couldn't be Mu Rou who told him, could it? Shimin Zhuang found it amusing to even think of that. How could Mu Rou be involved with Su Wendong? He just assumed this was another one of Su Wendong's schemes. Just as Su Jiang was about to return to the medical clinic for a nap, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Old Jiang. I've already graduated. Why is he still calling me? Su Jiang, with a puzzled expression, pressed the answer button. As soon as he put the phone to his ear, he heard Jiang use loud shouts. Su Jiang, hurry up and save teacher. I'm being hunted by nightmare. Su Jiang was instantly dumbfounded, frozen in place. What the hell? Let me process this. My university mentor, who should be in Jiangdu, is now being hunted by a super mutant that the entire capital is searching for, and he still has time to call me for help. Is that what this means? Is it that absurd? Su Jiang blinked and asked, Old Jiang, did you drink alcohol without eating peanuts? I'll eat your grandma's peanuts. Hurry up and save me. I'll explain when we meet. I'm at. Zhang Yu gave an address, not far from Su Jiang. After that, Zhang Yu's tone suddenly paused, and he cursed. Damn it! How did it catch up again? Su Jiang. Hurry up and save teacher. I can't hold on for much longer. With that, Jiang Yu hung up the phone. At this moment, Jiang Yu was as disheveled as he had once been glorious. He truly hadn't expected, Nightmare, to possess such power. After several skirmishes in the small forest, Jiang Yu's condition gradually deteriorated, while Nightmare grew stronger with each fight. Moreover, no matter how it was attacked, even if a knife was deeply plunged into Nightmare's body, its movements showed no hint of slowing down. It was as if it felt no pain. In one mistake, Jiang Yu was punched in the shoulder by Nightmare, and one of his arms was instantly crippled. Realizing the danger, Jiang Yu chose to flee immediately. However, Nightmare pursued relentlessly. Jiang Yu had no choice and no longer cared about exposing his identity. He directly called Su Jiang. He knew that, in the capital now, the only one who could possibly contend with Nightmare was perhaps Su Jiang. Ghost, I'm going to eat you. Nightmare's voice sounded again from behind, and Jiang Yu couldn't help but quicken his pace, running towards the address he had given Su Jiang. Damn it, this time I messed up. Jiang Yu felt some regret and wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he have to follow them to the capital to watch the show? Watching the show was one thing, but he had to satisfy that damn curiosity and try to find out who Nightmare was. Now, his life was almost forfeit, and that lunatic behind him kept yelling about eating him. If time could rewind, Jiang Yu would die before buying a ticket to the capital. He would rather stay at Jiangdu University, living a life with only 2 or 3 classes a week, and enjoying winter and summer vacations, far away from the world's troubles. After all, there was no hope of getting a promotion this year, so he had completely given up and decided to just lie flat. In the capital, Chengjia village, Yin Heng stood aside, showing a video on his computer to Xiang Qingtian and Cheng Junren. Because it's a recovered video, it's very blurry, and the faces are unclear. This is the best I can do. Xiang Qingtian and Cheng Junren frowned, carefully watching the scene before them. In the footage, a blurry, enormous figure lay on the ground as if dead. Xiang Qingtian immediately recognized that the huge figure should be an experimental subject from a certain family. Judging by the time, it should have been on the day of the first experimental subject riot. However, who struck down this experimental subject? Before he could finish thinking, Xiang Qingtian's pupils contracted. In the video, a staggering figure slowly approached the experimental subject. Then, that person actually knelt down and bit fiercely into the experimental subject. If I'm not mistaken, he's eating the experimental subject? Cheng Junren's mouth twitched. How could he stomach something so disgusting? Yin Heng said with a solemn gaze. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be a homeless man who hasn't eaten for a very long time. So, at that moment of extreme hunger, the experimental subject became his only hope for survival. Therefore, he unhesitatingly ate the experimental subject's flesh, and after that, his body began to change. And I suspect that the final product resulting from this change is Nightmare. For 13, if it's not closed, it's open? In a certain abandoned factory in the capital. Bang! With a loud bang, Jiang Yu was punched away, slamming hard against the wall. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yu struggled to get up from the ground, coughing continuously, and looked at Nightmare not far away. Damn it, he's really a monster, he complained. After fighting Nightmare for so long, he finally understood. The other party simply had no concept of fatigue, like a ruthless fighting machine. I've never heard of an experimental subject having this kind of combat power. Jiang Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In fact, with his physical condition, he also possessed the strength to single-handedly kill an experimental subject. But the Nightmare in front of him had clearly exceeded the scope of an experimental subject. I am not an experimental subject. Nightmare's voice was hoarse as he said, I am a new human. If I eat you, I can become stronger. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's brows instantly furrowed. Become stronger by eating him? What did that mean? Could it be that this guy gets stronger by eating people? Jiang Yu's eyes instantly became serious, and he murmured, No, the deal he just made with that kid from the Shangwan family was for live experimental subjects. If this guy can constantly get stronger by eating experimental subjects, Jiang Yu sighed deeply. This can no longer be described as getting stronger. It should be evolution. Hearing this, Nightmare's footsteps paused. Evolution, Nightmare grinned. I like that word. Yes, this is evolution. Ghost, if I eat you, I can evolve. Jiang Yu cursed. Are you out of your mind? I'm not an experimental subject. What good would it do you to eat me? However, Nightmare shook his head. No, you are. You have the same scent as them. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes instantly became gloomy. He held a dagger in his right hand, stood up, and stared at Nightmare, saying word by word, I'm not like them. I am human. Nightmare tilted his head and said in a low voice, if you really think you're human, then why be a ghost? What the hell is it to you? Jiang Yu said disdainfully. I'll be whatever I want to be. Seeing this, Nightmare was unwilling to say more nonsense and slowly walked towards Jiang Yu. Whether you are human or a ghost, I will enjoy your body thoroughly. As his voice fell, Nightmare instantly exerted force, charging towards Jiang Yu at an extremely fast speed. It's over. Ghost. Nightmare raised his fist and slammed it fiercely towards Jiang Yu's head. Bang! With a loud bang, Jiang Yu collapsed powerlessly to the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. You're finally here. Before him, Su Jiang grabbed Nightmare's fist with one hand, the force of the punch blowing back the hair on his forehead, and his eyes glowed with faint golden specks of light. These faint golden eyes were the sign of Su Jiang's skills being fully activated. You are Nightmare? Su Jiang's lips curled slightly, and he said playfully, wearing such a mask late at night, aren't you afraid of scaring children? Who are you? Nightmare's hoarse voice sounded. Oh, there's actually someone in the capital who doesn't know me. Has your village just gotten internet? Su Jiang raised his leg and kicked towards Nightmare, shouting, I'm your dad. Nightmare wanted to dodge the kick, but was surprised to find that he couldn't. Su Jiang was holding his fist tightly, and he couldn't pull it back even an inch. Bang! Su Jiang kicked Nightmare hard in the chest. This kick was delivered with full force, holding nothing back. Nightmare instantly flew backward, smashing through several layers of walls before finally stopping. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly as he watched this scene. What the hell? Who's the monster here? After delivering the kick, Su Jiang turned his head to look at Jiang Yu, who was sitting on the ground, panting. Teacher Jiang, shouldn't you explain yourself to me? Su Jiang said with a fake smile. Why are you, who should be teaching in school right now, fighting with that thing here? Jiang Yu's expression immediately became a bit awkward. He scratched his head and chuckled. Would you believe me if I said this is a new practical course at school? Su Jiang was expressionless. What do you think? Jiang Yu was instantly helpless and could only say, all right, when we go back, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Is that okay? That's more like it. Seeing Jiang Yu's good attitude in admitting his mistake, Su Jiang reluctantly let him off the hook. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of falling stones echoed not far away. Su Jiang turned his head and saw Nightmare slowly crawling out of the pile of stones. No way, he's not dead yet. That kick he just delivered was with full force. Even a mutant could have been kicked apart by it. Nightmare could still get up, and he seemed to be fine. Go, Su Jiang, kill him. Jiang Yu cheered from behind. He's not scary at all, except for his strong physical condition, his inability to feel pain, and the fact that he gets stronger the more he fights and never gets tired. Su Jiang's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Do you even hear what you're saying? Gets stronger the more he fights and never gets tired? I do, damn it. Don't look at how strong I am right now. I can only be strong for 5 minutes at most. No choice. I still have to use Lucky Thief to end the battle. Su Jiang reached out, just about to steal Nightmare's head, when the system's voice sounded in his mind. Please note, host, unable to identify the target's life characteristics. The Lucky Thief skill may not be able to determine success. Su Jiang's movements instantly stiffened. No way, system. I only have this one trump card skill, and you're just going to ban it for me? What do you mean, unable to identify life characteristics? Plot needs shouldn't be messed with like this. Trash system, you never show up normally, and when you do, it's never good. Su Jiang cursed, then suddenly charged towards Nightmare. Anyway, fight for 2 minutes first. If it really doesn't work, save 3 minutes for escape. Su Jiang instantly rushed in front of Nightmare, swinging his fists and feet, striking wildly. Bang, bang, bang. He focused on the lower body and some tricky areas, making Jiang Yu somewhat unable to watch. How much would it hurt to be hit there like that? He didn't know if Nightmare was male or female, but his voice sounded male. Would he really be okay after being hit there by Su Jiang like that? Nightmare wanted to resist, but Su Jiang, with all his skills activated, was simply too fierce. He could only try his best to defend against some of the attacks, taking almost all of the remaining damage. You don't have the scent of an experimental subject, so why do you have this power? Nightmare asked, confused, while defending. Su Jiang kept hitting him and said disdainfully, "No relation means it's open." Bang! Su Jiang slammed a punch into Nightmare's mask. With a crack, Nightmare flew backward again. At Su Jiang's feet were fragments of the ghost mask. 414. How could it be him? Inside Qingjia Village, Beijing. Inhum, can you make this video a bit clearer? Xiang Qingtian pointed at the computer screen. At the very least, we need to clearly see the true face of the ghost. I'm trying. Inheng's fingers continuously tapped on the keyboard. I'm trying my best to match his face with the information in the database and see if I can piece together a complete face. Xiang Qingtian nodded, not rushing him, just waiting quietly. Beside him, Cheng Junren still found it hard to believe. I never thought the ghost would be born this way. Doesn't that mean anyone who consumes an experimental subject could potentially turn into a ghost? Not necessarily. Xiang Qingtian shook his head. The probability of such a mutation should be extremely small. It's highly likely that only one might be born out of 10,000 people, but it's hard to say if there are even 10,000 such experimental subjects in Beijing right now. Moreover, I suspect the power obtained this way is limited, otherwise the ghost wouldn't have been hiding all this time. It's very possible he is improving himself in some way. He can still improve? Cheng Junren asked in surprise. How does he improve? That I don't know. Xiang Qingtian shook his head. After all, I'm not an experimental subject, nor am I the ghost. No one in the world might be able to fully understand the extremely complex relationship between them at present. Xiang Qingtian paused, then added, perhaps there was someone before, if he hadn't died. Who? Cheng Junren asked. Ding Qiming. Hearing that name, the few people in the room fell silent, feeling a sense of lament. After a long while, Cheng Junren sighed. Yes, if it were him, he could definitely do it. After all, he was Kyoto University's most brilliant genius. What a pity. It was a pity that Ding Qiming died in West Continent. His name forever engraved on the tombstone in Shizhou University's cemetery. Kyoto University, from then on, no longer held his name. Just then, Inheng quietly spoke up. Done. He turned the computer screen to face everyone and said, "This is the restored face." Xiang Qingtian frowned, carefully looking at the face, feeling it was somewhat familiar. After a moment, his pupils contracted, and he blurted out, "How could it be him?" At the same time, inside the abandoned factory, the ghost face mask was shattered by Su Jiang's punch, scattering into pieces on the ground. In the distance, the ghost slowly crawled up from the ground, and under the gaze of Su Jiang and Jiang Yu, he raised his head. A face with a hint of vicissitudes, wrinkles at the corners of his eyes showing the man's age, and black pupils that almost filled his entire eyes. Jiang Yu frowned, carefully recognizing the ghost's face, and his body suddenly began to tremble. Before he could speak, the ghost suddenly turned and ran, at an extremely fast speed, quickly disappearing from sight. Su Jiang frowned, about to give chase. "Wait, Su Jiang!" Jiang Yu shouted, "Don't chase him." Su Jiang's movement immediately paused, and he turned to look at Jiang Yu in confusion. "Teacher Jiang, do you know him?" Jiang Yu nodded with a complex expression, then said in a low voice, "Let's find a safe place first." He also hadn't expected that beneath the ghost's mask, there would be such a familiar face. Su Jiang didn't ask further, disengaged his full skill activation state, and walked forward to help Jiang Yu up. Jiang Yu waved his hand. "I'm not so bad that I can't even walk." He stood up and felt his pockets, which were empty. "Got a cigarette?" he asked Su Jiang. Su Jiang spread his hands, somewhat speechless. "You're a teacher, asking a student for a cigarette. Stop talking nonsense. Do you have one or not?" "No, but I have lollipops." "That'll do. Strawberry or orange?" "Whatever, strawberry." Su Jiang. pulled out a strawberry-flavored lollipop and handed it to Jiang Yu, then said, "Let's go to my medical clinic. It's safer there." Jiang Yu nodded, said nothing more, and gestured for Su Jiang to lead the way. 10-odd minutes later, Su Jiang had already changed into Mu Rou's face and brought Jiang Yu to the medical clinic. "Mr. Mu, this is..." The guard saw Mr. Mu return with a man covered in blood and quickly stepped forward. "Mr. Mu, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Su Jiang waved his hand and, pointing at Jiang Yu, who was wearing a mask, said, "This is my patient. I'm taking him to a room for treatment." Shimin Shang also saw this scene, and after a moment off-stunned, he said, "Is there anything I can help with?" Su Jiang looked at Shimin Shang and Hua Qing and said, "The treatment might take a while. Don't let anyone else disturb me." Shimin Shang nodded. "All right, I can handle this small matter." Seeing this, Su Jiang nodded and led Jiang Yu into the room. After closing the door, Jiang Yu took off his mask and looked around. "Looks like you're doing well, Dr. Mu." Su Jiang rolled his eyes at him, then leaned against the window, looking at Jiang Yu and saying, "Stop with the irrelevant talk. Just tell me what you need to confess." Jiang Yu said helplessly, "Why do you sound like you're interrogating a criminal?" "Pretty much. Anyway, in my eyes, you're no different from a criminal right now." "I say, you just called me your patient. Aren't you going to treat me first? Do you still need treatment?" Su Jiang scoffed. "I noticed on the way here that your injuries heal automatically. They're pretty much fine already." "Teacher Jiang, what exactly is going on?" Jiang Yu sighed deeply at his words, walked to the bed, and sat down. He pulled out the cigarettes he had just bought from the convenience store, put one in his mouth, lit it, and took a light puff. Then, Jiang Yu slowly began. "Let me think about where to start telling you." Su Jiang blinked and said, "First, explain your identity as the ghost." "That's easy to explain. I was working part-time as a killer in Beijing. After an accidental death and resurrection, I became the ghost." Su Jiang's mouth twitched. "Be more specific." "I'm not in a hurry." Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. "All right, this has to start with Ding Qiming." Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. How is that old man Ding Qiming involved again? Could it be that Jiang Yu also drank the gene liquid and was an experimental subject? Just as he was thinking this, in the next second, Jiang Yu's words almost made Su Jiang jump off the windowsill. Jiang Yu took a deep drag from his cigarette, then said word by word, "Strictly speaking, Ding Qiming is actually my senior disciple brother." 415. The Origin of Ghosts. "What?" Su Jiang cried out, his voice unconsciously growing louder. "You said that old man Ding Qiming is your senior brother?" Jiang Yu looked at Su Jiang with some disdain. "What's there to be so surprised about? I was also a doctoral student at Kyoto University back then, okay? Kid, if you had just looked at Jiangdu University's official website a few more times, you could have found my resume." Su Jiang was truly surprised this time. "Jiang Yu a doctor? Is it real or fake? Stop that questioning look. Do you think just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can be a mentor at Jiangdu University?" Su Jiang pointed at Jiang Yu, disbelievingly saying, "No, didn't you just say you were a killer? I already told you, that's a side job. Were you even listening seriously? Who in their right mind has a main job as a university doctor and a side job as a killer?" "Me," Jiang Yu said as a matter of course. "My major in university was human anatomy. It's quite normal for me to be a killer, right?" Su Jiang was silent, not saying a word. Is this what they call a perfect match for one's profession? No, still not right. Su Jiang shook his head, looking disbelieving. "You're clearly a professor in the mathematics department at Jiangdu University." "Mathematics is my second degree. Is that so hard to understand?" Jiang Yu frowned, puzzled. "Do you think only you are amazing at studying? When I was studying back then, I got so many scholarships my hands went soft. I started as a teaching assistant in my sophomore year, teaching juniors and seniors. Your college entrance exam score? I could have gotten that score playing around back then. If I had gotten your score, I would have been so ashamed I would have killed myself." Su Jiang fell silent, even feeling a bit reclusive. He felt a bit defeated. His proud academic achievements were so insignificant in front of Jiang Yu. Teacher Jiang Yu, how terrifying. Undeniably, true geniuses exist in this world. Of course, the abundant educational resources in Kyoto at that time were also one of the reasons. Su Jiang spread his hands, making a gesture of, "Please continue." Jiang Yu snorted coldly, then said, "When I was still at Kyoto University, Ding Qiming was 1 year ahead of me, and we happened to be assigned to the same supervisor. So he became my senior brother, responsible for researching the gene technology direction. He is a genius, a true genius." Even I, in front of him at that time, paled in comparison. Su Jiang was speechless. Jiang Yu, who was so formidable, was still not as good as Ding Qiming. He considered himself a top student, but in front of these two, he suddenly felt like a rookie. Immediately after, Jiang Yu continued. At that time, our relationship was very good. He knew I worked as a killer, but I only killed bad people. Although he didn't approve of me, he didn't stop me either. When there was nothing to do, he would tell me about his great dream, which was that panacea. I would tell him my insights on human anatomy from killing. Although it was irrelevant, we still chatted every day. Until a few days before the Kyoto incident. Jiang Yu's tone changed, lowering. At that time, news of Ding Qiming's gene liquid leaked out. The Qin family was the only dominant family at the time. They secretly sent people to threaten Ding Qiming and his family, wanting Ding Qiming to hand over the results of the gene liquid. After I learned about this, I immediately decided to assassinate the Qin family head. You should have heard the result later. I failed. Although I escaped unscathed, I was relentlessly pursued by several major families. Until later, I fell into a trap, on the brink of death. When I was dying, your parents saved me. Saved by my parents? Su Jiang couldn't help but interrupt. When was that? You were still young then, probably in junior high. Jiang Yu paused, then continued. Although your parents saved me, I was critically ill at the time and beyond saving. I asked your parents to take me to Ding Qiming, preparing to say goodbye to him, because besides him, I couldn't think of anyone else to say goodbye to. I remember when Ding Qiming saw me dying. After a moment of hesitation, he took out a tube of reagent from a cold storage cabinet and forcibly poured it down my throat. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately guessed what the so-called reagent was. Gene liquid. I don't know if it counts. Ding Qiming called that thing number 0 gene liquid. Jiang Yu slowly said, "You should know some things. The so-called number 1 gene liquid caused the Kyoto incident. Later, the Wei family took away part of the gene liquid formula and created the number 2 gene fluid, giving birth to those short-lived people on the mercenary and killer lists. Then there's the number 3 gene liquid, developed by Ding Qiming in West Continent, which is closest to a panacea and can pull people back from the brink of death. And the current experimental subject and mutants can be said to be accidental products of gene mutation by those families in this research direction." Su Jiang nodded upon hearing this. He had heard Zhu Rushua mention the general content of these things when he was in Yan'an before. Immediately, he asked, "Then what about the number 0 gene liquid you drank?" After a long silence, Jiang Yu slowly said, "Number 0 gene liquid was the result of Ding Qiming's preliminary research and also the most incomplete product. It can be said that I am the first person in this world to drink gene liquid. According to Ding Qiming, after I drank the number 0 gene liquid, I completely lost my vital signs, meaning I died. But what surprised everyone was that a few hours after they thought I was dead, I woke up. Not only did I wake up, but I also gained incredibly powerful strength. However, this strength was accompanied by endless pain, and at one point, it almost turned me into a true monster. Fortunately, I overcame that pain with willpower and gradually mastered this power, which led to who I am today. This is what I have always called resurrection from the dead." Hearing Jiang Yu's words, the shock in Su Jiang's heart could not subside for a long time. Everything Jiang Yu described was too bizarre, too fantastical. Can people really be resurrected after death? Or was Jiang Yu in a state of suspended animation at that time? Suspended animation for several hours? Even with his medical proficiency, Su Jiang could not understand such a thing. This had completely surpassed the scope of medicine. Later, Ding Qiming and I researched this matter for a long time. I realized for the first time that the gene liquid Ding Qiming was researching was very likely something that could change the world. But at that stage, the number 0 gene liquid was very likely to cause a devastating blow to the world. I know very well that to become like me, one must experience that endless pain. If one doesn't make it through, they will turn into a monster. So I advised Ding Qiming to stop the research, but he didn't listen and insisted on continuing. After that, the #1 gene liquid was born, which led to the subsequent Kyoto incident. 416, for the better development of Beijing. Inside the room, Su Jiang's heart remained unsettled after hearing Zhang Yu's words. Zhang Yu watched him silently, not speaking, knowing that Su Jiang needed time to process these things. After a long while, Su Jiang couldn't help but ask, "So, Teacher Zhang, you're not human?" Cough, cough, cough. Su Jiang's words made Zhang Yu choke on his own cigarette. "You brat, are you itching for a beating? You're the one who's not human. But according to your own description, you drank gene liquid, and you died and came back to life." Su Jiang spread his hands, somewhat helplessly. "How can a human do that?" Zhang Yu's mouth twitched. "Don't you think you're even more abnormal compared to me? If I'm not human, then aren't you even less human?" Hearing this, Su Jiang quickly waved his hands. "You can't just say that. I'm a proper human being. Can a normal person beat down a nightmare? That's because the nightmare is weak." Haha. Zhang Yu smiled and didn't press further. Ever since he came back to life, he understood that everyone has their own secrets. Although Su Jiang's secret was a bit outrageous, who knew if even more outrageous things would happen in the future? For example, from a normal person's perspective, humans all have 2 hands. But suddenly one day, you see someone grow a 3rd hand, and you think that person is abnormal. But then, you find more and more people growing 3 hands, and only you don't. Until finally, you are out of place with most people around you. So, in that situation, who is the normal person? Existence is reasonable. Even if you don't understand, you have to accept it. What about the nightmare? Su Jiang asked again. "Why didn't you let me chase him just now? Do you recognize that face?" Hearing Su Jiang's question, Zhang Yu's expression suddenly became a bit melancholic, and he slowly nodded. "I do know him. I didn't expect him to still be alive and to have become a nightmare." "Who exactly is he?" Zhang Yu took a deep breath and said word by word. "His name is Meng Jianxing. He was once the president of Kyoto University. At the same time, he was also my teacher and Ding Qiming's teacher." Hearing this, Su Jiang was immediately startled. The president of Kyoto University? Then how did he turn into the nightmare he is now? Zhang Yu shook his head. "How would I know that? I only know that during the Kyoto incident, Kyoto University was affected and countless people died or were injured. I wanted to rush to save Meng Jianxing at the time, but by the time I arrived at the university, there was no trace of Meng Jianxing. Many people said he was already dead. I never expected to meet again in this way." Su Jiang couldn't help but say, "He's your teacher, yet he still wants to kill you and eat you? There's nothing strange about that." Zhang Yu chuckled. "No relationship is eternal, especially after a major upheaval. It's not at all strange for a person's temperament to change drastically. Several years of sisterhood can easily turn into enmity because of a single backbiting comment. Even blood brothers can become estranged forever over a loan of a few tens of thousands of yuan. Lovers, even more so. From school uniforms to wedding dresses, there are countless cases of infidelity and cheating after more than a decade of marriage." Zhang Yu said this, taking a drag on his cigarette with a sigh. "None of this can be said to be right or wrong. It's just human nature." Su Jiang listened, a thoughtful expression in his eyes, Zhang Yu's words echoing in his mind. After a long while, he asked again, "What will you do if the nightmare comes for you again?" "What else can I do? I'll ask you for help," Zhang Yu said with a wry smile. "I can't beat him, and I can't just stand there and let him eat me." "What if you have the ability to kill him?" "Then I won't kill him," Zhang Yu said without hesitation. "Meng Jianxing killing me, for whatever reason, is his own decision. But if you ask me to kill him, I can't do it, and Ding Qiming can't do it either," Zhang Yu said solemnly. "He is our teacher, our esteemed teacher." Su Jiang nodded upon hearing this. "Understood. So you need me to be the bad guy, right?" "Heh. The capable do more work," Zhang Yu said with a playful smile. "He was my teacher for many years. How could I bear to lay a heavy hand on him?" Su Jiang rolled his eyes at Zhang Yu. He bet Zhang Yu was definitely lying. If it really came down to a crisis and Zhang Yu still didn't make a move, he'd take his head off and kick it like a ball. "So what are your plans next?" Su Jiang's heart stirred, and he said softly, "It's so dangerous outside. Why don't you just stay at my clinic?" He could also serve as a free bodyguard for him during normal times. Old Jiang's strength was simply that of a super bodyguard. He wouldn't even flinch against a mutant. Besides the nightmare and himself, old Jiang should be invincible in Kyoto. Such a talent must be kept here to shine and contribute. He couldn't be wasted in a place like Jiangdu University, where time was squandered. Zhang Yu glanced at Su Jiang, immediately understanding what the kid meant, and said grumpily, "Forget it. There's no way I'm working for you. Working is impossible. It's impossible to work in this life." Old Jiang, Su Jiang frowned, his tone a bit reproachful. "How can you call that working? That's us working hand in hand to create a beautiful new future, contributing our own strength to the beautiful development of Kyoto. Did you see the plaque above my door, Good Conscience Clinic? What a name full of love and warmth. Do you really want to waste your life?" "Yes, I just want to waste my life," Zhang Yu said listlessly, smoking a cigarette. "Do you think I'm like those brainless college students who just entered campus? You're using the words I used to PUA you to PUA me back? The gratitude I owe your parents, I've already repaid in Jiangdu." Seeing Zhang Yu so unyielding, Su Jiang directly said, "Then how do you account for the kindness of me saving you just now?" I'll keep it in my heart. Your teacher will always be grateful to have a student like you," Zhang Yu said heartlessly, not showing the slightest bit of gratitude on his face. He was like a slippery rogue. Seeing this, Su Jiang was also helpless against Zhang Yu. He didn't expect the other party to be so thick-skinned. No wonder he was universally reviled in Kyoto back then, like a rat crossing the street. This shameless behavior must have been the main reason, right? All right, everything that needed to be said has been said. I have some other things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Zhang Yu extinguished his cigarette, and turned to leave. Suddenly, he paused, then walked back to Su Jiang and held out a hand. "Su Jiang, what do you mean? Teacher is short on money lately. Lend me some. Get lost." For 17, the three young masters met. Inside Good Conscience Clinic, Shimin Shang and Hua Qing sat on the counter, looking at Su Jiang's room with some confusion. "Strange, Boss Mu is treating someone today. Why is there no screaming?" Shimin Shang wondered. "It's so quiet. I'm really not used to it. Could it be that she killed someone while treating them and is now cleaning up the crime scene?" Hearing this, Hua Qing rolled his eyes at Shimin Shang. "Do you think everyone is like you, unable to bear a little pain?" He had gotten familiar with Shimin Shang now and found that young Master Shimin didn't put on any airs, so he no longer spoke so politely. "A little pain?" Shimin Shang immediately became indignant, staring with wide eyes and saying, "Do you know what kind of experience that was? I almost wanted to die, you know. I know, I heard you scream. Forget it. This young master won't bother arguing with you." After Shimin Shang finished speaking, he checked the time, then consciously walked to the side, picked up the dumbbells, and began his anaerobic exercise. Seeing this, the guards shook their heads and sighed. Their young master had truly grown. Just then, footsteps approached, and everyone looked towards the outside of the clinic, seeing two figures slowly walking towards it. At the same time, inside Su Jiang's room, "I am your teacher, and I put so much effort into cultivating you. Now, you're not even willing to give me 1 million. Su Jiang, you have no heart. You have no heart." Facing Zhang Yu's accusation, Su Jiang gave him a middle finger in return. 100 yuan would have been fine, but Zhang Yu opened his mouth and asked for 1 million. What did he think this place was? An ATM machine? What kind of teacher asks a student for money, and 1 million at that? You graduated long ago, you're not my student. A maximum of 100 yuan, no more. Don't be silly, 100 yuan is gone after buying 2 packs of cigarettes, and it's not like I'm not going to pay you back. What are you going to pay me back with? With your few thousand yuan a month salary at Jiangdu University? Don't be so narrow-minded. At worst, I'll go back to my old profession, visit various forces, and borrow some things. Then why don't you just go steal? Why do you have to borrow from me? You don't understand. We are in a harmonious society now. We should avoid illegal activities if possible. Moreover, I am a glorious people's teacher, and I must set an example." Su Jiang was speechless. Under Zhang Yu's urging, he reluctantly pulled out a bank card. "Let's be clear, interest will be charged." "Su Jiang, you disappoint me too much. How can you discuss such things with your teacher? Is your teacher's character so untrustworthy? To be honest, your character makes it very difficult for me to trust you." Su Jiang's mouth twitched as he slowly said, "After all, judging from your past actions, you've never done anything proper." Jiang Yu sneered, snatched the bank card from Su Jiang's hand, and said, "As if you've ever done anything proper." With that, he waved the bank card in his hand and said indifferently, "I'm leaving. I'll call you if anything comes up." "Wait." Su Jiang suddenly called out to Jiang Yu, frowning as he looked at the door. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. "Don't go out yet. It seems someone has arrived outside." "All right, then I'll go out the window." Without another word, Jiang Yu flipped out of the window. Su Jiang was speechless. It was only because the guards were all attracted by the situation inside the clinic that Jiang Yu's window escape didn't cause a disturbance, as he would surely have been taken for a suspicious person. Su Jiang's ears twitched, and his gaze fixed on the door, as if he could see through it to the outside. How did these two guys end up here? Shangwan Jian, Ouyang Mingjie? Shimin Shang looked at the two in front of him and frowned. "What are you doing here?" "Of course, we came to find you." Shangwan Jian chuckled, looked at the dumbbells in Shimin Shang's hand, and then surveyed the surroundings, mocking. "I never thought that the dignified young master of the Shimin family would actually be working as an assistant in this small, broken clinic. If word gets out, I don't know how many people will laugh their heads off." Hearing this, Shimin Shang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "I asked you what you're doing here." "Of course, I have something to discuss with you." After Shangwan Jian finished speaking, he looked at the Shimin family guards around them and said indifferently, "First, have them step back. I need a quiet environment. Why should I listen to you? You don't have to withdraw, but if they hear what I'm about to say, I can't guarantee they'll live past today." With that, Shangwan Jian and Ouyang Mingjie found a spot and sat down, crossing their legs, looking relaxed. Although they were making a deal with the nightmare, if the matter were exposed, both of them would face punishment from their families. At this point, if someone could step forward and bear all the responsibility, they would be much more at ease. And this person who takes responsibility must have status and be easy to control. After much thought, Shangwan Jian and his companion thought of Shimin Shang, that useless young master of the Shimin family. So, they quickly inquired about Shimin Shang's whereabouts and came to the clinic. Shimin Shang's face immediately darkened when he heard Shangwan Jian's words. "Shangwan Jian, are you threatening me?" Shangwan Jian shook his head. "It's not a threat. I said, what I'm going to discuss with you will not be beneficial for them to hear." "I'd like to hear what you're going to say." Shimin Shang snorted coldly and said to the surrounding guards, "All of you withdraw. No one is allowed to enter without my permission." Then, he said to Hua Qing, "You go out too. These two are not to be trifled with." Hua Qing glanced at him, said nothing, and silently walked out of the clinic. After all, young Master Su was still there, so what did he have to worry about? He didn't even bother to ask who those two were. In young Master Su's eyes, they were all the same anyway. After everyone had withdrawn, only Shimin Shang, Shangwan Jian, and Ouyang Mingjie remained in the clinic, and Su Jiang, who was hiding in the room, wanting to see what was happening. "Speak, what is it?" Shimin Shang said in a low voice. Shangwan Jian looked at him and said directly, "Shimin Shang, do you want eternal life?" Shimin Shang frowned. "Eternal life? What do you mean?" Immediately after, Shangwan Jian held nothing back and told Shimin Shang everything about the transaction with the nightmare in the small forest. "Shimin Shang, the nightmare's blood can not only grant eternal life, but also give you immense power. You won't have to work so hard. You can easily shed your identity as a useless young master. Do you want to take a gamble with us?" After Shangwan Jian finished speaking, he looked at Shimin Shang expectantly, awaiting his reply. "For 18, elder brother." Inside the room, Su Jiang leaned against the door, hearing every word Shangwan Jian said. "Tisk, these two guys are so bold. Drinking blood, it would be good if they don't mutate, let alone eternal life. That idiot, Shimin Shang, wouldn't he agree on a whim? Would he?" Su Jiang murmured softly, a look of watching a show on his face. He wouldn't make a move until things became uncontrollable. Outside the room, Shangwan Jian looked at Shimin Shang expectantly and said, "How about it? Do you want to join us? This might be your only chance to change yourself. I came to you because we grew up playing together. You should consider it carefully." "No need to consider." Shimin Shang shook his head and said directly, I'm not doing this. As soon as he said this, Shangwan Jian and Ouyang Mingzhi were stunned for a moment. Then their faces darkened. Shangwan Jian stood up and walked in front of Shimin Shang. What did you just say? Say it again. I didn't hear clearly. I said I'm not. Slap. Before Shimin Shang could finish, Shangwan Jian slapped him hard, and a palm print instantly appeared on his face. I'm asking you again, what did you just say? Shangwan Jian looked at Shimin Shang with extremely sinister eyes, enunciating each word. Shimin Shang, don't be ungrateful. Just because I call you young master Shimin, you really think you can be on equal footing with us? For a good-for-nothing like you, even if I kill you, it won't be a big deal. Do you believe me? Shimin Shang covered his face, standing silently in place, and whispered, I believe you. Even if Shangwan Jian really killed him now, at most, the Shangwan family head and Shimin Zhuang would just offer an apology. If the gifts offered were valuable enough, Shimin Zhuang might even feel he profited. Because Shimin Zhuang didn't care about his son at all. From childhood, Shimin Shang was bullied by Shangwan Jian and his friends. Did Shimin Zhuang truly not know anything? If only at that time, he, as a father and as the head of the Shimin family, had stood up and reprimanded them a few times. Would Shangwan Jian and his friends dare to humiliate Shimin Shang so brazenly now? Some things, from childhood, were already irreversible. Shimin Shang said faintly, Then just kill me here. As you said, I'm just a good-for-nothing, and not many people will care if I die. Rather than being your puppet, I'd rather die here. Shangwan Jian heard this, frowned, and cursed. Shimin Shang, are you out of your mind? He met Shimin Shang's gaze. Shimin Shang's eyes were as calm as still water, as if he had long been indifferent to life and death. Shangwan Jian felt for the first time that this young master Shimin had become somewhat different. You two calm down. Let's sit down and discuss things properly. Ouyang Mingzhi stood up and played the peacemaker. Shimin Shang glanced at him. From childhood, this person always seemed like a good guy, but secretly he was no better than Shangwan Jian. How about this, Shimin Shang? Take your time to consider this matter. You can give us your answer tomorrow. Ouyang Mingzhi walked forward with a smile, patting Shimin Shang's shoulder. You must consider it carefully. I know you're not afraid of death, but I also know that you value loyalty the most. Those guards outside, they've been with you for many years, haven't they? You're not afraid of death, but what about them? Upon hearing this, Shimin Shang's pupils constricted, and he glared at Ouyang Mingzhi. You dare? Do you guess if I dare or not? Bang! Shimin Shang swung his fist with all his might, hitting Ouyang Mingzhi heavily in the face. Ugh! Ouyang Mingzhi was stunned by the punch, and then Shimin Shang's words rang out again. I warn you too. If you have the guts, come at me. Don't use those dirty tricks. Shimin Shang glared, saying, I'm a worthless life. If you provoke me, taking either of you down with me is a win. Ouyang Mingzhi's lip was cut by the punch. He stood up with a dark expression, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. All right, Shimin Shang, you've grown some guts. Shangwan, it seems we haven't seen Shimin Shang in a long time, and this guy has forgotten some of the lessons we taught him. Shangwan Jian nodded and, along with Ouyang Mingzhi, rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Shimin Shang. Bang, bang, bang. The two grabbed Shimin Shang and beat him mercilessly, hitting him with full force. Shimin Shang was no match for the two of them. He could only protect his head, lying on the ground and taking the beating passively. You've grown some balls, haven't you? Now you even dare to fight us. This time we must teach you a good lesson. Do you really think lifting a broken dumbbell for a few days can change everything? Inside the room, Su Jiang stood with his arms crossed, expressionless. If Shimin Shang had screamed or cried for help at that moment, he would have gone out to save him. But Shimin Shang didn't. The young master Shimin, who was most afraid of pain, was now silent. Perhaps he had screamed before, only to find it was useless. After several minutes of beating, Shangwan Jian and his companion finally stopped, slightly out of breath. Looking at Shimin Shang, who was curled up on the ground, Shangwan Jian snorted coldly. This will teach you a lesson. We'll come again tomorrow. With that, the two kicked Shimin Shang hard again, then picked up their jackets and slowly walked out of the medical hall. Young master, are you all right? Don't come in. Shimin Shang lay on the ground, gritting his teeth, saying, Just stand at the door, don't come in. He didn't want the guards to see him in his current state. Upon hearing this, the guards, although they didn't know what had happened inside, could only obediently stand at the door. Creak. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Jiang walked out of the room. Shang slowly raised his head, his face bruised and swollen, looked at Boss Mu, and said something that surprised even Jiang. Boss Mu, no one disturbed you, did they? You didn't call for help just now because you were afraid of disturbing me? I promised you I wouldn't let anyone disturb you. Then you should have sewn up their mouths too. I'm sorry. What's there to apologize for? Jiang slowly said. Can you stand up? Upon hearing this, Shang supported himself with his hands and shakily stood up. Seeing this, Jiang nodded and said, All right, come in with me. Shang followed Jiang into the room and lay down on the cold medical bed. Jiang skillfully gave him a few needles and then said, The swelling will go down after a while. You can sleep here tonight. I'll help you explain to the guards at the door. Thank you. Shang paused, then repeated, Thank you so much, Boss Mu. After a moment of silence, Jiang said, I'm not much older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Goop, brother. Shang was startled, then squeezed out a smile and called out, Go. For 19. The hotel doesn't let you in without a reservation? Creak. Jiang pushed open the door of the medical hall, where guards had already gathered outside. Seeing the door open, the guards looked inside with worried expressions. Where's the young master? Mr. Mu, where did the young master go? Jiang put his index finger to his lips, making a shush gesture, signaling them to be quiet. I just finished giving your young master an acupuncture treatment. He should be sleeping in his room now. Don't disturb him. Let him sleep for a while. Hearing Mu Ro's words, everyone felt much more at ease. Following that, Jiang instructed Hua Qing to look after the shop, as he was going out to buy some grilled cold noodles to eat. The guards were already accustomed to this. Mu Ro often liked to go out for walks in the middle of the night. Before leaving, Jiang quietly asked Hua Qing which direction Shangwan Jian and the other person had left from. Hua Qing understood immediately and pointed in a direction. Jiang then scanned a shared electric scooter and drove off in that direction. On a certain street, a black sedan was speeding. Shangwan Jian sat in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel with one hand, lighting a cigarette with his right hand, and occasionally glancing at Ouyang Mingjie beside him. I'm dying of laughter. You actually got punched by that useless Shang. You've been laughing this whole time. Haven't you had enough? Ouyang Mingjie touched his broken lip, still feeling the pain, making him suck in cold air in small sips. I'm really speechless. I didn't expect that useless Shang to just attack without a word. Ouyang Mingjie said fiercely. No, I have to go beat him up again tomorrow, or I won't feel satisfied. Shangwan Jian glanced at him and said indifferently, Don't forget about the important matter. We have to make a deal with Nightmare the day after tomorrow. One experimental subject for a drop of blood. The two of us need 2 experimental subjects. Where are we going to get them? Ouyang Mingjie frowned upon hearing this. How would I know where to get them? You were so confident when you said it. I thought you had a plan. Getting 2 experimental subjects isn't difficult. The hard part is how to do it without the Shangwan finding out. Shangwan Jian said with a serious expression. Moreover, Nightmare wants living experimental subjects, and those are the hardest to control, like wild beasts. We can't let the Shangwan notice, so we can only start with those small families. Even affiliated families are out. There's a risk of exposure. If worst comes to worst, we'll buy them. Would they dare not sell to us? Ouyang Mingjie nodded upon hearing this. That's true. For us, this isn't a difficult task. The key is Nightmare's blood. That stuff? Do you really dare to drink it? What's there to be afraid of? Shangwan Jian retorted. A drop of blood isn't going to kill us, is it? If it really comes to it, we'll exchange for 3 drops of blood. Let Shang try it first. If there are no problems, then we'll drink it. Ha! Good idea, let's do that. Soon, the sedan stopped in front of a restaurant. Ouyang Mingjie looked up. Whoa, Manjiang Tower. You're treating me to a meal here. Just eat. I specifically asked the boss to reserve a private room. Shangwan Jian cursed with a smile, then unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car with Ouyang Mingjie, casually tossing the car keys to the lobby manager. Please park my car. Certainly, young Master Shangwan. A beautiful waitress approached from not far away, walking towards the two with a sweet smile. Young Master Shangwan, young Master Ouyang, your reserved private room is on the top floor. Please follow me. With that, she led the two into the elevator. Inside the elevator, Ouyang Mingzhi looked at the curvaceous waitress and teased, I haven't seen you before. Are you new? Yes, I just started working here recently. What's your name? You two young masters can just call me Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing. Ouyang Mingzhi stepped forward with a wicked smile, wrapped an arm around Xiaoxing's waist, and whispered in her ear, Later, you'll sit next to me and pour my drinks. How about it? Xiaoxing stiffened, forcing a smile. It would be my honor. Shangwan Jian stood with his hands in his pockets, silently watching the scene from behind, shaking his head. It seemed that tonight, another young woman would tragically fall victim to that scoundrel Ouyang. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Manjiang Tower restaurant, Su Jiang arrived on his electric scooter. After leaving the medical hall, Su Jiang had given the license plate number Hua Qing told him to Su Wendong, asking him to help track Shangwan Jian and the other person. From now on, for such trivial matters, just contact Chu Mu directly. Don't call me for every damn thing. I'm very busy. That's how Su Wendong replied to Su Jiang. If it weren't for the rustling sound of mahjong tiles on the other end, Su Jiang would have almost believed him. Manjiang Tower. Why is this restaurant name so vulgar? Su Jiang silently complained, then pulled out his phone and cursed again. What a trashy restaurant. They don't even have parking for shared electric scooters. Su Jiang was too lazy to look for a parking spot, so he simply stopped on the spot and paid a few dozen yuan for the dispatch fee. Times had changed. He was now a walking 500 million, equivalent to 50 An Rou. He also had a bank card with tens of millions in his pocket. It was just a few dozen yuan for the dispatch fee. It's not like he couldn't afford it. Not far away, the lobby manager had just finished parking Shangwan Jian's car and returned to see Su Jiang getting off a shared electric scooter and walking straight towards him. He frowned and stepped forward, extending a hand. Excuse me, sir, do you have a reservation? No. Su Jiang asked directly. What? I can't enter without a reservation. The lobby manager's face immediately fell. He said impatiently, We don't accept walk-ins without reservations. Please leave quickly. Su Jiang stood his ground and said calmly, Isn't this a restaurant? I'm hungry and came to eat. If you don't serve me, I'll call the police. Hearing this, the lobby manager's eyes widened. Call the police? Are you crazy? We're just not serving you. Why would you call the police? I suspect you're doing something illicit in here. The lobby manager's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. Are you here to cause trouble? Then, he directly used his walkie-talkie to call for several security guards. Several burly men in uniform instantly ran to his side. The lobby manager pointed at Su Jiang and said, Take this kid to the basement, check his identity, and teach him a lesson. Wait. Su Jiang held out his hand, stopping the men, and said directly, Never mind, I'll just tell you directly. Young Master Shangwan called me here. Young Master Shangwan? The lobby manager was stunned for a moment, then said, Who are you? What evidence do you have? Evidence? You're just a small manager, and you need me to show evidence? Su Jiang put his hands in his pockets and said domineeringly, I'm not giving you any evidence. Try to lay a hand on me. As long as you dare to touch a single finger of mine, young Master Shangwan and young Master Ouyang will come down and make you regret it for the rest of your life. 420. Living is a waste of air. At the entrance of Manjiang Tower restaurant, the lobby manager heard Su Jiang's words and was momentarily uncertain and surprised. He was afraid that the white face in front of him truly had connections and knew Shangwan Jian. After all, Shangwan Jian and Ouyang Mingzhi had just gone upstairs, and this person was already certain that the two of them were inside Manjiang Tower. Could it be that this kid really has some background? Thinking of this, the lobby manager quickly put on a smile and cautiously said, Sir, why don't you tell me a name, and I'll send someone to inform young Master Shangwan. If you two really know each other, young Master Shangwan should let you go up. Su Jiang heard this and looked displeased, saying, Why are you so wishy-washy? It's such a small matter, does it still need to be announced? You can't afford to offend Shangwan Jian. Do you think you can afford to offend me? The lobby manager was unmoved and remained firm. even having already sent someone to notify Shangwan Jian. Seeing this, Su Jiang sighed and said, "Sigh, I originally didn't want to fight with you all. I just wanted to find those two and beat them up. You could have just let me go up directly. Why do you have to ask for trouble?" Upon hearing this, the lobby manager immediately frowned, an expression of sure enough on his face. "You really are here to cause trouble." He waved his hand and snorted. "You've got some nerve, causing trouble here. All of you, go at him together, take him to the basement, break his legs, and let young Master Shangwan deal with him." Several burly men responded and stepped forward, surrounding Su Jiang. Then, they collapsed to the ground. The lobby manager was stunned. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, suspecting he was dreaming. "Wait, what just happened? I didn't even blink. How did they all fall?" "Ma manager, he's a tough nut to crack." One of the security guards screamed as he spoke. The lobby manager glared at him. "You don't need to tell me that. I can obviously see that we've hit a wall. My friend, I wonder where Manjiang Tower has offended you." The lobby manager swallowed, his tone softening. "Perhaps there's some misunderstanding between us. Please calm down first." "Calm down." Su Jiang stretched his wrists and asked in confusion, "Do I look very uncalm?" "This has nothing to do with your Manjiang Tower. Stop wasting time. Take me to Shangwan Jian. Otherwise, I'll blow up your Manjiang Tower." Su Jiang said fiercely. Anyway, he hadn't played with bombs in a long time, and seeing how the lobby manager looked like a decent person, he figured this restaurant wasn't a proper place either. Blowing it up would also be a way to contribute to the construction of a beautiful capital city, reducing some unnecessary buildings. Upon hearing this, the lobby manager trembled all over and quickly said, "Brother, don't be impulsive. I'll take you up." He had come to terms with the situation. The person in front of him probably had a grudge with Shangwan Jian, and he, a mere manager, couldn't afford to offend him. It would be better to take him to Shangwan Jian and let them fight it out. "Why didn't you do that earlier?" Su Jiang clapped his hands, impatiently saying, "Wasting my time." The lobby manager bowed his head with a forced smile, cursing inwardly. "You have this kind of ability. You even dare to mess with Shangwan Jian. Why are you riding a shared bicycle? If you had just driven a proper four-wheeled car, I wouldn't have underestimated you." The lobby manager secretly reflected that he had been too comfortable in his position for too long, to the point where he had forgotten to take off his colored glasses. Today's situation was fine, as this person didn't seem to hold a grudge against him, but if he encountered someone petty one day, he might be finished. From now on, I still need to be more cautious. The lobby manager thought to himself as he led Su Jiang towards the elevator. "Manager." Suddenly, a girl walked over, her face somewhat worried, and said to the lobby manager, "Xiaoxing hasn't come down since she took young Master Shangwan up. She still has some work unfinished." Before the girl could finish speaking, the lobby manager interrupted. "You complete her work for her. She has other temporary work upstairs." After speaking, he directly pressed the elevator button, and the elevator door closed. Seeing this, the girl's face showed despair. Working here, she naturally knew what the manager's so-called temporary work meant. It was nothing more than being noticed by those young masters of influential families, and then being wantonly played with. This kind of situation was already commonplace at Manjiang Tower, but such things were usually handled by the female attendants on the top floor. Xiaoxing was just an ordinary attendant on the first floor. Seeing this, Su Jiang stood in the elevator and mocked. "Mr. Manager, don't you people manage such things? Or is it tacitly allowed? Did those girls agree to it?" Upon hearing this, the lobby manager smiled awkwardly. "Sir, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand." Click. A red Manjisaka handgun was pressed against the manager's back of the head, and Su Jiang said with indifferent eyes, "Do you understand now?" The manager felt the cold touch and clearly saw his predicament through the mirror inside the elevator. He was instantly so scared that his legs went weak, almost kneeling down. Don't shoot. I understand everything." The manager trembled. "Some of those girls are willing, some are forced, but afterwards, we always give them generous compensation, and they gladly accept it. What if they don't accept your so-called compensation?" This. 3-2. No, I'll tell you. If they don't accept the compensation and insist on causing trouble, Those powerful and influential people will dispose of them all without leaving a trace. Did you participate? Yes, but not just me. Everyone above my level has basically participated. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Su Jiang's eyes. How long has this been going on? I don't know either. I only started working here 5 years ago. I only know that when I came here, such things already existed. Manjiang Tower, which family's property is it? It's the Mo family. The Mo family? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. He remembered that Mo Yuan, who had secretly slipped away from the Gao family, seemed to be from the Mo family. Originally, they were law-abiding and didn't actively seek trouble with Su Jiang, and Su Jiang was too lazy to bother them. But now, he felt like causing them trouble. Can I open the door now? The manager asked cautiously. This elevator had been modified, and once it reached the top floor, if a card wasn't swiped, the elevator wouldn't open. This was also a measure to protect the powerful. Su Jiang nodded and asked, "Only the powerful from those prominent families dine on this top floor, right?" The manager nodded slightly. Yes, ordinary people are not qualified to come to the top floor. All right, swipe the card and open the door. The manager took out a card from his pocket and swiped it on the card reader. With a ding, the elevator door slowly opened. Just as the manager breathed a sigh of relief, Su Jiang slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! The manager's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief as he fell straight forward. Blood splattered everywhere, and the gunshot attracted the attention of many attendants. When they looked over, they all screamed in unison. Su Jiang stepped over the manager's corpse and whispered, "People whose souls are rotten to the core have no need to live and waste air." For 21, how many are there? Help, help. Quick, someone. Security, call security. Everyone present had never witnessed such a scene before, and for a moment, they were at a loss. Su Jiang stepped over the manager's corpse, looked around, and his gaze fixed on a female attendant. "Which room is Shangwan Jian in?" he asked. The female attendant trembled all over, looking at Su Jiang with fear, and pointed in a direction. That way, walk to the end, turn left, the innermost room, 888. Su Jiang nodded. Thank you. Immediately, he walked in the direction she indicated, and everyone quickly made way for him. Oh, right. Suddenly, Su Jiang paused, then returned, pointing at the manager's corpse on the ground, and said, "Before I come back, no one on this floor is allowed to step over this corpse or take the elevator downstairs, understand?" He looked around and said indifferently, "If you want to run, feel free to try. Not even the 4 great families can save your lives." After speaking, he walked towards Shangwan Jian's room. During this time, no room doors opened, because the soundproofing inside the rooms was excellent. Even the screams of those people just now couldn't affect the people inside the rooms. Su Jiang walked around the corner and arrived at room 888, pressing the doorbell next to it. A moment later, with a click, the person inside used a remote control to unlock the room door. Su Jiang pushed the door open and heard Ouyang Mingzhi's impatient voice. "Who is it? Disturbing me at this time? Didn't I say to serve the food later? I'm having too much fun." Su Jiang stood at the doorway with an expressionless face, looking at the scene not far away. A girl, her clothes disheveled, was pressed onto a table, her hair spread out, and Ouyang Mingzhi was holding a bottle of red wine, pouring it into the girl's mouth. Cough. Red wine constantly overflowed from Xiaoxing's mouth, covering her entire face, and it was clear that this action caused her immense pain. No matter how Xiaoxing struggled, Ouyang Mingzhi never moved the red wine bottle away. Instead, his face was filled with a very happy smile. Shangwan Jian, meanwhile, stood by, recording a video with his phone with great interest. Both of them focused their attention on the girl, ignoring Su Jiang, who stood at the doorway, simply assuming it was an ordinary attendant coming to serve food. At the top floor of Manjiang Tower, all attendants were trained. No matter what they saw, they would not speak of it outside. Therefore, Ouyang Mingzhi and Shangwan Jian became reckless, not fearing being seen by anyone. Ouyang Mingzhi looked at the suffering Xiaoxing and sneered. "You little bitch, it's your honor that I let you accompany me for drinks, yet you claim to be unwell. Ha ha ha, drink it. After you finish this bottle, there are several more. Soon, I'll enjoy your body while pouring you wine. You must hold on, you know." Bang! A bullet shot from the muzzle, instantly piercing Ouyang Mingzhi's palm. Ugh! Thud! Ouyang Mingzhi let out a scream, and the red wine bottle in his hand dropped onto the carpet, giving Xiaoxing a chance to breathe. This shot stunned everyone in the room for a moment, and then they looked over, only to see that the person standing at the doorway was no attendant at all. Su Jiang. Shangwan Jian's eyes widened. How are you here? Ouyang Mingzhi clutched his pierced palm, looking at Su Jiang in terror, completely losing his arrogant demeanor from before. Xiaoxing, freed, struggled to climb off the dining table, but lost her balance while getting down and fell onto the carpet. Her originally neat attendant uniform was now stripped down to just a white shirt, soaked with red wine. Xiaoxing curled up into a ball on the ground, her body trembling constantly. What had just happened had clearly left an indelible scar on her heart. Su Jiang watched this scene, silent. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the words Xiang Qingtian had spoken when he was in Yan'an. Su Jiang, have you been to Kyoto? In your eyes, what is Kyoto like? Do you think the current Kyoto is that prosperous city you speak of? At the time, Su Jiang was indifferent, but now? Su Jiang looked at Xiaoxing, silently sobbing on the ground, and at the terrified Ouyang Mingzhi and Shangwan Jian. He looked at this room, at this floor. He looked at this so-called Manjiang Tower. Su Jiang suddenly realized that he had been in Kyoto for so long, and only now did he truly see the real Kyoto. In this vast Kyoto, how many Manjiang Towers are there? How many such top floors? How many such rooms? How many Ouyang Mingzhis? And how many Xiaoxings? Su Jiang didn't really want to know the answer. Perhaps those answers, those numbers, would make him do something irrational. Shangwan Jian stared intently at Su Jiang, secretly taking out his phone, preparing to call his family for help. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets struck without warning, hitting Shangwan Jian's legs. Thud! Shangwan Jian instantly knelt on the ground, biting his teeth hard to prevent himself from screaming, the pain accompanied by sweat instantly covering his entire body. Ouyang Mingzhi was utterly terrified by this sight. Before he could react, there were 2 more gunshots, and bullets hit his legs. Ah! Unlike Shangwan Jian, Ouyang Mingzhi screamed, and also knelt on the ground. Su Jiang, you can't kill us. Shangwan Jian stared intently at Su Jiang, panting. If we die, my father and the others will definitely not let you go. The power of the 4 great families is beyond your imagination. You don't want another Kyoto incident, do you? After doing all this, Su Jiang put away his manjusaka, ignoring Shangwan Jian's words, and instead took off his own jacket and walked toward Xiaoxing. He draped his jacket over Xiaoxing and softly said, "Can you stand up?" Xiaoxing looked at Su Jiang's face, then at the black jacket draped over her, and quickly whispered, "Sir, please leave quickly. They are young masters of the 4 great families. You cannot afford to offend them." Su Jiang heard this, remained silent for a while, then said, "If I leave, what will you do?" Xiaoxing lowered her head in dejection, saying nothing. Seeing this, Su Jiang chuckled. "If I left, all those years of moral education classes would have been for nothing." Then, he stood up, his expression changing as he looked at Shangwan Jian coldly. "Didn't you want to make a call just now? Now I'll give you 2 some time. Make your calls, and summon everyone you can. Even if you bring everyone from the Shangwan family and Ouyang family, it doesn't matter." Su Jiang's tone was chilling, enunciating each word. "Today, I'll let myself see just how profound the foundations of your 4 great families truly are." For 22, steal the house. Steal the house. Su Jiang has appeared at Manjiang Tower, holding Ouyang Mingzhi and Shangwan Jian hostage. Su Jiang has publicly challenged the 4 great families. The Shangwan family and Ouyang family have already received the news and are sending people there now. Let's go. Let's go. Hurry up and see. Join the fun. This Su Jiang is simply too domineering. How many years has it been since anyone dared to challenge the 4 great families? Exactly. He's much more ruthless than Su Wendong. Is this what it means to be young and reckless? The news of Su Jiang at Manjiang Tower instantly spread throughout the capital, and what left everyone even more stunned was that Shangwan Jian and Ouyang Mingzhi had become Su Jiang's hostages. One must know that these 2 are the sole heirs of their respective families. If anything were to happen to them, the consequences would be unimaginable. The capital would truly descend into chaos in an instant. Damn it, what does that little brat want to do? Su Wendong was dumbfounded when he heard the news. When he helped Su Jiang track Shang Wanjian's location, he never expected something like this to happen. But there was no time for hesitation now. Su Wendong quickly shouted, "Su Zhua, bring the men and follow me." He cursed, "Go to that place called Manjiang Tower, lest they bully my son by relying on their numbers." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhua led a group of people grandly following Su Wendong, leaving the main camp. At the same time, in a corner of the capital, I knew it, that guy couldn't stay put. Xie Guli scratched his head in annoyance, pacing back and forth with a conflicted expression. Su Jiang's current situation, without even thinking about it, was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Should he go help? But, since the Shangwan family had sent people to deal with Su Jiang, wasn't this a good opportunity to raid their home? At this moment, Xie Guli was not the only one here. There were also the people he brought from West Continent, including members of the Xie family and the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau. Do you even need to think about it? Of course, we should take this opportunity to rescue Lu Jiejie. Mei Lingling, wearing a Supervisory Bureau uniform, said speechlessly. Although Su Jiang is reckless, he is by no means a fool. Since he did this, he must have a way to protect himself. Moreover, so many people from major powers have gone there. Our small group going there would be like a drop in the bucket, ineffective, and would only cause more trouble. Upon hearing this, Xie Guli blinked, somewhat embarrassed. But Su Jiang is my brother after all. Wouldn't it be bad if I don't go? Mei Lingling rolled her eyes at him. Then how about this? You go help Su Jiang alone, and we'll take people to rescue Lu Jiejie. Xie Guli froze in place upon hearing this, awkwardly saying, "That's not what I meant. Let him go alone. What's the difference between that and delivering himself to death? Forget it. In that case, we won't bother with Su Jiang." Xie Guli slowly said, "Originally, I planned to find an opportunity to capture Shang Wanjian and exchange him for someone with the Shangwan family, but plans can't keep up with changes. While Su Jiang is attracting so much firepower, we'll directly raid their home in a bit and rescue the person. If all goes well, we'll blow up the Shangwan family as well. Damn them for daring to threaten my wife. I, Xie Guli, am not to be trifled with." Mei Lingling sighed deeply upon hearing this. "Do you think we have an army of thousands? Even if the Shangwan family sends most of their people to Su Jiang, the remaining combat power won't be easy to deal with. For our small group, it will definitely be a tough battle." Xie Guli pouted. Of course, he knew that. Couldn't he just talk big for a bit? Mei Lingling, you've changed. This girl, ever since she joined the Supervisory Bureau, her attitude towards him has gradually changed, truly like a younger sister towards her older brother. Disdain and contempt. Xie Guli was too lazy to care about these things now, and quickly took out his phone to send a message to Su Jiang. "I'm going to raid their home. You stall them for a while longer." Then, he turned off his phone and said solemnly, "Once all of the Shangwan family's people arrive at Su Jiang's location, we will begin our operation. Everyone, stay alert and be prepared." Capital, Qingjia Village. This kid is truly an unstable factor. Xiang Qingtian looked at the incoming message and gave a wry smile. I just thought he had been quiet for a few days, and now as soon as he appears, he causes such a big commotion. Cheng Junren was already numb with shock. He never expected this Su Jiang to be so bold. Does he only live for today? Not going to live. Tomorrow? What exactly is he thinking? Cheng Junren couldn't help but ask. With so many forces, including the 4 great families, surrounding him, how will he escape? Xiang Qingtian stared at the table, silent for a long time. After a while, he finally spoke. "I don't know, but if it's Su Jiang, I think he has a way." "Why?" Cheng Junren was speechless. "Are you that confident in him?" Xiang Qingtian shook his head. "It's not that I'm confident in him, but rather that I can only believe in him. If Su Jiang dies, then my path forward will be completely cut off." Upon hearing this, Cheng Junren frowned tightly. "What exactly are you planning?" "It's none of your business, but the current situation is also an opportunity." Xiang Qingtian stood up, looked at Cheng Junren, and slowly said, "Gather your Cheng family's people. The favor you owe me should be repaid." Cheng Junren froze for a moment and said, Repaying the favor is fine, but you have to tell me what we're going to do, right? Go to the Shiman family, find someone, and retrieve something, Xiang Qingtian said with a smile. Such a good opportunity to raid their home cannot be missed. Cheng Junren looked at him, silent for a long time, his heart slightly trembling. He didn't expect Xiang Qingtian to actually ask him to lead the Cheng family to confront the Shiman family. What's the difference between this and hitting a rock with an egg? Cheng Junren said seriously. Xiang Qingtian, although I owe you a favor, it doesn't mean I will risk the lives of my entire family for this favor. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingtian calmly took a sip of tea. Don't worry, my new century people will also make a move. They are the main force. Your Cheng family just needs to assist. Hearing this, Cheng Junren nodded. This was more like it. Cheng Junren was not sure how many people the new century organization had, but he knew that the force Xiang Qingtian had created would definitely not be weaker than the supervisory bureau of that year. In fact, the overall strength of New Century might even be superior to the capital's supervisory bureau at that time. Thinking of this, Cheng Junren stood up. I'll go tell them to prepare for battle right away. Xiang Qingtian nodded. Depart in 10 minutes. At this moment, due to Su Jiang's unexpected actions, the entire capital, both overt and covert forces, began to move. As if seeing a flare ignite in the sky, the capital, which had been silent for several days, was now stirring. For 23, Dad, remember to collect my body. Inside private room 888 of Manjiang Tower in the capital. Is Xie Guli sick or something? Su Jiang sat at the enormous round dining table, looking at the message Xie Guli had just sent him on his phone, a speechless expression on his face. In my current situation, it's already good luck if I can survive. You want me to help you stall for time? You might as well just ask me to help you conquer the capital. Su Jiang put his phone in his pocket. He had guessed that Xie Guli probably wanted to take this opportunity to rescue someone from the Shangwan family. He could only say he wished him good luck. After all, he himself was in a precarious situation. Picking up an apple nearby, Su Jiang took a bite, his eyebrows rising. It's quite sweet. One bite, and you know this apple isn't ordinary. Damn rich people. Shangwan Jin and Ouyang Mingjie knelt on the ground, blood continuously flowing from their gunshot wounds in their legs. Their faces gradually turned pale. If the blood continued to flow like this, they would likely die from excessive blood loss before any rescue arrived. However, Su Jiang seemed not to notice, as if they didn't exist, chatting with the girl sitting beside him. What's your name? Jay, just call me Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing, is it? My name is Su Jiang. I should be a bit older than you, so you can call me Big Brother Su. Though Xiao Xing still had some worries, she still curiously sized up Su Jiang. Why you're not running? Xiao Xing worriedly said. Once they arrive, you won't be able to run. She didn't want this handsome man to die in such a place. In her opinion, a good person like Su Jiang shouldn't die. Those who deserved to die were the powerful and wealthy. Su Jiang heard her words and chuckled. Are you scared? Xiao Xing was startled, then nodded. Of course, she was scared. She knew that her life might end today. No matter how the situation developed, she, an unknown waitress, was no different from an ant in the eyes of those people. No one would care even if she died. She had already prepared herself mentally for this. She just didn't understand why this man named Su Jiang could still smile in such a situation. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Su Jiang smiled, shaking the red pistol in his hand, and said, Your big brother Su. I am omnipotent. The undying contract was his last trump card. Su Jiang knew that even with all his skills activated, it would be difficult to break through the encirclement here. Not only the four great families, but also their affiliated families and countless other forces. All wished for Su Jiang's death, and with such a good opportunity now before them, how could they let it go? Su Jiang knew this, so he personally created such a situation. He wanted to die once, right in front of everyone in the capital. He had been too prominent, causing many people to guard against him, watch him, and scheme against him. It's not the thief you fear, but the thief who keeps you in mind. So Su Jiang simply went all out, decisively and boldly, having Shangwan Jin summon everyone. Aren't you afraid of me? Aren't you guarding against me? All right, then I'll die. Is that okay? I'll die in front of you, so you won't be thinking about me anymore, right? After Su Jiang's identity died, Mu Rou's identity would be completely solidified, and no one could ever suspect it again. Besides that, Su Jiang had another idea. Zhang Yu's teacher, Meng Jinsheng, became Nightmare when he put on the ghost face mask. So could he also put on a ghost face mask and become a second Nightmare? Once a second Nightmare appeared, what would be the reaction of the four great families? Could they resist not contacting him? Could they suppress the curiosity in their hearts? What would Meng Gunxing's reaction be? As he thought about these things, Su Jiang's lips curved upwards involuntarily, revealing a smile. He was already impatient to die. System, you're sure you can guarantee I won't die once, right? Su Jiang cautiously confirmed. If he really died then, it would be a huge joke. Please do not doubt the capabilities of this system. Then, can you let me fake my death for a period of time? Su Jiang said expectantly. Just let me die for a while, then use the skill to revive me. Hearing Su Jiang's words, the system was also a bit speechless. Are those the words of a human? A maximum of 3 hours. After 3 hours, the Undying Contract skill will activate. Then, what if I'm beaten until there's nothing left but ash? Can I still be fully revived? Su Jiang worriedly said, Don't let me be missing any parts or anything when I come back. Please do not doubt the capabilities of this system. That's good, that's good. Su Jiang relaxed. Now there were no more worries. No, that's not right. This still needs someone to cooperate. Otherwise, if he revives and is surrounded again, wouldn't that be a total failure? He still needs to be careful. So Su Jiang quickly messaged Su Wendong. Dad, a favor. Su Wendong replied instantly. I know. I'm already on my way to save you. It's not about that. It's about something else. Su Jiang typed. I'm going to die in a bit. Help me collect my body. Make sure no one else snatches my corpse. At this moment, inside the car, Su Wendong looked at the message Su Jiang sent him with a blank expression, deep in thought. After a long while, he finally replied. Son, no matter what, you can't give up. Cheer up. Dad will do everything he can to save you safely. Soon, Su Jiang replied to him. No, don't save me, absolutely not. Su Wendong fell into deep thought again. He pinched his thigh hard, wanting to see if he was dreaming. Feeling the pain, Su Wendong gasped. It wasn't a dream. He was on the verge of tears and quickly typed. Son, what exactly are you trying to do? Can't you just say it directly? You're making me really scared. Seeing this, Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He glanced at the chat history. His messages indeed seemed a bit outrageous. So he quickly explained, I'm faking my death. You take me and retreat, understand? No matter how I die, even if I'm blown to ashes, it's still a fake death. Oh, and if you can, claim my bounty for me. 500 million, not a penny less. After a moment, Su Wendong sent him an OK emoji. Su Jiang looked at the emoji, still a little uneasy. 500 million, not a penny less. It's all mine. Don't even think about keeping it all to yourself, or I'll tell Mom. Su Wendong still replied with the same OK emoji. Then Su Wendong put down his phone, no longer worried about Su Jiang's troubles. Since his son said so, there must be his own reasons. He just needed to figure out how to get those 500 million. Suddenly, Su Wendong felt a lot of pressure lift from him. Oh, I also need to tell my wife about this, so she doesn't worry. Su Wendong then quickly reported Su Jiang's situation to Hong Jiayu, telling her not to worry. Of course, he concealed the matter of the 500 million. 424. Su Wendong is calling people everywhere. Su Jiang, it's not too late to stop now. Shangguan Jin's face was pale, and sweat continuously dripped from his forehead. Clearly, the pain from being shot in both legs was unbearable. He swallowed with difficulty and slowly said, People from various major forces will arrive soon. That kind of power is something you can never contend with. If you stop now, I can talk to my father later and ask him to spare your life. Ouyang Mingzhi nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Yes. I can also talk to my father. Su Jiang nonchalantly bit into an apple, then turned his head to look at the two teasingly. Do you think if I die, the two of you will still be able to live? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jin and the other instantly had an ominous premonition. As expected, Su Jiang said with a sinister expression, You two are my hostages now. Do you know what a hostage is? As long as I'm willing, I can send you two to meet the King of Hell at any time now. Where did you get the courage to negotiate with me under these circumstances? As soon as these words came out, Shangwan Jian and the other trembled all over, only then realizing the situation. That's right, they were hostages now. If Su Jiang died, would he not drag a few people down with him before his death? Moreover, the most important thing was that the forces rushing to Manjiang Tower now were not just the Shangwan and Ouyang family. What if some people had ulterior motives, deliberately provoked Su Jiang, and used that to eliminate the two of them? Hiss. The more Shangwan Jin thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. But now he couldn't control the situation and could only pray that his father would find a solution. At this moment, outside Manjiang Tower, many people had already arrived. Vehicles blocked the surrounding area completely, and the crowd was dense. Look, people from the Ouyang family are here. Oh my god, Ouyang Fu actually came in person. Nonsense. Ouyang Mingjie is his biological son. How could he not come? So, does that mean Shangwan Hongwei is also coming? Two of the four great families' patriarchs came at once. Su Jiang would be worth it even if he died. Wait, look over there. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and were startled to see the figure stepping out of the car. Shimin. Zhuang actually came too. This scene, the four great families are all out. Su Jiang lived a worthwhile life. With so many people, he's bound to die. Speaking of which, the new wanted list was just released yesterday. Su Jiang's head is worth 500 million. Holy cow, I almost forgot about that. So, it seems many people are here for those 500 million. 500 million was nothing to the four great families. But for smaller families, 500 million in funds was enough to bring about a qualitative change. Soon, Shangwan Hongwei also arrived at Manjiang Tower and walked towards Ouyang Fu and Shimin Zhuang. What are you doing here? Shangwan Hongwei glanced at Shimin Zhuang, his tone displeased. To deal with just Su Jiang, I don't need your help. I just came to check on the situation. After all, Shangwan Jian grew up under my watch, and I'm also worried about his condition. As Shimin Zhuang spoke, he inadvertently scanned the personnel Shangwan Hongwei brought, secretly calculating in his mind. Did he bring most of the Shangwan family's combat power? That old fellow Ouyang Fu was similar, showing how much importance they placed on this matter. It's strange. Given this situation, it's one thing for Gongsun Fan not to come, but he didn't even send anyone. Shimin Zhuang looked puzzled. What in the world is that old fellow doing? Upon hearing this, Shangwan Hongwei and Ouyang Fu snorted coldly. They had naturally noticed the recent strangeness of the Gongsun family. Originally, they hadn't paid too much attention, as there were more important matters, so the Gongsun family had to be put aside for a bit. But in the current situation, the Gongsun family still showed no movement, and only then did the few of them realize that something might have gone wrong. Shangwan Hongwei said in a low voice, "After this, we'll have to find Gongsun Fan and have a good talk." Ouyang Fu and Shimin Zhuang nodded in agreement. Then, the three of them looked towards Manjiang Tower, their expressions extremely solemn. "Everyone, you should be clear in your hearts, right?" Shangwan Hongwei said grimly, "Today is an opportunity. No matter the cost, Su Jiang must be killed. This child is too bizarre, 100 or 1,000 times more troublesome than Su Wendong. If we let him roam free in the capital, we probably won't even be able to sleep well." Shimin Zhuang heard this and said softly, "No matter the cost? Including your son." The biggest problem now was that Shangwan Jian and Ouyang Mingjie were in Su Jiang's hands, which prevented them from acting rashly. Otherwise, let alone Su Jiang, by now the entire Manjiang Tower would probably have been razed to the ground. Shangwan Hongwei took a deep breath upon hearing this and slowly said, "Naturally, my son and Ouyang Mingjie must be rescued first. But if the situation truly doesn't allow it." Before he finished speaking, Ouyang Fu said in a low voice, "Shangwan, I don't have a heart as cruel as yours. You're willing to let your son be buried with Su Jiang, but I'm not. No matter what, my son cannot die." As soon as these words came out, Shangwan Hongwei sighed and said, "Let's first hear what conditions Su Jiang has." Then, he sent someone. "Sun Yo, take this phone up to Su Jiang. We want to talk to him." The three of them naturally dared not go up. What if they couldn't rescue the people and the three patriarchs became hostages? That would be a huge joke. Furthermore, without orders from us three, no other forces are allowed to act rashly. Shangwan Hongwei said coldly. If anyone tries to make a move, they will be an enemy of the four great families. As soon as these words spread, those restless forces quickly settled down. Most of them were just there to watch the show, some for the 500 million, and a small portion simply to kill Su Jiang. Whatever the reason, there was no need to offend the four great families because of it. Just then, Su Wendong was also about to reach Manjiang Tower, but he was already blocked by the crowd on the outskirts. Oh my God, so many people came to kill my son. Su Wendong was stunned. Was his son's influence that great? The key was that the few people he brought wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. No, I need to call for backup. Otherwise, let alone taking away the body, I might not even be able to protect myself. Su Wendong decisively called Hong Jieyu. Wife, things are a bit big here. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Can you bring some people over? He no longer cared about the 500 million. One needed to be alive to spend the money. After calling Hong Jieyu, Su Wendong still felt it wasn't safe, so he called Zheng Yi. Hello, Zheng Yi. Bring your supervision bureau people and hurry over. Big things are happening. Hello, Gao Chen. You go to the Gao family now, and later bring the Gao family's people. Hello, Xiang Qingtian. You? Damn it. What do you mean by hanging up on me? For 25, Su Jiang's 4 conditions. Inside Manjiang Tower, Sun Niu, responsible for delivering the phone, found the restaurant owner and told him to lead him to the top floor. The restaurant owner was a relative of a certain member of the Mo family. Relying on this connection and secretly offering many benefits, he was able to become the owner of Manjiang Tower. But now that this had happened, he couldn't even walk steadily. Where in his life had he ever seen such a grand spectacle? This, sir. How about I give you the elevator card, and you go up yourself? The owner said, with a crying voice. I really don't dare to go up. Seeing this, Sun Niu snatched the elevator card from the owner's hand with a look of disdain and turned to step into the elevator. Thank you. Thank you. The owner kept bowing in thanks, almost kneeling before the other party. Upon reaching the top floor, as soon as the elevator door opened, Sun Niu's brows furrowed as a strong smell of blood filled his nostrils. At the elevator entrance, the lobby manager's corpse was still sprawled, and many people stood around, not daring to move. What are you doing here? Sun Niu frowned and asked. Why aren't you going down? Upon hearing this, everyone quickly shook their heads. We don't dare. That person said that if we dared to cross this corpse by even one step, we would all die. Sun Niu nodded and asked, Where is he? Room 888. Go in that direction. Sun Niu did not hesitate and walked in the direction they pointed, then suddenly stopped, turned back, and said, You can go down now. The people from the 4 great families are all outside. He can't cause any trouble. Hearing this, expressions of pleasant surprise appeared on everyone's faces, and they scrambled towards the elevator. Sun Niu glanced at them disdainfully, then turned his head and continued walking towards Su Jiang's room. Room 888's door was open, so Sun Niu, standing in the wide corridor, immediately saw Su Jiang sitting at the dining table with his legs crossed. Oh, you're finally here? Su Jiang looked at Sun Niu walking towards him and said teasingly, Which family are you from? The Shangwan family had sent me, Sun Niu said without preamble, directly handing the phone to Su Jiang. They want to talk to you. Su Jiang took the phone, and Sun Niu also saw the condition of Shangwan Jian and Ouyang Mingjie. They were in a very bad state. Both were now sprawled on the ground, surrounded by blood, their faces extremely pale. Someone must be brought to treat them quickly. Sun Niu immediately said, If this continues, once the 2 young masters die, your bargaining chip will be gone. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang glanced at him indifferently. Your responsibility is to deliver the phone, so do your job of delivering the phone. Don't meddle, understand? With that, he dialed the phone number on the device. Sun Niu's face immediately turned grim, while Xiao Xing stared intently at him from the side, ready to immediately inform Su Jiang if he made any suspicious moves. The call was quickly connected, and Shangwan Hongwei's voice reached Su Jiang through the phone. Su Jiang, it's me. Who are you? I am Shangwan Hongwei, the family head of the Shangwan family. Shangwan Hongwei slowly said, What are your demands? Discuss them with me. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. So straightforward. Don't rush. I can't escape anyway. Su Jiang chuckled. Although I can't see the situation outside, I can probably guess that you've surrounded me, right? How many people came? Did all 4 great families come? Then you think too highly of me." Upon hearing Su Jiang's words, Shimin Zhuang and Ouyang Fu frowned. At this point, Su Jiang could still laugh. Where did he get such confidence? Or had he truly gone mad? Shangguan Hongwei took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Su Jiang, I must first know the condition of my son and Ouyang. Mingzhi, don't worry, they're still alive." Su Jiang glanced at the two, assessed their condition, and said indifferently, "They can probably live for another half an hour." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere immediately solidified. Sun Niu swallowed hard. He realized that things were not going to be easy. After a long pause, Shangguan Hongwei's low voice was heard. "Then don't waste time. What will it take for you to release them?" "It's very simple. Agree to my 4 conditions." Su Jiang said indifferently. "Once you fulfill these 4 conditions, I will release them." "How do you prove you'll release them? What if you go back on your word? Are you doubting my character? You are insulting my intelligence." Shangguan Hongwei reprimanded. "With just a verbal promise, why should we believe you? Your father did many such things back then. As his son, how can we possibly trust you?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiang was speechless. "Dad, what's going on with you? You've ruined our family's reputation. This wave is entirely Su Wendong's fault." Su Jiang thought for a moment and said, "How about this? For the 4 conditions, I'll send 1 person down after every 2 conditions are completed. If that's not acceptable, then forget it. I'll just die with these 2 young masters." "Wait." Shangguan Hongwei pondered for a moment, then spoke. "We'll do as you say, but after the first 2 conditions are met, Ouyang Mingzhi must be sent down first." Ouyang Fu glanced at Shangguan Hongwei upon hearing this. Su Jiang frowned. The person he was talking to now was Shangguan Hongwei, right? He wouldn't exchange his own son, but would exchange Ouyang Mingzhi first? "TSK, your father doesn't want you anymore." Su Jiang shook the phone at Shangguan Jian and said in a sarcastic tone. Shangguan Jian naturally heard Shangguan Hongwei's words, but he no longer had the strength to speak. "All right, Su Jiang, don't waste any more time. Quickly state your conditions." Shangguan Hongwei urged, as every minute wasted now increased the danger for Shangguan Jian and the other. Su Jiang nodded, then suddenly glanced at Sun Niu. Sun Niu frowned, not knowing what Su Jiang's glance meant. The next second, Su Jiang spoke. "Listen carefully, my first condition. Shangguan Hongwei, I want you to kill everyone who just took the elevator down from the top floor." As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Niu trembled all over, looking at Su Jiang in disbelief. Su Jiang looked at him in return and mocked. "I said, your job is to deliver the phone. Don't do anything extra." Su Jiang naturally knew about Sun Niu letting those people go down earlier. He hadn't left his door open for nothing, and his warning to those people hadn't been for nothing. Anyone who dared to cross the manager's corpse would die. Even if they were from the 4 great families, they wouldn't be spared. Su Jiang spoke into the phone, his voice incredibly chilling. "Shangguan Hongwei, I'm giving you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if even one of those people is still alive, your son will die." At this moment, in Sun Niu's eyes, there seemed to be a dark shadow behind Su Jiang, like the king of hell from the underworld, his aura so oppressive that sweat dripped from him. He now realized how much he had underestimated the person in front of him before. "For 26, I want you to promise. Kill the people who just came down from the top floor." When Shangguan Hongwei heard Su Jiang's first request, he was immediately puzzled. What kind of condition is this? But he had no time to consider these things now. That scoundrel Su Jiang had only given him 3 minutes. Shangguan Hongwei decisively said, "Our 3 families will send people to do it." Shimin Zhuang and Ouyang Fu frowned upon hearing this. Ouyang Fu was fine. After all, it was to save his son. But Shimin Zhuang felt uncomfortable. He was just there to watch the show. Why did he have to exert himself? Moreover, it was the kind of thing that, once touched, felt like getting smeared with feces, making one reek. Those who had just come down from the top floor were sent down by Sun Niu. And Sun Niu was a member of the 4 great families. Now, Su Jiang wanted the 4 great families to act and kill those people. No matter what, it would ruin the reputation of their 4 great families. "You said it was fine, and let us go down. But as soon as we went down, you wanted to kill us?" Even dogs wouldn't do such a thing, yet. You four great families do it openly. There were so many people around. They weren't blind, but at this point, they had no turning back. Act. Shangguan Hongwei looked at the two, saying grimly, "You two are truly regressing the older you get. Are you starting to care about face?" Hearing this, Ouyang Fu and Shimin Zhuang sighed helplessly, each sending out a few people who, along with Shangguan Hongwei's men, walked forward together. Those who had just come down from the top floor had expressions of surviving a catastrophe. Seeing so many people outside, especially those from the four great families, their hanging hearts finally settled. "Great, it's the four great families, we're saved," one person excitedly said. "Look, they even specifically sent people to pick us up." "No, why are they pointing guns at us?" Everyone froze in place. A few quick-witted ones immediately shouted, "No, they're not here to save us." Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the words fell, continuous gunshots rang out, and bullets rained down on everyone. "Ugh, why? Aren't you from the four great families? Why are you killing us? I have money, don't kill me. I have money. I still have so much money I haven't spent yet. Please let me go, let me go." A moment later, the screams faded, blood on the ground spread outwards, and the smell of blood permeated the air. People from various forces around silently watched this scene. No one stood up for them. In the capital, such things were commonplace. Shangguan Hongwei picked up his phone and slowly said, "Su Jiang, I have fulfilled your first condition." Inside the room, Su Jiang nodded. He had already heard the gunshots from the other end of the phone. Killing a few people who were inconsequential to them was a simple matter for Shangguan Hongwei and his group. Su Jiang looked at Sun Nyo mockingly. "You thought you saved them? Now, they all died because of you." These two short sentences made Sun Nyo's heart extremely unsettled. The reason he was sent by Shangguan Hongwei, besides delivering the phone, was also for a very important reason. He was extremely skilled at negotiation and psychological warfare. Sun Nyo had handled many such situations, and each time he was able to lead his opponents by the nose, thus perfectly solving the problem. But now he was facing Su Jiang, a very cunning and sinister fellow. Sun Nyo had to admit, today might be the most difficult task of his life. Sun Nyo tried hard to shake off the unease in his heart and said indifferently, "Su Jiang, your methods are very clever, but no matter the process, those people were ultimately killed by you." Although he couldn't completely defeat Su Jiang psychologically, he at least couldn't fall into a disadvantage. Haha. Su Jiang showed a mocking expression. "Although I wasn't on the scene, how about we make a bet? Let's bet that those people who were just killed, before they died, were cursing me." Su Jiang pointed at himself. "Or, were they cursing you all?" He then pointed his hand at Sun Nyo. Sun Nyo trembled upon hearing this, speechless. He knew the answer to this question even if he thought about it with his knees. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he ignored him and spoke to Shangguan Hongwei. "Shangguan family head, please listen carefully to my second condition. My second condition is destroy the Mo family." "What did you say?" Shangguan Hongwei frowned tightly and refused without thinking. "That's impossible. Destroying a family. Shangguan Hongwei would never agree to such an absurd condition." "Shangguan family head, think carefully, this is only the second condition," Su Jiang said coldly. "Destroying a mere Mo family shouldn't be difficult for you, should it?" "Su Jiang, I tell you clearly, this condition is absolutely impossible." Shangguan Hongwei also insisted. "This condition, no matter what, I cannot agree to." If he really did as Su Jiang said, then the problem would be huge. All along, the four great families, as the top forces in the capital, had always balanced the various powers in the capital. Under this mode of interaction, the capital was in a delicate state of balance, and they all managed this degree very well. Now, Su Jiang wanted them to destroy a family openly for the sake of saving their own sons. If they really did that, what would other forces think? Would they become the second Mo family in the future? If someone else appeared and kidnapped your son, would you then destroy another family to save your son? Over time, the various forces would inevitably become dissatisfied and eventually unite to rebel. Shangguan Hongwei knew this so clearly because he had witnessed it. The Qin family was a lesson from the past. Even the Qin family, which once dominated the entire capital, was only destined for destruction when all the major forces united. Therefore, Shangwan Hongwei absolutely dared not agree to Su Jiang's condition. Once they made a move, it would plant a seed in the hearts of the various forces. When that seed blossomed one day in the future, it would be the day the four great families perished. On the other side, Su Jiang was not at all surprised to hear Shangwan Hongwei's resolute attitude. He was just testing the other party's bottom line anyway, not really intending for them to destroy the Mo family. At that time, he would personally go there himself, lest Shangwan Hongwei and the others agree openly, but secretly play tricks and not eradicate the roots. Shangwan family head, you're making things very difficult for me. It's not a solution for us to just be at a stalemate like this. Su Jiang deliberately sighed and said, how about this? I'll give your four great families some face and change the condition. My second condition is, Shangwan family head, I want you to personally promise on behalf of the four great families. From now on, there will never be an existence like Manjiang Tower in the capital. Again, for 27, Wei Liangping collapsed. Just as Su Jiang and Shangwan Hongwei were negotiating, Xie Guli had already quietly led his men to the outside of the Shangwan family. Mei Lingling stared intently at her phone and suddenly said, Shangwan Hongwei has been held up by Su Jiang. Upon hearing this, Xie Guli didn't hesitate and immediately ordered, attack. Boom. With a loud bang, the Shangwan family's gate was blown open by a grenade. The huge explosion stunned everyone left in the family. It wasn't until Xie Guli led his men in that everyone reacted. The Shangwan family had been invaded. Enemy attack. Quickly inform the family head. Someone is taking advantage of the situation to attack. Everyone grab your equipment and defend. Await support. This huge commotion was also noticed by Shangwan Lu, who was in a certain location within the Shangwan family. She suddenly stood up, her gaze solemn. They're acting already? Shangwan Lu was confined here and didn't know any news from the outside world, but she was certain that an opportunity had arisen for Xie Guli to make his move. She stared intently at the guards outside her room. As long as Xie Guli could draw them away, she would have a chance to rescue Shangwan Pingi. At the same time, at the Shimin family. Boom! With a loud bang, the Shimin family's gate was also blown open. Xiang Qingtian, leading the new century, and Cheng Junren, leading the Cheng family, forcefully broke in. Enemy attack. The Shimin family, facing a similar situation, reacted in much the same way. However, when they recognized Xiang Qingtian's face, they all shivered involuntarily. Damn! Why am of all people? Wei Liangping, I know you're here. Xiang Qingtian held a megaphone and shouted, come out. You know what I'm looking for. Let's not waste time. Hand over the item. It'll be better for everyone. Unlike the bitter battle on Xie Guli's side, Xiang Qingtian's side, facing the Shimin family, actually held a steady advantage. The new century acted as the main force, while the Cheng family provided support, cooperating incredibly well and making the Shimin family guards cry out in misery. Quickly inform the family head, hurry. It's Xiang Qingtian. The one who came is Xiang Qingtian. The firepower is too strong. We can't hold on for long. Just then, Wei Liangping slowly walked out of a room and appeared on the battlefield. With his appearance, both sides tacitly reduced their firepower, eventually even stopping altogether. Xiang Qingtian, you actually tracked me down here. Wei Liangping looked at Xiang Qingtian and sighed deeply. Must you force me to a dead end? Xiang Qingtian heard this and said calmly, you took something you shouldn't have back then. I advised you at the time, but you didn't listen. That item was originally mine. Wei Liangping roared. That was my last hope. Are you going to take even that away now? Xiang Qingtian's gaze was as calm as water. Hand it over, or I'll kill you and take it myself. Wei Liangping gritted his teeth, cursing Shimin Zhuang countless times in his heart. Idiot. He just had to go watch the show, and not only that, he took most of the family's fighting force with him. Now look, the house got robbed. That item was incredibly important to Wei Liangping, and it was also his bargaining chip in his deal with Shimin Zhuang. Once he lost that item, he would truly have nothing, and Shimin Zhuang would no longer cooperate with him. Thinking of this, Wei Liangping gave a bitter laugh. Xiang Qingtian, just kill me. Once I'm dead, you'll never know the whereabouts of that item. However, Xiang Qingtian just slowly shook his head. Wei Liangping, that trick won't work on me. You know my methods. Even if you die, I'll still find a way to locate that item. From what I know of you, you value your life more than that item. Hearing this, Wei Liangping stood silently in place, not saying a word. After a long while, he finally said, Xiang Qingtian, you're truly annoying as hell. If I had known this, I should have killed you when I caught you during the Kyoto incident, to eliminate future troubles. However, Xiang Qingtian chuckled lightly. Don't you understand by now, Wei Liangping? During the Kyoto incident, it wasn't that you caught me and didn't kill me. It was that I knew you wouldn't kill me, so I let you catch me. Understand? Wei Liangping's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. That's impossible, you're lying to me. His proudest moment in life was capturing Xiang Qingtian, whom everyone feared during the Kyoto incident. But now Xiang Qingtian was saying that it was all intentional on his part. This casual remark instantly shattered Wei Liangping's last psychological defense. How could anyone dare to take such a big risk, entrusting their life to an enemy? Xiang Qingtian, you're lying to me. You're definitely lying to me. Otherwise, what was the purpose of you doing that? Tell me, Wei Liangping roared. The purpose, huh? Xiang Qingtian's gaze was playful as he scrutinized Wei Liangping, then slowly uttered two words. Yes. Wei Liangping immediately spat blood. Cheng Junren watched Xiang Qingtian with a disdainful look from the side. This guy really was infuriating to death. The key was, you never truly knew if what he said was the truth or a lie. If it was true, then Wei Liangping was completely played by Xiang Qingtian. If it was false, he was still played by Xiang Qingtian. Just a few words completely shattered Wei Liangping's mental state. All right, Wei Liangping, stop stalling. Shimin Zhuang won't make it back. Xiang Qingtian urged. Quickly give me the item, and I'll take my men and leave. Let's not waste anyone's time. You wouldn't dare to die. Upon hearing this, Wei Liangping instantly flared up. Do you really think you have me completely cornered? Believe it or not, I'll really die just to spite you? Haha. Xiang. Qingtian chuckled. And how do you know I'm not deliberately provoking you into dying? Wei Liangping's mouth twitched, and he took a few steps back. He was scared, truly scared. He didn't want to talk to Xiang Qingtian anymore. Once you have the item, just leave quickly and never appear before me again. Wei Liangping said in a low voice. From now on, stop bothering me. He no longer wanted to fight with Xiang Qingtian. It was too exhausting. More importantly, he couldn't win. Xiang Qingtian smiled and nodded. Okay, I promise you. Hearing this, Wei Liangping took a deep breath and slowly began to walk towards Xiang Qingtian. The item isn't here. I'll take you to get it. Wei Liangping had no regrets. Once he handed the item over to Xiang Qingtian, he would no longer have any value to Shimin Zhuang. Naturally, he couldn't stay in the Shimin family either. 428, North City Secret Treasure. In the capital, outside Manjiang Tower. You want me to promise that there will be no more Manjiang Tower in the capital? Shangwan Hongwei was stunned when he heard Su Zhang's condition. What did he mean by that? Shimin Zhuang thought for a moment and then realized. I remember, Manjiang Tower seems to be the Mo family's property. The Mo family again? Shangwan Hongwei frowned. What's going on with Su Jiang? Does he have a grudge against the Mo family? The three of them felt a bit baffled. How did the Mo family provoke Su Jiang? What they didn't know was that Su Jiang's target was never the Mo family. What Su Jiang wanted was for the capital to never again have disgusting places like Manjiang Tower. At this point, Shangwan Hongwei and the other two wouldn't understand, nor would other forces. Because in their hearts, the existence of Manjiang Tower was inherently normal. They had money and power, and industries like Manjiang Tower allowed them to indulge freely. So how could they not like it? Then, Su Jiang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Shangwan Hongwei, I want you to represent the four great families and promise that in the future, the capital will not have industries like Manjiang Tower that bully men and women and engage in disgusting activities. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Hongwei finally understood that Su Jiang wanted to be a good person. But what was the meaning of his promise? Even if he promised on behalf of the four great families, those industries would at most be dormant for a while. Once Su Jiang died and the fuss died down, they would sprout again like weeds in the spring breeze. Su Jiang also knew this, but he didn't care. First, he wouldn't die. Second, even if they could be dormant for a period, it would invisibly save many people. Third, as long as Su Jiang's wildfire burned hot enough and fast enough, no matter how the spring breeze blew, it would be useless. Hurry up, Shangwan Hongwei. As soon as you make a public promise, Ouyang Mingjie will be sent down to you. After Su Jiang finished speaking, Ouyang Mingjie's face instantly showed some excitement and regained some color. Saved, finally he could leave. He never wanted to face Su Jiang again. This guy had given him psychological trauma. After a while, Shangwan Hongwei's deep voice was heard. All right, I promise you. I, Shangwan Hongwei, promise on behalf of the 4 great families. From today onwards, gray industries like Manjiang Tower are not allowed to operate, nor are they allowed to be established. If any force establishes or operates such an industry again, it will be an endless conflict with the 4 great families. Shangwan Hongwei's words instantly spread throughout the venue, and the faces of many people from various forces immediately turned ugly. Anyone who had a foothold in the capital, which family didn't have a few such industries? Even your 4 great families, you didn't do less of it back then, did you? Now that you've had your fill, you want to flip everyone's tables? However, despite their inner dissatisfaction, they couldn't say much in front of the 4 great families. And they also knew in their hearts that after a while, the fuss would die down. A promise, even Shangwan Hongwei's promise, was just that in the capital. After hearing Shangwan Hongwei's promise, Su Jiang looked at Sun Niu and said, "What are you still standing there for? Take him down." He pointed at Ouyang Mingjie. "If you don't take him down soon, I might go back on my word." Upon hearing this, Sun Niu quickly ran to Ouyang Mingjie's side, ready to help him up. In this situation, saving one person was better than none, and he was genuinely afraid that Su Jiang would go back on his word. "Wait." Su Jiang suddenly spoke, making Sun Niu's face tighten. "No way he's going back on his word so quickly." Su Jiang slowly walked in front of Ouyang Mingjie, looking down at him. What do you want to do?" Sun Niu said nervously. "You just said I could take him away. Are you going back on your word now?" No. Of course you can take him away." Su Jiang shook his head, then continued. "It's just that I forgot something." After speaking, he quickly raised his leg and kicked Ouyang Mingjie hard in the groin. "Ah!" Ouyang Mingjie screamed in unbearable pain, then fainted from the agony. Su Jiang's kick was extremely vicious. Ouyang Mingjie would likely become a eunuch from now on. You like women so much, you might as well be one from now on. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he waved his hand at Sun Niu. "All right, take him away." Sun Niu stood there dumbfounded. This was truly lawless, wasn't it? He actually directly crippled young Master Ouyang's lifeblood? Sun Niu could already imagine Ouyang Fu's rage when he learned of this situation. Sun Niu carried Ouyang Mingjie on his back and quickly walked outside, looking back at Su Jiang. "You will pay for this." Su Jiang scoffed. "I'm already surrounded by you guys. Can it get any worse than this?" Sun Niu said nothing and left without. Looking back, Xiaoxing stood aside and asked, "Why did you let him go? Since you can't escape, wouldn't it be better to perish together?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiang smiled and said, "First, I don't need to escape, and I won't die. Second, for some people, living is more painful than dying. Death is too cheap for them." Xiaoxing nodded, seemingly understanding. At this moment, besides the two of them, only Shangwan Jian, who was barely clinging to life, remained in the room. Soon after, Shangwan Hongwei's call came in again. "Su Jiang, you're looking for death." Ouyang Fu's voice rang out. Clearly, he already knew about Ouyang Mingjie's situation. The family's only heir, his lifeblood, was actually crippled just like that. If he couldn't be cured, wouldn't the family line be broken in the future? How could this not enrage Ouyang Fu? "Are you the Ouyang family head?" Su Jiang said indifferently. "Your son couldn't control himself, so I controlled him for you. Is there a problem?" Ouyang Fu clearly wanted to speak more, but suddenly, Shangwan Hongwei snatched the phone. "Su Jiang, you truly have good methods. You used 4 conditions to delay me, allowing Xie Guli to take the opportunity to ambush my family." Clearly, he had already received news of Xie Guli's invasion of his family. At these words, Ouyang Fu was instantly stunned, and Shimin Zhuang's face beside him also turned ugly. He had also just received news, but he was even more depressed. The person who went To raid his Shimin family was actually Xiang Qingtian. Xiang Qingtian had been dormant in the capital for so long, and as soon as he surfaced, he chose to target the Shimin family. Shimin Zhuang initially thought he was just unlucky, until he saw the news that Wei Liangping had been taken away by Xiang Qingtian, that he vaguely sensed something was amiss. Damn it! Xiang Qingtian's target wasn't himself, it was Wei Liangping. Damn it! I should have made Wei Liangping hand over that thing first. Shimin Zhuang regretted it a bit. It was precisely because Wei Liangping was willing to share that thing with him that he was willing to take Wei Liangping in. After all, that thing was related to something that only existed in legends. The North City Secret Treasure. For 29, Mithril Gun. Kyoto, Wei family. The once vast Wei family had become desolate and quiet. Wei Liangping, as the head of the Wei family, still felt a sense of unreality upon returning here. He had once, by his own efforts, led the Wei family to rise. During the Kyoto incident, he seized the opportunity, not only stealing many benefits from the Qin family, but also acquiring Ding Qiming's incomplete gene liquid formula. The origin of the experimental subject, one could say, was Wei Liangping. Originally, Wei Liangping intended to rely on these to steadily advance, becoming the fifth great family in Kyoto, or even a new dominant family. This was not a pipe dream, but a visible future. Unfortunately, he encountered Xiang Qingtian and then Su Jiang. Without the existence of these two, who knows how far the Wei family might have gone by now. Xiang Qingtian shook his head with a sigh. It truly is a cause for lament. The rise and fall of a family can happen in an instant. You hid that thing here? Wei Liangping nodded slightly upon hearing this, and reached out to push open the Wei family's main gate. Come in with me. Wei Liangping led Xiang Qingtian and the others into the Wei family's estate. Without much lingering, he took a few turns and arrived beneath a willow tree. This is it. Wei Liangping lightly stepped on the ground and said, I buried that thing underground here. You can find someone to dig it up. Xiang Qingtian looked at Cheng Junren upon hearing this. He had already ordered all the new century personnel to withdraw. Now, this kind of heavy labor could only be left to the Cheng family. Cheng Junren's mouth twitched, and he reluctantly turned his head and said, You guys, go get some tools and start working. Soon, those few people came over with shovels and started digging with grunts and groans. Xiang Qingtian and the others stood by. Cheng Junren couldn't help but ask, No, what exactly are we digging for? You have to let me know, right? Don't dig up a nuclear bomb or something. My heart can't take it. Wei Liangping glanced at him and said to Xiang Qingtian, You didn't tell him? Xiang Qingtian nodded and said, That thing has nothing to do with him. It's not good for him to know too much. Cheng Junren's mouth twitched. The more they said that, the more curious he became. Are you sure you want to hear? Xiang Qingtian said playfully. After you hear it, don't regret it. Upon hearing Xiang Qingtian's words, Cheng Junren's resolve began to waver again. Really? Is it that mysterious? It can't really be a nuclear bomb, can it? If you don't tell me, won't I know when it's dug out later anyway? Xiang Qingtian nodded upon hearing this. You can see it, but you won't know what that thing represents. What is it exactly? Hurry up and tell me. Cheng Junren said impatiently. I'm practically dying of curiosity. Xiang Qingtian sighed. A gun. What? I said, that thing is a gun. Cheng Junren was instantly dumbfounded. A gun? You guys made it sound so mysterious, like it was something else entirely. Wei Liangping heard this and scoffed. What do you know? That's no ordinary gun. That is the only mithril spear in the world, crafted by Mo Chang. Mithril spear. Cheng Junren murmured the name, then suddenly looked up. Mithril? Is it the mithril I'm thinking of? Xiang Qingtian nodded. That's right. It's the mithril you're thinking of. Light as a feather, hard as dragon scales, the rarest and most mysterious metal. One could say that all the mithril in the world combined today is less than half of the mithril spear. Cheng Junren couldn't help but say, but what about it? After all this effort, it's just for a pile of broken metal? Wei Liangping heard this and once again mocked. That so-called broken metal in your mouth was once the Qin family's heirloom. What? Cheng Junren had never heard of such a thing. The Qin family's heirloom. How could it be in your hands? Haha. During the Kyoto incident, he gained quite a few benefits. Xiang Qingtian said indifferently. Even I had to investigate for a long time to discover that this mithril spear was taken by him back then. Cheng Junren asked, then what's the use of this mithril spear that the Qin family would even consider it an heirloom? Xiang Qingtian explained. The mithril spear was crafted by Mo Chang at the request of the Qin family head back then. You might not know this, but the Qin family head was also from North City back then. After the Qin family became a dominant family, they sealed most of their family's resources, along with some other families, and even some resources from North City, all in one place. The resources accumulated there are immeasurable. Any force that obtains them could instantly become a new dominant family. This matter is little known, and the place where the resources are sealed is in a certain corner of North City, so it is also called the North City Secret Treasure. And the mithril spear is the only key to unlock the North City Secret Treasure. After Xiang Qingtian finished speaking, Wei Liangping said, after I obtained the mithril spear, I always wanted to open the North City Secret Treasure, but very few people knew the location of the secret treasure, so I set my sights on Xiang Qingtian. After speaking, he sighed helplessly. It was because of this reason that he clashed with Xiang Qingtian, leading to his current plight. Originally, during the Kyoto incident, Xiang Qingtian was entangled with the four great families when Wei Liangping suddenly came knocking. Thus, the subsequent development occurred. Xiang Qingtian was captured by Wei Liangping. The supervisory bureau fell into decline, and Kyoto achieved temporary stability. Cheng Junren stood frozen. The information contained in Xiang Qingtian and Wei Liangping's words was too vast, making his mind unable to process it. I was wondering why no new dominant family emerged after the Qin family was destroyed. So that's what happened. Cheng Junren naturally knew how powerful the Qin family was back then. During the Kyoto incident, all the forces in Kyoto combined barely managed to contend with the Qin family, and it took several days of fierce fighting to defeat them. How many resources would such a family leave behind? Moreover, the North City Secret Treasure not only contained the Qin family's resources, but also many families who had good relations with the Qin family back then also left their resources there. If this matter were to spread, everyone would likely head to North City to search for that secret treasure. After all, whoever obtains the secret treasure would instantly become a new dominant family. Who could resist such temptation? Cheng Junren admitted that he couldn't resist. Xiang Qingtian looked at him teasingly. What? Are you tempted? Cheng Junren looked at his eyes, and after a long time, sighed. I wish I hadn't asked. I told you not to ask, but you just had to be curious. So, you took the mithril spear for those resources too, wanting to become a dominator? Upon hearing this, Wei Liangping also turned his gaze to Xiang Qingtian, somewhat curious. Xiang Qingtian slowly said, well, guess. Cheng Junren and Wei Liangping were instantly speechless. Rotten character. 430, face-to-face chat. Su Jiang, that lure the tiger from its mountain trick of yours was truly ruthless. Shangguan Hongwei gnashed his teeth and said, no wonder you kept dragging things out. So, you were buying time for Xie Guli to rescue Shangguan Pengyi and his daughter, right? Beside him, Ouyang Fu, seeing the situation, quickly contacted his family to see if they had been ambushed. Fortunately, it seemed only the Shangguan and Shimin family had been ambushed. It had nothing to do with him. However, Ouyang Mingzhi's situation prevented him from feeling happy. Although he had been sent to the hospital in time, he received heartbreaking news. Because his lifeblood had been stepped on by Su Jiang, that part of his ability was likely crippled. Whether it could be cured required further observation, but according to the news from the hospital, the situation was not very optimistic. And Shimin Zhuang was also distracted. Had Wei Liangping handed over the mithril spear? If Wei Liangping hadn't personally said it, even he wouldn't have known about the existence of the mithril spear and the North City secret treasure. So he couldn't make a fuss now. Shangguan Hongwei and Ouyang Fu only knew that the Shimin family was attacked by Xiang Qingtian and that Wei Liangping was taken away. Shimin Zhuang had deliberately kept it a secret. But this could only be hidden for a while, not for long. So Shimin Zhuang now really wanted to pull away and go back to check the situation. He regretted it. Why did he come here to join in the fun? Couldn't he just stay at home obediently? At this moment, Su Jiang heard Shangguan Hongwei's words and chuckled. Shangguan family head, you've misunderstood me. I knew nothing of what Xie Guli was doing. I just had a sudden whim, which led to the current situation. If you are worried about your family, you can certainly go back. I don't mind. All of you can go back. Su Jiang said mockingly. This is truly interesting. The dignified 4 great families all came out for me, and as a result, all of them were ambushed. Shangwan family head, do you think this counts as a beautiful story? As soon as these words came out, Shangwan Hongwei's face instantly became extremely grim, especially when he saw that Ouyang Fu and Shimin Zhuang subtly showed signs of retreating. He became even more furious. What do you two mean by this? Shangwan Hongwei said in a low voice. Are you two planning to just leave now? When did our 4 great families fall to the point where we are led by the nose by the opponent? If we retreat today, Su Jiang might escape. Can you bear such consequences? Ouyang Fu and Shimin Zhuang frowned, hearing the threat in Shangwan Hongwei's words. Although the 4 great families were ostensibly equal, they each had their own characteristics. The Shangwan family was the most powerful and overbearing. If the 2 of them truly defied Shangwan Hongwei's words now, this guy might really turn hostile on the spot. So, Shimin Zhuang could only smile and say, Shangwan, what are you talking about? You haven't left, so how could we possibly leave? Ouyang Fu nodded. Exactly. Su Jiang treated my son like this. I must personally execute him today to quell the hatred in my heart. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Hongwei said no more and directly ordered. Then let's launch a full assault. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was startled, and Su Jiang, on the other end of the phone, also heard them. Hey, you haven't agreed to my 2 conditions yet. Su Jiang said contemptuously. How can you be like this, flipping the table halfway through a negotiation? Don't you want your son's life anymore? Shangwan Hongwei said sinisterly. Su Jiang, stop stalling. Today, you are doomed to die. All right, old man Shangwan, you're ruthless. Su Jiang said helplessly. Don't be so anxious. Wait until I come down. With that, Su Jiang hung up the phone, casually picked up Shangwan Jian from the ground, and said to Xiao Xing, Let's go, we're going down. Xiao Xing froze for a moment, not understanding what Su Jiang intended to do. Staying here, though not necessarily safe, was better than going out and throwing themselves into the net, right? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Su Jiang smiled gently. I'll take you out. No one will dare to stop you. Although Xiao Xing didn't know where Su Jiang's confidence came from, at this moment, she didn't doubt anything this person said. MHM. Xiao Xing nodded, firmly saying, Big brother Su, I believe you. Su Jiang smiled, carrying the unconscious Shangwan Jian, and led Xiao Xing downstairs. Outside Manjiang Tower, Shangwan Hongwei frowned, not understanding what Su Jiang wanted to do, but he still ordered a temporary halt to the action. Soon, 3 figures appeared at the main entrance of Manjiang Tower, and the crowd immediately erupted. It's Su Jiang. He actually came out. Is he giving up and planning to surrender? That's normal. After all, he's facing the 4 great families. Who can withstand that? Are you blind? Look at Su Jiang's expression. Does that look like he's surrendering? He looks like the winner. Holy cow, this guy is too arrogant. Shangwan Hongwei and the others were quite surprised to see Su Jiang appear, and when they saw Shangwan Jian in Su Jiang's hand, they frowned even more. This guy, Su Jiang, wouldn't be planning to go all out and kill Shangwan Jian in public, would he? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on Shangwan Hongwei. Although he had never met Shangwan Hongwei, he knew Shimin Zhuang and Ouyang Fu, so he concluded that the person in the middle was Shangwan Hongwei. Old man Shangwan, shall we talk face to face? Su Jiang shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Hongwei stepped forward a few steps without fear. Su Jiang, at this point, what more do you have to say? Of course I do. Su Jiang said matter-of-factly. We agreed on 4 conditions. How can you just say they don't count? Impossible. Shangwan Hongwei shook his head. We will not indulge you anymore. We will not compromise on any of your conditions. Don't be so absolute. Just listen. My last 2 conditions are very simple. Before Shangwan Hongwei could reply, Su Jiang smiled and held up 2 fingers. The 3rd condition is to let this little girl beside me leave safely. No one can lay a hand on her. The 4th condition is, if I die today, you cannot touch the Gao family. If I don't die, that's another matter. How about it? These two conditions are very simple for you, aren't they? Hearing Su Jiang's words, Shangguan Hongwei frowned and pondered for a moment. After a while, he slowly said, just these two conditions? If it was just like that, then it wasn't entirely unacceptable. A little girl and a Gao family. As long as these two entities are not touched, he can get Shangguan Jin back. Thinking about it carefully, it's quite a good deal. For 31. Come on, trash. Su Jiang, are you sure these are your only two demands? Shangguan Hongwei asked uncertainly. As long as I agree, you'll release my son? Of course. Su Jiang nodded. I always keep my word. Good. Shangguan Hongwei agreed immediately without a second thought. I accept. Besides Su Jiang, Xiaoxing quickly shook her head. Brother Su, I'm not leaving. If I'm going to die, I'll stay and die with you. If it weren't for Su Jiang, she didn't know what state she would be in now. She hadn't even repaid his kindness, so how could she leave? Listen to me, go. Su Jiang whispered. Don't worry, I won't die. If you stay, you'll only drag me down. Go east, someone will pick you up there. He had already contacted Su Wendong, telling him to wait for the right moment in the east and pick up Xiaoxing. There was no need to expose themselves early. They would rush out and perform after he died. Su Wendong expressed his agreement. Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded decisively. Su Jiang was right. She would only be a burden if she stayed. Brother Su, if you die, I will definitely avenge you. Don't jinx me, I won't die. Su Jiang smiled. Hurry and go, head in that direction. After a pause, he turned to Shangguan Hongwei and said, Old man Shangguan, if anything happens to this little girl, you can prepare to collect your son's corpse. Shangguan Hongwei's face darkened, and he said hoarsely, Everyone, make way. Everyone instantly cleared a path for Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing swallowed hard and bravely walked in that direction. Feeling the gaze of so many people around her, Xiaoxing couldn't stop trembling and looked back at Su Jiang, feeling somewhat helpless. Suddenly, she froze. She saw that in Su Jiang's eyes, golden starlight had begun to glimmer at some point. Strange, were Brother Su's eyes like that just now? Although Xiaoxing was puzzled, for some reason, after seeing Su Jiang's eyes, her inner fear gradually dissipated. Brother Su said no one dares to stop me. Brother Su said he won't die, and I won't die either. I believe Brother Su. Xiaoxing continuously encouraged herself, gradually walking further away until she disappeared from everyone's sight. Shangguan Hongwei stared intently at Su Jiang. Now, can you return my son to me? Su Jiang nodded. Of course, I am a very trustworthy person. With a casual flick, he threw Shangguan Jian into the crowd of the Shangguan family. Everyone quickly caught Shangguan Jian and immediately checked his injuries. Damn, too much blood loss. Quickly call a doctor. What are you waiting for? Go and get the car. Take young master to the hospital. Be gentle, don't hurt young master. Shangguan Hongwei breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing about Shangguan Jian's condition. He hadn't expected Su Jiang to actually return Shangguan Jian. In Shangguan Hongwei's eyes, even if Su Jiang had killed Shangguan Jian in front of him, it would have been within his expectations. Su Jiang, do you have any last words now? Shangguan Hongwei said indifferently. You can't escape death today. Say whatever you want to say now. You're quite kind, actually. Su Jiang also smiled. Didn't you say I was stalling for time? How come you're giving me time for last words now? Because, compared to Shangguan Pengyi, I care more about you. Shangguan Hongwei said gravely. I have a premonition that if I don't personally see you die today, the four great families might very well be destroyed because of you in the future. Oh, Su Jiang was quite surprised. Is that a compliment to me? Yes. Shangguan Hongwei nodded. In my life, the desire to kill someone has never been so strong. The first moment I saw you, I knew you were a more dangerous person than Xiang Qingtian. My intuition has always been very accurate, so I don't want any mistakes. You must die here tonight. When these words came out, everyone was surprised. Even Ouyang Fu and Shimin Zhuang couldn't help but look at Shangguan Hongwei. They all felt that what Shangguan Hongwei said was a bit exaggerated. A mere Su Jiang could threaten the four great families, even destroy them? This was a bit too ridiculous, wasn't it? All right, since you have such strong killing intent towards me, I have nothing more to say. Su Jiang's hands flashed, and red and white manjasaka instantly appeared in his hands, the golden starlight in his eyes growing brighter. He smiled slightly at the dense crowd in front of him. Then, he extended his middle finger at them. Come on, you trash. Jiang mocked. If you can't kill me tonight, I'll laugh at you at your graves for the rest of my life. Last words? No need. Those are for dead people, and he, in the prime of his life, wasn't ready to die yet. Shangwan Hongwei was expressionless and slowly uttered 2 words. Attack. TSK, TSK, TSK. They're fighting, they're fighting. In a corner not far from Manjiang Tower, Su Wendong was observing the situation with binoculars. Hong Jieyu asked with some worry, Is our son really okay? With so many people, how will he fake his death? Su Wendong heard this and said carelessly, How would I know? Anyway, he said he has a way. We just need to do what he says. If it really doesn't work, and if our son really dies, we'll just fight Shangwan Hongwei and the others directly. At worst, we'll go down and have a family reunion. Hong Jieyu nodded upon hearing this. That was true. It wasn't like they were afraid to risk their lives. For so many years, which day hadn't they been walking on the edge of a knife? The 2 days they played mahjong didn't count. Hey! At this moment, Zheng Yi's dissatisfied voice sounded behind them. You guys can have your family reunion, but don't drag me into it. I'm just here to help. You told me it was just a formality, so how did it suddenly turn into risking our lives? If you're going to bully an honest person like this, I'm leaving. With that, Zheng Yi turned to leave, but Su Wendong quickly stopped him. Hey, how can you be considered an honest person? Su Wendong chuckled. Besides, risking our lives is only in an absolutely last resort, right? As long as we follow our plan, there's no need to risk our lives. Zheng Yi looked at him silently. You swear. Don't be silly. Do we need to swear with our relationship? Then I'm leaving. Hey, no, I swear, all right. Su Wendong was speechless. If he didn't have enough manpower, would he need to beg this big dark-faced guy? His face was as black as a lump of coal. He'd sell him sooner or later. For 32, the Qin family is destroyed? The capital, Shangwan family. Shangwan Lu was filled with worry as she listened to the continuous gunfire outside. The few people guarding her outside still hadn't left, which made her even more annoyed. Hurry and leave, she murmured softly. If they weren't drawn away soon, she wouldn't have time to save Shangwan Pungi. Perhaps her inner plea was truly heard, for after she finished speaking, voices suddenly sounded outside the room. Enemy attack. You all, hurry and provide support. Yes. The guards, having received the order, quickly rushed towards the battlefield. Shangwan Lu's face lit up with joy. They finally left. After waiting for a moment, she quickly rushed out, intending to open the door. However, no matter how hard she tried, the door remained unmoving. Oh no, those people locked the door from the outside. Shangwan Lu frowned, looking around. At this point, she could only find a tool to smash the window and jump down. This was the 3rd floor. Jumping directly from the window would likely result in injury, but at the moment, she couldn't afford to worry about that. Just as she was about to find a tool to smash the window, she suddenly heard a click. Shangwan Lu looked towards the door in astonishment. They were back already? Her expression was solemn, and she gripped the hammer in her hand tightly, staring at the slowly opening door. No matter who came in, she would deliver a fatal blow to them. Lu Jiejia, it's me. Shangwan Lu was about to swing the hammer when she suddenly heard this familiar voice. Lingling. The person who opened the door and entered was dressed in black, wearing a black mask, revealing a pair of bright eyes that looked at Shangwan Lu with surprise. Lu Jiejia, are you alright? Mei Lingling quickly ran forward, scrutinizing Shangwan Lu from head to toe, even touching her everywhere, afraid that Shangwan Lu might have been injured somewhere. I'm fine. Mei Lingling, why are you here? Xie Guli and the others are drawing fire outside. I took the opportunity to sneak in and rescue you and Uncle Shangwan. Lingling swung the key in her hand with a grin. Xie Guli was very thorough in his preparations. He got a key for most of the rooms in the Shangwan family. Xie Guli had gotten the keys from Su Wendong and his wife. This couple had been roaming the capital for years, often engaging in petty theft. These keys were considered a common tool for their operations. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Lu quickly said, Then let's hurry to the basement. My father is locked up there. I have the key to the basement here too. Let's go quickly. Mei Lingling finished speaking, took out a pistol from her waist, and handed it to Shangguan Lu. Shangguan Lu took the pistol, nodded solemnly, and the two walked towards the basement. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Xie Guli was currently complaining endlessly. Damn it, didn't they say most of the Shangguan family's fighting force had been taken away? Why are the remaining people still so fierce? Xie Guli was now truly experiencing the genuine foundation of the four great families. The Shangguan family had likely only left a fifth of their fighting force, yet they were able to contend with the combined strength of the Xie family and the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau. If this were the complete Shangguan family, Xie Guli wouldn't even dare to imagine how he could come to this den of danger to rescue someone. He'd probably truly have to ask Su Jiang for help. Damn it, if that guy were here, it would be great. He could probably take care of these people in minutes. Xie Guli somewhat missed the days of fighting alongside Su Jiang. Although it was mentally exhausting, it was truly relaxing. Basically, Su Jiang would take care of most of the work for you. Just then, he received a message from Mei Lingling. Successfully met up with Lu Jiejia. Seeing this message, Xie Guli breathed a sigh of relief. Half the mission was complete. Su Jiang should be able to hold them off, right? Don't you die, old Su. Xie Guli murmured softly. The four great families are so formidable. If I were to avenge you, I'd probably have to risk my life. After speaking, Xie Guli moved again, his black blade constantly flying out, harvesting the battlefield. Hurry, hurry. Be quiet. Don't let anyone discover us. Make it quick. Near a certain affiliated family in the capital, Gao Zhan and Gao Chun, leading the Gao family, were stealthily approaching. What they were going to do was simple. Raid the home. Most of the fighting force of the four great families' affiliated families were currently outside Manjiang Tower. So Su Wendong directly told Gao Chun to go to the Gao family, call Gao Zhan, and have him lead the Gao family to take advantage of the situation and eliminate those weaker affiliated families. After all, the four great families already had the idea of using their affiliated families to deal with the Gao family. At this moment, they planned to strike first and gain the upper hand. Currently, the Gao family was divided into two factions. One faction, led by Gao Zhan, was loyal to Su Jiang. The other faction, led by Gao Chun, was loyal to Su Wendong. Although they appeared harmonious on the surface, they were actually competing with each other. Both believed that the person they followed had a more promising future. Gao Zhan said in a low voice, "Our first target this time is the Chun family, an affiliated family of the Shimin family. They were just injured by young Master Su a while ago, and now they've sent out most of their fighting force. As long as we're serious, we can naturally take them down easily." Gao Chen nodded. "We'll be responsible for the main attack later, and you'll provide support. Can you handle the main attack? Who are you looking down on? Don't forget, I am the current head of the Gao family. Being the head is nothing. Su Wendong is my boss." Seeing that these two were about to argue again, the others quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Don't argue, both of you. We're all family. What's all this about?" "Exactly. Who does the main attack and who provides support? Isn't it all pretty much the same? If it really doesn't work, we can switch, one person for each main attack. How about we switch back when we attack the Wang family later?" The others were also exhausted. The Gao family never had so many issues before. Ever since they pledged allegiance to the Su Jiang family, the Gao family had changed a bit. They started to become a little strange. It was hard to say exactly what was strange, but it just felt a little Su-ish. "Stop talking nonsense. Young Master Su is buying us time. Let's quickly launch a strong attack and catch them off guard." Hearing this, Gao Zhan snorted coldly and looked at Gao Chun, saying, "Then I'll let you lead the main attack this time." Gao Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Watch closely and learn well. You're still young. There's a lot for you to learn." With that, he held his breath, raised one hand, and then swung it down. "Everyone attack." All members of the Gao family moved out at once, intending to launch a strong attack on the Chun family. However, as they rushed to the Chun family's main gate, they sensed something was wrong. The gate was wide open, with no one on guard, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. "Wait, something's not right." Gao Zhan quickly stopped everyone, frowning. The Chun family seemed a bit too quiet. 433, New Human. Gao Zhan slowly stepped forward, cautiously approaching the Chun family alone. Upon reaching the main entrance and looking inside, Gao Zhan instantly gasped. What's going on? Hearing his words, everyone stepped forward to investigate. They saw that the Chun family was now littered with corpses, blood staining the entire ground, all testifying to the brutal battle. The Chun family wiped out. Gao Chun murmured with a puzzled expression. We haven't even made a move yet. How are they already wiped out? Who did it? Gao Zhan quickly went to examine the wounds on the Chun family members, his brows furrowing instantly. Not gunshot wounds. These are injuries that can only be left by pure close-quarters combat, direct slaughter. To cause this kind of damage, in my knowledge, only experimental subjects are capable. Gao Chen stepped forward, also examined it, and frowned, saying, I remember the Chen family didn't have experimental subjects, did they? Could it be wild experimental subjects? Gao Chen's words abruptly stopped. He exchanged glances with Gao Zhan, and a hint of shock appeared in both their eyes. They spoke in unison. Nightmare. The annihilation of the Chen family was caused by Nightmare? Nightmare also ambushes Holmes. No, why would he kill the Chen family members? Gao Zhan and Gao Chun were utterly perplexed, but no matter what, the Chen family was truly left without a single survivor. However, when they regrouped and went to the Wang family, they fell silent once more. The Wang family was also wiped out. The manner of death was identical to the Chen family, still the work of an experimental subject. It's definitely Nightmare, no mistake. Gao Chen asserted, ordinary experimental subjects don't have such strong execution capabilities. Not necessarily. Gao Zhan shook his head. Did you forget that the 4 great families have mutants that can be controlled? They can achieve the same effect if they act. How could it be the 4 great families? Gao Chen shook his head. The 4 great families couldn't possibly be slaughtering each other like this, and they're all at Manjiang Tower right now. His words stopped abruptly as he suddenly thought of something. Seeing this, Gao Zhan nodded slightly. Did you forget that, at this moment, only 3 of the great families are actually at Manjiang Tower? The Shangguan, Ouyang, and Shimin. The Gongsun family, however, didn't send a single person. Gao Chen frowned. You mean this was done by the Gongsun family? Gao Zhan shook his head. It's just a guess. After all, Nightmare could also do it, but I can't think of a reason why Nightmare would do such a thing. Then, shall we continue? Let's first inform Su Wendong about the situation here, and then let him decide. Gao Zhan slowly said. After all, this is no small matter. Whether it's Nightmare or a mutant, if we keep going and run into them. He didn't finish the rest of his sentence, but everyone understood. With their strength, running into either of them would mean certain death. Then I'll report first. Gao Chen pulled out his phone, sent a message to Su Wendong, and then led everyone to hide, waiting for Su Wendong's reply. At the same time, in the Shangguan family's basement, Shangguan Pengyi's hands were tied, and he was suspended in the air, dried blood covering his entire body. Ever since he was captured and brought here, he had been subjected to torture from time to time. At this moment, there was no part of his body without scars. Suddenly, Shangguan Pengyi slowly opened his eyes. He heard some movement. Immediately after, 2 gunshots rang out, and the basement door was opened. Father! Lu's voice rang out, and Shangguan Pengyi's body trembled involuntarily. Lu! His voice was incredibly weak. Lu quickly used a small knife to cut the ropes, freeing Shangguan Pengyi. Father, it's all right now. I'll take you out. Lu, are you sure? Shangguan Pengyi was helped up by Lu and whispered. If you're not sure, just go out by yourself. Don't worry about me. Lu heard this and decisively shook her head. Su Jiang has lured Shangguan Hongwei away. There isn't much combat power left in the Shangguan family right now. Xie Guli is outside drawing fire. We should leave now. Shangguan Pengyi walked while listening to Lu's words, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, he spoke. You mean Su Jiang is currently surrounded by Shangguan Hongwei and his men? That's right. If it weren't for him buying us time, we wouldn't have. This is bad. Shangguan Pengyi interrupted. If what you say is true, and the heads of the 3 great families are all there, then Su Jiang is in danger. Lu was stunned upon hearing this, not understanding what he meant. Send a message to Su Jiang, or Su Wendong will do too. Shangguan Pengyi said with a grave tone. Tell them to be extremely careful of Shangguan Hongwei, Ouyang Fu, and Shimin Zhuang, these 3. The heads of the four great families have been making deals with Nightmare for a long time. According to the information I've found, the heads of these four families might no longer be human. In Nightmare's words, they are now new humans. What? Lu was instantly stunned in place upon hearing this. You're saying Shangwan Hongwei is the same as Nightmare? Not just Shangwan Hongwei. The heads of all four great families might be the same as Nightmare. Shangwan Pingy explained. It's just that I don't know to what extent they've assimilated. They've always hidden themselves very deeply, appearing no different from normal people on the surface. If Su Jiang is careless, he could very likely be caught off guard by them. Lu immediately pulled out her phone upon hearing this. I'll tell them about this right away. Although she had countless questions, Lu knew that now was not the time to ask them. After sending the message, she and Mei Lingling helped Shangwan Pingy, walking towards the secret passage. The secret passage had been dug beforehand. After all, this was the Shangwan family, and it was impossible to take Shangwan Pingy out through the main entrance. The three of them safely brought Shangwan Pingy to the secret passage. After entering it, Lu used a grenade to block the entrance, preventing pursuers. Upon reaching this point, Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief and sent a retreat message to Xie Guli. Upon receiving the retreat message, Xie Guli roared without thinking, retreat. If he kept fighting, his throwing knives would soon run out. Everyone showed no desire to fight, leaving without looking back, like a scoundrel pulling up his pants afterwards. The Shangwan family's people were in the middle of an intense fight, and their opponents just slipped away? Why aren't they fighting anymore? Weren't they just clamoring to wipe out the Shangwan family? This is bad. Quick, go check the basement. They quickly reacted, realizing something was wrong. Instead of pursuing Xie Guli, they split into two groups to check on Lu and Shangwan Pingy. Without exception, both were nowhere to be found. For 34, Su Jiang died in battle. At this moment, outside Manjiang Tower. Too outrageous. Is he even human? If it weren't for the three great families, could we really encirclement and suppression such a monster? Don't joke. Brother, it's more like he'd encirclement and suppression us. Not far away, everyone surrounded Su Jiang, looking at the man before them with immense fear. In just 2 minutes, he had already killed almost a fifth of the people. Yet, he only suffered some scrapes. This was simply too outrageous. Monster. Su Jiang wiped the blood from his face, panting slightly, and scanned the crowd. In this era, if you don't become a monster, how can you survive? A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Shangwan Hongwei and the others, asking, Am I right, monsters? Shangwan Hongwei stood behind the crowd, his face expressionless, and said, Keep going. He didn't believe Su Jiang could keep fighting like this indefinitely. Su Jiang wasn't a mutant. He felt pain, and he got tired. These two weaknesses were absolutely unavoidable for him. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle of the Manjusaka constantly flashed, reaping lives. However, the magazine was limited, and in just a moment, Su Jiang had fired all the bullets he had. Fortunately, the enemies didn't dare to shoot indiscriminately. In such a chaotic battle, there was only one enemy, Su Jiang. If they used firearms to fight, they could easily misfire and injure their teammates. Su Jiang continued to fight, and time continued to pass. 1 minute, 2 minutes. So tired. Su Jiang had never felt so exhausted. His physical condition was constantly deteriorating, and the side effects of having all his extraordinary skills activated were gradually becoming apparent. What a garbage system. Su Jiang cursed in his mind while fighting with all his might. When others get a system, they're invincible, splitting the sky with a single sword. When it comes to me, a human wave tactic can wear me to death. Damn it, it hurts so much. Just then, a flash of light appeared in the distance, followed by a bang, and a bullet flew towards Su Jiang. The sniper, who had been waiting, saw Su Jiang's movements slow down, knowing his condition was deteriorating. So he seized the opportunity and fired decisively. Damn! Su Jiang reacted in time, dodging the fatal shot, but his shoulder was still hit, blooming with blood. He was already numb with pain. The golden light in his pupils gradually faded, and Su Jiang suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixed on Shangwan Hongwei. As things stood, he still had one thing to confirm. So, Su Jiang rushed towards Shangwan Hongwei recklessly. Stop him. Protect the family head. This is a death throw. Su Jiang is at the end of his rope. I'll take that 500 million bounty. The offensive grew fiercer, and Su Jiang exerted all his strength, dodging the dangers that came at him. At the same time, the distance between him and Shangguan Hongwei was constantly shortening. Shangguan Hongwei and the other two stood in place, their faces unchanged, as if certain that Su Jiang couldn't reach them. Su Jiang's vision gradually blurred, with countless wounds all over his body and blood flowing everywhere. Finally, he didn't reach Shangguan Hongwei. He stopped while still some distance away, then swayed and collapsed under everyone's gaze. Is he dead? I don't know. Who wants to go finish him off and see? This is a 500 million bounty. If you're not going, I will. Wait, Shangguan Hongwei is walking over. Everyone turned their heads, only to see Shangguan Hongwei walk calmly to Su Jiang, looking down at him. Su Jiang, you lost. You are indeed very strong. These people who encirclement and suppression you are enough to trigger a second Kyoto incident. Yet you alone killed nearly a third of them. My intuition was right. You are a dangerous person. Don't worry, after you die, I will thoroughly study your flesh and your blood. Let's see what kind of thing you truly are. Splat. Before Shangguan Hongwei could finish speaking, Su Jiang, who was lying on the ground, suddenly reached out and placed his hand on his foot. Immediately after, a system prompt sounded in Su Jiang's mind. Please note, host, unable to identify the target's life characteristics. Lucky thief skill cannot determine success. Heh, as expected. Having confirmed his guess, Su Jiang sneered inwardly. We're all monsters, who's better than whom? Shangguan Hongwei frowned, not understanding what Su Jiang meant by suddenly putting his hand on his foot. Su Jiang, do you have any last words? Shangguan Hongwei pulled out his pistol and aimed it at Su Jiang's heart. Su Jiang remained silent, like a corpse. Is this what death feels like? Indeed, everything on the internet is a lie. How can you see your great-grandmother before you die? All I can see is my An Rou. Su Jiang's eyes widened slightly, and he suddenly thought, this is bad. It's over. He forgot to tell An Rou about his fake death. Never mind, it should be fine. How could news from Kyoto spread so fast? When I revive, I'll just explain it to An Rou beforehand. The rest is up to that old man who loves playing mahjong. In the silent environment, Shangguan Hongwei slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot, and the bullet struck Su Jiang's heart, ending his life. One shot wasn't even enough. Shangguan Hongwei fired several more shots until the magazine was empty before stopping. Shangguan Hongwei said expressionlessly, medical personnel, come and check if he's truly dead. The medical personnel rushed forward upon hearing this to check Su Jiang's condition. He was as dead as could be. Shangguan Hongwei nodded slightly, spread the word. Su Jiang, the second ranked on the most wanted list, was encirclement and suppression today and died in battle at Manjiang Tower. After speaking, he turned to the others and said, carry the body back. I want to study it thoroughly. Ouyang Fu and Shimin Zhuang quickly said, Shangguan, we all contributed to this. Su Jiang's body isn't your trophy alone. Exactly. If we're going to study it, all three of our families will study it together. Shangguan Hongwei heard this, gave the two a detached look, then nodded. Afterward, he ordered people to clear the battlefield. Those who survived looked at the chaotic battlefield and couldn't help but sigh. So many people died, just to take down one Su Jiang. After today, for at least half a year, the Battle of Manjiang Tower would remain a long-standing topic in Kyoto. The name Su Jiang would also be remembered by many, especially those present tonight. Just as everyone was preparing to retreat, a group of people suddenly rushed out from not far away. Su Wendong, his eyes bloodshot, looked at Su Jiang lying in a pool of blood with disbelief. Shangguan Hongwei, I want you to be buried with my son. Su Wendong roared with a heart-wrenching cry. 435. This is the old drama. Su Wendong looked at Su Jiang's corpse, his heart startled. What the hell? Is this a fake death? He's as dead as can be, isn't he? Is this reliable or not? Can he really be revived? Will he still be my lovely and honest son after he's revived? Doubts constantly emerged, but Su Wendong's face showed no other expression besides anger. He perfectly portrayed the psychological state of a father who, upon seeing his son's death, was unable to accept it and sought revenge. Flawless. This is what an experienced actor does. Hong Jiayu and Jiang Yi were also stunned. If they hadn't truly known Su Jiang's character, they might have genuinely believed Su Jiang was dead. When Hong Jiayu saw Su Jiang's corpse, although she was very sad, her sadness only lasted for a moment. What? You said my son died? This old woman would be very sad. What? You said my son died heroically in battle? Don't be ridiculous. Impossible. My son couldn't do anything that great. In Hong Jiayu's heart, if Su Jiang really died, it must have been while doing something bad. It definitely wouldn't be this kind of death. Shangguan Hongwei frowned. Why was Su Wendong here now? Su Wendong, you're too late. He said indifferently. Your son is already dead. Could it be that you still want to fight us here for a dead man? Ouyang Fu and Shimin Zhuang glanced at Su Wendong's side, including Zheng Yi's people. If both sides really fought without regard for the consequences, their chances of winning would be greater. However, even if they could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. If they fought like this, what about the days to come? Su Wendong gasped, seemingly trying to suppress his inner rage. He said, word for word, give me my son's body. Shangguan Hongwei frowned. Impossible. Then let's fight. Hong Jiayu, with disheveled hair and tear-filled, bloodshot eyes, said, I don't care anymore. Even if I die here today, I will avenge my son. Everyone, get your damn hands on them. At Hong Jiayu's command, the people on Su Wendong's side immediately took out their weapons, eager for action. Wait! Shimin Zhuang quickly shouted. Don't be impulsive. This matter can be discussed. At the moment, Su Wendong was still somewhat rational, but Hong Jiayu was clearly reckless. Of course, a mother tends to be more emotional. Zheng Yi frowned and snorted coldly. Su Jiang, this child, I watched him grow up. He's practically my nephew. If you don't hand over the body today, then let's fight. My supervision bureau will see it through to the end. Hearing this, Su Wendong internally rolled his eyes. The first time you saw my son, he was already in college, wasn't he? And you watched him grow up since he was little, and he's your grandnephew. You, Zheng Yi, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, how are you also an actor? Shameless big dark face. At this moment, Su Wendong and the two others had an incredibly domineering aura. As long as Su Jiang's body wasn't handed over, they would fight to the death. Shangguan Hongwei frowned. He also didn't want to fight to the death here. It wasn't the right time. Although he, Shimin Zhuang, and Ouyang Fu had trump cards, once used, they would suffer significant losses, and it wasn't worth it. After a slight pause, Shangguan Hongwei said in a low voice, Su Wendong, if I return your son's body to you, will you leave? No. Su Wendong stared, saying word for word, and the 500 million bounty for my son must also be given to me. As soon as these words came out, everyone's mouths twitched. No, he's still asking for money? Those 500 million were my son's bounty, so they naturally belong to my son. Now that my son is dead, his property is naturally inherited by me. I want to use this money to hold a grand funeral for my son, to let him leave with dignity. Is there a problem? Hearing Su Wendong's explanation, everyone was somewhat speechless. Shangguan Hongwei's mouth twitched, and after holding it in for a long time, he slowly uttered two words, sick. He felt that Su Wendong's mind was truly sick. No, the entire Shangguan family is sick. At this point, they were still thinking of extorting money using their dead son. Give it to him, Shimin Zhuang whispered. Anyway, we just got Su Jiang's blood, and we can find some tissue as well, which is enough for our research. It's not worth fighting Su Wendong for such a small amount of money. Shangguan Hongwei frowned and said in a low voice, Nonsense. Of course I know it's not worth it, but have you considered what if Su Wendong turns hostile after getting the person and the money? This isn't the first time he's done something like this. As soon as these words came out, Shimin Zhuang and Ouyang Fu immediately realized he had a point. The opponent was Su Wendong, after all. It wouldn't be strange if he started a fight immediately after getting the person and the money. This kind of shameless act was not the first time he had done it. What should we do then? Really fight him? Ouyang Fu hesitated. We can fight, but we might have to expose some things. This was exactly what Shangguan Hongwei was worried about. Just as the two sides faced off and the atmosphere became somewhat tense, an untimely voice rang out. Haha, it's so lively here. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a man getting out of a car and walking leisurely towards them. Shangguan Hongwei and the others immediately frowned, as if facing a formidable enemy. Xiang Qingtian, what are you doing here? Just passing by, saw so many people, so I stopped to take a look. Xiang Qingtian responded with a smile. Then his gaze fell upon Su Jiang's corpse in the distance, and he frowned. Su Jiang is dead? He quickly scanned the expressions on Su Wendong and Hong Jiayu's faces. No, that's not right. If Su Jiang were truly dead, these two would definitely not appear. According to their personalities, they would only go into hiding and plan a crazy, mutually destructive scheme. Now that these two, along with Zheng Yi, have jumped out, could it be that Su Jiang isn't dead yet? No, that's not right either. If Su Jiang really wasn't dead, he absolutely couldn't have fooled Shangguan Hongwei. Fake death a deception? Xiang Qingtian immediately guessed many things, then slowly said, Su Jiang has some connection with me. How about you all, for my sake, agree to Su Wendong and Hong Jiayu's demands? After all, the deceased should be respected, and whose family doesn't have a time when a son dies? Right, Shangguan Hongwei? Xiang Qingtian looked at Shangguan Hongwei meaningfully. Not many people could understand these words. Few people knew that Shangguan Hongwei once had two sons. Shangguan Jian's older brother died unexpectedly during the Kyoto incident. Shangguan Hongwei's face immediately darkened upon hearing Xiang Qingtian's words. Xiang Qingtian, are you provoking me? Heh, I wouldn't dare. Xiang Qingtian smiled and said, how about this? I'll exchange a piece of intelligence with you for Su Jiang's body and those 500 million. How does that sound? Shangguan Hongwei frowned upon hearing this. What intelligence? Xiang Qingtian smiled mysteriously. 1. About Gongsun Fan. 436. No one answered. Information about Gongsun Fan. Xiang Qingtian's words made everyone frown. Even those who weren't from the four great families couldn't help but perk up their ears. Shangguan Hongwei looked at Xiang Qingtian's calm face and said without changing his expression, all right, as long as your information is valuable, Su Jiang and the money will both be yours. Unexpectedly, Xiang Qingtian shook his head. One sentence, trade or not? If you trade, hand over the person and money first. Then I'll give you the information. If you don't trade, just pretend I was never here, and you can continue. After Xiang Qingtian finished speaking, he turned and prepared to leave. Shangguan Hongwei's intention was to hear the information first, and then decide whether or not to hand over the person. How could Xiang Qingtian make it easy for him? He didn't necessarily need Su Jiang's corpse. Wait. Seeing that Xiang Qingtian was really about to leave, Shangguan Hongwei quickly called out to him. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll do as you say, I'll trade. If he didn't trade now, after Xiang Qingtian left, he would probably still have to compromise with the rogue Su Wendong. Since that was the case, it might as well be traded directly. Moreover, he also really wanted to know what the information about Gongsun Fan was. Xiang Qingtian stopped, turned his head, and looked at Shangguan Hongwei with a smile. Shangguan Hongwei's face was gloomy as he had those few people carry Su Jiang's corpse in front of Su Wendong and Hong Jiayu. Woo, my poor son. Hong Jiayu reached out her hand and trembled as she caressed Su Jiang's face, overcome with grief. Afterward, Shangguan Hongwei took out a bank card and had someone hand it to Su Wendong. The password is 6 zeros, and inside is Su Jiang's 500 million bounty. Su Wendong took the bank card and swallowed a mouthful of saliva without a change in expression. Goodness, 500 million. It just fell into his hands like that. Xiang Qingtian, can you speak now? Shangguan Hongwei said grimly. Your information had better satisfy me. Xiang Qingtian chuckled. I wouldn't dare to guarantee it. I can only tell you the facts I know. Then, he extended 2 fingers and slowly said, regarding the information about Gongsun Fan, I will only say 2 things. First, during the Kyoto incident that year, the disappearance of Kyoto University's principal, Meng Zhensheng, was Gongsun Fan's doing. Second, the current Gongsun Fan isn't unwilling to appear, but rather unable to appear. Xiang Qingtian smiled. Above is the information I've gathered. Upon hearing such words, everyone's faces were filled with confusion. Shangguan Hongwei and the others were even more perplexed by what Xiang Qingtian meant. How did Gongsun Fan get involved with Meng Zhensheng? Also, what did he mean by not unwilling to come out? but unable to come out. Xiang Qingtian, explain yourself more clearly. I've already made myself very clear. Farewell. Xiang Qingtian waved his hand and left without looking back. It was as if he had truly just passed by. As for Su Wendong and his group, they had already deftly slipped away with Su Jiang's corpse. They had gotten everything they needed, so why stay now? What were they waiting for? To really fight Shangwan Hongwei? Don't be silly, there was no need for that. Seeing Xiang Qingtian and Su Wendong slip away so quickly, Shangwan Hongwei vaguely felt that something was amiss. But he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. Shangwan, what did Xiang Qingtian mean by that? Shimin Zhuang stepped forward and murmured, Meng Zhensheng. I don't seem to have any impression of this person. Won't we know if we investigate? Ouyang Fu said indifferently. There must be some connection between Gongsun Fan and Meng Zhensheng. Xiang Qingtian wouldn't speak without cause. Exactly, Shangwan Hongwei nodded. Although Xiang Qingtian is full of tricks, he generally disdains lying in this regard. All right, that's enough for today. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. After Shangwan Hongwei finished speaking, he led his people away first. He had just learned about Shangwan Pingyi being rescued, and the most urgent task was to go back and check the situation. Fortunately, Su Jiang is dead, otherwise this time we would have suffered a huge loss, Shangwan Hongwei muttered. If Shangwan Pingyi had escaped, and Su Jiang was still alive, then he would truly be depressed. After Shangwan Hongwei left, the various forces around Manjiang Tower also dispersed, each returning to their own homes. Only a few people remained, responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. At the same time, Good Conscience Clinic. Young Master. Good news, great news. The guard looked at Shimin Shang excitedly and said with a smile, we just received news that Su Jiang, that great devil, has been personally killed by Shangwan family head outside Manjiang Tower. What? What? Shimin Shang and Hua Qing were both shocked at the same time. Su Jiang died. Is it true or false? Shimin Shang said with some disbelief. Such a ruthless person just died like that. It's absolutely true, young master. Su Jiang was just outside Manjiang Tower, facing the encirclement of the four great families and various major forces alone, and died of exhaustion. Many people witnessed it with their own eyes. This news is absolutely real. The guard excitedly said, Young master, your revenge has been taken. The guard's words sent a chill down Hua Qing's spine, who was standing nearby. Young Master Su died. Hua Qing tremblingly took out his phone and clicked on An Rou's profile picture. Miss, this is bad, young Master Su he. At this moment, An Rou, far away in Jiangdu, was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, looking at the small tablet in front of her. She was learning to knit a scarf. She had been with Su Jiang for so long and hadn't given him any decent gifts. Since the weather had been relatively cold recently, An Rou decided to knit a scarf for Su Jiang herself. Why is this so difficult to learn? An Rou frowned, troubled, as she watched the tutorial video while clumsily knitting the scarf. Perhaps she truly had no talent in this area, for until now, besides her 2 fingers being bandaged, she had achieved absolutely no results. Meow. Fuguwei, don't mess with my yarn ball. An Rou tapped the white cat beside her head. If Su Jiang comes back and this scarf isn't finished, you'll be entirely responsible. Meow. Fuguwei swore. It hadn't done anything just now. It had just woken up and stretched, accidentally kicking the yarn ball. How was it entirely responsible? Isn't this bullying an honest cat? Fuguwei protested. An Rou ignored it and stared intently at the tutorial video. Suddenly, a message popped up at the top of the tablet. Huh, Hua Qing sent me a message. An Rou reached out her finger, clicked on the message panel, and saw a pile of messages from Hua Qing. Clatter. The knitting needle in her hand fell to the ground, but An Rou didn't notice, only staring blankly at those few words, as if she had gone completely numb. After she came to her senses, An Rou frantically picked up her phone and called Su Jiang. No answer. For 37. Revive, my host. Inside Su Wendong's headquarters in the capital. Su Wendong, Hong Jiayu, and Zheng Yi stared intently at the motionless Su Jiang on the bed. Their expressions varied. Is this really a state of suspended animation? Zheng Yi couldn't help but ask. He had just personally checked Su Jiang's injuries. How could this be called suspended animation? It was clearly fooling ghosts. Su Wendong and Hong Jiayu were also speechless. They naturally saw Su Jiang's injuries, which could be described as utterly fatal. However, adhering to the principle of trusting his son, Su Wendong reluctantly said, "Let's wait and see. If he really couldn't come back to life, then it would be a big problem. But if he did come back to life, that would also be a big deal. After all, this was no different from a true resurrection. If he can really live, this kid will definitely be taken away and sliced for research." Jiang Yi said with a hint of mockery. Su Wendong nodded noncommittally. "Indeed, if he weren't my son, I'd really want to slice him up for research." "Slice what? Can you two be serious?" Hong Jiayu said irritably. "The child hasn't woken up yet, and you're not even worried, just talking nonsense here." "Then what can we do?" Su Wendong said aggrievedly. "Who knows what this kid is planning? We don't know anything. Besides just watching, what else can we do?" Hong Jiayu opened her mouth, realizing that Su Wendong did have a point. "Then shut up for me and just wait." So, the three of them watched Su Jiang intently, trying to find any sign of revival. Jiang Yi felt that he must be crazy, going crazy with this neurotic couple here. How could anyone possibly come back to life in this situation? However, just as Jiang Yi was about to tell the two to face reality, Su Wendong suddenly shouted. "He moved. You scared me." "What moved?" "I think I just saw my son's eyebrow twitch." "What did you say? Is that true?" The three quickly leaned in, observing Su Jiang's eyebrows intently. Not a single twitch. Hong Jiayu took a deep breath and couldn't help but say, "Su Wendong, if you have nothing better to do, get out of my sight." His eyebrow twitched. "Do you believe I'll shave your eyebrows off?" Su Wendong said with a wronged expression. "No, I really saw his eyebrow twitch just now." Jiang Yi sighed, speechless. At the same time, deep in Su Jiang's mind, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Detecting host in a dead state. Undying contract skill triggered. Revive. My dear host. A miraculous warm current flowed into Su Jiang's body, repairing his damaged body, including his heart, which had been pierced by a bullet, now restored to its original state. Gradually, Su Jiang's consciousness began to revive. Where am I? Su Jiang wanted to open his eyes, but found he had no strength at all and couldn't move. He couldn't even speak. He only felt pain, immense pain. Damn it, I didn't feel it during the fight, but now I realize how painful my injuries were. Su Jiang silently complained in his mind. Then he asked the system, how long until my body is fully recovered? Based on the host's current situation, it is estimated to take 3 more hours. Note, due to the host's previous overuse of skills, the side effects have caused irreversible damage to the body. The undying contract skill can also repair this damage, but it is recommended that the host not overuse skills and overdraw on his body in the future. Cheating feels good for a moment, but afterwards, it's a crematorium. Please exercise restraint, host. Go to hell. Su Jiang cursed. Not only no one sword cleaves the sky, but I even have to restrain myself from cheating? How am I supposed to be the male lead of a web novel then? I might as well go to the pure romance next door. However, the system ignored him and continued. Due to the undying contract skill being triggered, the host has unlocked the ultimate quest, World's Attention. Complete this quest to receive a reward. That's it. What's the quest content? World's Attention. Be more specific. World's Attention, it means everyone in the world is watching, describing a very significant impact. Who the hell asked you to be specific like that? Su Jiang cursed. I was first in Chinese in my entire grade back then. Do I need you to explain this? The system began to play dead. Gradually, Su Jiang's hearing recovered, and he could faintly hear sounds from the outside world. If you ask me, why not just cremate him? No, the custom in Jiangdu is burial. We should follow the custom. Why not just scatter the ashes in the sea? Let them drift wherever they may. You two get out of here. My son will definitely wake up. No, Hong Jiayu. Su Jiang has been lying there for so long. You should face reality, right? Face your big ass. Su Jiang was instantly bewildered. What was going on? Why were they discussing burial and cremation? He hadn't been lying there for long, had he? Wasn't he about to wake up? Don't mess around. Dad, I can revive. Su Jiang kept urging the system to hurry up with the treatment. Otherwise, something serious would really happen soon. He didn't want to wake up and find himself in a crematorium furnace. After a while, just as the three didn't know what to do, Jiang finally could move. Cough. He coughed softly, which clearly had no effect. Because the three of them were already arguing fiercely and couldn't hear his small voice at all. Jiang was truly speechless. This was too unreliable. Cough, cough. He increased his volume a bit, and then the three's voices abruptly stopped. They turned their heads in unison. They saw Jiang lying weakly on the bed, his eyes looking helplessly at the three of them. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The three of them said this at the same time. Su Wendong and Jiang immediately looked at Hong Jiayu strangely. Why are you surprised? Didn't you always assert that Jiang would wake up? Now that Jiang is awake, why are you as surprised as us? So, you didn't actually think he could wake up, did you? Jiang took a deep breath and said helplessly, "Where's my phone?" "It was destroyed during your previous battle," Su Wendong asked curiously. "Why are you looking for your phone? Is there important information on it?" "Not exactly." Jiang was just afraid that if An Rou found out the news and called him with no answer, she would worry. "But it shouldn't be that coincidental, right? How long have I been lying down?" "A few hours, but how did you do it, kid? You actually managed to come back to life." Jiang nodded secretly. "Only a few hours. The news of his death shouldn't spread that quickly. It would probably take several days to reach Jiangdu. He'd just get a new phone later and tell An Rou in advance." Jiang thought to himself. Little did he know, An Rou was already on a plane to the capital at this very moment. 4:38. All are here. "Son, how exactly did you do it?" Su Wendong looked at Jiang on the bed and couldn't help but say, "This is too outrageous, isn't it?" The person who was just in a state of death had now recovered consciousness, and judging by the situation, his injuries were still rapidly recovering. It was just like an experimental subject. No, even an experimental subject couldn't come back from the dead. Hong Jiayu and Jiang also looked at Jiang curiously. Jiang said helplessly, "Don't ask anymore. This is my life-saving trump card. It's only for this one time, and only I can do it." As soon as he said this, the three immediately stopped pressing him. As long as Jiang could live, that was all that mattered. "Oh right, Dad, where's my 500 million? "What 500 million? My bounty." "What bounty?" Jiang's face instantly darkened. This couldn't be happening, could it? "You're going to swallow your son's money?" Unexpectedly, Su Wendong spread his hands and sighed. "Don't ask anymore. It's all with your mom." Jiang immediately felt his heart sink. Well, that was it. He wouldn't get it back. Hong Jiayu snorted coldly. "What do you two big men need so much money for? When it's truly needed, I won't give you a single cent less." Jiang and Su Wendong exchanged glances, speechless. "How much longer until you fully recover, kid?" "About 2 hours, I guess." "What are your plans next?" "What else can I do? I'll just use a fake identity and play around first," Jiang said. "After all, I still have the identity of An Rou." Su Wendong nodded. "Shangwan Hongwei, that guy, if he sees you're still alive, how wonderful will the expression on his face be? I'm really looking forward to it. I want to see." As soon as this was mentioned, Jiang's expression instantly became serious. "Oh right, I also need to tell you something. During the battle just now, I discovered that Shangwan Hongwei might be a new human, just like Nightmare." Su Wendong frowned. "Even you think so?" Then, he took out the message Shangwan Lu had sent him. "Shangwan Pengyi was just rescued. His guess is exactly the same as yours." They both believe that. The patriarchs of the 4 great families have assimilated, just like Nightmare. Jiang glanced at the message and nodded. It seemed Xie Guli's side had also succeeded. It wasn't in vain that he had dragged out the time for so long. However, I think they should be different from Nightmare. Jiang pondered slightly, then said, "If they really possessed the same power as Nightmare, they wouldn't have been afraid to fight you when you appeared. But they still had reservations, which means if they want to become like Nightmare, they might have to pay some kind of price. And this price, they either can't afford it, or they don't think it's necessary." Su Wendong nodded. "That makes sense." Shangwan Hongwei's eyes at the time really seemed to indicate that. Then, he cursed again. "Damn it. Are these people not even human anymore, just to gain power?" Jiang shook his head. He felt that what the four great families were doing was likely balancing the relationship between the two. How to gain the power of nightmare while maintaining a human state. This should be what the four great families had been pursuing all along. Su Wendong looked at the message on his phone, then said, Xiao Xie said he wants to bring Shangwan Pingy here to take shelter. He also asked me if you were really dead or not. Su Jiang was speechless and said, just tell him I'm as dead as can be, and tell him to prepare for the funeral. Su Wendong sent the message to Xie Guli, word for word. Truthfully, a moment later, Su Wendong looked up and said, he said you're bragging. This way of speaking was exactly the same as Su Jiang's, and Su Wendong couldn't possibly talk to Xie Guli like that. Xie Guli immediately concluded that Su Jiang, that little bastard, wasn't dead. And he was right beside Su Wendong. Su Jiang's mouth twitched, then he asked, where's Xiaoxing? You mean that little girl? We brought her back. She's probably heartbroken over your death in some corner right now. Su Wendong said, do you want to see her? Su Jiang shook his head. The fewer people who know I'm still alive, the better. Too many people can lead to accidents. By now, Su Jiang's body was barely able to move on its own. He struggled to get out of bed and slowly walked towards the restroom under the gaze of the three. The three looked at him with amazement, observing how quickly his injuries were recovering. Su Jiang took a deep breath, looked at the distant restroom, and said helplessly, are you just going to watch? Don't you see how difficult it is for me to walk? Someone come and help me. You should have said something if you needed help. Su Wendong stepped forward and supported Su Jiang to the restroom. I thought you were just stretching your muscles. Jingqing Airport. A group of people walked out of the arrival gate in a grand manner. An Rou, don't worry yet. I don't think Su Jiang will die that easily. And Xingqiang mumbled in a low, helpless voice. He was completely wrapped up, afraid of being recognized. He had only left Jingqing a few days ago, and now he had to come back. He was truly exasperated. Li Kai also said softly, yes, An Rou, don't worry yet. What if that guy faked his death? He's capable of doing something like that. Yang Ming also spoke. I also don't think that guy will die that easily. Wu Qi adjusted her glasses and remained silent. Upon hearing the news of Su Jiang's death, and also to protect An Rou, this group of people directly chartered a plane and rushed to Jingqing as quickly as possible. An Rou walked at the very front, silent. Even if Su Jiang was dead, she had to see the body with her own eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't believe it. The news says that Su Jiang's body was taken away by Su Wendong and his wife. And Xingqiang suggested, if we go directly to Su Wendong now, we should be able to find out the result. So, everyone headed directly to Su Wendong's base camp. Along the way, An Rou continued to try calling Su Jiang's phone, but it still went unanswered. As for Hua Qing, he had only heard rumors and didn't know the true situation, so asking him was pointless. An Rou didn't dare to call Su Wendong and Hong Jieyu. She was afraid of hearing the news she least wanted to hear. An Rou silently looked out the window, her heart filled with unease. Su Jiang, if you're really dead, what will I do alone? You won't leave me alone, right? We just got married. You still owe me a ring, and you still owe me a wedding. I don't want anything anymore. I just hope you're still alive. As long as you're alive, I'll listen to whatever you say, okay? The journey wasn't short, but for An Rou, it felt like an instant. Everyone arrived at the entrance of Su Wendong's base camp. The guard recognized An Xingqiang and allowed them to pass. For 39, Su Jiang is about to finish. An Rou, filled with unease, arrived at the small room where Su Wendong and the others were, standing in front of the door, hesitant to push it open. And Xingqiang and the others stood behind her, silently watching the scene unfold. To be honest, even in their hearts, they couldn't be certain if Su Jiang was truly still alive. The words they spoke were merely to comfort An Rou. An Rou took a deep breath and murmured, no matter what, I have to face it. She slowly reached out, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. As soon as she entered, she felt a heavy atmosphere. The air was eerily still. This intensified the feeling of unease within her. Then, she walked into the living room and saw 4 people sitting around a table. Son, I'm asking you one more time, are you sure you want to steal this Kong from me? I'm sure, absolutely positive. This is the only tile I need. There's no way I can't steal it. Hurry up, stop dawdling. I didn't even complain when I had a pure suit. Exactly, Su Wendong. Can you or can you not play? If you can't, let Suzhua play, and you go to the kids' table. All right. All right, here you go. I won. Su Jiang excitedly laid down his tiles. He was still recovering, so he wasn't cheating at mahjong. He won purely based on his own skill. Su Jiang was excitedly reveling in the joy of victory. With his strength not yet recovered, he completely failed to notice An Rou standing behind him, her face already completely darkened. He didn't see her, but Su Wendong and the others did. What's wrong? Keep going. Su Jiang looked at the three of them in confusion. Why had they all stopped moving? Su Wendong kept winking at his son, but Su Jiang was too caught up in the excitement and didn't understand at all. Hurry up and start the next round. I haven't had enough fun yet. Li Kai and the others also came in and saw this scene, then looked at An Rou's expression. For words simultaneously popped into everyone's minds. Su Jiang is doomed. Whether he was dead before or not, he's definitely dead for real now. Su Jiang. An Rou gritted her teeth as she called out Su Jiang's name. Su Jiang, who was happily playing mahjong, froze. Had he just heard An Rou's voice? It couldn't be. That girl should be in Jiangdu right now. Perhaps his injury hadn't healed, and he was having auditory hallucinations? Su Jiang really wanted to deceive himself like that. However, when he finally understood Su Wendong's winks, he knew. He was done for. Just 2 seconds later, Su Jiang displayed acting skills that were on par with a veteran actor. He clutched his chest, looking distressed, and said, "Dad, I feel like my injury is so severe, I'm even having auditory hallucinations. I just heard An Rou calling me. Is it because I miss her too much? Mom, you absolutely must not let An Rou know that I almost died in battle. I don't want her to know that I fought to the death just to quickly reunite with her in Jiangdu, making her worry." The others watched Su Jiang's self-directed performance with blank expressions, and before Su Jiang could finish, An Rou walked straight up and gently placed her hands on Su Jiang's shoulders. "So you did all that for me?" An Rou's gentle voice echoed in Su Jiang's ear. "Then, if I were to scold you now, wouldn't I seem too unreasonable?" Su Jiang's face stiffened, and he mechanically turned his head to see An Rou's face, which was blooming with a gentle smile. "Rou, An Rou, why are you here?" Su Jiang feigned surprise. "You didn't even tell me you were coming. I would have gone to pick you up." "Oh no, you're dead. How could you pick me up?" Cough, cough. "There's a reason for this. An Rou, listen to my sophistry." "No, listen to my explanation." Seeing this, the others quickly got up and walked out. They didn't want to witness a crime scene. In an instant, only Su Jiang and An Rou remained in the room. An Rou gritted her teeth and said, "You can start your sophistry now." Su Jiang, hearing this, had no choice but to say, "I originally didn't want to worry you. After all, everything was within my plan. I intended to tell you after some time. I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Something that happened a few hours ago could even reach Jiangdu." An Rou said indifferently, "It was Hua Qing. He told me immediately." Su Jiang immediately clenched his fists. "Huazi, you traitor. I calculated everything, but I didn't account for you." Su Jiang gave up struggling and was about to let An Rou punish him however she pleased, but An Rou suddenly hugged him tightly. "An Rou, does it hurt?" "Huh?" I asked. "When you were injured, did it hurt?" "It was all right." An Rou buried her head in Su Jiang's chest and softly said, "Don't do it again." Su Jiang reached out and gently stroked An Rou's head, smiling. Never again." The two embraced each other tightly. Su Jiang, seeing that no one was around, was about to go further when An Rou suddenly spoke. "Hua Qing said you also made tens of millions in private savings." Su Jiang's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth. "Huazi, you're dead. You are absolutely dead. Just wait until I get back to the medical clinic." This couldn't be blamed on Hua Qing. When he learned of Su Jiang's death, Hua Qing, in his panic, told An Rou everything, both what he should and shouldn't have said. He hadn't considered the consequences if Su Jiang hadn't died. How could that be private savings? Su Jiang chuckled. "Those were all for me to hand over to you." "Is that so?" An Rou extended her fair and tender palm, placing it before Su Jiang. "Then hand them over now." Su Jiang's mouth twitched as he reached into his pocket and rummaged around. "Huh, where's my bank card?" Su Jiang remembered putting his bank cards in his inner pocket, and the battle hadn't affected that area, had it? Where the hell is my money? Su Jiang suddenly thought of a possibility. After his death, the people who had contact with his body were only a few people from Shangwan Hongwei's side, and his own father and mother. Would Shangwan Hongwei's people go through his inner pocket for bank cards? Unlikely. Would Su Wendong go through his inner pocket for bank cards? Absolutely possible. At this thought, Su Jiang's face immediately darkened. What's wrong? An Rou blinked. Why do you look so upset? Nothing. I just suddenly understand how your brother feels. It was unlikely to get the money back from Su Wendong. That would be no different from asking for his life. An Rou, when I was fighting, I think I lost my bank cards. Really? Really? More real than Ding Zhan. All right, I'll let you off this time. With that, An Rou suddenly looked up and kissed Su Jiang. Su Jiang was stunned, then gently cupped An Rou's head, returning the kiss. After a long while, their lips parted. An Rou, her cheeks flushed, looked at Su Jiang and said, word by word, I want to stay in the capital with you. Su Jiang looked into An Rou's serious eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then gently nodded. Okay. 440, An Rou, head of logistics department. Not long after, Xie Guli arrived late with Shangwan Pengyi and his daughter, only to see Su Wendong and the others all standing outside the house. Xie Guli was stunned. Why are you all standing here, not going in? And Li Kai, why are you here? Li Kai calmly said, don't go in yet. Su Jiang is inside. What about him being inside? Didn't he not die? He didn't die before, but now it's uncertain. Why? He didn't tell An Rou about his fake death, and now An Rou is inside. Understood. Xie Guli immediately looked sad. I will definitely give him a grand funeral. Hold your granddad's funeral. Su Jiang's voice suddenly rang out, and he and An Rou slowly walked out of the main door. At this moment, Su Jiang's body had recovered by 70 to 80%. TSK, not dead yet. Xie Guli was a little regretful, but he couldn't be bothered with these matters. The most urgent task was to settle Shangwan Pengyi first. The injuries he sustained in the Shangwan family were too severe. If he didn't receive timely treatment, he might really be gone. Su Zhuo led Xie Guli and the others away, and had the doctors follow to treat Shangwan Pengyi. Yang Ming approached Zheng Yi, wanting to have a private chat with him. The matter of Zheng Yi abandoning him and resigning from the supervisory bureau without a word had always weighed on Yang Ming's heart like a large stone. He wanted to ask Zheng Yi for a clear explanation. Uncle, auntie, hello. An Rou then remembered to greet Su Wendong and Hong Jiayu. This was the first time An Rou had met Su Jiang's parents after the two of them had received their marriage certificate. In total, she had only met them twice. The first time was at Su Jiang's house, when she and Su Jiang had just met. Su Wendong and Hong Jiayu looked at An Rou, becoming more and more satisfied the longer they looked. They even felt that their son was somewhat unworthy. Oh right. Hong Jiayu seemed to have thought of something and quickly ran into the house. A moment later, she came out holding a small box. An Rou, open it and take a look. An Rou took the box and gently opened it, only to see a vibrant blood-red bracelet placed inside. You two are getting married, and Auntie hasn't given you anything. Since you're here, Auntie will give you this. Su Wendong recognized it at a glance. It was the bracelet Hong Jiayu had him steal from the Chung family back then. This was the Chung family's heirloom. Because of this, he still didn't dare to see Qing Junrin and always avoided him. Auntie, isn't it too valuable? Valuable for what? It's just a small bracelet. Su Jiang rolled his eyes from the side. He also knew the origin of this bracelet. Take it, Su Jiang said to An Rou, but don't wear it in Jiangdu. He was afraid it might be recognized by someone from the Chung family someday. An Rou heard this and no longer acted coy. She put the box away and thanked Hong Jiayu. Thank me for what? Not to mention your relationship with my son. Just based on my relationship with your mother, I should be good to you. Hong Jiayu smiled. Is your mother doing well lately? She's, well, I guess. An Rou blinked and said, it's just that I often don't see her. I don't know what she's up to. At this moment, Su Jiang stood to the side, looking askance at Su Wendong, and said sarcastically, my mom has a gift to give, so why are some people just standing there? Su Wendong raised an eyebrow when he heard this. You brat, are you looking for trouble with me? Why wouldn't I? Su Wendong waved his hand and said to An Rou, you wait. Su Wendong also ran into the house and came out with a small box. Su Jiang's face immediately darkened. Surely this wasn't another family's heirloom, was it? However, when An Rou took the box and opened it, and the two saw what was inside, they fell silent. Inside the box, there was a handgun. It was pink. Dad, what does this mean? A handgun, for An Rou to use for self-defense. No, isn't the color of this gun a bit? What do you know? An Rou is a girl, so of course it has to be a little different. An Rou heard this, and for a moment didn't know what to say. She felt that Su Jiang was definitely their biological child. Oh, right, Dad. An Rou said she wants to stay in Jiangdu, but with my current identity, it's not convenient to keep her by my side, so… Su Wendong heard this and immediately said, no problem, An Rou can stay with us. She'll be absolutely safe. Originally, the two of them were quite busy, but after Su Jiang arrived, they weren't so busy anymore. Or rather, they had completely given up. When Jiangdu was in chaos before, they still thought about saving it and making an effort. But after Su Jiang arrived these past few days, their thinking changed. Let it be chaotic. Nothing can be established without breaking, and things will reverse when they reach an extreme. They were too lazy to clean up this mess and left it all to Su Jiang to deal with. Anyway, they were already at the bottom, so any direction they went would be upward. So Su Wendong played mahjong in the main camp every day. Uncle, is there anything I can do? An Rou said softly. I want to stay here and contribute to you all. Hearing this, Su Wendong suddenly didn't know what to do. He also didn't know what to arrange for An Rou to do. At this moment, Su Jiang suggested, let her be in charge of logistics. Earlier, Su Jiang had already discovered a prominent quality in An Rou. That was her meticulousness, extreme meticulousness. She wouldn't miss any detail in her work. This characteristic was most suitable for logistics work. After all, Su Jiang also knew a little about Su Wendong's logistics. It could almost be said that there were no logistics at all. Things like firearms, ammunition, medical supplies, and food were used without any planning. The main principle was to use them first and then worry about it later. If this continued for a long time, something would go wrong sooner or later. The main reason was that Su Wendong's side was full of rough men who didn't pay attention to such detailed things. Therefore, Su Jiang felt it was very necessary for An Rou to stay and help them plan things out reasonably. Logistics? Su Wendong was stunned when he heard this. Do we have such a thing? Su Jiang was speechless, and even Hong Jiayu couldn't help but scold him. Of course we do. You brute who only knows how to cause trouble all day. You don't even know what departments you have under you. Su Wendong suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He really didn't pay much attention to these things. Su Jui usually handled them. So, they immediately decided to let An Rou be the head of the logistics department. And Su Jiang, seeing that it was almost time, decided he should return to the medical clinic. He had been out for quite a while this time. But it was fine. Since Su Jiang was dead, how could anyone still suspect his identity as Mu Rou? As for Li Kai and the others, they stayed with An Rou at Su Wendong's place, ready to provide support whenever Su Jiang needed them. Su Jiang greeted An Rou, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt something was missing. Strange, where's Uncle An? I don't know, he was just here. What they didn't know was that at this moment, and Xingchang had already quietly arrived at Qingjia village. 441, they are all stubborn. And Xingchang arrived at Qingjia village and, led by the butler, pushed open the door and entered a room. You're here. Inside the room, Xiang Qingtian looked at An Xingchang and said with a smile, instead of staying in Jiangdu, why did you come to find me? There were only the two of them in the room. Xiang Qingtian sat on the sofa, and on the table in front of him was a black box, still covered with some dirt, as if it had just been dug out. Is that how you talk to your savior? And Xingchang walked towards the sofa, saying irritably, at least we worked together in the supervisory bureau back then, and I was the one who rescued you from the Wei family. Yes, I remember it all. Xiang Qingtian helplessly got up and personally brewed a cup of tea for An Xingchang. What is this? And Xingchang pointed to the black box on the table and asked. Oh, that. Xiang Qingtian replied without turning his head. The mithril spear, just dug out. Mithril? The one from North City? Yes, I mentioned it to you back then. Holy crap, really? I thought you were just bragging back then. And Xingchang immediately wanted to open the box to see, but found that it was locked. It's useless. Without the password, no one can open it. Xiang Qingtian picked up the teacup, placed it in front of An Xingchang, and continued. If you force it open, the contents inside will be forcibly destroyed. So cautious? Even you don't know the password. Only 2 people know the password to this box, Xiang Qingtian slowly said. One is the deceased Qin family patriarch, and the other is Master Mo Chang, who crafted the mithril spear in this box. And Xingchang blinked, meaning that now only Mo Chang could open this box. Do you really want that secret treasure? Yes. Stop messing around. I know you. You wouldn't care for such a small thing. That's not certain. What if I was just pretending in front of you all this time? Then I'd beat you to death. And Xingchang took a sip of tea and then said, There's nothing important about coming to see you this time. I mainly wanted to tell you that the batch of items you wanted is being transported over by my wife soon. Xiang Qingtian nodded. Thank you. There's one more thing. And Xingchang said seriously, regarding Su Jiang, I hope you don't use him. Firstly, he is my son-in-law now, and I don't want anything to happen to him. Secondly, I don't think you can control him. It might backfire. Hearing this, Xiang Qingtian was silent for a long time before speaking. Olden, you know we don't have much time left. Originally, I intended to use more extreme methods, but Su Jiang's appearance made me change that idea. Therefore, Su Jiang must follow my plan. Everything I do is to pave the way for him. And Xingchang frowned, saying nothing. Xiang Qingtian picked up his teacup, paused, and continued. How about this? I promise you that at the critical moment, I will let Su Jiang make his own choice. How about that? And Xingchang looked conflicted, then let out a long sigh. Sigh. Forget it. I don't care anymore. You two can play slowly. Anyway, I'm just a retiree. It's enough to live out the rest of my life well. Xiang Qingtian nodded gently, then looked at his empty sleeve. In a few more years, your hand should be salvageable. Really? Reattaching a severed arm. And Xingchang said indifferently, It's just one hand. It's good enough to have kept my life. Perhaps you can ask Yanhua and see if he has a solution. Yanhua? Ding Qiming's student? Is he here with you? Shangwan Pingi entrusted him to me before, so I let him hide in Qingjia village. Xiang Qingtian smiled. Otherwise, why do you think I went straight to Qingjia village as soon as I arrived in the capital? The reason I've been staying here is also to protect him. In West Continent, Shangwan Pingi realized Yan Hua was in a dangerous situation, and his first reaction was to find a safe place for him. In his eyes, only by entrusting Yan Hua to Xiang Qingtian could his safety be guaranteed. Otherwise, Shangwan Pingi wouldn't have trusted anyone else. Xiang Qingtian took a sip of tea and sighed. Ding Qiming's gene liquid is the root cause of all this, and his student might be able to resolve this root cause for him and fulfill his dream. The first time I saw Yanhua, I knew this kid was as stubborn as Ding Qiming. But what's different is that this stubborn fellow is determined to make amends for his teacher, so I think he has hope of succeeding. And Xingchang nodded. He wasn't familiar with Ding Qiming and had nothing to say about him. He was even more clueless about scientific research. What are your plans next? And Xingchang asked, Are you just going to stay in Qingjia village like this? Xiang Qingtian nodded. I still need to stay in the capital for a while. After things are settled, I'll go to North City to find Mo Chang. A hint of worry flashed in Xiang Qingtian's eyes as he murmured, Things might get turbulent in North City very soon. If Shimin Zhuang doesn't get the North City secret treasure, he will most likely spread the news directly, making things difficult for Xiang Qingtian. At that time, more and more people will know about the North City secret treasure. Regardless of whether they believe it or not, North City will become lively. He himself would also become the target of public criticism. After all, whoever obtains the secret treasure could almost become the next dominant family after the Qin family. Who could resist such temptation? And Xingchang lit a cigarette, took a puff, and reminisced. When we first established the supervisory bureau, Big Black Face, Shangwan, and I, in a moment of hot-headedness, got on your pirate ship. Later, we gradually expanded the supervisory bureau. Old Xia also came sniffing around and found himself a secretarial job. In a blink of an eye, we've all grown old and have our own family forces. Shangwan has also begun to retreat behind the scenes. Only Big Black Face is still guarding the supervisory bureau. Xiang Qingtian listened to these words and remained silent for a long time. And Xingqiang suddenly asked, Xiang Qingtian, tell me honestly, when you first established the supervisory bureau, was your purpose to provide cover for your new century? Xiang Qingtian shook his head. Whether it was the new century or the supervisory bureau, the original intention of their establishment was the same. It's just that Jiang Yi, he's too stubborn. And Xingqiang shrugged at the words. I told you long ago, that guy is stubborn, but you insisted on recruiting him. Xiang Qingtian smiled bitterly. Yes, they are all stubborn. It's precisely because he's there that I had no choice but to leave the supervisory bureau. Only under his leadership can the supervisory bureau go further. Jiang Yi is the true soul of the supervisory bureau. 442. Man in sunglasses and fortune-telling. Under the cover of night, Su Jiang had already changed his appearance, transforming into An Rou, and was walking back to the medical clinic. From now on, the identity of Su Jiang would probably have to remain dormant for a while. Of course, if he wanted to continue causing trouble, for actions, he could just wear a mask like Nightmare. However, Su Jiang planned to be well-behaved for a while. After all, he wasn't someone who loved causing trouble. Little brother, want a fortune told? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Su Jiang turned his head and saw a glasses man wearing a hat and sunglasses at a street stall, looking at him with great interest. In front of his stall, a white cloth had several large characters written on it. Get a fortune told. If it's inaccurate, just consider yourself cheated. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. With a stall like this, could he even get business? Even if he did, wouldn't he get beaten up? Su Jiang looked around. It was already late at night, and there were only him and the glasses man on this street. No wonder he's setting up a stall at this time. If it were daytime, this sign would probably be spat on until it was soaked. Su Jiang shook his head and wondered, do I look easy to fool? What kind of talk is that? The glasses man immediately became displeased, pointing at the words on the white cloth. It's only cheating if it's inaccurate. If it's accurate, then it's not cheating, right? Can you tell fortunes accurately? That depends on what you want to have told. First, tell me my surname. All right, let me calculate. Little brother, your surname must be Jiang, right? Su Jiang turned and walked away. He must have been out of his mind to waste time here. Hey, wait. Don't leave. I know. Your surname must be Wang. Or maybe Li. Just kidding. Your surname is actually Zhao, right? Su Jiang was expressionless. You just keep guessing, follow the 100 family surnames, and guess slowly. And scrupulous old swindler. However, the old swindler's next sentence made Su Jiang frown and stop in his tracks. Last chance, your surname must be Su, right? Su Jiang spun around. His gaze fixed on the glasses man. Was it a coincidence? A guess? Would a normal person directly guess the surname Su? Su Jiang was momentarily uncertain. Was this guy really just guessing, or did he have something real? Seeing Su Jiang's expression, the glasses man's heart settled. Huh? I was just joking with you. Do you believe me now, Mr. Su? However, Su Jiang shook his head. My surname isn't Su. Ah. The glasses man was bewildered. My surname is Mu, and my given name is Rou. After saying that, Su Jiang continued. If you want to cheat people, go find others. Don't waste your time on me. Su Jiang turned to leave, but the glasses man stared intently at his back and slowly said, faking your death to escape, deceiving everyone, and not even admitting your own surname? TSK, TSK, TSK. How cautious. As soon as these words were uttered, a sharp glint flashed in Su Jiang's eyes, and his figure vanished from the spot. The next second, a sharp dagger suddenly appeared, pressed against the glasses man's neck. Who exactly are you? Su Jiang's low voice came from behind him. However, the glasses man showed no panic, instead chuckling. Are you interested in having a fortune told now, little brother? Su Jiang's expression was grave, and the hand holding the dagger tightened slightly. Don't do this. If you kill me, you won't get anything. The glasses man said helplessly. I'm not your enemy. There's no need to treat me like this, right? Hearing this, Su Jiang removed the dagger, took a few steps back, and stared intently at the glasses man. The glasses man breathed a sigh of relief, then sat on the small stool, motioning for Su Jiang to sit opposite him. Su Jiang slowly sat down and then asked, Who exactly are you? What do you want? I'm a fortune teller, just doing my job. Nonsense. Don't tell me all that just now was something you calculated. Fate and divination are profound and mysterious things. Since you don't understand them, how can you know that they can't be calculated? Jiang looked at him indifferently, but inwardly he asked, System, are there any skills related to fortune-telling or reading fates? Please, host, believe in science, not feudal superstition. Nonsense, isn't your existence the most unscientific thing? This system's existence transcends science. Then isn't that metaphysics? Jiang forgot who said it, but the end of science is theology. Could this old swindler really have something up his sleeve? Little brother, I'm not here to cause you trouble. I just want to do business. The glasses man smiled. If you're interested, I can tell your fortune. If not, you can just leave. Jiang stared intently at him. How do you charge? Reading destiny, observing the future, predicting good and bad fortune. Each of these is 100,000 yuan per session. The glasses man said with a grin. I can give you a discount for the family package. It'll be 250,000 yuan. Jiang's mouth twitched. The prices were really not just expensive, they were exorbitant. Then how do I judge whether what you say is accurate or not? Well, never mind. Since you're my first customer tonight, I'll give you a special privilege. The glasses man took out paper and a pen and handed them to Jiang. You write an IOU first. If you think my predictions are accurate later, come and give me the money, and I'll give you the IOU back. If what I say isn't accurate, then the IOU is void. How about that? Really? Jiang asked doubtfully. Aren't you afraid I'll run away? No, you won't. The glasses man smiled meaningfully. If my predictions are accurate, we'll definitely meet again. If they're not accurate, then we're not destined to meet again. Jiang looked at the man's annoying smiling face. A few seconds later, he decisively took the paper and pen, grandly wrote out the IOU, and handed it to the glasses man. The glasses man smiled as he took the IOU, glanced at it, and his mouth twitched. Hey, why is the signature An Rou? Kid, are you trying to play dirty? Jiang said without changing his expression. Oh, I accidentally wrote the wrong name. He took the IOU back again. Then, he changed the signature to Su Wendong. The glasses man looked at it and was speechless. Does your father know you're doing this to him? Can you write it or not? If you can't, then hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time. Jiang had no choice but to honestly write his own name as the signature. He had originally wanted to test him again, but he didn't expect the other party to even mention his own father. The number of people who knew Jiang was still alive was very small, and it definitely did not include this glasses man in front of him. Jiang was genuinely curious about the man's identity. Was he a friend or foe? Why did he suddenly appear before him at this time? What did he want? 443, coins and wind. The glasses man contentedly put away the IOU, then asked, So, little brother, what do you want to have calculated first? Fortune. Jiang answered without a second thought. Fate and the future are ethereal, but fortune is the quickest way to verify whether this man in front of him truly has any abilities. If he could really calculate something, Jiang would go back and beat the system black and blue, until the system coughed up the metaphysics skill. Fortune, huh? The glasses man pretended to be profound as he observed Jiang's face, then started pinching his fingers to calculate. Little brother has just survived a life-or-death tribulation. From now on, for a short period, he will experience great fortune with no ill omens. Of course, this is only for a short time. Hearing this, Jiang frowned. What do you mean by that? According to my calculations, little brother will soon face his next tribulation. The glasses man pointed at the ground and chuckled. In the direction south of the capital, a massive storm is brewing. Jiang frowned. South of the capital? He remembered that the 4 great families were located in the 4 directions of the capital, and the one to the south was the Gongsun family. You mean the Gongsun family? Shoo. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. The glasses man smiled mysteriously. What exactly it is, I don't know. Little brother's only tribulation in the capital is this one. In the capital? Jiang keenly caught the keyword and quickly asked, Does that mean there are others in different places? That I don't know either, as I can't calculate that far. The glasses man spread his hands helplessly and continued. All right, the fortune has been calculated. Next, do you want to observe the future or look at fate? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He hated how these people spoke vaguely, seemingly knowing everything but not telling you everything. The future, Su Jiang decided. The future, huh? A good choice. The glasses man pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, Little brother, I would like to ask you a presumptuous question. Do you prefer the identity of Su Jiang or the identity of An Rou? Or rather, which life are you more satisfied with? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang replied without hesitation, whether it's Su Jiang or An Rou, it's all me. Similarly, no matter which life it is, it's my own life. The glasses man raised an eyebrow. Is that so? But what if you absolutely have to make a choice? What do you mean? In the near future, you will face a choice, and this choice will be extremely difficult. The glasses man stared meaningfully at Su Jiang and slowly said, If you choose wrongly, not only you, but also those around you, will be swept into a massive vortex with unpredictable fortune. That mysterious? Su Jiang didn't believe him at all. He pulled a coin from his pocket and said, How about this? I'll flip a coin 10 times, and you tell me how many heads and how many tails. If you guess correctly, I'll believe you. The glasses man smiled helplessly. Although whether you believe me or not is none of my business, but I'll play along with you. Su Jiang smiled, placed the coin on his thumb, and asked, 10 times, how many heads, how many tails? His control over his strength allowed him to completely control the number of heads and tails. No matter how the glasses man guessed, he couldn't possibly guess correctly. The reason Su Jiang did this was because he thought the glasses man was too arrogant and wanted to curb his arrogance. The glasses man chuckled. I guess, 9 heads, 1 tail. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately laughed. He decided to flip 10 heads to show the glasses man that no matter how profound metaphysics was, it was nothing in the face of true strength. First time heads. Second, third, up to the 9th time were all heads. According to probability, this was completely abnormal. Any person with normal intelligence could see that Su Jiang was cheating. However, the glasses man sat calmly in his chair, waiting for Su Jiang to flip the last coin. Glasses man, I'll give you one more chance. Heads or tails? Su Jiang asked. The glasses man chuckled. Just flip it. Hearing this, Su Jiang controlled his strength and tossed the coin. In his prediction, with this amount of force, it would always land on heads. However, just as the coin reached its highest point, a gust of wind suddenly blew. The coin's trajectory changed, and to Su Jiang's astonished gaze, it flipped and landed in the glasses man's hand. Tails. The glasses man said calmly, I won. Su Jiang was stunned for a full 3 seconds, and then, System, quickly hand over the metaphysics skill. You definitely have it, right? I want to learn this. It's too awesome, damn it. I don't want one sword cleaves the sky anymore. Switch it for this, quickly. The system was speechless and completely ignored Su Jiang. The glasses man handed the coin to Su Jiang, then packed up his stall, seemingly ready to leave. Hey, wait, what are you doing? Packing up and going home. The glasses man said matter-of-factly. Tonight's business with you is enough for me to eat and drink for a year. Why would I work overtime? My working hours are flexible. I work when I want, leave when I want, rest when I want. Unlike some overworked people who long for the grassland while miserably making coffee in the office. Oh no, that should be called noon horse, an overworked person who will never see the light of day. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. It seemed like he had insulted quite a few people with those words. But, didn't I buy the family package? You haven't shown me my fate yet. What are you talking about? Haven't I already shown you? The glasses man put everything into his backpack, then got on his electric scooter and turned to look at Su Jiang. That coin. He pointed at the coin in Su Jiang's hand. And that gust of wind. He pointed at the empty space. That is your fate. The glasses man said meaningfully. Even in the most unchangeable developments, there will always be a gust of wind full of variables. And what kind of variables that gust of wind will bring is unknown. Perhaps heads, or perhaps tails. But no matter what, it's always better than always being heads, isn't it? With that, the glasses man started his electric scooter, preparing to leave. Su Jiang paused for a moment. then frowned. Where do I go to claim my IOU? The glasses man rode away, leaving behind his back and a short sentence. North City, Eastgate Slope. 444. You dare to call yourself a system? After the glasses man rode a certain distance away, he stopped at a corner. Looking at the IOU in his hand, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. Another 250,000 yuan. Deposited. I was scared to death. If it weren't for that sudden gust of wind, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Xiang Qingtian was right. The people in the capital are foolish and rich. Just a few random, mysterious words, and that guy was bluffed by me. If only the people in North City were so easy to fool. Strike while the iron is hot. Let's see if I can fool another idiot. The glasses man whistled cheerfully, rode to another street, and continued setting up his fortune-telling stall. What did you say? Inside the Shimin family, Shimin Zhuang asked with a hint of disbelief. You said the Chun family and the Wang family were both wiped out? Family head, it wasn't just the Chun family and the Wang family, but many affiliated families too. During your encirclement of Su Jiang, almost all of them were wiped out. Moreover, judging by the injuries, it's very likely that mutants were responsible. Upon hearing this, Shimin Zhuang immediately frowned. Could it be Nightmare? No, Nightmare has no reason to attack those people. Nightmare is only interested in experimental subjects. Furthermore, within such a short period, to wipe out so many families, some of which are very far apart, Nightmare alone couldn't possibly do it. Who else? Shimin Zhuang's brows were tightly furrowed, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. Gongsun family. Only the four great families could accomplish such a feat. And at that time, Shangwan and Ouyang family were both encircling Su Jiang, leaving only Gongsun family with the greatest suspicion. As soon as he thought of this, Shimin Zhuang decisively said, properly handle these wiped-out families. Then, send scouts to the Gongsun family to investigate the situation. Once you find any unusual activity from the Gongsun family, immediately relay the information to me at the first opportunity. Also, help me look up the name Meng Zhenxing. I want all his information. Yes, family head. I'll go do it now. Steward Shu quickly replied and went to make arrangements. At the same time, Shangwan Hongwei and Ouyang Fu also issued similar orders. Keep a close eye on the Gongsun family. System, do you really not have any metaphysical skills? On the way back to the medical clinic, Su Jiang still wouldn't give up asking. Could you search your skill library more carefully? If not, go ask your system friends if they have any. You can borrow one from them. Post a moment on your social media or something. Ask if the system of the protagonist next door has one. Host, please show this system some respect. Su Jiang's incessant muttering finally made the system unable to bear it. What do you think skills are? A child's toy gun, something you can just borrow? If these things could really be borrowed, I'd snatch the one sword splits heaven you want in minutes. And then I'd grab you a blue-silver entanglement. No, forget that one. It probably couldn't even entangle. Nightmare. Respect? You're talking about respect with me now? Su Jiang couldn't help but curse when he heard this. In the early stages, your broken beginner quests, if a quest failed, it was always host death. Why didn't you talk about respect then? It's fine if I don't have one sword splits heaven, but I can't even cultivate immortality. How dare you call yourself a system? Bah, I'm telling you, it's only because I have a good temper. If it were any other host, they would have long since dragged you down with them. The system didn't respond to Su Jiang, likely having blocked him directly. If it had known this guy was such a character, it would have chosen someone else as a host back then. Su Jiang grumbled all the way back to the medical clinic. Shimin Shang and Hua Qing were still awake. Boss Mu, you're finally back. The guards all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Mu Rou return. Mu Rou had been out for too long this time, and such a big incident had happened outside. Worried about Mu Rou's safety, they had sent people out to look for her several times. Hua Qing sat obediently at the counter, like a child who had made a mistake. He already knew how big of a mess he had caused. If An Rou hadn't spoken up to protect him, Su Jiang would probably have thrown him into the sea to feed the fish by now. I'm sorry for making you worry, Mu Rou said with a slightly apologetic smile. I ran into an old friend from North City and got carried away, having a few drinks with him. A friend from North City? Everyone was stunned, and someone excitedly said, could it be Master Imo Chong. Mu Rou shook her head. No, it was just an old acquaintance who enjoys fortune-telling and divination. Upon hearing this, several people's faces showed disappointment. They had thought Imo Chong himself had come to the capital. Su Jiang was a bit surprised. Was Imo Chong that popular? What he didn't know was that Imo Chong's reputation in North City was so great that he had fans almost everywhere he went. The legendary firearms expert was not famous for nothing. Oh, by the way, Boss Mu, did you know that Su Jiang died? Someone spoke up. Just a few hours ago, the three great families brought people to encircle him at Manjiang Tower. I heard that guy, all by himself, under those circumstances, actually held on for 4 minutes before collapsing from exhaustion and dying. Yes, he was like a monster. I can't even imagine how tragic that battle must have been. It wasn't that tragic, Su Jiang thought to himself. Suddenly, Su Jiang noticed that Shimin Shang's expression was a bit strange, so he said, Shimin Shang, what's wrong? You don't look right. Shimin Shang heard this and shook his head, saying, Nothing. I'm just thinking about some things. What? Su Jiang died, and you're not happy. What's there to be happy about? Shimin Shang snorted lightly. If we're talking about being happy, Ouyang Mingjie and Shang Wanjian's fates make me happier. He paused, then said with some hesitation, I just heard that Su Jiang, it seems, was encircled because he was trying to protect a little girl in Manjiang Tower. Although it might not be appropriate for me to say this, in my opinion, Su Jiang was truly a man. As soon as these words came out, the guards quickly said, Young master, you absolutely cannot say such things outside. If word got out that the young master of the Shimin family was biased towards Su Jiang, it would certainly cause some unnecessary trouble. Su Jiang, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Shimin Shang to say something like that. You truly surprise me. Could it be that young Master Shimin never went to Manjiang Tower before and did those things? I didn't, at least not like Ouyang Mingjie. Shimin Shang said seriously. Even when I was a prodigal, I did have relationships with some girls, but they were always consensual. I never forced them. 445. Eyewitness, Teacher Jiang. Su Jiang nodded, then casually asked, Did you drink your medicine tonight? Hearing this, Shimin Shang's expression immediately turned bitter. Not yet. Su Jiang turned his head, silently looking at the group of guards. The guards immediately understood. Old rules, you two hold the young master. I'll pour it down his throat. Several guards skillfully stepped forward and firmly held Shimin Shang. No, wait, let this young master prepare himself mentally. Shimin Shang immediately panicked. Was it that sudden? The atmosphere had just been built up. Why was it suddenly time to force down the medicine? Su Jiang pinched his nose and walked towards the room, not forgetting to instruct. Make sure to drink it all. Don't waste any. Don't worry, Boss Mu. You can trust us to handle things. The person responsible for administering the medicine plugged his nose with a tissue and said with a spirited look. Then, he held the brewed medicine and approached Shimin Shang step by step, like Meng Pu on the bridge of helplessness, carrying her Meng Pu soup. Jia. Young master, it's time for your medicine. I know. I'll drink it. Just wait a moment. Woo. A moment later, Shimin Shang collapsed powerlessly on the ground, the light gone from his eyes. Su Jiang walked into the room, closed the door, and seeing the figure by the window, froze in place. Teacher Jiang, Su Jiang said helplessly, don't you know it's very impolite to enter a boy's private room without permission? Your room stinks. I don't even want to come in here. Jiang Yu scrutinized Su Jiang from head to toe, clicking his tongue in wonder. How did you do it? Jiang Yu asked with curiosity in his eyes. You can still be alive after all this? Is Shangwan Hongwei blind or something? What? Hearing that tone, are you hoping I'd die? Su Jiang rolled his eyes. No, not at all. Jiang Yu shook his head and sighed. I just feel that the saying a scourge lives for 1,000 years is truly accurate. Do you have something important to say or not? Su Jiang couldn't help but curse. Don't tell me you just came all this way to see if I was dead or not. How could that be? I came here for something very important. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he extended a hand towards Su Jiang. Lend me some money. Su Jiang. Didn't you just take $1 million from me? It's all spent. Nonsense. What did you buy that could be spent so quickly? Never mind. It's all spent anyway. Su Jiang's mouth twitched, then he spread his hands, helplessly saying, I don't have any money on me now. All my money is with my dad. You should ask him. Hearing this, Jiang Yu couldn't hold back either. Ask your dad for money? Are you kidding me? How is that any different from asking for his life? Then I can't help you. Su Jiang shrugged. See yourself out. Jiang Yu looked disbelieving. Do you really not have a single cent left? I really don't have a single cent left, Su Jiang said through gritted teeth. He got angry just thinking about it. He had originally wanted to make another fortune by faking his death. He had coveted those 500 million for a long time. Now, not only did he not get the 500 million, but he was also broke. Was it easy for him to save up his private stash? That was all his hard-earned money, earned bit by bit. Jiang Yu saw Su Jiang's expression, realized Su Jiang truly had no money, and sighed. Sigh. Never mind, I knew I couldn't rely on you, Jiang Yu grumbled. Luckily, I kept a trick up my sleeve and hid some gold before I retired from the Jianghu. Hearing this, Su Jiang immediately perked up his ears. Hid what? Nothing. I heard you. You said you kept a trick up your sleeve and hid some gold before you retired from the Jianghu. You brat, didn't you hear every word? Why are you pretending not to know? Teacher Jiang, where did you hide it, and how much gold did you hide? Su Jiang rubbed his hands, his face full of anticipation. As your star pupil, I have the obligation to help you dig up this fortune. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. He would tell Su Jiang where it was, that's for sure. Don't even think about it. I can't possibly tell you where it's hidden. I'll dig it up myself later. Besides money, there's one more thing I came to see you about this time. Jiang Yu sat down by the window and asked, do you know about the several affiliated families of the 4 great families being wiped out while you were being besieged? Su Jiang nodded. My dad told me. What about it? I happened to be at the scene when a few of those families were wiped out. What? Su Jiang was instantly bewildered. So Jiang Yu was an eyewitness at the crime scene? So, did you see who did it? Nonsense. I was at the scene. How could I not have seen it? Jiang Yu said irritably. The problem lies here. It was undoubtedly a variant who attacked. But the key is, I always feel something is not right. If we're talking about suspects, the Gongsun family is undoubtedly the most suspicious, but even the Gongsun family's own affiliated families were attacked. Moreover, I went to see the scene where the Wang family was wiped out, and I feel that the Wang family's side. It's very likely that Nightmare was involved. Su Jiang heard this and asked somewhat confused, reason? A hunch. Jiang Yu said very seriously. If you really have nothing important to do, why don't you go back to Jiangdu to teach? Su Jiang said speechlessly. What kind of reason is a hunch? You have no evidence at all, and you suspect Nightmare? Aren't I looking for evidence right now? Jiang Yu spread his hands. Isn't it in the process of looking for evidence that I ran out of money and came to ask you for some? All right. Now he wasn't even saying borrow. He was directly saying ask for. And he said it so matter-of-factly. Su Jiang no longer expected Jiang Yu to return the million he had given him before. And he calls himself a people's teacher, bah. What are the Human Resources Department of Jiangdu University doing? Don't they consider moral character when hiring? Su Jiang made up his mind that if Jiang Yu didn't return that million, he would write an anonymous report letter to Jiangdu University when he returned to Jiangdu, reporting teacher Jiang Yu for moral corruption. And getting promoted? Dream on. Anyway, be careful. If Nightmare is really involved in this, then it gets complicated, Jiang Yu said with a solemn look. All this time, we thought Nightmare was alone, but what if he also has a force behind him? At these words, Su Jiang gasped. You mean, a force entirely made of variants? Not necessarily. Jiang Yu shook his head. I still need to investigate this matter. Everything is just speculation right now. Hard to say. But as far as I know, the creation of variants requires technology and resources, and that guy Nightmare probably doesn't have such things. So I'm more inclined to believe that Nightmare was recruited by a certain force, or rather, Nightmare originally belonged to that force. Su Jiang slowly exhaled, feeling a headache. How did it get so complicated again? Taking a day off? Owing 2 updates. We'll make them up later, moi. 446. Su Jiang's move was so vicious. Teacher Jiang, next time you find a Nightmare, just notify me directly. We'll go together and take it down. Su Jiang was too lazy to think so much. What conspiracies and schemes? He couldn't be bothered to investigate. Just take them all down. That's the way to go. Difficult? Then just do them all. You kid, are you sure? Jiang Yu said, somewhat lacking confidence. Don't tell me we'll both go there and give away our heads. Don't worry. Even if we can't win, we can still escape, can't we? Jiang Yu nodded upon hearing this. What he said was indeed true. With Su Jiang around, at least escaping wouldn't be a problem. All right, then I'll go. Investigate first, and I'll tell you if I find anything. Jiang Yu turned and leaped out the window, without the slightest hesitation. After all, his main purpose for coming was to get money, but he hadn't anticipated that Su Jiang was now a pauper. Su Jiang also realized this problem, so he sighed and murmured, I need to find a way to make some money. In a dimly lit room within the Gongsun family in the capital, young master, this time, taking advantage of the chaos, we attacked a total of 7 affiliated families. To avoid suspicion, we even targeted our own affiliated families. Listening to the butler's report, Gongsun Yu sat in a chair and nodded slightly. Well done, but this impromptu action of ours will likely expose a lot of things. The other 3 noble families must have already noticed some abnormalities. Father still needs time, so no matter what, we cannot let them disturb Father. Gongsun Yu's expression darkened, and he said sinisterly, from now on, strengthen the guard. Once spies from other forces are discovered, kill them all without exception. Additionally, notify Meng Jinxing to keep a low profile during this period and not cause any further trouble. Our plan has reached its final stage, and we absolutely cannot fail, understand? Yes, young master. The butler respectfully said, I'll go do as you say right away. The butler hurried away. Gongsun Yu watched the butler's retreating figure and took a deep breath. Father, you must succeed, Gongsun Yu murmured. Early the next morning, Su Jiang pushed open the door and immediately sensed that something was amiss. At this moment, there were more people in the medical clinic. Mr. Mu, long time no see. A voice sounded. Su Jiang turned his head and saw a man sitting on a nearby chair, unhurriedly drinking tea. It was Ouyang Fu. Shimin Shang and Hua Qing stood obediently to the side, not saying a word. Mr. Mu, do you still remember me? Ouyang Fu smiled. Of course. May I ask why Ouyang family head has come to my medical clinic? Mr. Mu, have you heard about the Manjiang Tower incident yesterday? It's such a big event. It would be hard for me not to hear about it, wouldn't it? That makes things easier. Ouyang Fu waved his hand, and several people carried in a stretcher. Lying on the stretcher was Ouyang Mingjie. At this moment, he was wrapped in bandages, completely motionless, appearing to be severely injured. It made Shimin Shang gasp, and then he felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Good and evil always get their just deserts. You, who usually commit so many evil deeds. Indeed, the old saying is right. Evil people need evil people to deal with them. People like you should be treated by Su Jiang. This. Su Jiang frowned, forcing himself to recognize him for a moment. Could it be? Young Master Ouyang. How did he end up like this, suffering such severe injuries? That's Su Jiang, to be so vicious with his attacks. Hearing this, Ouyang Fu also couldn't help but sigh. Yes, that Su Jiang was too heavy-handed, leaving my son in this state. Then, Ouyang Fu pulled Mu Rou to a corner, with a hint of worry on his face, and whispered, most of Mingjie's injuries have already been treated at the capital hospital, so there's no major problem. But the key is the injury he sustained down there. Even the capital hospital has no solution. Shimin Zhuang told me that Mr. Mu is from Eastgate Slope, North City, and has superb medical skills. Many illnesses that the capital hospital cannot cure, you can cure here. So, I decisively brought Mingjie here without stopping, hoping that Mr. Mu could help take a look. Hearing this, Su Jiang desperately held back his laughter, and then said, I see. Ouyang family head, please don't rush. Let me examine the condition first. Good. Ouyang Fu nodded repeatedly. As long as you can cure Mingjie, there will be a heavy reward, and I, Ouyang Fu, will owe you a favor. Ouyang family head, what are you saying? Su Jiang waved his hand and said, treating illnesses and saving lives is my duty. Moreover, I am very saddened that young Master Mingjie is so injured. After all, a doctor's heart is like a parent's. Ouyang Fu heard this and quickly said, it was I who was a bit presumptuous. Please, Mr. Mu, examine Mingzhi first. Su Jiang nodded, then turned and walked to the side of the stretcher, gently pinching Ouyang Mingzhi's wrist. Mr. Mu, Mr. Mu, Ouyang. Mingzhi spoke tremblingly. Mu Rou nodded, signaling him not to speak. After a long while, this pulse. Su Jiang frowned deeply and shook his head. Ouyang Fu's heart sank at the sight, and he was about to speak, but he held back and did not disturb Su Jiang. Immediately after, Su Jiang gently tapped various parts of Ouyang Mingzhi's body. What do you feel here? Pain. And here? Also pain. This is difficult. What about here? I don't feel anything here. Hearing Ouyang Mingzhi's words, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. No pain here, huh? Then your young master, wasn't ruthless enough. I didn't make this guy completely paralyzed. Su Jiang thought viciously to himself, but on the surface, he wore an expression of profound compassion. Young Master Mingzhi's injuries are even more severe than I imagined, especially there. Su Jiang's actions were simply too malicious. Mr. Mu, do you have a way to cure him? Ouyang Fu asked with a hint of expectation. Cure? Su Jiang frowned deeply, as if standing still, contemplating the feasibility of treatment. After a long while, he slowly uttered 2 words, can cure. Hearing this, the Ouyang father and son rejoiced. Really, Mr. Mu? Ouyang Fu quickly confirmed. Do you really have a way to cure Mingzhi? Ouyang family head. I can only say there is hope, but I cannot guarantee 100% success. Su Jiang said solemnly. How much he can recover will depend on young Master Mingzhi's willpower and cooperation. I will cooperate fully. Ouyang Mingzhi said weakly, lying on the stretcher. Su Jiang nodded, then continued. Once the treatment process begins, it cannot be interrupted, otherwise all efforts will be in vain. These 2 days, I will first prepare a prescription for young Master Mingzhi. He needs to take it for 3 consecutive days. After 3 days, bring young Master Mingzhi back to me for the next stage of treatment. To the side, Ximenshang heard this and immediately looked at Ouyang Mingzhi with some sympathy. The medicine prescribed by Mu Rou was truly not something an ordinary person could stomach. Still 5 chapters. I'll continue writing to make it up to you. If there's no update, it's probably because I fell asleep while writing. I'll continue tomorrow. 447. Su Jiang loves to eat at roadside stalls. Mr. Mu, please accept this. Ouyang Fu handed over a bank card and said seriously, there are 20 million in here. It's a small token of my appreciation for your willingness to save Mingzhi. At this moment, he also harbored a desire to befriend Mu Rou, because he discovered that this person named Mu Rou seemed to genuinely possess some skill. No wonder that old fox Ximenshang acted so quickly. Upon hearing that there were 20 million in the card, Su Jiang's heart skipped a beat. It's here. He knew the god of wealth could hear his inner call. But on the surface, he declined. Ouyang family head, this isn't quite appropriate, is it? What's inappropriate? Seeing a doctor naturally requires medical fees. Not to mention Mingzhi was so severely injured. I even feel like I've given too little. Then why don't you give more, damn it? Su Jiang thought to himself. Ouyang Fu forcefully shoved the bank card into Su Jiang's hand. Mr. Mu, if you refuse again, you'll be slapping my face. This sigh, all right. Su Jiang reluctantly accepted it, inwardly lamenting how easy it was to earn money from these prominent families. However, Su Jiang also realized that Ouyang Fu, who was before him, was a decisive person. It was only the 2nd day, and he had already brought Ouyang Mingzhi to see him. This efficiency left Su Jiang speechless. Starting tomorrow, you will send someone here on time every day to collect the medicine and have young Master Mingzhi drink it first. After 3 days, I will adjust the treatment plan based on young Master Mingzhi's condition. Ouyang family head, does that sound acceptable to you? Ouyang Fu nodded. Mr. Mu, just make the arrangements as you see fit. Su Jiang did not let Ouyang Mingzhi stay at the medical hall. On one hand, if there were more people from the Ouyang family in the medical hall, it would become somewhat complicated. On the other hand, Su Jiang feared trouble due to the relationship between Ouyang Mingzhi and Ximenshang. Most importantly, Su Jiang was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist getting rid of Ouyang Mingzhi. That would be troublesome. Therefore, to avoid this series of troubles, Su Jiang simply told Ouyang Mingzhi to go home and lie down. Ouyang family head, if there's nothing else, After only a few words, Su Jiang was ready to send them away. After all, the money had been received, so why were they still lingering here? Waiting for breakfast? Speaking of which, where are my soy milk and fried dough sticks? Su Jiang glared at Ximenshang. This kid, Ouyang Fu, came, and he was so scared he didn't even buy soy milk and fried dough sticks, right? Ouyang Fu was stunned by the words. He hadn't expected An Rou to say such a thing to him. As the Ouyang family head, when he visited others' territories, they would wish to keep him for a few more days. But at An Rou's place, after only a few words, she started to send him away. And this was after she had just accepted his money. Forget it, people from North City are all like this. Ouyang Fu consoled himself, not bothering to argue with An Rou. Then, Mr. Mu, I have some urgent matters to attend to later, so I'll take my leave now. All right, Ouyang family head, take care. Remember to send someone to collect the medicine tomorrow. Su Jiang watched the Ouyang party depart with a smile. Then, Su Jiang's expression changed, and he turned to look at Ximenshang. Where are my soy milk and fried dough sticks? Uh-huh. Ximenshang was a bit bewildered. This, wasn't Uncle Ouyang here? Still Uncle Ouyang? Did he even look at you properly from the moment he entered until he left? Su Jiang cursed. They don't even put you in their eyes, and you're still foolishly standing here. You might as well use this time to buy me breakfast. Ximenshang was stunned by the scolding, mumbling. Then should I go buy it now? Nonsense, otherwise should I buy it for you, young master? Su Jiang said grumpily. Ximenshang's face fell, and he scurried out to buy breakfast. The dignified young master of the Ximen family had now become Su Jiang's personal errand boy. The guards had long since grown accustomed to this. After Ximenshang left, Su Jiang hooked Hua Qing's neck and pulled him into a corner. Huazi, tell me, what happened in the medical hall just now? You agreed to treat Ouyang Mingjie and accepted 20 million from him. Wrong, Su Jiang said in a low voice. There was no 20 million, understand? Hua Qing swallowed hard. Don't worry, young Master Su. I will definitely keep this a secret this time and won't let young Miss know again. Su Jiang stared intently into Hua Qing's eyes. You better be. With that, Su Jiang returned to his reclining chair, leisurely waiting for his breakfast. Hua Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that he absolutely could not betray young Master Su this time. Meanwhile, within the Shangguan family, Shangguan Hongwei's face was grim as he looked at a stack of papers before him, saying, So, Su Jiang's blood is no different from that of an ordinary person? Based on the data. Results, that is correct. A man wearing glasses and a white lab coat said. Shangguan Hongwei frowned and asked, Besides that, is there really nothing else abnormal? If you want to talk about abnormalities, there is something. The man said somewhat awkwardly. It's just that there are some excessive lipid decomposition products in the blood. Generally, this situation is mostly caused by eating too many fried snacks from street vendors. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Hongwei could no longer hold back and angrily said, Are you saying that the three major families combined their forces to besiege him, only to have a quarter of our manpower wiped out by an ordinary person who loves to eat street food? Is that what you mean? The man remained silent, lowering his head and not daring to speak. He really wanted to say that, based on the data results, it was indeed the case. But he knew that once those words were spoken, he would probably be out of a job. Shangguan Hongwei also regretted at this moment that he shouldn't have handed over Su Jiang's body. What was worse was that it had been agreed upon that the data analysis results would be shared among the three families. Now, if he were to tell Ximen Zhuang and Ouyang Fu that the blood analysis showed Su Jiang was an ordinary person who loved street food, they wouldn't believe it. They would then think that he had made some major discovery and was unwilling to share it with them, wanting to keep it for himself. Shangguan Hongwei felt a headache coming on just thinking about all this. Do the blood analysis again, thoroughly. Shangguan Hongwei said grimly. No abnormal detail can be missed, understand? The man was somewhat helpless. He was a professional, so he knew that even if he did it 1,000 more times, the result would not change. However, Shangguan Hongwei was not satisfied with this result, and he had no choice but to go back and continue the analysis. After the man left, Shangguan Hongwei angrily picked up a teacup nearby and smashed it onto the floor. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He had expended so much effort, even letting Shang Wanpingyi escape, just to kill one Su Jiang. He had originally thought that Su Jiang's blood would somehow bring him some gains. No, that's not right. Shangwan Hongwei suddenly looked up. Su Jiang couldn't be an ordinary person. So, if his blood showed no abnormalities, could it be something else? The body. Shangwan Hongwei murmured. It's understandable that Su Wendong and his wife wanted to take their son's body. But what if Su Jiang's true secret was actually in his body, and Su Wendong was afraid I'd discover it? The more Shangwan Hongwei thought about it, the more he felt this was a possibility. He was even considering whether to go to Su Wendong's place and snatch Su Jiang's body back. Cough cough. Well, I owe 6 chapters, 3. 448, Obsession. Kyoto, inside a small house in the woods. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's me. The wooden house door opened, and Nightmare's figure stood at the entrance, his ghost face mask gruesome and terrifying. After Su Jiang shattered his previous mask, he somehow got another one. Nightmare looked at the newcomer and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" "Su Jiang is dead. Young Master Su wants you to behave yourself recently and not cause any more trouble," the newcomer said. Su Jiang is dead. Nightmare was stunned. He recalled the night Su Jiang punched and shattered his mask and couldn't help but ask, how did he die? He was besieged by the 4 great families and various major forces in Kyoto, fought to exhaustion, and died. Shangwan Hongwei personally shot him in the heart. After the man finished speaking, he added, "Our attacks on those families might have been detected. You should stay here honestly for now and not go anywhere." Nightmare frowned tightly. He wondered why the 4 great families did nothing when he attacked those families that night. He didn't expect them to be besieging Su Jiang. Nightmare snorted coldly. "I'm only in a cooperative relationship with you. It hasn't reached the point where I have to obey your commands. Meng Jianxing, you'd better not have any other small moves," the man warned. "The family head is currently at a critical stage. If something happens, what you want to do will fall through. Moreover, you must remember, without our Gongsun family, there would be no Meng Jianxing today. You should know how to be grateful, understand?" Meng Jianxing narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists upon hearing this. "You made me into this current state, and I still have to thank you? How can you say that?" The man sneered. "We didn't force you to eat that experimental subject. It was your own choice. All we did was throw that experimental subject in front of you. Ugh, ugh, ugh." Halfway through the man's sentence, his throat was tightly gripped by Meng Jianxing's hand. "You are nothing but Gongsun Fan's dog. Who gave you the guts to speak to me like that?" Meng Jianxing said in a chilling tone. "I'm telling you, I can wait for that Gongsun Fan fellow to wake up. But if he wakes up and doesn't fulfill what he promised me, then I will be irreconcilable with your Gongsun family." Fear immediately appeared in the man's eyes. Cough, cough. "Meng Jianxing, don't forget, we protected you during the Kyoto incident." "Umph, you protected me? That's utterly ridiculous," Meng Jianxing said angrily. "The reason you saved me was just for Ding Qiming's experimental data. Did you think I didn't know? You thought my student would give me all the experimental data, but you were wrong. From the very beginning, I disagreed with Ding Qiming researching the panacea. His insistence on doing so led to this current situation. I stopped recognizing him as my student a long time ago. Everything about him has nothing to do with me." With that, Meng Jianxing forcefully flung the man, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. Bang! Ugh! The man lay on the ground in pain, but a sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "Cough, cough. That's quite a high-sounding statement. Meng Jianxing, what's the difference between you and Ding Qiming back then? Don't think I don't know what's in your wooden house. You didn't let Ding Qiming research the panacea, but you, the teacher, are now researching something even more terrifying, resurrection from the dead. Tell me, what's the difference between you and Ding Qiming back then?" Meng Jianxing trembled upon hearing this, his voice from beneath the mask gritting his teeth. "This was all forced upon me by you. Oh, come on. To put it plainly, it's all just obsession." The man struggled to his feet, swaying as he said, "I've delivered the message. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Meng Jianxing, remember, the family head safely waking up is your only hope." The man's figure gradually faded into the distance until he disappeared from Meng Jianxing's sight. After standing in place for a long time, Meng Jinxing slowly raised his hand and took off the ghost face mask. He looked back into the wooden house, his eyes filled with deep regret. Little Ding, having a student like you, I truly don't know whether to cry or laugh. Meng Jinxing murmured. If only you were still alive. You could help me. Help this world. The mess you left behind has now developed to an irreversible point. I can no longer be the Meng Jinxing I once was. After speaking, Meng Jinxing slowly put on his mask, once again becoming the feared nightmare. Kyoto, inside Good Conscience Clinic. Su Jiang wrote a note and handed it to Hua Qing. What's written on this prescription is the medicine Ouyang Mingzhi needs to drink. Go buy some later. Hua Qing took the note and asked in a low voice, confused, Young Master Su, are you really going to save Ouyang Mingzhi? Su Jiang rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Save. Save his grandmother's watermelon rind-flavored grilled cold noodles. I'd be sick if I saved him. Don't worry. This medicine has no special characteristics other than being disgusting and difficult to drink. Ouyang Mingzhi won't get better even if he drinks it for a lifetime. Hearing this, Hua Qing nodded, then curiously asked, as disgusting and foul-smelling as the medicine Shimin Shang is drinking now? Su Jiang chuckled maliciously. Several times worse than that. Hua Qing immediately gave a thumbs up. It had to be young Master Su. This move was too brilliant. Ouyang Mingzhi, with his young master's temperament, definitely wouldn't be able to drink something like this. At that time, if his condition didn't improve, Su Jiang could even push the responsibility away. Your young master himself didn't take the medicine according to the treatment plan. Can you blame me if he can't be cured now? If he said that, even if Ouyang Fu himself came, he would have nothing to say. Oh, and also, please help me get a mask. Su Jiang roughly described Nightmare's ghost face mask and told Hua Qing to buy a similar one. Although Hua Qing didn't know what Su Jiang intended to do, he still nodded and agreed. Then Su Jiang also asked Hua Qing to help bring a portion of grilled cold noodles. After confirming that Su Jiang had no other requests, Hua Qing went out and began his procurement mission. After watching Hua Qing leave, Su Jiang glanced at Shimin Shang, who was exercising, and his guards who were cheering him on. Young Master is amazing. He can now do 20 push-ups in a row. Now Young Master can run 10 kilometers without us pulling him. It's a world of difference. His physique has also improved a lot. As expected of Young Master, Shimin Shang gradually lost himself in the praises, doing push-ups with even more effort. Su Jiang watched this scene, shaking his head with a wry smile, then returned to his room alone. After closing the door, Su Jiang walked to the window and called Xie Guli. I'll continue writing tonight. 449, be safe. Hey, old Xie, how's Refrigerator Face doing? Su Jiang's call started with a question that completely baffled Xie Guli. What Refrigerator Face? Shangwan Pengi, of course. His face is always as cold as a refrigerator. Xie Guli's mouth twitched. That's my father-in-law. Can you please not call him that? Then what should I call him, Freezer Face? Forget it, what do you want? Xie Guli couldn't be bothered to argue with Su Jiang about this anymore. If they kept talking, he was afraid Shangwan Lu would find out about his nickname, the Chinibyu Flying Dagger Boy. That would be the real end of the world. First, tell me, how is Freezer Face doing? Not so good. The injuries he sustained at the Shangwan family were very severe. He's currently in a coma, occasionally waking up for a period. Lu has been taking care of him. Xie Guli gave Su Jiang a detailed account of Shangwan Pengyi's current condition. Su Jiang listened silently, then nodded. As long as he wasn't dead. So, you're not returning to West Continent now? Yeah, it looks like I'll have to stay in the capital for a while longer. What? Want to do something exciting with me? No. Xie Guli refused immediately, expressionless. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected this guy to be so decisive. Don't be like that. You're just idling anyway. Let's stir up some trouble together, shall we? Didn't you just fake your death and escape, planning to lay low for a while? That's right. Su Jiang is laying low, but what does that have to do with Mu Rou? You damn. Xie Guli had 10,000 curses in his heart that he wanted to spit in Su Jiang's face. Would this guy die if he didn't cause trouble? So what do you want to do again? Don't ask. Just bring Li Kai and come find me tonight. I didn't agree to that, damn it. All right, 9 o'clock tonight. See you there. Beep, beep, beep. Su Jiang hung up the phone, not giving Siak Guli a chance to refuse. Siak Guli gritted his teeth, clenching his phone, and took deep breaths to calm himself down. What's wrong? Who made you so angry? Shangwan Lu and An Rou walked over, chatting and laughing, and couldn't help but ask when they saw Siak Guli's expression. At Su Wendong's base, An Rou and Shangwan Lu's relationship had grown closer day by day, and they were now good sisters, inseparable every day. Who else but Su Jiang? Siak Guli said irritably. He called and said he wanted to take me to do something exciting. Exciting? Shangwan Lu and An Rou immediately became alert, looking at Siak Guli with a hint of scrutiny. Siak Guli immediately realized they might have misunderstood and quickly waved his hands to explain. It's not the kind of exciting you're thinking of. Oh, then tell us, what kind of exciting are we thinking of? Shangwan Lu asked with a cold face. Siak Guli was speechless for a moment, wishing he could hack Su Jiang into 1,000 pieces. It's all what Su Jiang said. I'm just relaying his words. Siak Guli decisively pushed the blame onto Su Jiang. I don't know what kind of excitement he's looking for with us, but I firmly refused him. I swear to God. Siak Guli raised his hand as if swearing, his gaze incredibly firm. What does Su Jiang want to do again? An Rou frowned, displeased. He just went through a major battle. Does he really think he has several lives to squander casually? Siak Guli nodded profusely. He didn't know how many lives Su Jiang had. He only had one anyway. Just then, Siak Guli's phone rang again. He picked up his phone and silently held it in front of the two women. It's Su Jiang. An Rou frowned, reached out, took Siak Guli's phone, and answered the call. Oh, by the way, old Xie, I forgot to tell you. Remember to bring 2 masks so you and Lao Li don't expose your identities. Remember, 9 o'clock, see you there. An Rou snorted coldly. You're having a lot of fun, aren't you? Hearing this familiar voice, Su Jiang was startled, then quickly checked his phone. It was Siak Guli's number, right? Why was An Rou answering the phone? Soon, Su Jiang realized that they were probably together, and Siak Guli had directly sold him out. Su Jiang didn't blame him. After all, if their positions were swapped, he would also betray Siak Guli without hesitation. But one thing is one thing. It didn't stop Su Jiang from cursing Siak Guli in his heart. An Rou, listen to my explanation. All right, go on and argue. Well, I was planning to invite old Xie and Lao Li out for skewers tonight. You need to wear masks to eat skewers? Isn't it to avoid being recognized, exposing our identities, and causing unnecessary trouble? An Rou heard this, glanced at Siak Guli, and asked directly. Su Jiang said he just asked you two to go eat barbecue. Is that true or false? False. He never mentioned anything about barbecue to me. Siak Guli said without hesitation. Old Su, it's not that I don't want to help you. If An Rou were here alone, I would have helped you gloss over it. But Shangwan Lu is also here, so I have to sacrifice my friend to save myself. On the other side, Su Jiang naturally heard Siak Guli's answer, and his face instantly darkened. Siak Guli, you son of a gun. Just wait until the tables turn. An Rou, listen to my explanation. Be careful. Huh? I said be careful. An Rou repeated, then said helplessly. Anyway, you'll still end up causing trouble, and I can't always watch over you. But no matter what you do, you must be careful, don't get hurt, and definitely don't let anything like the previous big battle happen again, understand? Su Jiang was touched when he heard this. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Siak Guli also looked at Shangwan Lu. Shangwan Lu sighed and nodded. Go ahead, and be careful too. She knew that no matter how unwilling Siak Guli sounded, as long as Su Jiang needed him, he would go. Moreover, if Su Jiang hadn't stalled for time at Manjiang Tower this time, Siak Guli wouldn't have been able to rescue her and Shangwan Pingyi from the Shangwan family. An Rou, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of myself and won't get hurt at all. Even if old Xie and Lao Li kick the bucket, I won't suffer even a scratch. Su Jiang guaranteed righteously. You'd better be. An Rou wanted to chat with Su Jiang a bit longer, but then she remembered it was Siak Guli's phone, so she gave up. She hung up the phone and returned it to Siak Guli. You need masks, right? I'll go find 2 for you. An Rou was in charge of logistics now, so this was a small matter for her. Afterward, Siak Guli found a bewildered Li Kai and told him about it. Li Kai refused to go when he heard it was with Su Jiang. Finally, Su Jiang called and promised to get Li Kai a good sniper rifle. Only then did Li Kai reluctantly agree. I'll see if I can write one more chapter. If not, it means I fell asleep. 450. If you don't have it, go grab it. These are the masks you found for us. Xie Guli and Li Kai stared blankly at the two masks in An Rou's hands. A boonie bear and a pink hairdryer. Yes, these are the most suitable ones I could find for you in the warehouse. An Rou said with some helplessness. I don't know why, but Uncle Su's warehouse always has some strange things. Isn't there anything else? Li Kai asked, unwilling to give up. It would be truly embarrassing to wear such a mask. There is. An Rou blinked. There's also Gray Wolf and Red Wolf. Do you want those? Li Kai. Xie Guli. After a long silence, Xie Guli was the first to speak. How about we go to the street and buy one? Li Kai nodded quickly, indicating his agreement. Seeing this, An Rou immediately became displeased. She had gone to great lengths to dig out these masks from the warehouse. And these two actually disliked them. I don't care, you must wear the ones I brought. An Rou said fiercely. My clothes are all dusty because I was looking for masks for you. If I find out you're wearing other masks, you're dead meat. The two looked at each other, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Forget it. Anyway, no one will recognize us with the masks on. The two reluctantly accepted the masks, and only then did An Rou smile contentedly. What are you two doing? Yang Ming walked over from not far away, his gaze immediately falling on the masks in their hands. This is... Xie Guli and Li Kai's faces flushed, and they quickly hid the masks behind their backs. Nothing, nothing. The two waved their hands in unison. Yang Ming looked at the two suspiciously, then turned to An Rou and said, An Rou, I think I just saw your father stealing things from logistics again. What? An Rou immediately fumed upon hearing this. Last time he took 2 pistols from the warehouse, and I haven't settled that with him yet. What does he want to take this time? With that, she jogged away, preparing to apprehend An Xingchong on the spot. Now, anything taken from logistics must be registered and reported to An Rou. Otherwise, if one person takes a little something and another takes a little something, there will be nothing left when it's truly needed. An Rou still remembered how dumbfounded she was the first time she inventoried the warehouse. Firearms and ammunition were severely insufficient, medical supplies were almost non-existent, and a large amount of food had rotted. Under such circumstances, if a major battle suddenly broke out, it would be a huge problem. So An Rou immediately began to rectify the situation. When she told Su Wendong about these matters, Su Wendong directly stated that it was not a big problem. For firearms and ammunition, we can just temporarily snatch a batch from those small families when the time comes. Medical supplies are not needed. Anyway, we don't have many doctors here. Food is even less of a concern. What's the difference in what we eat? If worst comes to worst, we'll just snatch some more. Every sentence from Su Wendong couldn't be separated from the word snatch. And Rou even felt like she had entered a bandit's den. She began to understand why those forces in Kyoto University hated Su Wendong so much. You two, are you going on a mission? Yang Ming roughly guessed what was happening as soon as he saw their masks. Li Kai nodded and then asked, By the way, aren't you going with Zheng Yi? No one knew what Yang Ming and Zheng Yi discussed that day, but in the end, Yang Ming stayed and did not leave with Zheng Yi. Yang Ming shook his head gently upon hearing this, unwilling to say more. If you need anything, call me anytime. Leaving that remark, Yang Ming strode away. Xie Guli and Li Kai looked at each other, then checked the time. There was still some time before they had to find Su Jiang. What do we do now? I don't know. How about we practice and see whose is better, your sniper rifle or my throwing knives? That's not really comparable. My practical range is much farther than yours. That's true. Then let's just have dinner. After dinner, we'll go find Su Jiang. Okay, should we call Wu Qi and the others to join us? Let's not. Ever since she arrived in Kyoto University, she's been cooped up in that little dark room. I don't know what she's doing. The two chatted as they walked towards the cafeteria. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit small room, Wu Qi was on the verge of a breakdown. Why? She slumped over the table, a red cross in the center of the computer screen, as if mocking Wu Qi's incompetence. From the first day she arrived in Kyoto University, she began to act, intending to control all surveillance in Kyoto University. At the very least, she wanted to control most of the surveillance. However, when she started trying, she discovered that these surveillances had already been controlled by someone else. What made her most helpless was that, even now, she still couldn't break through the program that person had set up. I, the #1 hacker of Kyoto University, am being humiliated again and again like this. Wu Qi bit her lip tightly, her face filled with unwillingness. She knew that there was only one person who could toy with her like this. In Heng. After returning from Yan'an, she had looked up In Heng's information, wanting to know where such a formidable hacker had come from. However, as she expected, all of In Heng's information had already been thoroughly erased by him. Unless one's skills surpassed In Heng's, there was no way to find any information about him. I refused to believe it. Wu Qi suddenly looked up, put on her glasses, and with a hint of stubbornness, began typing on the keyboard again. If I don't defeat you, how can I face my past honors and awards? Wu Qi gritted her teeth. She would not allow the title of Kyoto University's #1 hacker to become so worthless in her hands. Thus, Wu Qi began a new round of battle. In Qingjia village, in a similarly small dark room, In Heng leaned lazily on a reclining chair, his legs propped on the computer desk, idly playing with a Rubik's Cube in his hand. He glanced at the computer screen, saw Wu Qi trying to break his program again, and chuckled softly. Still so stubborn, she hasn't given up yet. But you're still too far off, little hacker. In Heng's fingers constantly flipped the Rubik's Cube, and in a few seconds, the originally scrambled cube was restored by him. He placed the Rubik's Cube on the table, stood up to stretch, and his gaze inadvertently fell on a medal hanging on the cabinet next to him. On the medal, several large characters were clearly written. The eternal glory of Kyoto University's computer science department. In Heng slowly reached out and took the medal in front of him, his eyes filled with a hint of nostalgia. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. In Heng, the patriarch requests your presence in the council hall. He said there's something to discuss. In Heng exhaled softly and said indifferently, Understood, I'll be there in a moment. With that, he put the medal back, put on his black jacket, and walked out of the room. 451. Goal: destroy the Mo family. In the evening, Hua Qing returned with a large bag of items, which contained medicine and masks that Su Jiang had asked him to buy. Young Master Su, do you think this mask is all right? Inside the room, Hua Qing took out the mask from his clothes and handed it to Su Jiang. Su Jiang took it and saw that it was almost exactly what he had requested, a ghost mask similar to that of the nightmare. However, this ghost mask was more distinctive, like those used by street performers doing face-changing acts. Su Jiang covered his face with the mask, and his entire demeanor changed, as if he were Yama, king of hell, standing before the gates of hell. Not bad. A deep, hoarse voice emanated from behind the mask, making Hua Qing involuntarily shiver. If he hadn't known that the person in front of him was Su Jiang, Hua Qing would have probably turned and run. It's almost time. Su Jiang took off the mask, hid it in his clothes, and then said to Hua Qing, Cover for me. Don't let anyone enter my room. Just say I'm asleep. Hua Qing nodded, indicating okay. Su Jiang tidied himself up and then climbed out the window. After turning a few corners, Su Jiang arrived at the roadside, looking around. Beep, beep. A car horn sounded, and Su Jiang looked towards the black car not far away and walked straight towards it. As soon as he got in the car, Su Jiang saw Li Kai in the driver's seat and Xie Guli in the passenger seat. What exactly do you want to do? Seeing Su Jiang get in, Xie Guli couldn't help but say, Can you please explain your plan first? Otherwise, we're completely in the dark. Why are you in such a hurry? With me here, what do you have to worry about? Is it possible that it's precisely because you're here that we're worried? Su Jiang was speechless for a moment, then asked, I told you to bring masks. Did you all bring them? We brought them. As long as you brought them, drive. Where to? The Mo family. Su Jiang said in a chilling tone. Tonight, we have only one plan of action. That is, to wipe out the Mo family, leaving no one alive, not even an ant. As soon as he said this, Xie Guli and Li Kai fell silent. After a long while, click, the car door lock was opened. You get out. Li Kai and Xie Guli both looked expressionless. pointing at Su Jiang at the same time. Su Jiang was stunned and confused. What did I do? Are you crazy? Xie Guli couldn't help but say. First of all, let's not even talk about whether the three of us can wipe out the Mo family. Even if we could, aren't you afraid they'd suspect you're still alive? There are only three of us. If a single fish slips through and spreads the news, it'll easily lead to suspicion on you. After all, besides that nightmare, you're probably the only one who can do such a thing, right? Even if they don't suspect you're still alive, the impact of the Manjiang Tower battle hasn't passed yet. Now, suddenly, the Mo family is wiped out. Do you really want to scare the forces in the capital to death? Su Jiang heard this and smiled indifferently. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Xie Guli and Li Kai looked unconvinced. Seeing this, Su Jiang had no choice but to explain his plan to the two of them. Simply put, through tonight's action, I want to send a message to the major forces in the capital, especially the four great families. That is, a second nightmare has appeared, and this nightmare is even more dangerous because they don't know any information about me. And I can also use this identity to do some things. Hearing Su Jiang's explanation, Xie Guli and Li Kai both fell into thought. After a while, Xie Guli asked Li Kai, "What do you think?" Li Kai frowned and said, "If this identity can truly be successfully established, I think the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Once successful, Su Jiang will have three identities. Su Jiang, who died of exhaustion in the Manjiang Tower battle. An Rou, a highly skilled doctor from Eastgate Slope, North City. And the second nightmare, powerful enough to deter all forces. No matter which of these three identities is used effectively, it has the potential to play a huge role. And to achieve this, the most important prerequisite is to make everyone in the capital subconsciously believe that Su Jiang is dead." Upon realizing this, both Li Kai and Xie Guli had a hint of shock in their eyes. When did this guy Su Jiang's mind become so sharp? Did he already calculate all of this beforehand? Little did they know, Su Jiang was merely acting on a whim at the time, relying on his undying contract. In that case, let's do it, Xie Guli said decisively. Li Kai floored the accelerator, heading straight for the Mo family's location. As for why Su Jiang chose the Mo family, it was simple. He had been eyeing the Mo family for a long time. As early as the Manjiang Tower, he had openly revealed his hostility towards the Mo family. Once the Mo family was destroyed, everyone would immediately think that Su Jiang was behind it. Of course, that was when Su Jiang was still alive. Now that Su Jiang was dead, doing such things naturally became even more reckless. In fact, Su Jiang even gave his third identity a name similar to Nightmare, Soul. After tonight, with the destruction of the Mo family, the name of Soul will shake the entire capital. At the same time, in a certain basement in the capital, the light was incredibly bright, and various experimental equipment and reagent solutions filled the entire room. A naked man lay on the bed, slowly opening his eyes, the dazzling light making him frown. He moved his lips, finding his throat and mouth incredibly dry. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. "Where is this?" The man looked around, his voice hoarse. "Water." He wanted to drink water, but he felt weak all over, finding it difficult even to get out of bed. "Oh, you're awake." As a voice sounded, a figure in a white coat and glasses appeared in the man's line of sight. "Who are you?" the man asked, his throat dry. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is, do you know who you are?" Yan Hua finished speaking, then reached out and helped the man sit up on the bed, then poured him a glass of water. The man took the water, drank it all, then panted, observing his surroundings. Immediately after, he began to ponder Yan Hua's words. "Who am I?" The man frowned, feeling an intense headache, and said painfully, "I can't remember. It hurts so much." Seeing this, Yan Hua said softly, "Don't resist." Then he picked up a tube of reagent from the side, inserted it into the man's neck, and injected the solution inside. "This will alleviate your pain and help you remember some things," Yan Hua said. Sure enough, after Yan Hua injected the reagent, the painful expression on the man's face gradually faded, as if he was recalling something. Seeing this, Yan Hua put his hand in his pocket, took out a voice recorder, and asked, "I ask you, have you remembered who you are? Tell me, what is your name?" The man panted heavily, his brows tightly furrowed. and after a long while, he slowly uttered a few words from his mouth. I remember, my name is Qin Ango. 452, the expanding MOU on. Qin Ange. My name is Qin Ange. The man frowned, repeatedly muttering these words. After a long while, the man's pupils gradually became unfocused, losing their light. It was as if he had lost his sanity. Arg! The man screamed in agony. Who am I? Who am I really? Seeing this, Yanhua frowned, just as he was about to make a move. The man's eyes rolled back, as if he had fainted, and he fell straight onto the bed. Yanhua sighed deeply, then spoke into the voice recorder he held. Experimental subject Qin Ange's third recovery experiment. The experimental subject successfully regained consciousness for a short period, but fainted again after remembering his name. Further recovery remains to be observed. After finishing the recording, Yanhua turned off the voice recorder and let out a long breath. At least there was some progress. Ever since Yanhua learned that the existence of experimental subjects originated from Ding Qiming's gene liquid, he began researching whether it was possible to restore those experimental subjects to normal human beings. Qin Ange was his experimental subject. While in Yan'an, Wei Liangping was surrounded and attacked by An Mingjie and Zhang Pengfu, but although he escaped, Qin Ange was left behind. Zhang Pengfu handed Qin Ange to Xiang Qingtian, who then gave him to Yanhua. After helping Qin Ange lie down comfortably on the bed, Yanhua tidied up a bit, then, with a hint of fatigue, walked out of the basement. As soon as the door opened, Yanhua froze in place, then adjusted his glasses and asked the person who had arrived, "Is there something you need?" "Nothing, just came to check on your research progress." Xiang Qingtian smiled. "How is it? Is recovery possible?" Yanhua shook his head. "I'm not sure, but it seems hopeful at the moment. Whether all of this can succeed depends on the third-generation gene liquid developed by my teacher before his death and the concept of a panacea. If I can develop a panacea, perhaps all of this can change." Yanhua's eyes held an unprecedented seriousness and determination. Xiang Qingtian watched him silently, as if seeing the shadow of Ding Qiming from back then. Ding Qiming, in the past, was precisely because of his insistence on creating a panacea that he ended up in his current predicament. And now, Yanhua, as Ding Qiming's student, also showed an unprecedented obsession with the panacea. It was hard to tell if it was a good thing or a bad thing. After a pause, Xiang Qingtian spoke. "Shangguan Pengyi has been rescued. The four great families' attention on you should have shifted considerably." "That's good." Yanhua breathed a sigh of relief, not because the four great families' attention on him had decreased, but because Shangguan Pengyi had been rescued. A large part of Shangguan Pengyi's current predicament was due to him, so Yanhua always felt guilty about it. "Qingjia village is very safe, and this basement you are in is even more secure, so you can rest assured." Xiang Qingtian chuckled. "To put it bluntly, even if Qingjia village were to be destroyed, your basement wouldn't be affected in the slightest." Yanhua nodded slightly upon hearing this. "Thank you. No need. This is what I should do." After Xiang Qingtian finished speaking, he turned to leave. Yanhua looked at Xiang Qingtian's retreating back and suddenly spoke. "My teacher once said he had a friend." Xiang Qingtian stopped. Yanhua continued. "My teacher said that when he was at his most persistent, it was that friend's unwavering support that made him see the hope of a panacea. He said, if he had the chance, he wanted to say to that friend in person, 'Thank you.'" Xiang Qingtian stood with his back to Yanhua, silent. After a long moment, he took a step, continuing forward, and slowly uttered 3 words. "You're welcome. These are your masks?" In a black car near the Mo family in the capital, Su Jiang looked speechlessly at the masks in the hands of the 2 people in front of him. Li Kai held a mask of boiling goat, and Xie Guli held a pink hairdryer mask. Both of their expressions were a bit awkward. Xie Guli retorted unhappily, "It's not like your wife chose them for us. How dare we refuse?" Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Tonight was his first appearance as Soul. He wanted dominance, deterrence, and emotionlessness. But you're bringing out a boiling goat in a pink hairdryer? Who do you plan to deter with that? Su Jiang instantly wanted to send these 2 back. They were an embarrassment. "Look at mine." Su Jiang, like a child showing off his toy, pulled out his ghost face mask and displayed it in front of the 2. It's infinitely cooler than your crappy stuff, Su Jiang said with disdain. However, Li Kai and Xie Guli just glanced at it silently, then spoke expressionlessly. Xie Guli, I think boiling goat is better. Li Kai, I also think the pink hairdryer is better. Su Jiang, stubborn. Forget it. Since we're already here, let's just go with it. Su Jiang looked helpless, then began to formulate a plan. Later, we'll rush in. The three of us will go on a killing spree. I'll be responsible for the killing spree, and you two will be responsible for the GAG8. Li Kai and Xie Guli both gave Su Jiang the middle finger. So it's just you who's so capable, huh? If you're so awesome, why did you even call us? Later, Su Jiang will be responsible for the killing, and we two will keep an eye out, not letting any fish escape the net, Xie Guli said. Li Kai nodded. Then the three put on their masks and strode out of the car towards the Mo family. King of roasted cold noodles, toy gun lad, and Shinibu throwing knife lad. The Three Stooges' first collective action. Target: Mo family, leaving no one alive. Meanwhile, inside the Mo family, the head of the Mo family was currently holding a family meeting. The main content of the meeting was to keep the family's gray industries low-key for a while until the storm passed. For example, at Manjiang Tower, the top floors of all Manjiang towers in the capital had been closed, preventing anyone from going up. Sigh, this way, our losses are too great. Someone sighed. Most of the family's funds originally came from those gray industries. Now that they're all closed, the family will inevitably suffer a blow. The head of the Mo family heard this and comforted them. There's nothing we can do about it. Shangguan Hongwei made a promise in front of so many people. We can't just disregard him, can we? Besides, it's not just us. Other forces are similar to us. Everyone is suffering a blow together, which is equivalent to no one suffering a blow. Look on the bright side. Beside him, Mo Yuan casually played with his phone. Ever since he was traumatized by Su Jiang at the Gao family, he hadn't even dared to leave the house. Now that Su Jiang was dead, he was radiant, wishing he could dance to celebrate. Just thinking about Su Jiang's death, Mo Yuan's mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. What good was it that Su Jiang was so powerful? He still died, while Mo Yuan was still alive. I, Mo Yuan, am just stronger than you, Su Jiang. Mo Yuan's heart was incredibly inflated now. 453, don't worry, I know. All in all, just be well-behaved during this period. The head of the Mo family said indifferently. At most half a year, at least 2 or 3 months, this matter should be mostly settled. Also, Kyoto is not peaceful recently. On the night of the Great Battle at Manjiang Tower, many affiliated families were wiped out. Although my Mo family is not an affiliated family, we still need to act carefully, lest we be inexplicably wiped out one day. So today's meeting is... Boom! Before the Mo family head could finish his sentence, a huge explosion sound came. Immediately after, there was a shout. Family head, enemy attack. Everyone present instantly stood up, looking bewildered. What the hell, enemy attack? So sudden? Their Mo family hadn't provoked anyone. So why was there a sudden enemy attack? At the same time, they all looked at the Mo family head. Did this guy's mouth have a magic touch? Just as he finished speaking, someone came knocking on their door. Quick, go out and see. Several people ran out in a hurry. The most important thing now was to protect the family. Mo Yuan also followed the crowd out. He wanted to see who dared to attack the Mo family. As everyone ran out, they saw that the Mo family's main gate had already been blown open. A figure wearing a ghost mask stood at the entrance, hands in his pockets, tilting his head and looking at everyone with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Everyone was stunned at the sight. Just one person? Who are you? The Mo family head's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, Why are you at my Mo family? What do you want to do? Su Jiang let out a villain-like laugh. His voice hoarse. The Mo family is doomed. Arrogant. Mo Yuan shouted loudly. Everyone go. Take him down. I want to see why he's so arrogant. Su Jiang glanced at him, finding Mo Yuan somewhat familiar. Then he remembered. Wasn't this the young master who secretly slipped away from the Gao family back then? Is he from the Mo family? I can't quite remember, Su Jiang thought to himself. At Mo Yuan's command, more than a dozen people immediately charged towards Su Jiang. Su Jiang's eyes held a hint of disdain as his figure flashed past. Accompanied by a few screams, The dozen or so people instantly fell to the ground, each with a bloodline appearing on their necks. Su Jiang's figure returned to its original spot, standing in front of the gate, blood dripping from the dagger in his hand. The Mo family members were awestruck by his move, all taking a step back, no one daring to step forward again. You're a mutant? Mo family head asked tremblingly. Mutant? I'm not that kind of trash. Su Jiang scoffed. I am. Soul, the soul of a departed spirit. As his voice fell, Su Jiang wasted no more time and acted again. On a distant tall building, Li Kai, with a sniper rifle, watched Su Jiang's battle, unable to help but smack his lips. This guy, he's too brutal. He still preferred the Su Jiang from Jiangdu back then, the one who was scared by his toy gun. Su Jiang back then was much cuter than now, and more humane than now. TSK, you can't run around there. Li Kai saw someone trying to quietly climb over the wall and escape, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Direct hit to the forehead. I also have a presence this season, Li Kai said righteously. Within this short period, the Mo family was already a river of blood, countless people dead. The Mo family head trembled all over, watching the people in front of him constantly falling, and quickly spoke to Mo Yuan. Yuan, or run. Run from the back door, I'll buy you time. After the Mo family head finished speaking, seeing that Mo Yuan had no reaction, he knew he was scared silly. Mo Yuan. The Mo family head's loud shout pulled Mo Yuan back from his trance. Run! Mo Yuan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then ran towards the back door without looking back. Su Jiang noticed this scene but didn't bother with it, because at the back door, there was a pink hairdryer that killed without blinking. The enemy has a sniper, don't think about escaping, fight to the death. The Mo family head shouted, grabbing a gun and leading the charge. He wanted to buy time for Mo Yuan to escape. Seeing this, Su Jiang casually raised his gun. Bang! It hit the Mo family head directly in the forehead, and he fell to the ground instantly. What kind of hot-blooded drama are you playing for me? Su Jiang muttered softly. Anyone would think I'm the villain. With the death of the Mo family head, 2 minutes later, the Mo family fell into complete silence. Is it over? Xie Guli, wearing a hairdryer mask, slowly walked in from the direction of the back door. He looked at the corpses all over the ground, shaking his head with clicks of his tongue. However, there was no sympathy in his eyes. These family forces in Kyoto deserved to die. This place had completely rotted. Perhaps before the Kyoto incident, with the supervisory bureau present, Kyoto could still retain a few pure lands. But now, Kyoto was entirely the domain of various major forces and powerful individuals. The situation was different from Yan'an. The people of Yan'an were oppressed and exploited by forces, and finally, under Su Jiang's provocation, they rose up in resistance. But Kyoto had no common people. Or rather, there was only a very small portion here who were ordinary people making a living. In Kyoto, if you threw a brick, 9 out of 10 people hit would have family connections. So, Su Jiang dared to cause trouble here without restraint. If it were in Jiangdu, Su Jiang might have some scruples. Did anyone slip out the back door? Su Jiang asked. Are you questioning my ability? Xie Guli said, displeased. There were 18 people who tried to escape through the back door, and all of them were dealt with. That Mo family young master. He was so scared he couldn't move when he saw me, so I just took him out with one knife. Su Jiang nodded. Then he and Xie Guli began searching the Mo family to see if there were any survivors. Xie Guli instantly felt like he was truly a villain. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them officially declared the Mo family's demise. Should we retreat now? Xie Guli asked. Retreat? Su Jiang was stunned. What are you talking about? The nightlife has just begun. Xie Guli was startled. What do you want to do now? Of course, I want to make my name known. All the Mo family members are dead. How else will my name spread? Su Jiang chuckled, then picked up the head of the Mo family's corpse and said, the real excitement is yet to come. The Mo family was just an appetizer. Seeing this, Xie Guli suddenly had an ominous premonition. As expected, Su Jiang's next words almost made him curse. I'm going to hang the head of the Mo family's corpse at the entrance of the Shangwan family and declare war on them. Are you crazy? Xie Guli cursed directly upon hearing this. That's one of the 4 great families. You just got killed by them once, and you're still planning to fight them. Who said anything about fighting? I'm just hanging a corpse. Do you think the Shangwan family members are all blind? That they'd just let you openly hang a corpse? It's fine. Just quietly deal with the guards on duty. Su Jiang bared his teeth and smiled brightly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. 454. What companion? That's called an accomplice. In the capital city, inside Good Conscience Clinic. Shimin Shang, while exercising, curiously looked at Mu Rou's room. Strange. Why is she hiding in her room today and not coming out? Hua Qing noticed this and whispered, Boss Mu has been a bit tired these past few days, so she went to bed early. Keep your voices down and don't disturb Boss Mu's sleep. As soon as he said this, the guards all lowered their voices, and Shimin Shang didn't even dare to breathe loudly. While Hua Qing breathed a sigh of relief, he also began to worry. Based on his understanding of Su Jiang, the later he returned, the bigger the trouble. Young Master Su has been out for so long, and he specifically told me to cover for him. How big of a fuss must he be causing? Hua Qing thought to himself. At the same time, the three scoundrels were on their way to Shangwan family. In the trunk of the black car was Mo family head's corpse. We need to be quick later. Get out of the car and get to work immediately. I'll handle the guards. Old Xie and Li Kai, you two are responsible for hanging the corpse. The corpse must face the Shangwan family's main gate steadily, ensuring that they'll be scared to death as soon as they open the door tomorrow morning. Su Jiang excitedly explained his plan, making Xie Guli and Li Kai feel increasingly uneasy. Xie Guli looked at Li Kai and whispered, Are we good guys, right? Li Kai paused, then slowly nodded. Should be. Then why do I feel like all of this is what villains do? Maybe it's a person's problem. Li Kai looked at Su Jiang in the rearview mirror, unsure what to say. When he learned of Su Jiang's subsequent plan, he was completely stunned. Is this really meant to push them to the brink? I say, is this really okay? Li Kai weakly said. If something really goes wrong, I don't think we can handle it. He couldn't even imagine what a mess the capital city would be in tomorrow morning. What's there to be afraid of? The capital city is already like this anyway. A little more chaos might even be a good thing. Su Jiang, sitting in the back, began to subtly manipulate them. Not long after, the three arrived near Shangwan family. After exchanging glances, Su Jiang was the first to put on his mask and said in a low voice, Time to work. The three got out of the car in unison, with clear divisions of labor. Su Jiang was responsible for taking care of all the guards on the periphery, while Xie Guli and Li Kai were responsible for hanging the person. Originally, Su Jiang had planned to use a dirty blunt weapon to deal with them, but then he thought that doing so might expose himself. So he simply killed them. Anyway, his current identity was the soul. He had no emotions. What, you ask about Su Jiang? What does a person killed by the soul have to do with me, Su Jiang? Besides, haven't I accumulated a lot of merit when I, as An Rou, save people? They say saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I must have 700 pagodas now, right? So what am I afraid of? Su Jiang went on a killing spree, and he did it silently. He even got carried away at one point, wanting to sneak in directly and assassinate Shangwan Hongwei. Fortunately, he controlled himself, as it wasn't the right time yet. If Su Jiang guessed correctly, Shangwan Hongwei should possess strength equal to or greater than the nightmare. It's just that obtaining such strength requires some sacrifice, which is why they have always disguised themselves. Before figuring things out, Su Jiang would try not to act rashly. Of course, that's try. If he gets truly provoked, he'll just go for it with his life on the line. I have a system, and I can't beat you mutants. If I win, it's what I deserve. If I lose, it's because the system is too useless, and it has nothing to do with me. When Su Jiang finished dealing with the last guard, Xie Guli and their side also finished, telling Su Jiang to quickly retreat. Su Jiang pulled out a pre-written note from his pocket and hung it around Mo family head's neck. After a brief moment of thought, Su Jiang pulled out 2 grenades from his pocket and made a simple mechanism. Once someone took Mo family head down, the grenade's pin would be pulled, and it would fall to the ground. Mission accomplished, retreat. Su Jiang waved his hand, Li Kai stepped on the gas, and the three drove away. Su Jiang was particularly satisfied with tonight's operation, especially Li Kai, the driver, who was very competent. He saved him a taxi fare. After dropping Su Jiang off near the clinic, the three went their separate ways, each returning home. Bye-bye, I'll find you. Guys, next time there's an exciting operation. Su Jiang smiled and waved goodbye to the two. The two unceremoniously gave Su Jiang the middle finger. Later, when things go south, just don't say we're your companions. Xie Guli said helplessly. What companions? Su Jiang was displeased to hear that and corrected them with emphasis. We're accomplices. Xie Guli rolled his eyes and played dead. Li Kai stepped on the gas even harder, eager to get away from Su Jiang. The three parted ways there. No, it should be said that they parted ways with Su Jiang. Meanwhile, at Qingjia village, Cheng Junren was about to find Xiang Qingtian to discuss some matters. But as soon as he stepped out, he froze in place. What's going on here? Inside the courtyard, many Cheng family members were lined up, and at the front of the line, a glasses man was sitting on a chair, reading the faces of the Cheng family members. Sir, your glabella is a bit dark. You might have a bloody disaster recently. What should I do? I haven't lived long enough. Don't be nervous. A bloody disaster won't take your life. But if you want to avoid suffering, it's best to spend money to avert disaster. How do I spend money to avert disaster? Here, I have consecrated talismans. 5,000 yuan each. Stick it on and sleep, and your bloody disaster will be gone. Really? Are you lying to me? How could I lie to you? I'm the dignified divine fortune teller of Beijing. These talismans sell for 20,000 each in Beijing. If it weren't for our destiny, I wouldn't even sell them to you. Okay, I'll buy it. The glasses man smiled and took the money, then solemnly handed the talisman to the man. Remember, you must stick it on properly when you sleep. Otherwise, the trouble will be big. The glasses man earnestly warned. Thud. Cheng Junren suddenly appeared and slammed his hand heavily on the table in front of the glasses man, startling everyone. What are you thinking? You believe big deceiver's words. Cheng Junren looked at the group with a hate iron for not becoming steel expression, worried about their intelligence. He felt even more sorrowful. How could he have such a group of people under him? They even bought a 5,000 yuan consecrated talisman? You usually don't even want to recharge 50 yuan for your phone bill, do you? Get out of here, all of you. Under Cheng Junren's roar, the Cheng family members who were queuing to have their fortunes told instantly vanished without a trace. Then, Cheng Junren turned his head, gritting his teeth as he looked at the glasses man, enunciating each word. Xue Qiliang, you're really something. Now you're even deceiving people in my own home. 455, Xue Qiliang. The glasses man, called Xue Qiliang, heard this and immediately gave an awkward laugh. What Xue Qiliang? Cheng family head, you must have the wrong person? I'm just a passing fortune teller. If Cheng family head has nothing else, I'll be leaving now. After speaking, Xue Qiliang packed his things, preparing to slip away. However, Cheng Junren grabbed him by the collar and said in a low voice, You still want to run? When I went to North City back then, that bastard, swindled all my money. I've always kept that in mind. I was planning to find you to settle the score someday, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep. Xue Qiliang's mouth twitched, and he chuckled. Cheng family head, you really have the wrong person. I'm not Xue Qiliang. Heh. I'd recognize that face even if it were turned to ash. Cheng Junren pulled out a pistol and pressed it against Xue Qiliang's forehead. Didn't you tell my fortune back then, saying I'd have great fortune in the capital? I ask you, where's my fortune? If you can't tell me, I'll use this gun to send you off with some fortune. Cheng Junren's tone was threatening. Just thinking about being deceived by this person in North City back then made his blood boil. He wished he could shoot him dead. Xue Qiliang gave an awkward smile. It's just that the time hasn't come yet, so the fortune hasn't arrived, right? Is that so? Then why don't you tell me? When will that fortune arrive? Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. Click. Cheng Junren pulled back the safety on the pistol. Actually, a little can be revealed. Under Cheng Junren's coercion, Xue Qiliang said helplessly, Cheng family head. Good things come to those who wait. Can you wait a bit longer? Wait again? When the hell do you want me to wait until? Cheng Junren sneered. Xue Qiliang extended a finger, pointing to the sky, and slowly uttered 3 words. Wait for the wind. Cheng Junren looked at him expressionlessly, and after a long moment, slowly said, You'd better think about who will visit your grave on this day next year. With that, he was about to pull the trigger. Xue Qiliang closed his eyes tightly and yelled, "No." Just then, a voice rang out. "All right, have you two played enough?" The two looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Xiang Qingtian standing not far away, looking at the scene helplessly. Old Xiang, Xue Qiliang, as if seeing his savior, quickly yelled, "Save me! This old guy wants to kill me." Xiang Qingtian sighed. "If you hadn't gone around deceiving people back then, would you have ended up in this situation? Now it's good. You're a rat crossing the street. Everyone wants to beat you. You can't stay in North City anymore. Are you happy?" Hearing Xiang Qingtian's words, Xue Qiliang's face immediately turned red. "What are you talking about? It was a willing transaction. How can you call that deception? Besides, you, Xiang Qingtian, didn't you also deceive a lot of people in North City?" Haha. Xiang Qingtian laughed when he heard this. "Then you go back to North City and ask, are they willing to come find trouble with me? Or with you?" Xue Qiliang's lips moved, but the words died on his tongue. Indeed, even in North City, few dared to provoke Xiang Qingtian. And he, on the other hand, could no longer make a living in North City. "Xiang Qingtian, did you call this person here?" Cheng Junrin said with displeasure. "He and I have some grievances. It's fine, I'll just use him for a while." Xiang Qingtian said with a smile. "After I'm done with him, whether you kill him or dismember him, it's up to you." Hearing Xiang Qingtian's words, Xue Qiliang's heart immediately sank by half. Cheng Junrin, on the other hand, smiled. "Good, you said it." With that, he released Xue Qiliang's collar, and Xue Qiliang quickly ran towards Xiang Qingtian. "Old Xiang, you big liar. Didn't you say you'd already talked to Cheng Junrin and he wouldn't bother me?" Xue Qiliang cursed in a low voice. Xiang Qingtian glanced at him indifferently. "Didn't we just talk it over?" Xue Qiliang's mouth twitched. Then he stared at Xiang Qingtian's face for a while. His expression slightly changed, and he muttered softly, "I knew you couldn't do anything good. It serves you right that you have a deathly pallor now." "What did you say?" "Nothing. I said you're handsome." Xue Qiliang hugged his backpack and continued, "I've already gone to find that young fellow named Su, as you said. If you hadn't given me his information, I really wouldn't have been able to trick him so easily. He was completely stunned by me, especially when I called out his name. His expression was truly priceless." Xiang Qingtian rolled his eyes at him helplessly. "You still talk so much. What kind of talk is that?" Xue Qiliang was displeased. "Our ancestors for 2 generations have relied on their mouths to travel the world, okay? Everyone else talks about 3 generations of ancestors, but you only have 2 generations of ancestors. To put it plainly, you and your father are both big deceivers." "My father is a big deceiver, but I'm not," Xue Qiliang argued. "His skill isn't even half of mine. He's a pure swindler." Xiang Qingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. All right, but you'd best return the money you swindled from the Cheng family, otherwise I might not be able to protect you." With that, he pointed to Cheng Junrin, who was glaring at them from a distance. Xue Qiliang followed his gaze, and meeting Cheng Junrin's eyes, he immediately shivered. "With you here, he shouldn't lay a hand on me, right?" Xue Qiliang asked cautiously. "Well, what do you think? Who the hell did you learn that bad habit from?" "Always guessing. From an old friend." As Xiang Qingtian spoke, he led Xue Qiliang into the house, then closed the door. Immediately after, he took out the box containing the mithril spear from a cabinet. "Is this the thing?" Xue Qiliang curiously examined the box, a look of surprise on his face. "This is the key to open that secret treasure?" "Yes, this is it." Xiang Qingtian nodded and said, "I still have things to do. In the capital, please take this to Mo Chang for me." "Take it to Mo Chang. You want me to go back to North City?" Xue Qiliang immediately refused. "I just came from there, and now you want me to go back? Are you jerking me around?" Xiang Qingtian said indifferently. "Help me send it back, and I'll take care of the debts you owe in North City." "Really? No takebacks?" Upon hearing this, Xue Qiliang snatched the box into his hand, as if afraid that Xiang Qingtian would go back on his word. "To be honest, I really don't want to see that guy Mo Chang." "What? Do you owe him money too?" "No, but he recently has a young man by his side. I think his name isn't something Jia." Xue Qiliang sighed. "That young man is also an extraordinary individual, comparable to you in your youth. Xiang Qingtian smiled upon hearing this and said softly, Perhaps he's even more formidable than I was in my youth. 456, rough face. More powerful than you. Is that true? Xue Qiliang was slightly surprised. It was his first time hearing Xiang Qingtian praise someone so highly. Even you can't contend with him? Xiang Qingtian shook his head. Of course not. He still lacks some experience. But once he matures, it's hard to say. Xue Qiliang nodded in agreement. Indeed, even Mo Chong, who acts like he's number one, was completely subdued by him. When I was in North City, I always walked around him. I always felt that I would be tricked if I wasn't careful. That's why I say you people who play with your brains have dirty hearts. Xiang Qingtian smiled helplessly. You can say that in front of me. I'm too lazy to argue with you. If that little fellow heard it, he'd probably hold a grudge against you. Young people nowadays are more petty than the last. Xue Qiliang shrugged, indicating he didn't care. He had traveled extensively for so many years, deceived so many people, and caused so much trouble. Even if An Mingjie really wanted to get revenge on him, he'd have to wait in line. Oh, especially Su Jiang. Xiang Qingtian suddenly remembered something and added, He's the most petty. You'd best not offend him. He's the type who'd remember you for life even if you cheated him out of a few dollars. Xue Qiliang's mouth twitched, and his expression became a bit unnatural. Xiang Qingtian frowned. You didn't. Cough, cough, Xue Qiliang said awkwardly. It's not a big deal. I just, took an IOU from him. IOU? How much? 250,000. Xiang Qingtian sighed. I asked you to do something, not to take advantage of the situation for personal gain. Xue Qiliang scratched his head. Not making money when there's an opportunity. Isn't that being an idiot? Whatever you say. Anyway, you just need to deliver the box for me, and that's it. With that, Xiang Qingtian waved his hand, signaling Xue Qiliang that he could leave. I'm just leaving like this? Xue Qiliang held the box, a bit bewildered. Such an important item, and you're just casually handing it to me to take away. Aren't you afraid I'll secretly keep that huge secret treasure? Xiang Qingtian heard him, calmly brewed tea, and said casually, Although you are greedy for money, you're not foolish. You know this is not something you can swallow. Besides, if you really had the ability to keep that secret treasure for yourself, that would be your skill, and I would even admire you. After all, currently, only Mo Chong can open the box. How could you, Xue Qiliang, keep it for yourself? Xue Qiliang pouted. It's boring talking to you. I'm leaving. Xue Qiliang, holding the box, had just opened the door when he ran into Yin Heng, who was coming to find Xiang Qingtian. Ouch, young man, you're so young, and you don't even watch where you're going. Xue Qiliang almost stumbled and fell. Yin Heng, dressed in black with a hood and his hands in his pockets, said somewhat speechlessly, I was just standing outside the door, not moving at all. You're the one who's all flustered, okay? Hey, you young man. Xue Qiliang stared at Yin Heng's face, then changed his tone. No wonder your fortune looks so rough. Young man, not bowing your head is a good thing, but it will cause you trouble. Let me give you a piece of advice. Bow your head when you should, and admit your mistakes when you should. That way, your path ahead will be smoother. After Xue Qiliang finished speaking meaningfully, he left directly, holding the box. Yin Heng frowned, turned his head, and watched Xue Qiliang's retreating figure, remaining silent for a long time. Then, he stepped into Xiang Qingtian's room and asked, What's with that person? He's so mysterious. Xiang Qingtian happened to have brewed 2 cups of tea, which he handed to Yin Heng, and chuckled. Him? An old friend. What's wrong? He said my fortune was rough? Anyway, he just said a bunch of inexplicable things. Is that so? In North City, he's known as Big Deceiver. He goes around swindling people, and he's a very greedy person. I knew it. He didn't look like a proper person at all. Xiang Qingtian took a sip of tea, nodded, but then said, However, I suggest you take what he says seriously. Yin Heng was puzzled. Why? Didn't you say he's Dahuyu? How can I believe what he says? How should I put it? Just consider it a kind of metaphysics. Xiang Qingtian laughed. Don't think I'm superstitious. Back then, Zhuge Kongming had much more of this metaphysics. Moreover, Xue Qiliang's ancestors actually have some connection to Zhuge Kongming. Yin Heng still looked skeptical. As a hacker, He was the last person to believe in such metaphysics. Code is justice. If it runs, it runs. If it doesn't, it doesn't. There's no third option. Are the four great families still unmonitorable? Xiang Qingtian asked. Yin Heng shook his head. All surveillance in the capital is under my control. But the four great families seem to have anticipated this long ago and removed all surveillance around them, so I can't fully control their movements. Xiang Qingtian nodded. It's fine. They won't stay holed up forever. They'll come out eventually. Is there anything else you came to see me about? Yin Heng nodded. Yes. Just now, the Mo family was annihilated. The Mo family. Xiang Qingtian frowned. By whom? There were only 3 of them, all wearing masks, so their identities are unknown. One of them was extremely powerful. I suspect it was Nightmare. Nightmare. Xiang Qingtian slowly shook his head. Nightmare wouldn't show himself at this time. Besides Nightmare, the only one with such strength and a grudge against the Mo family is Su Jiang. Su Jiang. Yin Heng was shocked. Isn't he dead? It was just a trick to fake his death and escape, a trick I often used back in the day, Xiang Qingtian said casually. And then? Did they just destroy the Mo family? Then, they took the head of the Mo family's body and went somewhere, but judging by the direction, it should be the Shangwan family. Xiang Qingtian's eyes flickered, his mind inferring Su Jiang's plan. Soon, he roughly deduced what Su Jiang intended to do. He really is reckless, Xiang Qingtian said with a headache and helplessness. Can't he just be peaceful for a few days? Yin Heng blinked and remained silent. He was only responsible for reporting. The specific course of action depended on Xiang Qingtian's opinion. We can leave this matter alone for now. Xiang Qingtian pondered for a moment, then said, clear their surveillance traces so no one can find them. Also, try to contact Nightmare for me. I have something I want to talk to him about. Contact Nightmare. Yin Heng frowned. Deleting surveillance traces isn't difficult, but finding Nightmare might take some time. It's all right, just go ahead and do it. Okay, then I'll get to work. Yin Heng stood up and left, heading back to his small wooden cabin. Xiang Qingtian sat alone on the sofa, pinching his brow, and sighed deeply. What an unstable factor. 457. Stud. The next morning, the gates of the Shangwan family slowly opened. You worked hard, brother. It's time for the shift change. The guard stretched, ready to hand over to his colleague who had been on duty last night. When he saw everything in front of him, he froze, then screamed loudly. Family head. Something big has happened. All the guards outside the Shangwan family had already fallen to the ground, lifeless, as dead as could be. And directly above the main gate, the head of the Mo family's body was hanging in the center by a rope, looking incredibly eerie. The surroundings were already filled with onlookers and spies from various major forces. But no one dared to step forward to observe closely, because once they did, it would be considered an invasion of the Shangwan family's territory. Shangwan Hongwei rushed over with his people upon hearing the news, and his brow furrowed when he saw the head of the Mo family's body. Family head. We just received news that the Mo family was wiped out last night, the butler whispered from the side. Shangwan Hongwei's face was ashen as he stepped forward and tore off the note taped to the head of the Mo family's chest. It read, the four great families, it's time for them to perish. The signature was just one character. Soul. Soul. Shangwan Hongwei's face was grim. The moment he saw that character, he thought of Nightmare. But Nightmare had no reason to do this, and it wasn't Nightmare's style. Who exactly dared to declare war on the four great families so brazenly? Shangwan Hongwei said in a low voice, investigate for me. What is the origin of this soul? The butler swallowed with difficulty. He knew that Shangwan Hongwei's current expression meant he was truly angry. Seeing Shangwan Hongwei turn and leave, the butler quickly ordered the guards to take down the body, then scurried after Shangwan Hongwei. Family head, I feel like something's not right about this. Could it be Su Wendong who did it? Su Wendong. He doesn't have the strength to wipe out the Mo family silently overnight. Then could it be? What do you want to say? Shangwan Hongwei looked at the butler with sharp eyes and said, I know who you want to talk about. The only one with a grudge against the Mo family and this level of strength is Su Jiang. But don't forget, he's already dead. I personally aimed a gun at his heart. Boom! Before Shangwan Hongwei could finish his sentence, an explosion occurred at the main gate. The huge sound drew everyone's gaze, and a guard was heard crying out miserably. Family head, there was explosives on the body. Shangwan Hongwei's expression grew even uglier. If the previous act was a threat, this was a complete slap in the face. How was this different from squatting and defecating at the Shangwan family's main gate? You scoundrel, Shangwan Hongwei gritted his teeth. Don't let me find out who you are. Pass on my order. Spare no effort, no matter the cost, to find that person. Contact Shimin, Ouyang, and Gongsun. This isn't just my problem. They're provoking the four great families. The butler quickly nodded. Yes, I'll go do it now. What happened at the Shangwan family quickly spread throughout the entire capital in a very short time. Its impact was so great that it almost overshadowed Su Jiang's battle at Manjiang Tower. At this moment, if you sat down in any breakfast shop in the capital, the two names you heard most were Su Jiang and Seoul. Hey, have you heard about the Shangwan family incident? Nonsense. How could I not know about such a big thing? What is it? I don't know. Tell me about it. You don't even know this? The four great families have been provoked. The Mo family was wiped out overnight, and their family head's body was even hung at the main gate of the Shangwan family. I heard they even left a bomb on the body. Hiss. That awesome. Who did it? A guy named Seoul. His identity is unclear, but one thing is certain. The capital is becoming increasingly dangerous. That's right. How long ago was the Battle of Manjiang Tower? Su Jiang just died, and now another Seoul has emerged. It's terrifying. In my opinion, this might be Su Wendong, disguised, trying to avenge Su Jiang. At a nearby table, Su Jiang, disguised as An Rou, was nonchalantly eating steamed buns, listening to the chatter around him. To hear this news, he didn't even let Shimin Shang buy breakfast, but came out to eat himself. Shimin Shang was so touched that tears almost came out. He thought An Rou had finally developed humanity. Su Jiang rolled his eyes at this, too lazy to explain. Latest news. The Shangwan family has already allied with the other three great families and is preparing to spare no effort to find that Seoul guy. Hiss. With these four families united, as long as that person is still in the capital, there's no escape. Come, the betting is open. Let's see how many days it takes the four great families to catch Seoul. I bet 3 days, after all. That's the four great families. I bet 10 days, to be conservative. So conservative? Are you guys here to play? I bet 1 day all in. You're the one who's here to play, right? I bet tonight all in. If I lose, I'll go beg on the streets. I'm also all in. Su Jiang was stunned. Is money that easy to earn now? All in at the drop of a hat. Are people in the capital all that aggressive? And the one who bet on tonight. I admire your courage, but you might really have to beg for food. Su Jiang's mouth was full of soup dumplings, and he watched this scene like a passerby. Suddenly, he realized a very serious problem. He was an excellent, good citizen. How could he turn a blind eye to such gambling behavior happening right beside him? So he decisively pulled out his phone and dialed the Supervision Bureau. Hello, I'm reporting that there are people gambling here. Before long, people from the Supervision Bureau arrived and took everyone away. It must be said that under Zheng Yi's leadership, these people's work efficiency was excellent. Su Jiang gave a thumbs up. Having packed 2 portions of soup dumplings, Su Jiang leisurely walked towards the medical clinic, not flustered at all. Forget 3 days. As long as Su Jiang didn't show himself, even if they were given 3 years, they wouldn't find Su Jiang. At the same time, under Shangwan Hongwei's organization, the family heads meeting of the 4 great families was convened once again. Unlike the previous one at Shimin Zhuang's place, this meeting was more formal and serious. Shangwan Hongwei, Shimin Zhuang, and Ouyang Fu were all present. However, there was still an empty seat, with no one sitting in it. Shangwan Hongwei's face was grim as he spoke. What exactly does that Gongsun fan want to do? Shimin Zhuang and Ouyang Fu both shook their heads. The spies they sent to the Gongsun family had also gone silent. Forget it, never mind. It's the same with just the 3 of us. Just as Shangwan Hongwei was about to start the meeting, a voice sounded. Excuse me, uncles, I'm late. The door was pushed open, and Gongsun Yu's figure slowly appeared before the 3 of them. Today's update time will be very late. I'll give everyone 3 or 4 chapters in the early morning. About that, Don't rush me for what I owe from before. Listen to me. Let's just keep it owed for now. Moi. 458. During the meeting, Gong Sunyu. Shangguan Hongwei's brows furrowed when he saw the newcomer. Where's that fellow Gong Sun fan? A meeting of this caliber is not for you to attend. If it had been in the past, they wouldn't have said much if Gong Sun Yu attended in place of Gong Sun Fan. But things were different now. They had to know what Gong Sun Fan was plotting. Why had he seemingly vanished into thin air? Seeing this, Gong Sun Yu knew that this matter was troublesome today. If he didn't handle it well, it might cause the three great families to collectively target the Gong Sun family. Uncles, I am truly sorry. Gong Sun Yu said sincerely, I won't hide it from you anymore. I'm sure you've also noticed the strangeness of our Gong Sun family recently. Whether it was Uncle Shi Min's meeting before, or the actions against Su Jiang, our Gong Sun family has remained silent. Actually, there's a reason for all of this. A reason? Ouyang Fu sneered. Then, tell us, what kind of reason is it? The sharp gazes of the three simultaneously fixed on Gong Sun Yu, making him feel immense pressure. Gong Sun Yu took a deep breath and spoke word by word. My father, the family head of Gong Sun family, has been seriously ill and in a vegetative state for a long time. At these words, Shangguan Hongwei and the other two frowned. Gong Sun Fan became a vegetable? What a joke. How could he suddenly contract such an illness? Gong Sun Yu saw that they didn't believe him, so he sighed, took a document from his bag, and handed it to the three. This is a diagnosis report issued by Director Ma of Kyoto Hospital. You know his diagnoses are absolutely never false. The three took the document and examined it carefully. It clearly stated that Gong Sun Fan was diagnosed as being in a vegetative state a month ago. At the end, there was also Director Ma's seal. Shangguan Hongwei and the other two looked at the document, their expressions shifting. They knew Director Ma of Kyoto Hospital was a person who would never be biased in medicine. He would rather die than forge a diagnosis report. Therefore, the possibility of this diagnosis report being fake was very low. Gong Sun Yu continued. To avoid causing chaos and to preserve the Gong Sun family's status, this news has been kept under wraps and not leaked. So, uncles, please understand. I came today with apologies. I'm very sorry for keeping it from you for so long. Gong Sun Yu bowed his head. Deeply. Shangguan Hongwei hesitated. He suddenly remembered what Xiang Qingtian had said at Manjiang Tower. Gong Sun Fan isn't unwilling to appear, but unable to appear. Could this be what he meant? Gong Sun Fan is in a coma, which means you are currently in control of the Gong Sun family? Shangguan Hongwei's gaze was like a knife, fixed on Gong Sun Yu's eyes. That's right. Although my ability is still insufficient, I am working hard to be able to fully take over the family as soon as possible. Shangguan Hongwei and the other two exchanged glances, then Shimin Zhuang said, Little you, how could you not tell us about such an important matter? The three of us are like brothers to your father. If you had told us earlier, we would definitely have helped you. How about this? After the meeting, you take us to your home to see Gong Sun Fan's situation. If the situation is really troublesome, our three families can allocate some resources to you. What do you say? At these words, Gong Sun Yu inwardly thought, old fox. He spoke nicely, but wasn't it just to probe the truth? If they found out that Gong Sun Fan had really become a vegetable, they would probably hold another meeting to discuss how to divide the Gong Sun family. Uncle Shi Min, you're too kind. However, the doctor said my father needs quiet recuperation now. It would be better for you uncles to visit in a few days. For now, let's hold the meeting first. After all, there are more urgent matters, aren't there? Shangguan Hongwei stared intently at Gong Sun Yu. After a long moment, he slowly said, Sit down. Gong Sun Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this hurdle had been overcome today. Although this meeting was about discussing Seoul, it also had the intention of pressuring the Gong Sun family. If Gong Sun Yu hadn't come, the meeting's agenda would probably have gained another item. That would be to take necessary measures against the Gong Sun family. After Gong Sun Yu sat down, Shangguan Hongwei slowly began. I believe you should have already heard the news. Clatter. He took out the note he had obtained from the head of the Mo family and slapped it on the table. First, do you have any thoughts on this person who calls himself Soul? Ouyang Fu looked at the note, pondered for a moment, then said, To have the power to wipe out the Mo family overnight, and to dare to target the four great families, such an arrogant person, Honestly, the first person I thought of was Su Jiang. But he's already dead, Shimin Zhuang said flatly. So it must be someone else. The key question is this soul one person or an organization? Gong Sun Yu suddenly said, the signature is just the word soul, which doesn't necessarily mean this soul is just one person. What if this soul is actually Xiang Qingtian's mysterious organization, which is New Century? At these words, several people immediately frowned. Shimin Zhuang was the first to speak. New Century doesn't have that kind of strength. They attacked my family before, and I know their combat power. Are you sure that was New Century's full combat power? Gong Sun Yu quickly said, don't forget, that's Xiang Qingtian. No one can predict his trump cards. How can we be sure he wasn't deliberately exposing only a portion of New Century's strength to make us drop our guard? Shimin Zhuang was speechless at these words. Indeed, if the opponent was Xiang Qingtian, then it was worth deep consideration. This speculation is indeed possible. Ouyang Fu nodded and said, moreover, Xiang Qingtian's goal has always been our four great families. He wishes he could destroy all of us. Shangguan Hongwei gently tapped the table. So, if this soul is an organization, it's very likely Xiang Qingtian's New Century. But what if this soul is one person? One person destroyed the Mo family. Shimin Zhuang chuckled. Then I can only think it was done by nightmare. No, you've forgotten one more person. Shangguan Hongwei said gravely. During the Kyoto incident, the top assassin, now known as Ghost. Saying this, he took out a document and showed it to everyone. I investigated Meng Zhensheng and discovered something very interesting. He was Ding Qiming's teacher, and Ding Qiming also had a junior martial brother named Zhang Yu. This Zhang Yu is the current Ghost. Shangguan Hongwei scanned everyone and said indifferently, if it's him, he also has the power to destroy the Mo family. 459. Xiang Qingtian also wants to play exciting. Zhang Yu. Shimin Zhuang picked up the document, examined it carefully, and wondered, why didn't we find this information before? Especially his relationship with Ding Qiming. I'm also very curious. Shangguan Hongwei shook his head. Such important information, logically, we shouldn't have overlooked it back then. But the strange thing is, back then we couldn't find any information about Zhang Yu. Yet now his information is as clear as an iceberg floating on the water. You mean, someone deliberately blocked his information back then? Ouyang Fu frowned. Who has such capability to make our four great families' intelligence officers come up empty-handed? I'm not sure, but anyone with such technology must be a top-tier computer expert, whose skills are even above the hackers owned by our four great families. Shangguan Hongwei said gravely. For a moment, the four of them fell silent. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. First, there was Soul, then the suddenly exposed Zhang Yu, and then the hacker. The four of them felt a chill, as if an invisible and enormous net was slowly enveloping them. Things are getting a bit tricky. They began to realize the seriousness of the problem. If this was a conspiracy, who was the mastermind? If this was a game of chess, who was the player, and who were the pieces? At a table, for people, each with their own thoughts. After a long while, Shangguan Hongwei was the first to speak. No matter what, we can confirm that both New Century and Zhang Yu are our enemies. And that hacker, if I'm not mistaken, should be Xiang Qingtian's person. If Zhang Yu was deliberately exposed by that hacker at this time, then it must also be related to Xiang Qingtian. And New Century is also Xiang Qingtian's force. Therefore, I believe that our target is actually only one. That is, Xiang Qingtian. As soon as these words were spoken, Shimin Zhuang's heart stirred. Only he knew that the mithril spear, which could open the North City secret treasure, had most likely fallen into Xiang Qingtian's hands. He was worried about how to get that thing back, and now was a good opportunity to borrow some strength. So, he nodded. I agree. No matter what, Xiang Qingtian cannot be allowed to remain. This time, with the combined strength of the four families, we will encircle and annihilate Xiang Qingtian. Ouyang Fu remained silent for a long time before slowly nodding. I agree. The three immediately looked at Gong Sun Yu. At this moment, he represented the Gong Sun family, so he naturally needed to express his opinion. Gong Sun Yu also nodded. I also agree. His goal was very simple: to somehow shift the attention of Shangguan Hongwei and the other two away from the Gongsun family. Encircling and annihilating Xiang Qingtian was a good choice. At this moment, Ouyang Fu suddenly asked a crucial question. To encircle and annihilate Xiang Qingtian, even if our four great families act together, each family will have to send out a lot of people. By my estimation, each of our families would need to send out at least 70% of our combat power to be confident in taking down Xiang Qingtian. Then the problem arises, what if that scoundrel Su Wendong brings people to raid our homes again? As soon as these words were spoken, the other three immediately fell silent. Right. They had forgotten about that bastard. Damn it. Shimin Zhuang held it in for a long time before letting out a curse. It was obvious that Su Wendong, that scoundrel, would definitely come to raid their homes. He would come sniffing for trouble, sending out 70% of their combat power, and then fighting Su Wendong with the remaining 30%? No way. Then, what if each family sends 50%? Gongsun Yu tentatively asked. Although the probability of taking down Xiang Qingtian will decrease, it can prevent Su Wendong from raiding our homes. 50% of the combat power is enough to stop Su Wendong. Shangguan Hongwei decisively shook his head. No, either we don't act, or if we do, we must ensure we take down Xiang Qingtian. Then 60%. Shimin Zhuang frowned. Leave 40% to guard the home, plus the combat power of the affiliated families. Even if Su Wendong brings Zheng Yi, it will be enough to resist. Everyone silently waited and realized that this was the only way. Since that's the case, let's prepare for battle these 2 days, find out Xiang Qingtian's location, and once everything is ready, we will act. Shangguan Hongwei said grimly. If we drag this on, there will be more and more variables, and I'm afraid we won't even have a chance to act. This is a good opportunity for us to prepare for battle openly, gather the combat power of the affiliated families, and publicly announce that it's for preparing to encircle and annihilate Seoul. But in reality, our true target is Xiang Qingtian. The other three nodded, without any objection. Xiaoyu, your Gongsun family, there's no problem, right? Shangguan Hongwei stared intently at Gongsun Yu, saying, don't let your Gongsun family disappear again then. That wouldn't be a small matter. Gongsun Yu smiled bitterly. Don't worry, Uncle Shangguan, I will act according to the plan. Shangguan Hongwei nodded. Then that's it, meeting adjourned. As his words fell, the three, except for Shangguan Hongwei, immediately stood up and walked towards the door. Shangguan Hongwei sat on the chair, watching the three of them leave, his eyes dark and unreadable. Meanwhile, at Qingjia village, Xiang Qingtian and Cheng Junren were sitting on stone benches, playing chess. Cheng Junren had already lost 10 games. But this old man was stubborn. Even though he knew he was no match for Xiang Qingtian, he kept fighting despite repeated defeats. At this moment, Yin Heng walked over from a distance and said to Xiang Qingtian, I've already unblocked Zhang Yu's information as you requested. Thank you for your hard work. Xiang Qingtian casually played his chess piece, nodded, and then asked, have you contacted Nightmare? No, Yin Heng sighed. That guy seems to be hiding. He's a bit difficult to deal with. Then never mind. Help me contact Su Jiang. Tell him I need to see him about something. Su Jiang. Cheng Junren was startled. Isn't he dead? Xiang Qingtian pursed his lips. He couldn't be bothered to explain. He didn't mention Su Jiang's matter, but instead looked at Cheng Junren and suddenly said, Old Cheng, dare to play something exciting? Cheng Junren's mouth twitched. I'm old. Then you should play even more. If you don't play now, you won't be able to play when you're in an urn. What exactly do you want to do? Xiang Qingtian unhurriedly placed a white chess piece and slowly said, if there are no surprises, within 3 days, your Qingjia village will be surrounded by the 4 great families. What did you say? Cheng Junren jumped up in fright upon hearing this. Don't worry, aren't I here? Xiang Qingtian quickly appeased him, telling him to sit down first. Then, he continued, the 4 great families know I'm here with you. They're coming for me. In my plan, with Su Wendong around, they wouldn't dare to use too many people, at most 60% of their combat power, or even 50%, depending on what Shangguan Hongwei thinks. But they overlooked the most important point, or rather, one person, and that is Su Jiang. Thinking of this, Xiang Qingtian suddenly laughed. When they think victory is within their grasp, they'll find their home raided, and the one who raided it is the supposedly dead Jiang. At that time, how wonderful their expressions will be, old chum. Don't you want to enjoy it? For 60, these two are so perverted. Hearing Xiang Qingtian's words, Cheng Junren was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand what Xiang Qingtian was talking about at all. Why would they surround him? Why did they steal his home? He wasn't on the same wavelength at all, so they couldn't continue the conversation. I say, my brain isn't as good as yours. Can you explain it to me? Cheng Junren felt a little exhausted. Why would the four great families suddenly attack you? What? Is it strange for the four great families to attack me? Xiang Qingtian said, amused. I am their enemy. Of course they want to kill me quickly. You know what happened at the Shangwan family this morning, right? Cheng Junren frowned immediately upon hearing this. That soul, is it your person? No. Xiang Qingtian shook his head. I just went with the flow, using the appearance of the soul and what it did to make Shangwan Hongwei and the others misunderstand. From beginning to end, all I did was let Yin Heng publicize Jiang Yu's information. Just this alone is enough to make that suspicious fellow, Shangwan Hongwei, turn his attention to me and then develop the idea of attacking me. As long as he wants to attack me, then if I put myself in his shoes, if I were Shangwan Hongwei, how would I plan to deal with Xiang Qingtian? Once you understand this point, everything that follows is easy to deduce. Xiang Qingtian pointed to a black piece that Cheng Junren had placed long ago and said lightly, just like that piece you placed, all the white pieces I placed have only one goal, which is to make you place your piece there. As long as you place your piece there, you will have to be led by the nose by me later. By the same token, as long as Shangwan Hongwei develops a murderous intent towards me, then he has already lost this game. Cheng Junren stared dumbfounded at the black piece, then looked at the entire board, his heart full of questions. If I placed it there, I lost. Where did I lose? Why the hell can't I tell? After Yin Heng leaned over and took a look, he nodded and said, indeed, you lost. Cheng Junren. Xiang Qingtian is one thing, but you're showing off too? Ahem. Yin Heng was already a go 9th Dan when he was a freshman. Xiang Qingtian saw Cheng Junren's disbelief and continued. By the way, it only took him half a year to go from 1st Dan to 9th Dan. It's just that he doesn't have official certification, but his skill is absolutely there. Yin Heng nodded. Those certifications are too troublesome, so I was too lazy to get them. Cheng Junren was dumbfounded. So out of the 3 people present, he was the only one whose brain wasn't working well? No, the 2 people in front of him were too abnormal. Wait, if the 4 great families besiege you, what about my Chengjia village? Cheng Junren immediately felt a bad premonition. We can't withstand their attack. Well, I'll have my own way when the time comes. Xiang Qingtian chuckled. Old Cheng, we're on the same boat now. If I'm finished, do you think the 4 great families will let you go? Cheng Junren's mouth twitched. This was bad. He was on a pirate ship. Cheng Junren immediately felt a chill in his heart. To think that his Chengjia village had always been neutral, not provoking anyone, and living well. How did it suddenly become the center of the storm now? But it was too late to say anything now. The day Xiang Qingtian, this lord, arrived at Chengjia village, it was destined that he wouldn't be able to escape. He could only take it one step at a time. Inside Good Conscience Clinic. Achoo, Su Jiang sneezed and frowned. Who's plotting against me? No, it must be An Rou thinking of me. Su Jiang pinched his nose, looking at Shimin Shang, who was drinking medicine not far away, with a look of disgust. He couldn't help but admire him. Even after several days, he still hadn't gotten used to the disgusting taste of the medicine. Shimin Shang was actually able to drink it without changing his expression now, without needing someone to force it down. It was simply terrifying. He felt that if this guy continued like this, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. Little did he know, Shimin Shang's body had improved many times over the past 2 days due to long-term exercise and the conditioning of the medicinal herbs. He had become much more disciplined, like he was on steroids. Shimin Shang drank all the medicine in one gulp, and the guards around him had expressions of worship, making the corners of Shimin Shang's mouth curve upwards uncontrollably. Because he could see that this admiration came from the heart, not the fake flattery from before. So he was very happy. Su Jiang sighed secretly. If he hadn't been born into the Shimin family, perhaps Shimin Shang would have had a happier life. It was just a pity that he and the Shimin family were enemies, and there was no other possibility. As soon as he thought of this, Su Jiang couldn't help but smack his lips. Would there be some melodramatic plot like in TV dramas then? I kill Shimin Zhuang, and then this guy Shimin Shang hates me to the bone, seeks revenge on me, then discovers that I am actually An Rou, and finally collapses and commits suicide or something. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Jiang shook his head, lamenting that if it really was such a melodramatic plot, then young Master Shimin's life would be too tragic. Just then, Su Jiang's phone vibrated, and an unknown number sent him a message. Come to Qingjia village tonight. Xiang Qingtian wants to see you. Seeing this sentence, Su Jiang raised his eyebrows. Xiang Qingtian. Seeing that guy was never a good thing. However, right, there are some things I want to ask him too. Su Jiang replied with a capital T to the other party. The other party sent a question mark. Su Jiang. Unsubscribe, you don't understand this? The other party seemed to be silent. After a long while, a message was sent. 9 o'clock tonight, don't be late. Su Jiang muttered, how boring. He put his phone in his pocket, then looked at Shimin Shang. Young Master Shimin, it's time to go buy lunch. I'm starving to death. All right, I'm going now. Shimin Shang excitedly ran out to buy lunch, already having been trained into Su Jiang's shape. In the capital, Gongsun family. Gongsun Yu returned to the family and came to a basement. In the dim space, on a stone bed, Gongsun Fan lay quietly, his hair extremely white. Gongsun Yu watched silently, muttering, Father, if you don't wake up soon, Shangwan Hongwei will probably make a move. I will try my best to hold them off. The day you wake up will be the time for our Gongsun family to reach the peak. After speaking, Gongsun Yu turned and left, leaving Gongsun Fan lying alone in this dark space. 461. Give me your blood. When Gongsun Yu emerged from the basement, a man had already been waiting at the door for a long time. Young Master, as per your instructions, our manpower for the operation to encircle and annihilate Xiang Qingtian has been arranged. Gongsun Yu glanced at him indifferently and said, How much combat power has been arranged? 50%. Not enough, Gongsun Yu said decisively. The discussion in the meeting was 60%, but we must send out 70% of our combat power. When we encircled and annihilated Su Jiang, the three great families suffered heavy losses, but our Gongsun family didn't send out a single person. This is unacceptable. Therefore, this time we must contribute more. Only by doing so can we gradually dispel Shangwan Hongwei's suspicions about us. Our goal for this operation against Xiang Qingtian is to dispel the doubts of the other three families. We don't know when Father will wake up, so there can be no more accidents at a time like this. Upon hearing this, the man was stunned and couldn't help but ask, But young Master, wouldn't sending out 70% of our men be too risky? What if Su Wendong brings everyone to raid our home? We wouldn't be able to stop him. Gongsun Yu looked at him and said indifferently, Tell Meng Jinxing to come back. With him here, if Su Wendong comes, he'll just be seeking death. Moreover, he doesn't want anything to happen to my father more than anyone else. After speaking, Gongsun Yu left alone. As evening approached, in the medical clinic, only Hua Qing was sitting at the counter, guarding it, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Why am I the only one left? Su Jiang had gone to Qingjia village for an appointment to meet Xiang Qingtian, and Shimin Shang had also suddenly been called back to his family by Shimin Zhuang, taking his guards with him. Before leaving, Shimin Shang had intended to leave a few guards to protect Hua Qing, but Hua Qing refused. What a joke! Young Master Su had left. What danger could there be in this medical clinic? Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps echoed, and Hua Qing looked up to see a tall figure appear at the entrance of the medical clinic. Sister Chumu. Hua Qing stood up in surprise and said, Why are you here? Chumu frowned and waved her phone. Didn't you say you were bored alone in the shop and wanted to take me out for barbecue? Hua Qing was stunned when he heard this. But you didn't reply to my message, I thought. I happen to be hungry and want to eat. So I came to find you. Chumu interrupted. What? Not eating anymore. Eating. Of course eating. Hua Qing quickly said. I'll close the main door in a bit, and I'll take you to eat. I know there's a particularly delicious barbecue place nearby. He quickly sprang into action, turning off the lights and pulling the circuit breaker in one swift motion, as if afraid Chu Mu would run off. Chu Mu watched this scene, waiting and curiously asking, "By the way, why are you alone in the shop? Where is he?" She was asking about Su Jiang. Hua Qing's movements paused, and he chuckled. "He went out for something, so he's not here." "What is it?" "Something you can't even tell me." "Can't." Chu Mu was startled, then nodded. "All right, I'm not particularly keen to know anyway." For a moment, both were silent. Hua Qing continued his actions, but inwardly he was worried. Would Sister Chu Mu be angry because I didn't tell her about young Master Su? And Chu Mu also silently watched Hua Qing. She herself didn't know why she had come to find Hua Qing. Originally, she found Hua Qing's daily messages annoying and wanted to clarify things in person. But for some reason, when she saw Hua Qing lounging idly at the counter, and the light that flashed in his eyes when he saw her, a strange feeling suddenly arose in Chu Mu's heart. And so, the words of refusal she had originally intended to say turned into an invitation to eat barbecue. Chu Mu felt she must have gone crazy to say such a thing. She wasn't hungry at all. Just as Chu Mu was filled with mixed emotions, Hua Qing had already finished tidying up and closed the main door. He left a window open for Su Jiang. After all, Su Jiang always came back by climbing through the window. Because Su Jiang, as the boss, had no sense of responsibility at all, the key to the medical clinic's main door had long since been thrown into some dirty ditch. "Sister Chu Mu, let's go." Chu Mu stared blankly at Hua Qing, then threw him the car keys. "You drive." Hua Qing took the keys and said with a smile, "All right." The red car sped along, heading towards the barbecue restaurant. On the other side, Shimin Shang had also returned to his family and was alone in a room with his father, Shimin Zhuang. "Dad, what's so urgent that you called me?" "Back." Shimin Zhuang looked at his son calmly and said, "Shang, you've been at Mr. Mu's medical clinic for so long. How do you feel?" Shimin Shang nodded at the question and said, "Very good, Dad. I'm so strong now, I can do 30 or 40 push-ups in a row." "Is that so? That's truly excellent. So, your illness is completely cured?" "I don't know about that, but Boss Mu said it's almost cured, and as long as I keep this up, my body will get better and better." Shimin Shang showed his white teeth and smiled. "Dad, I will definitely become a qualified family heir, and I won't let you down." Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed in Shimin Zhuang's eyes, but it quickly returned to calm. Shimin Shang didn't notice that Shimin Zhuang's hands, clasped behind his back, were trembling slightly, as if he couldn't control them. "Shang, let me ask you a question." Shimin Zhuang slowly approached Shimin Shang, speaking word by word. "If one day I were to die, would you be willing to use your life to save me?" Shimin Shang was stunned at the question. "Dad, what do you mean by that?" "I'm asking you, are you willing?" I of course am willing. You're my dad. You gave birth to me and raised me." Before Shimin Shang could finish speaking, he felt his neck being clamped by a large hand, with a force so great that he couldn't breathe. He looked at Shimin Zhuang in disbelief, only to see that Shimin Zhuang's eyes, at some unknown point, had become completely black, like boundless darkness. "Shang, give me your blood." Shimin Zhuang's voice became incredibly hoarse. "I need your blood." Shimin Shang's pupils widened. He didn't understand why his father would suddenly become like this. But at this moment, he knew clearly that the person in front of him was not the father he knew. Let go of me." Shimin Shang's face was flushed, and he was already on the verge of losing his breath. He struggled desperately, yet Shimin Zhuang's hand was like a mountain, unmoving. In a short while, Shimin Shang fainted. Thud! Shimin Zhuang released his hand, and Shimin Shang fell to the ground with a thud. The black in Shimin Zhuang's pupils slowly receded, returning to the eyes of a normal person. Hoo! He gasped for breath, looking at his hands and the unconscious Shimin Shang on the ground. "Damn nightmare." Shimin Zhuang cursed under his breath, then looked at Shimin Shang, muttering, "I'm sorry, Shang, I really didn't want to do this. But, Father, I truly have no more time. I'll give you 3 or 4 more updates around midnight." 462. Is the Chung family crazy? Evening, Qingjia village. Su Jiang, in Mu Rou's appearance, arrived at the foot of the mountain. This was his first time coming to Qingjia village, and he looked up, observing with curiosity. The family powers in the capital basically all resided within the city, but only the Chung family had settled in this remote suburb. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiang Qingtian is really not a good person, huh? Su Jiang shook his head and sighed, lamenting that the Chung family had been living here, far from the world's troubles. Yet Xiang Qingtian still dragged them into it. He truly didn't act like a human. Before even meeting him, Su Jiang fiercely criticized Xiang Qingtian. Isn't there an elevator or a cable car or something? Su Jiang looked around, frowned, and said, "You don't expect me to climb up myself, do you?" He searched carefully, but there really were no other means of transportation. He could only rely on his own 2 legs to climb up. TSK, this is just me. If it were that guy Shimin Shang with his physique, it would be good if he could climb halfway. Are the Chung family people all crazy? Do they have to go down and climb up the mountain every day when they go out? Or do they not go out at all? What do they eat every day then? Order takeout. If I were a delivery guy and came to the foot of this mountain, I'd just cancel the order and eat it myself. Su Jiang muttered to himself as he climbed the mountain. However, he climbed very quickly, and in a short while, he could vaguely see the mountaintop. At the main entrance of the Chung family, a guard saw Su Jiang's figure and frowned. "Hey, am I seeing things? Someone's climbing up from the foot of the mountain. Let me see. It really is. I don't know who it is, but it's definitely not one of our family members." "Nonsense. Our family members would be crazy to climb up from down there. There's an elevator on the back mountain. I'll go ask. A lot of people have been coming to our family recently. Let's not make a big mistake." A guard stepped forward, simultaneously shouting towards Su Jiang. "Who goes there?" Su Jiang looked up at him and said grumpily, "Tell Xiang Qingtian that the person he's waiting for has arrived." Upon hearing this, the guard quickly said, "Please wait." He quickly made a call, muttered a few words, then hung up. "Mr. An Rou, right? This way, please." He led Su Jiang into the Chung family, saying with admiration, "Your physical fitness is really good. You climbed up from the foot of the mountain without even panting. If it were us, we'd struggle to climb halfway up." Su Jiang was taken aback. "What? You don't usually climb the mountain?" "That's right," the guard said matter-of-factly. "We have an elevator on the back mountain. Everyone familiar with our Chengjia village knows about it. Even the delivery guys who frequently come here know. I was just wondering, who could climb up from the foot of the mountain in the middle of the night? Mr. Mu, is this your first time here?" Su Jiang's mouth twitched, and he remained silent. Damn it, that bastard Xiang Qingtian definitely deliberately didn't tell him. What a conniving scoundrel. Su Jiang once again grumbled about Xiang Qingtian. Led by the guard, Su Jiang arrived at the door of a conference room. Knock, knock, knock. "Patriarch, Mr. Mu has arrived. Soon, Chung Juanren's voice came from inside the room. "Let him in." The guard stepped aside, signaling Su Jiang to push the door open. Su Jiang gripped the doorknob, pushed gently, and a large square table came into view. 3 people were seated at the table. Xiang Qingtian, Chung Juanren, and An Rou. Xiang Qingtian saw the newcomer and glanced at the wall clock. It was exactly 9 o'clock. Quite punctual. Xiang Qingtian looked at Su Jiang and smiled. "This face of yours now isn't as pleasing to the eye as your original appearance." An Rou tilted his head and waved at Su Jiang as a greeting. Chung Juanren, on the other hand, carefully scrutinized Su Jiang. After hearing rumors for so long, this was the first time he truly met him. Unremarkable. This was Chung Juanren's first impression, but he knew that often such people were the most dangerous. Su Jiang stepped forward, sat down in the remaining chair, and quite agreed with what Xiang Qingtian said. "I also think my original appearance is a bit more handsome. Why did you call me here?" Xiang Qingtian heard this and smiled. "Of course there's something big. An Rou just said that the 4 great families are releasing news today, gathering their forces, preparing to capture Seoul. What do you think?" Su Jiang rolled his eyes. "What do I think? What does it have to do with me? Heh. Are you so sure the 4 great families won't trace it back to you? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Seeing Su Jiang feigning ignorance, Xiang Qingtian smiled helplessly. "All right, suit yourself. This matter isn't important. What's important is, if my deduction is correct, the 4 great families are ostensibly targeting you. But in reality, all those forces are prepared for me. Upon hearing this, Jiang still stubbornly denied. Targeting me? Aren't they targeting Soul? I have nothing to do with Soul. Hearing this, Xiang Qingtian suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion. Is it really necessary to pretend? Everyone in the room knows you are Soul, right? All right, I'll be direct. Xiang Qingtian let out a long breath and said decisively, a few days from now, the 4 great families will make a move on me. I need you to take Su Wandong and the others to seize the opportunity to destroy the Gongsun family. As soon as these words came out, Su Jiang's brows furrowed. Why? Gongsun fan is about to wake up. Xiang Qingtian said word by word. Once he wakes up, it will be too late. Gongsun fan, the patriarch of the Gongsun family. Su Jiang asked in confusion. What do you mean he's waking up? You should also know that Shengwan Hongwei and the others are no longer normal people, right? Xiang Qingtian patiently explained. Shengwan Hongwei, Ouyang Fu, and Shimin Zhuang, those 3, made a deal with Nightmare for eternal life, drinking Nightmare's blood for a long time. I'm afraid now, there isn't much of their own blood left in their bodies. The consequence of doing this is that they will become like Nightmare, but also different from Nightmare. They will completely lose their sanity, and may even be controlled by Nightmare. Unless they drink the blood of their direct descendants to replace Nightmare's blood, their end will not be good. After Xiang Qingtian finished speaking, not only Su Jiang, but Cheng Junren also showed a shocked expression. This was the first time he had heard such news. What blood? What eternal life? He had never heard Xiang Qingtian mention any of this. This guy Xiang Qingtian, he's clearly been staying in Chengjia village all this time. Where did he get so many secrets from? Cheng Junren secretly wondered. Su Jiang suddenly spoke up and asked, then what does this have to do with Gongsun fan? Isn't Gongsun fan the same as them? No, not the same. Xiang Qingtian shook his head and said, Nightmare is Meng Zhensheng. He works for Gongsun fan. Gongsun fan knows the consequences of drinking Meng Gensheng's blood, so he wouldn't do that. 463. Evolution. Inside the conference room, Cheng Junren couldn't help but ask, what exactly is the situation with Gongsun fan? According to you, if he didn't drink the Nightmare's blood, then why would he fall into a deep sleep? Xiang Qingtian's expression gradually grew serious upon hearing this. Regarding this matter, I asked Yanhua, and he told me about a possibility. That is, Gongsun fan chose an even more extreme method to undergo transformation. No, or to use the Nightmare's words, it's evolution. Xiang Qingtian recalled his and Yanhua's analysis in the laboratory and continued. We speculate that after Meng Zhensheng ate the experimental subject and became the Nightmare, he had been cooperating with Gongsun fan in his research. They discovered the effects of drinking the Nightmare's blood, so they arranged for the Nightmare to trade with the 3 family heads, using the irresistible temptation of immortality to lure them into drinking the Nightmare's blood, leading them down a path of no return. At the same time, Gongsun fan also conceived an even crazier idea through the Nightmare's blood. The reason Meng Zhensheng became the Nightmare was ultimately because he drank the experimental subject's blood, thus evolving into a more advanced creature than the experimental subject. Then the Nightmare's blood would have a natural suppressive effect on the experimental subject. What if Gongsun fan utilized this suppressive effect to continuously absorb the experimental subject's blood? Xiang Qingtian scanned the crowd and slowly said, this is the principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. The reason the Nightmare exchanged his own blood for experimental subjects with the 3 family heads was not for his own use, but for Gongsun fan's use. Extracting the most important essence from those bloods and injecting them into Gongsun fan's body until a certain point, then using the direct lineage's blood to replace the Nightmare's blood and lift this suppressive effect. The blood of one experimental subject can turn Meng Zhensheng into the Nightmare. So what about 10 or 100? Xiang Qingtian's words echoed in the conference room. After listening, Cheng Junren swallowed with difficulty. He felt as if he had never heard such a bizarre story. No, perhaps this wasn't a story anymore. Although it was speculation, it was Xiang Qingtian's speculation. Without 90% certainty, Xiang Qingtian would never have said it. Does Gongsun fan have the confidence to dare to do something so big? Chung Junren couldn't help but say. Can he really maintain his sanity? If it doesn't go according to his plan, no one knows what kind of monster will be created. Su Jiang was also a bit astonished. He hadn't expected the nightmare, in such a complex relationship, to merely serve as a blood-producing machine. Working so hard, did Gongsun Fan save his entire family? Regardless of whether Gongsun Fan is sane when he wakes up, he will be an incredibly powerful monster. Xiang Qingtian stated unequivocally, "This is beyond doubt. Therefore, I created this opportunity to destroy him along with the entire Gongsun family before Gongsun Fan wakes up. Su Jiang, I believe you understand the importance of this matter. What do you say?" Xiang Qingtian looked at Su Jiang with burning eyes, enunciating each word. After much thought, "You are the most suitable person to kill Gongsun Fan." At that time, Su Wendong and Zheng Yi, along with my people, will all take action. But only with you there will I feel more at ease. After speaking, he silently watched Su Jiang, waiting for his reply. Su Jiang silently looked at the table and slowly asked, "You're attracting all the firepower. Can you get away?" "Of course, I am Xiang Qingtian." Xiang Qingtian smiled confidently. After a long silence, Su Jiang asked again, "Answer me one question. What is your goal?" "Destroy the capital," Xiang Qingtian said without hesitation. "Just like what I did in Yunnan. I want to overturn and rebuild the entire capital. And to achieve this, I must destroy the 4 great families that are deeply rooted in the capital's land, drawing the blood of countless people. I believe after the battle at Manjiang Tower, you've also experienced a bit. The current capital has completely decayed. Just as I asked you in Yunnan, do you think the current capital needs to exist?" Xiang Qingtian's words made Chung Junren and Yin Heng look at Su Jiang. To be honest, this meeting had nothing to do with them. It was just that Chung Junren, as the Chung family head, naturally came to participate. Yin Heng was just here to report some news incidentally. Neither of them had expected the content of today's meeting to be so significant. Su Jiang also hadn't expected things to suddenly become so tricky. One nightmare was already troublesome enough for him, and now another Gongsun Fan had appeared. If what Xiang Qingtian said was true, then once Gongsun Fan woke up, no one could predict what would happen. Thinking of this, Su Jiang sighed helplessly and stood up. "When you act, send me a message." After saying this, Su Jiang walked straight out. Xiang Qingtian smiled upon hearing this. He knew Su Jiang had agreed. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief. With this, everything was ready. Next, as long as Su Jiang followed the plan and killed Gongsun Fan, the crisis would be resolved easily. Thinking of this, a rare hint of anticipation appeared in Xiang Qingtian's eyes. 4 great families, your good days are over. After poisoning the capital for so many years, retribution should come. "Brother, excuse me, where is your elevator?" Su Jiang randomly pulled a Chung family member and asked. Since there was an elevator, he was too lazy to walk down anymore. Under the guidance of the Chung family member, Su Jiang finally found the elevator. As the elevator descended, he took out his phone to check messages. Shimin Shang said he had something to go home for. Hua Qing said Chu Mu asked him out for dinner and left him a window open. Xie Guli and Li Kai heard about the movements of the 4 great families and asked if something had happened. An Rou seemed a bit busy lately and didn't have time to bother with him. Su Jiang was a little sad. When they were dating before, An Rou would text him every day. Now that they were married, she had lost interest in him. Hell, women, Su Jiang thought while texting An Rou. "An Rou, I miss you." He also included a pitiful emoji. Not long after, An Rou called. Su Jiang smiled at the sight. "An Rou still loves me." He walked out of the elevator while answering the call. As soon as he put the phone to his ear, An Rou's angry voice rang out. "Su Jiang, are you crazy? Texting me at 4 in the morning? Don't you know this granny hasn't been sleeping well lately? I finally fell asleep, and your message woke me up with a jolt. I thought it was something big. If you send me these meaningless messages again and disturb my sleep, just wait until you get home." After speaking, An Rou hung up the phone directly, leaving Su Jiang alone, disheveled in the wind. Su Jiang was a bit confused. He looked at his phone. It was indeed 4 in the morning. Because he rarely felt sleepy, he hadn't paid attention to the time. He wanted to text An Rou to explain, but then he remembered what An Rou had just said, and Su Jiang sheepishly put his phone back in his pocket. Forget it, I won't argue with her. He scanned a small electric scooter by the roadside and slowly rode back to the medical clinic. Ahem, I overestimated myself a bit. Let's see if I can find time to write another chapter during the day. Still early morning. This time, it's really 4 chapters. 464, 1 dead and 1 alone. Sister Chu-mu, what's your zodiac sign? Inside a barbecue restaurant in the capital, Hua Qing asked with a smile while grilling meat. Chu-mu stood with her arms crossed, staring blankly at the barbecue in front of her. Why was she at a barbecue restaurant with Hua Qing at this hour? She must be crazy. I don't believe in zodiac signs, Chu-mu said indifferently. Hua Qing was startled, then chuckled. I didn't used to either, but my mom said sometimes you just have to believe these things. It doesn't matter if it's fake, what if it's real? This young man is absolutely right. A voice suddenly rang out from beside them. Hua Qing and Chu-mu turned to look. They saw a glasses man with a black backpack standing on the street outside the window. Since their table was by the window, he could clearly hear their conversation just by standing on the street. Moreover, they were the only table eating barbecue at this hour. Who are you? Hua Qing looked at the glasses man, his mouth twitching as he asked. Why did someone suddenly appear in the middle of the night? Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I feel a strong connection with you, young man. As Shui Chiliang spoke, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the barbecue, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. On such a night, it's rare for us to meet by fate. How about we have a drink together? I can even tell your fortune and read your face for free, young man. Hua Qing frowned slightly upon hearing this. I'm sorry, we probably don't need. All right, Chu-mu suddenly said. She mainly couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere of being alone with Hua Qing anymore. Although this glasses man didn't look very serious, he shouldn't be dangerous. Oh, this beautiful lady is truly open-minded. Then I'll respectfully accept. Shui Chiliang quickly ran into the restaurant and sat down beside Hua Qing, carefully placing his black backpack beside him. Excuse me, but there's a great treasure in this bag. It would be a huge problem if it got lost. Shui Chiliang smiled, then waved his hand. Waiter, 2 bottles of beer and some more meat. He began to freeload food and drinks so openly. Hua Qing was a bit displeased. This was supposed to be a rare date between him and Chu-mu, but suddenly this uninvited guest intruded. Seeing this, Shui Chiliang quickly smiled. Young man, what's your name? I'm a professional fortune teller, and I'm very accurate. Let me tell you, countless people outside line up to see me, but they can't even get an audience. Because I only read faces and tell fortunes for those with whom I have a connection. Shui Chiliang's face didn't even turn red when he lied. Indeed, there were countless people outside who lined up to see him. However, the reason they sought him out wasn't for face reading. Hua Qing raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and suddenly asked, Can you tell fortunes about relationships? At these words, Chu-mu couldn't help but prick up her ears. Yes, of course I can. Shui Chiliang immediately stated, What I'm best at is telling people's fortunes about relationships. Hearing this, Hua Qing quickly said, Then quickly help me see, how is my relationship with Sister Chu-mu? Chu-mu glared at Hua Qing upon hearing this. How could he ask something like that directly? She was still right there. Shui Chiliang heard this and meticulously observed Hua Qing's face. He occasionally picked up a few pieces of barbecue to eat. Suddenly, he turned his head and glanced at Chu-mu, then raised an eyebrow and sighed. How is it? Hua Qing asked nervously. Can we be together? Chu-mu rolled her eyes. She didn't believe in any of this supernatural stuff at all. This, young man, I advise you, willow catkins on the branches are blown away. Where in the world is there no fragrant grass? Upon hearing this, Hua Qing instantly felt his heart turn to ashes. What does that mean? Shui Chiliang took a sip of his drink, then said, If you insist on pursuing this Miss Chu, the outcome will be, 1 dies, 1 is left alone. 1 dies, 1 is left alone? Hua Qing murmured. Bang! Chu-mu couldn't bear it any longer and slammed the table. What 1 dies, 1 is left alone? What kind of fortune-telling is this, you blind idiot? Hearing Chu-mu call him a blind idiot, Shui Chiliang wasn't annoyed. Instead, he took off his sunglasses. Beneath the sunglasses were a pair of snow-white eyes, which startled Hua Qing and Chu-mu. Miss Chu, You're right. I am indeed blind. Xue Qiliang finished speaking, put his sunglasses back on, and said, indifferently, precisely because I'm blind, things that ordinary people can't see are even clearer to me. And master, is there no other way? Hua Qing quickly asked. I heard people say that wearing things like guanyin or pixiu can ward off disaster, right? Xue Qiliang smiled upon hearing this. Destiny cannot be reversed, nor can it be changed, and variables are unpredictable. Your outcome is difficult to change. It's better to part ways early. He ate barbecue and drank beer, completely unconcerned with their feelings. Though blind, he acted as if he wasn't, moving like a normal person. Chumu looked at Hua Qing. Hey, you're not actually going to believe what he says, are you? Hua Qing frowned. For the first time, he ignored Chu Mu's words and asked Xue Qiliang again. You said one dies, one is left alone. Who is the one who dies? Xue Qiliang extended his chopsticks and pointed at Hua Qing without hesitation. You. Hua Qing heard this, breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled. That's fine then. As long as it's not Sister Chu Mu who dies, then it's fine. Hua Qing. Chu Mu shouted. Do you know what you're saying? Then, she looked at Xue Qiliang displeased. If you're done eating, hurry up and leave. Don't spout nonsense here. She somewhat regretted letting this guy in. Huh, why are you guys here? Just then, another voice sounded. The three of them looked out the window again. Su Jiang was riding his electric scooter, looking at the three of them with curiosity, especially at Xue Qiliang. Originally, he wanted to return to the medical clinic, but then he thought it was already night, and if he didn't eat some late-night snack, it would be too unfair to the moon for working so late. So, Su Jiang rode his electric scooter towards this barbecue restaurant. Mainly, this was the only barbecue restaurant open so late in the vicinity. Su, Boss Mu, why are you here? Hua Qing looked at Su Jiang with surprise. Chu Mu was also somewhat surprised, not expecting to meet Su Jiang again in this way. The meat in Xue Qiliang's mouth almost fell out. Damn it! How did I run into this guy here? I specifically calculated before leaving today that there would be no disturbances along the way. F***CK, I'm done for. I need to slip away quickly. I'm carrying the mithril spear, and if this guy finds out, who knows what will happen? Xue Qiliang immediately wanted to sneak away. For 65, the master spent a lot of money. Cough, cough. Well, I'm done eating. Thank you both for your hospitality. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first, Xue Qiliang said, getting up and picking up his backpack, ready to slip away. However, a large hand suddenly appeared on his shoulder, pressing him back into his seat. Su Jiang, at some unknown point, had come to stand in front of Xue Qiliang, smiling as he looked at him. Master, we meet again? Didn't you say I had to go to Eastgate Slope, North City to find you? How did I find you here now? Looking at Master's flustered appearance, could it be that you didn't calculate that you would meet me here? Upon hearing this, Xue Qiliang's mouth twitched slightly, and he cursed inwardly. How the hell could I calculate where a variable like you would appear? If I had known I would meet you today, I wouldn't have left the house even if it killed me. Xue Qiliang was a bit depressed. He had originally intended to choose an auspicious day to safely take the mithril spear out of the city, but he never expected that after so much careful selection, he would pick this particular day. What a fate! Xue Qiliang sighed inwardly. Since Su Jiang didn't intend to let him leave, he might as well continue to eat and drink for free. How many people one meets each day, and who one meets, is all predetermined. Calculating it is meaningless, Xue Qiliang said with an air of profound wisdom. The reason I told you to find me at Eastgate Slope is because I calculated that we would eventually meet at Eastgate Slope one day. Su Jiang nodded, then looked at Hua Qing and said, Huazi, go sit across from me. Hua Qing did as he was told, obediently moving to sit beside Chu Mu across the table. Su Jiang, on the other hand, sat with Xue Qiliang and waved to the waiter. Please bring a few more plates of meat. Then, he pointed at Xue Qiliang. He'll pay later. Xue Qiliang. Don't look at me like that. Su Jiang smiled and said, I didn't bring any money today. You can pay for me first, and I'll write you an IOU later. Xue Qiliang's mouth twitched. Mr. Su, you didn't bring money, so what about them? He pointed at Hua Qing and Chu Mu across the table. They didn't bring any either. Su Jiang looked at them both, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and asked, Did you two bring money? Hua Qing and Chu Mu froze for a moment, then shook their heads. See? The three of us didn't bring money. If you don't pay, who will? But I don't have money either, Xue Qiliang said innocently. You can't possibly make a disabled person like me wash dishes, can you? No money? That's easy to deal with. Su Jiang casually picked up a piece of grilled meat, put it in his mouth, and said nonchalantly, the things in your black backpack should be able to be used as collateral, right? As soon as he said this, Xue Qiliang was startled, thinking to himself that this was bad. Damn it. Is this kid born under the sign of the dog? He can smell that I'm carrying treasure in my backpack? Mr. Su is joking. There are just some worthless things in my bag. Then give me those worthless things, and I'll pay for this meal. Su Jiang snorted softly and said slowly, my advantages are not that easy to take. It was unclear whether he was referring to this grilled meat meal or the IOU for 250,000. In any case, Xue Qiliang now realized that what Xiang Qingtian said must have been true. This guy really holds a grudge. Hua Qing and Chu Mu sat silently, not daring to speak. Even the somewhat assertive Chu Mu had reined herself inconsiderably in front of Su Jiang. During the battle at the Gao family, Su Jiang's performance had completely subdued Chu Mu. Later, in the battle at Manjiang Tower, Su Jiang alone took out a quarter of the combat power of the three great aristocratic families, which was even more unbelievable. I suddenly remembered. I think I still have some money on my card, Xue Qiliang said with an awkward smile. Although I am poor, treating Mr. Su to this meal is still more than enough. Is that so? You said that. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately looked up and shouted to the waiter. Hello, please bring up all the highest grade and most expensive meat and wine in your establishment. Thank you. The waiter, after a moment off-stunned, quickly ran to get the meat and wine, while also informing the manager that a big client might have arrived at the restaurant. Xue Qiliang was dumbfounded. No, Mr. Su. Thank you for your hospitality, Master. Master has been too generous. I'll toast you. Su Jiang directly interrupted Xue Qiliang's words and drank a glass directly to Xue Qiliang. After drinking, he also said to Hua Qing and the other, what are you two standing around for? Hurry up and toast, Master. Hua Qing and Chu Mu were very perceptive. They quickly raised their cups, mimicking Su Jiang's actions, and toasted Xue Qiliang. Master has been too generous. Xue Qiliang's face instantly darkened. Before he could speak, the manager quickly pushed a small cart over to Su Jiang's side. Sir, this is our finest beef and wine. The manager babbled on with a lot of introductions, finally ending with a sentence. With my authority, this set meal can be discounted to 100,000 yuan for you. How much? Xue Qiliang's voice cracked when he heard that number. If Su Jiang hadn't held him down, he probably would have jumped out the window to escape. Su Jiang calmly glanced at the small cart and then said, there's a bit too little meat. It's not enough. Do you have more? Money is not an issue. The main thing is to eat happily. Bring as much as you have. Don't worry, we have money to pay and won't run out on the bill. Upon hearing this, the manager nodded repeatedly. All right, sir, please wait a moment. I'll have the kitchen prepare it right away. With that, the manager scurried away. Su Jiang looked at the stunned Hua Qing and Chu Mu and said, what are you two standing around for? Eat. This is such high-grade meat, it's my first time eating it. Shouldn't we eat until we're satisfied? Come, Master, I'll toast you again. You've truly been too generous. I'm about to break down. Xue Qiliang collapsed. Please, don't toast me anymore. You are the true master. Xue Qiliang quickly grabbed Su Jiang's hand, on the verge of tears, and said, my little ancestor, what exactly do you want? If this continues, this meal will cost millions, won't it? Who the hell eats grilled meat for 1,000,000 yuan? Even if you have money, you don't squander it like this, let alone when he has no money. He was universally reviled in North City and couldn't earn any money. Now that he had just arrived in the capital, he had finally managed to scam a few tens of thousands of yuan as savings. He had intended to consider himself unlucky if he met an ancestor like Su Jiang and just pay to resolve the trouble. He never expected Su Jiang to be so ruthless. This was not just being generous. If they continued to eat like this, he wouldn't be able to pay for this meal even if he washed dishes for them for a lifetime. What kind of talk is that, Master? Could it be that Master doesn't have enough money? Su Jiang feigned a sudden realization and said, "It was my small-mindedness. How could Master, with his pure and unburdened life, suddenly produce so much money? How about this? I suddenly remembered that I still have a bank card in my pocket. This meal will be on me, on behalf of Master. Master can give me an IOU and just pay it back later. However, as Master knows, it's not easy for me to do business, so I might have to charge some interest. Master wouldn't mind, would he? I'm not afraid of Master running away either." Su Jiang's lips curved into a slight smile as he looked at Xue Qiuyang and said, word by word, "Just as Master calculated, we will meet again at Eastgate Slope. By then, Master can pay off both the principal and interest." Xue Qiuyang looked at Su Jiang's smile and swallowed. With difficulty. 2 more updates. Wait for me during the day. 466. The square of the variable. Do we really have to do this? Xue Qiuyang was on the verge of tears, and he whispered, "How about I give you back that IOU for 250,000? Don't torment me, my little ancestor." Haha. Su Jiang chuckled. "This meal today might cost more than 250,000, you know. Then what do you want to do? What's in that bag of yours? I already said it's just some worthless stuff. Are you sure? Think carefully before you speak." Xue Qiuyang was speechless. After a long silence, he resigned himself and said, "It's something very important. Xiang Qingtian told me to bring it back to North City." "Xiang Qingtian told you to bring it?" Su Jiang grew even more curious. "What is it?" "Never mind what it is. You won't be able to open it anyway." Xue Qiuyang said helplessly, "This thing is useless to you." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang unconsciously touched the black backpack. Seeing this, Xue Qiuyang quickly hugged the backpack to his chest, as if afraid Su Jiang would snatch it away. "I really can't give this to you. Xiang Qingtian will kill me." What he didn't notice was that the moment he pulled the backpack back, a silver light flashed in Su Jiang's hand, but it quickly disappeared. Su Jiang subtly withdrew his hand and mumbled, "If you don't give it, then don't. But you still have to write an IOU, right? Either give me the item, or write an IOU. Which do you choose?" What's the difference between this and robbery? Robbery isn't as fast as I am." Su Jiang said righteously. "Are you suggesting you want to dine and dash?" Xue Qiuyang really wanted to slap himself at that moment. Why was his mouth so greedy? He just had to come and freeload this meal. After a moment of hesitation, Xue Qiuyang made up his mind. No matter what, the mithril spear could not be lost. Writing an IOU was just adding another creditor. He had plenty of creditors already. Although Su Jiang was a bit troublesome, if he wanted to hide, he could still get away, right? I'll write an IOU," Xue Qiuyang said weakly. "But we have to agree first. The IOU will be for exactly how much this meal costs." He was afraid Su Jiang would demand an exorbitant amount, like 10 million, which he couldn't afford. Of course. Su Jiang smiled slightly, then immediately began to eat. With his appetite, this amount of meat was like a drop in the ocean for him. Eating a few 100,000 to 1,000,000 was no problem. He still had the 20 million bank card Ouyang Fu gave him in his pocket. It was time to spend some money. Ever since Su Wendong had emptied Su Jiang's money, he had learned his lesson and stopped hoarding it. Live for today. Instead of saving it to benefit his own father, he might as well use it for his own enjoyment. Besides, he was just paying in advance. Once he had the IOU, he would get the money back from Xue Qiuyang. Xue Qiuyang also started eating frantically. Every piece of meat he didn't eat was a loss for him. He had never eaten such expensive barbecue in his life. Hua Qing and Chu Mu also realized what was happening and started eating too. Such expensive meat, and someone was treating them. Of course, they had to eat their fill. Before long, the 3 of them were almost stuffed, but Su Jiang was still eating. It was as if his stomach was a bottomless pit. Looking at the plates stacked higher and higher, Xue Qiuyang was on the verge of collapse. How much was this going to cost? Soon, the manager ran over and told him the answer. They had eaten 89,000 worth of barbecue in total. The good news was that it was a maximum of 89,000, no more, because there was no more meat. The bad news was that a single barbecue meal cost 89,000. Xue Qiuyang would never have imagined in his life that he would eat such an expensive barbecue. Card. Su Jiang domineeringly pulled out his bank card and handed it to the manager, then turned to look at Xue Qiuyang. "You heard him, 89,000. Minus the 25,000 I owe you. You now owe me 64,000. Write the IOU, master? Su Jiang, fearing he didn't have a pen and paper, specifically asked the manager for them. Shuiqilong's mouth twitched. He took the pen and paper, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Wait, this kid doesn't know his name, right? Then he could just write any name he wanted, couldn't he? Click. Just as he was thinking, Shuiqilong heard a sound and turned his head. He saw Su Jiang pointing his phone camera at him, apparently taking a picture. Perfect angle, just got your full face. Su Jiang looked at the photo and smiled contentedly. If you try to fool me with a fake name, I'll release your photo and put a bounty on you. Hua Qing and Chu Mu, seeing this, secretly sighed, thinking it was truly ruthless. How much hatred was there between them? Facing Su Jiang's threat, Shuiqilong gnashed his teeth. He already had many enemies outside and had to hide every day. If Su Jiang really released his photo and put a bounty on him, Su Jiang wouldn't even need to act. Someone would naturally come looking for him. Sighing, Shuiqilong reluctantly wrote his name at the bottom of the IOU, then handed it to Su Jiang along with the IOU for 250,000. Shuiqilong. Su Jiang looked at the name at the bottom and raised an eyebrow. This shouldn't be a fake name, should it? It's my real name. Shuiqilong said helplessly. You threaten me like that. How would I dare to fool you? Su Jiang chuckled and put away the IOU. The four of them were escorted to the entrance by the barbecue restaurant manager, who showed them immense respect. Master, where are you going? We'll give you a ride. Su Jiang asked with a smile. Hua Qing and Chu Mu went to get the car, and Su Jiang stayed there waiting for them. Shuiqilong quickly waved his hand. No need. You go your way, don't mind me. He had to leave the capital tonight and deliver the box containing the mithril spear to North City. At the thought of this, Shuiqilong quickly opened his backpack and took a look. The box was still there. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Su Jiang again and said hesitantly, There's one thing I should still tell you. What? Your physiognomy has changed. What do you mean? Shuiqilong explained. A person's physiognomy is very difficult to change, or rather, very difficult to change in a short period of time. But it hasn't been long since I last read your physiognomy, and it has become completely different. This is not a good thing. Shuiqilong adjusted his sunglasses and said indifferently, This means that you are in an extremely unstable environment. From now on, every choice you make will cause a huge change in your destiny. Simply put, you are a variable, and everything around you is also a variable. From a mathematical perspective, this should be called the square of a variable, right? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang frowned. What on earth are you talking nonsense about? Shuiqilong shrugged and spread his hands. It's okay if you don't understand. It's just a piece of advice for you. You must seriously and carefully make every choice you face from now on. 467. Father and Son. After Shuiqilong finished speaking, he left without looking back. Su Jiang stood still, watching his retreating figure, his eyes flickering. Even now, he wasn't sure if the man in sunglasses was a pure swindler or if he actually had some skills. It wasn't until Hua Qing drove his red car over that Su Jiang opened the door and got in. Young Master Su, do you know that fortune teller? Hua Qing finally asked. Sort of. Does he really tell fortunes? I don't know either. Su Jiang looked out the window and said softly, Just take what he said with a grain of salt. If fate is truly predetermined and unchangeable, then we might as well just eat and wait to die. Chu Mu was a bit silent. She was feeling somewhat flustered by Shuiqilong's words. One dead, one alone. No matter what she felt for Hua Qing, this sentence was like an anchor, deeply embedded in her heart. Whatever she did would be influenced by that sentence. When the three arrived at the entrance of the medical clinic, Su Jiang got out first, not using the main entrance, but directly going around to the back and climbing through the window into the room. A true man never takes the usual path. Sister Chu Mu, I'll be leaving now too. Let's meet again next time. I know a very good dessert place. Chu Mu watched Hua Qing talk endlessly, feeling a little moved inside. Are you leaving or not? Hua Qing was startled by her words, then scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. I talk too much. I'm going now. Wait. What is it, Sister Chu Mu? The car keys, if you take them. What will I drive? Oh right, I'm used to it. My apologies. Hua Qing quickly took the car keys out of his pocket and handed them to Chu Mu. Chu Mu walked to the driver's seat, closed the door with a click, said nothing, and drove away directly with a step on the accelerator. It wasn't until the taillights were out of sight that Hua Qing reluctantly turned around. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and Hua Qing received a message. It was a photo sent by Su Jiang. The photo showed Hua Qing and Chu Mu eating barbecue together at the barbecue restaurant, sitting close to each other. It was clearly a candid shot. Both of them were focused entirely on the barbecue and hadn't noticed the camera at all. Save it well, no need to thank me. Seeing this message from Su Jiang, Hua Qing grinned foolishly, looking at the photo of himself and Chu Mu. So, they were actually that close back then? Inside the room, Su Jiang lay on the bed, curiously examining the object in his hand. A silver glowing pistol. What is this thing? Is this what Xiang Qingtian gave to Xue Qiliang? I don't see anything special about it. It's not even a real gun, just a model. Besides being a bit heavy, there's nothing worth noting. Could that fortune teller have lied to me? Su Jiang thought of this, then shook his head. From Xue Qiliang's actions and demeanor at the time, this thing was indeed very important. There must be a secret he didn't know about. In any case, this silver pistol must be crucial to Xiang Qingtian, and Xiang Qingtian could never have predicted that he would accidentally get this gun. Xiang Qingtian, you also have your oversights, huh? Su Jiang had made up his mind. This gun would be his secret weapon for retaliating against Xiang Qingtian in the future. You didn't tell me the Chung family had an elevator. I'm holding that grudge. Su Jiang snorted, already imagining the wonderful expression on Xiang Qingtian's face when he suddenly pulled out the gun in front of him while he was searching the world for it. At the same time, within the Shimin family, in a dim space, Shimin Shang lay on the bed, groggily opening his eyes. Where is this? Shimin Shang looked around, finding everything so unfamiliar. He knew every part of the Shimin family, and this place was definitely not among them. He wanted to get up, but his hands and feet were chained, making him unable to move. Shang-er, you're awake? Shimin Zhuang's voice sounded, and Shimin Shang looked in the direction of the sound. He saw Shimin Zhuang sitting on a sofa not far away, staring intently at him. Father, what? Shimin Shang murmured with a hint of despair. Sorry, Shang-er. Shimin Zhuang explained expressionlessly. I drank the nightmare's blood and am now on the verge of losing control, becoming its puppet. The only way is to drain the blood from your body and integrate it into mine. Only then can the nightmare's blood be forced out. Shang-er, only you can help me with this, because you are my son. The Shangguan and Ouyang family, those two useless ones, probably haven't noticed this yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't continue to trade with the nightmare. Upon hearing this, Shimin Shang looked at his father with some despair. For the first time, he felt that Shimin Zhuang was so unfamiliar to him. Father, in your eyes, what exactly am I? You? Shimin Zhuang's eyes held a hint of disdain. What do you think? Shang-er, long ago, I knew that you could never be the Shimin family's successor. If the family were truly handed over to you, it would eventually be ruined. So I had no choice. For the sake of the family, I could only make a deal with the nightmare. To seek eternal life, to eternally lead the Shimin family forward, I could only do this. Ultimately, my becoming like this is all your fault. Shimin Zhuang suddenly became agitated, shouting at Shimin Shang. Why are you always worse than others? Why are you so unmotivated and don't know how to work hard? Why do you always like to do meaningless things? Why did I give birth to such a good-for-nothing like you? Shimin Zhuang's words were like knives, slicing Shimin Shang's heart into pieces. A tear slowly fell, and Shimin Shang looked at Shimin Zhuang helplessly, his mouth open for a long time, finally slowly uttering 3 words. I'm sorry. If only he were more useful. If only he were better than others. If only he were a qualified family successor, then everything would be fine. Would none of this have happened then? Shimin Shang fantasized like this, but it was nothing more than self-deception. How could he not know that these were just Shimin Zhuang's excuses? He just hoped that Shimin Zhuang's image in his heart would collapse a little slower. At this moment, he remembered the days he spent in the medical clinic. What kept him going? It was the desire to make his father proud, to become a qualified family successor. That's why he drank bowl after bowl of bitter medicine and did push-ups that he would never have done before. But now, Everything was meaningless. Shimin Zhuang stood up and slowly said, "I'll come back for you the day after tomorrow. For these 2 days, cherish them well." After speaking, Shimin Zhuang turned and left. It's the end of the year, and work is a bit busy. See you at dawn. 468. Choose. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, the capital city was unusually peaceful, returning to its previous state. This made the various forces in the capital city somewhat unaccustomed. Ever since Su Jiang arrived in the capital city, there had been daily battles and various disturbances. The sudden peace made everyone's hearts increasingly anxious, as if these days were the prelude to an approaching storm. At the entrance of the medical clinic, Su Jiang sat on a lounge chair, leisurely basking in the sun. Shimin Shang still hadn't returned, and Su Jiang sensed that something was amiss, so he sent Hua Qing to the Shimin family to check on the situation. The 4 great families were stirring, and no one knew if they would launch an all-out attack the next second. Su Jiang closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun. The next second, hurried footsteps sounded, and Su Jiang looked up, his brow immediately furrowing. Steward Shu was running over from not far away, his face filled with anxiety. Mr. Mu, this is bad." Steward Shu shouted as he ran. "Something terrible has happened." Su Jiang instantly stood up and came before Steward Shu. "What is it?" "Take your time." Steward Shu swallowed, anxiously saying, "Just now, the employee you sent came to find the young master. As a result, after the family head found out about this, he actually ordered your employee to be apprehended and even planned to kill him. I felt that something was wrong. Before your employee was captured, he told me to hurry and find you." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's brows furrowed tightly. Hua Qing was captured? Why? Shimin Zhuang clearly knows that Hua Qing is my subordinate, and my identity as An Rou has not been exposed. Why did Shimin Zhuang suddenly turn hostile? The family head has been acting strangely lately, and ever since the young master returned home last time, I haven't seen him again. Steward Shu said while panting. These abnormal situations give me an ominous premonition. I don't know what to do, so I can only come to Mr. Mu. I watched the young master grow up since he was little. I really don't want anything to happen to him. Su Jiang's eyes flickered. It seemed the problem lay with Shimin Zhuang. Regardless of whether what Steward Shu said was true or false, he had to make a trip to the Shimin family. With Hua Qing captured, he had to go. Even if it meant exposing An Rou's identity, there was nothing he could do about it. Lead the way. Su Jiang quickly decided to go to the Shimin family. However, just as Su Jiang was about to get into the car with Steward Shu, his phone suddenly vibrated. Su Jiang took it out, and his pupils sharply contracted. It was a message from Xiang Qingtian, with only one sentence. The 4 great families have moved. Su Wendong and Jiang Yi are already on their way to the Gongsun family. It's time for you to act. Damn it. Why now of all times? Su Jiang looked at Steward Shu, his expression uncertain. Should he go to the Shimin family to save Hua Qing? Or should he attack the Gongsun family as planned? For a moment, Su Jiang found it difficult to make a choice. Wait, a choice. Su Jiang suddenly remembered Xue Qiliang's words, telling him to make his choice carefully. Damn that dead fortune-teller. Su Jiang cursed inwardly. Could he really have predicted even this? Mr. Mu, what's wrong? Steward Shu asked, seeing that An Rou was slow to get in the car. Is there anything else? Su Jiang didn't speak, but weighed his options in his mind. If Nightmare was working for Gongsun Fan, then Nightmare must be guarding the Gongsun family. Right now, his own father and Big Black Face would definitely not be a match. But Hua Qing. Su Jiang clenched his fist. He knew he didn't have much time and had to make a decision quickly. What are you still standing there for? A voice sounded behind Su Jiang, and Su Jiang suddenly turned his head. Jiang Yu had appeared behind him at some point, looking at him with a disdainful expression. You brat, when did you become so indecisive? You weren't like this before. Teacher. Su Jiang looked at the familiar person and asked blankly, how should I choose? Should I go to save Hua Qing, or go to the Gongsun family? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately understood Su Jiang's current predicament. He chuckled softly and said, I thought it was some big deal. Is that all? You go and do your thing first. As for the Gongsun family, I'll hold them off for you first. Coincidentally, I have some things I need to discuss with Nightmare. Su Jiang was stunned upon hearing this. But teacher, you can't defeat Nightmare. Get lost, you. Can you guarantee a win if you go? Jiang Yu said calmly. It's the same as a substitute class in school. I'll teach the first half of the class for you. You take over for the second half of the class. After speaking, Jiang Yu waved his hand and turned to walk in the other direction. Time is short, so hurry up, or class will have to end early. Su Jiang looked at Jiang Yu's back, and the confusion in his eyes dissipated considerably. He decisively got into the car and closed the door. Go. Steward Shu was a bit confused. Boss Mu, who was that person just now? Didn't you hear me? Su Jiang looked up at Steward Shu, saying word by word. I said go. Steward Shu was intimidated by that gaze, instantly feeling a surge of pressure, and sweat trickled down his forehead. Okay. He quickly stepped on the accelerator, driving towards the Shimin family. At Qingjia village, Xiang Qingtian sat on a stone stool, looking at the message Su Jiang sent on his phone. Teacher Jiang, you will go to the Gongsun family for me first. I'll be there soon. Seeing this sentence, Xiang Qingtian smiled bitterly and shook his head. He's truly an uncontrollable factor. He knew that making Su Jiang act according to plan was simply impossible. However, since things had come to this, they could only take it one step at a time. Yin Heng, carrying a large black bag, walked up to Xiang Qingtian. The people from the four great families are almost at the foot of the mount. Quite fast. Xiang Qingtian nodded. How many people came? Many, about 60% of the four great families' total combat strength. They sure think highly of me. Xiang Qingtian's eyes flickered. Have the things in Xingchang and Zhu Rushu ascent been set up? They've been set up. Cheng Junren has also taken the Cheng family, and all of them have evacuated. Yin Heng smiled and said, however, when he evacuated, he kept cursing you, without repeating a single swear word. I know. Xiang Qingtian smiled and nodded. Consider it a favor I owe him. Now, in this vast Qingjia village, there were only him and Yin Heng. Yin Hua, who was in the basement, had also been moved by him long ago. They're here. Xiang Qingtian stood on the mountaintop, looking down at the four great families gathering like dense ants below, his eyes slightly narrowed. Da-da-da. A helicopter suddenly flew from a distance, circling above Xiang Qingtian. One could vaguely see that the person piloting the helicopter was Hong Jieyu. 469, the ancestor of playing with explosives. Whoosh! A rope descended from the helicopter, landing in front of Xiang Qingtian and Yin Heng. You go up first. Xiang Qingtian smiled at Yin Heng. I'm going to make a call. Yin Heng nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, grabbed the rope and climbed up. Xiang Qingtian calmly pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello, Shengwan Hongwei. This voice, you're Xiang Qingtian. Xiang Qingtian looked at the crowd at the foot of the mountain and laughed. Not bad. You recognized me just by my voice? Are you calling now to surrender? At the foot of the mountain, Shengwan Hongwei said with a grim tone. It's useless, Xiang Qingtian. Today you only have one path, death. Even if you escape, as long as you are still in the capital, you will never avoid this battle. Of course I know. Xiang Qingtian said in a relaxed tone. So I don't plan to. Escape. Is that so? But why do I hear the sound of a helicopter on your end? Your ears are truly excellent. Xiang Qingtian praised him, then said, I am indeed leaving by helicopter. It's useless, Xiang Qingtian, unless you leave the capital, otherwise you will always only be able to scurry around like a rat crossing the street. As the two spoke, Shengwan Hongwei had already directed his men to form an encirclement from all directions, slowly advancing up the mountain. I think you misunderstood. Xiang Qingtian slowly said. I didn't want to escape, I just didn't want to be affected. After speaking, Xiang Qingtian had already reached out and grabbed the rope. Affected? What do you mean? A slight smile slowly appeared on the corner of Xiang Qingtian's mouth. Shengwan Hongwei, you should have heard about in Xingchang's earth-shattering explosion on the isolated island battlefield, right? Do you want to witness with your own eyes whether the power of that explosion can really blow up half an island? When Shengwan Hongwei heard this, his face suddenly changed, and he abruptly looked up at the tall mountain in front of him. No way. The next second, as if to confirm the thought in his mind, Xiang Qingtian slowly snapped his fingers. Click. The moment the snap fell, Boom, boom, boom. The massive explosion was deafening, and the resulting airwave even knocked many people to the ground. Xiang Qingtian followed the rope, grabbed Yin Heng's hand, and successfully got into the helicopter. Shengwan Hongwei, this is my gift to you. Enjoy it. After speaking, he hung up the phone and said to Yin Heng beside him, detonate everything. Yin Heng nodded and operated on the laptop in front of him. Immediately after, massive explosions continued to erupt, and the resulting airwaves caused the helicopter to constantly shake. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Shengwan Hongwei shouted hoarsely. He never would have imagined that Xiang Qingtian would use such an incredibly violent method to break his scheme. In his impression, Xiang Qingtian had always been good at schemes and tricks, so he was on guard everywhere. Little did he know, Xiang Qingtian was too lazy to play schemes and tricks with him this time, and was so direct. You brought people to encircle and suppress me? All right, I'll blow all of you up. He learned this move from Su Jiang. It's quite effective, Xiang Qingtian said with a light chuckle. In front, Hong Jieyu, while operating the helicopter, was secretly stunned by the tragic explosion. Xiang Qingtian, when did you start planning this current situation? Hong Jieyu couldn't help but ask. As far as I know, after An Xingchang returned with his severed arm, you had him and Zhu Ruxue go to the isolated island battlefield to dig up that batch of explosives, right? Did you start setting up a trap for the four great families from that time? Xiang Qingtian heard this and laughed. It's a mutually agreed matter. How can it be called setting up a trap? If they hadn't thought of coming to kill me, would they have fallen to such a state? It's just that I feel a bit sorry for old Cheng, blowing up his home along with the mountain. Now I owe him a huge favor. Hong Jiayu's eye twitched. Xiang Qingtian's calm demeanor made it seem as if this wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. Could it be? And Xingchang's explosion on the isolated island battlefield was also planned by this guy? Hong Jiayu secretly shook her head, fearing that matter was also related to Xiang Qingtian. Now that she thought about it, it was highly probable that the isolated island battlefield incident was Xiang Qingtian's doing, but An Xingchang ended up taking the blame. They all said Su Jiang blew things up wherever he went. But now it seems Xiang Qingtian was the true master of explosives. He blew up half an island once, and now he blew up a mountain, and countless people from the four great families along with it. Hong Jiayu estimated that with the scale of this explosion, at least 70% of the people Shengwan Hongwei brought would be lost. And Xiang Qingtian himself? Not even a single strand of hair was harmed. The combined encirclement of the four great families was simply a joke. Xiang, Qing, Tian. On the ground, Shengwan Hongwei, with bloodshot eyes, roared in anger. No one noticed that his eyes were instantly filled with boundless blackness, but it quickly faded. Shengwan Hongwei felt like an idiot, being played in the palm of Xiang Qingtian's hand. As the explosion continued, many people's ears were already deafened. Everywhere their eyes could see was the fire and rubble of the explosion, along with blood and corpses. This earth-shattering explosion also completely stunned the people of the capital. Holy crap, what's that noise? Have aliens invaded? It seems to be in the direction of Qingjia village. What happened over there? Major news. The four great families are besieging Qingjia village. A heaven-shattering battle is about to erupt. What the heck are you talking about? This noise, was it a fight with nuclear weapons? It seems like the entire mountain of Qingjia village was blown up. What? Is it that inhumane? It's simply not human. Blowing up an entire mountain. How many explosives would that take? The four great families suffered heavy losses. Many rumors began to spread, but no one yet knew what the real situation was like. Because no one dared to approach that area. The explosions continued. It had been exploding for a long time, like setting off firecrackers. It had numbed everyone. At the same time, somewhere in the capital, Wei Liangping slowly looked up, watching the direction from which the explosions came, and sneered. You guys keep fighting him. Anyway, I can't afford to provoke him. You four great families are capable. You take your time and play. If you can kill Xiang Qingtian, I'll directly call you four great families my daddies. At the same time, another group of people looked towards Qingjia village with tears in their eyes. They were the Cheng family who had just evacuated Qingjia village not long ago. Xiang Qingtian, you son of a bitch. Cheng Junrin gritted his teeth, feeling incredibly wronged. Chengjia village, where they had lived for so long, was just blown up alive by Xiang Qingtian. God knew how complicated his feelings were the moment Xiang Qingtian told him that Chengjia village was full of explosives. Thousands of words finally converged into one sentence. Damn you, Xiang Qingtian. 470. Drinking blood. The huge explosion from Chengjia village also startled Su Jiang, who was on his way to the Shimin family. What the hell? Su Jiang sat in the car, looking in the direction of Chengjia village, and raised an eyebrow. Xiang Qingtian has this trick up his sleeve? Why didn't he say so earlier? He possesses the explosive madman skill, which doubles the power of explosions. If it were him doing the bombing, the entire capital city would be blown sky high. TSK, what a pity. Su Jiang shook his head, then looked at the dazed steward Shu, and lightly ordered. What are you spacing out for? Drive. Oh. Steward Shu snapped back to reality, but the expression on his face could no longer hide his inner fear. This explosion seemed to be a starting point, making him feel that capital city was about to undergo a drastic change. It wasn't just Steward Shu, various major forces in capital city also became anxious and uneasy because of this explosion. They knew this was a dispute between the top forces in capital city, and for smaller forces like them, being able to protect themselves was already quite good. At the same time, inside the Shimin family, Hua Qing was tied up with ropes, and Shimin Zhuang sat in a chair, scrutinizing him. The sound of the explosion did not seem to draw much attention from Shimin Zhuang. Or rather, the situation of the battle at Chengjia village had little impact on Shimin Zhuang. An Rou sent you? Shimin Zhuang slowly spoke. Hua Qing forced a smile and said, That's right, Shimin family head. Boss Mu saw that young Master Shimin hadn't returned for a long time and wasn't replying to messages, so she sent me to see what was going on. Who knew that as soon as I arrived, you tied me up as a suspicious person? Look at this misunderstanding. How about you have someone untie me? Shimin Zhuang heard this, but made no move. Instead, his gaze burned as he looked at Hua Qing and said, Your face seems a bit off. At these words, Hua Qing's heart jolted. Could it be that during the struggle when he was tied up, he accidentally messed up the disguise Hong Jiayu made for him? Someone. Shimin Zhuang snorted coldly, his eyes icy as he looked at Hua Qing, and said in a low voice, Give his face a good wipe. At his command, several men stepped forward, held Hua Qing down, and meticulously wiped his face over and over. Again, the force was so great that it almost peeled off his skin. Hua Qing wanted to struggle, but it was futile. Soon, his disguise was stripped away, revealing his true face. Just as I expected, Shimin Zhuang looked at Hua Qing's face and asked, Who exactly are you, and what is An Rou's purpose in approaching my Shimin family? Hua Qing clenched his teeth tightly, not saying a word. Young Master Su, come save me quickly. If you don't come soon, this old guy is really going to kill me. Then no one will drive for you anymore. Seeing that Hua Qing was not speaking, Shimin Zhuang snorted lightly. Forget it. Afterwards, I will personally ask An Rou. Take him to the backyard and deal with him. With that, Shimin Zhuang stood up and left directly, not even glancing at Hua Qing again, as if Hua Qing was already a dead man. Hey, wait, are we not going to discuss any terms? Hua Qing was being held up by men and quickly said, I know information. I know a lot of information. Shimin Zhuang heard this, paused his steps, and turned back. Tell me, what do you know? Hua Qing gasped for breath and said tremblingly, Boss Mu and I are actually Shangguan Hongwei's people. He sent us to approach you, wanting to strike at you at a critical moment. Hua Qing's words were not finished when Shimin Zhuang no longer wanted to listen, waving his hand, signaling to drag him away. Before you make up a story, think it through first. I'm not a fool, Shimin Zhuang said. Coldly, Hua Qing was a bit confused. Why did the other party know he was lying as soon as he spoke? Why does young Master Su's deception always work, but not his? Wait, this time I'm telling the truth. I'm really telling the truth. Shimin Zhuang sneered repeatedly. If Hua Qing had insisted that he and An Rou were Shangguan Hongwei's people, he might have believed a few points. But with such a casual bluff, the other party admitted that what he had just said was false. Still too naive. Hua Qing was thus dragged to the backyard, while Shimin Zhuang went alone to the room where Shimin Shang was confined. Pushing open the door, he saw a tube inserted into Shimin Shang's body, with blood continuously flowing down the tube into a basin. Shimin Zhuang smiled slightly, walked forward, reached out, and cupped the blood in the basin, bringing it to his mouth and taking a sip. The smell of blood made Shimin Zhuang frown, but after swallowing the blood, the comfortable feeling captivated him even more. Soon, I can already feel that power gradually being suppressed by me. Shang your blood. I will definitely not let it be shed in vain. Shimin Zhuang's eyes gradually became frantic. Once I control this power, it will be the time for my Shimin family to rise. All your sacrifices are worth it. Shimin Shang's face was pale, and he used all his strength to open his eyes, looking at his father's face. Then, he closed them again in despair, as if he had already accepted his fate. Blood flowed from the corner of Shimin Zhuang's mouth. He took off his clothes, and his pupils were gradually eroded by blackness. Blood. I want blood. He seemed addicted, directly picking up the basin of fresh blood and bringing it to his mouth to drink. Gulp, gulp. With each drink, the blackness in Shimin Zhuang's pupils receded a bit. It wasn't until the entire basin of blood was drunk that the blackness in Shimin Zhuang's pupils completely receded. Just a little more, just a little more. I can feel that power being assimilated by me. Shimin Zhuang was incredibly excited, looking at the blood transfusion tube connected to Shimin Shang, becoming even more impatient. He wished he could drain all the blood from Shimin Shang's body right now. Meanwhile, Shimin Shang had already fallen into a coma due to excessive blood loss, completely losing perception of the outside world. Shimin Zhuang watched the blood flow into the basin drop by drop, only feeling that it was too slow. So he slowly reached out his hand, wanting to pull out the tube and directly suck all of Shimin Shang's blood at once. Just then, he suddenly heard footsteps. No one should be here, right? Shimin Zhuang was puzzled and was about to stand up to check the situation. Bang! Clang! The iron door of the room was kicked open, and the door slammed hard into Shimin Zhuang. Caught off guard, Shimin Zhuang, door and all, was smashed against the wall. Ugh! Who is it? The blackness appeared in Shimin Zhuang's pupils, his voice hoarse, glaring at the newcomer. When he clearly saw the identity of the person, he suddenly froze. How is this possible? Weren't you dead? Su Jiang had already returned to his original appearance, standing at the doorway, looking at him indifferently, the faint starlight in his pupils reminding Shimin Zhuang of the figure from the great battle at Manjiang Tower. Hua Qing stood behind Su Jiang, giving Shimin Zhuang the middle finger. I say, old dog Shimin. A rare expression of anger appeared between Su Jiang's brows. Looking at the unconscious Shimin Shang, he gritted his teeth and asked, word by word, what have you done to my employee? For 71, I was wrong. A little over 10 minutes ago, Steward Shu's car stopped at the main entrance of the Shimin family. Su Jiang stepped out of the car, and several guards came forward. Stop, you can't go in. Su Jiang frowned. Don't you recognize me? What are you doing? Steward Shu ran up, rebuking. This is Mr. An Rou, the Shimin family's top physician. Apologies, the family head has given an order that no one, regardless of who they are, is allowed to step through the Shimin family's main gate today, the guard said coldly. Absurd. Steward Shu glared. I'll go in and tell the family head myself. With that, Steward Shu was about to step inside, but to his surprise, the guards all pointed their guns at him in unison. Apologies, Steward Shu, even you cannot enter. Steward Shu's steps halted, and he trembled all over, looking at the muzzles aimed at him. It was unclear if it was due to anger or fear. Do you know what you're doing? Steward Shu glared at them. Steward Shu, please step back, the guard said with icy eyes. Otherwise, don't blame us for opening fire. Su Jiang watched this scene silently, then suddenly started laughing. His laughter attracted the attention of Steward Shu and the guards, and they all looked towards An Rou, wondering why this fellow would suddenly laugh. Heh, I was wrong, Su Jiang said in a low voice. To hell with this damn disguise. To hell with this damn undercover work. Approaching the Shimin family, becoming the top physician, and befriending Shimin Zhuang, he originally thought his undercover operation was going very well, and that An Rou's identity would play a significant role. But he never expected that at the critical moment, This identity couldn't even get him through the Shimin family's main gate. And Jiang had been directly apprehended. To hell with An Rou. Jiang cursed. I was wrong from the very beginning. Undercover work, it really isn't for me. To deal with you guys, I should just blow you up and be done with it. As his words fell, Jiang's face suddenly changed, transforming back to his original appearance right before everyone's eyes, as if by magic. That handsome white face now had a somewhat cold look in his eyes. You are? Jiang. Steward. Shu recognized Jiang immediately and fell to the ground in fright, as if he had seen something terrifying. Weren't you dead? Jiang ignored him, instead looking calmly at the armed guards. I'm in a hurry, he said in a deep voice. 3 counts. If you don't move, don't blame me for being impolite. 3. The guards stood frozen. Although they didn't know why An Rou had suddenly turned into Jiang, they had heard of Jiang's name. This was a ruthless person who single-handedly wiped out a quarter of the combat power of the 3 great families. They were definitely no match. Some had already begun to retreat, slowly lowering their guns. 2. However, someone shouted, Jiang is already dead. This person in front of us is definitely an imposter. At these words, everyone snapped back to reality. That's right, Jiang was dead. He died in front of so many people. How could he revive? This person in front of them must be an imposter. So, the guns that had been lowered were raised again. 1. Jiang finished counting the last number, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. A blur passed by, and a bloody line instantly appeared on the guards' necks, followed by a gush of blood. Ugh, ugh. They clutched their necks, looking incredulous, then slowly fell to the ground. Steward Shu watched this scene, trembling all over. His mind completely stopped functioning at this moment. Why did An Rou suddenly turn into Jiang? Why was Jiang still alive? He couldn't figure out these questions, but one thing he was very clear about. Today, things had gotten serious. After dealing with the guards, Jiang glanced at Steward Shu, ignored him, and walked straight into the Shimin family's main gate. The most urgent task was to first ensure Jiang's safety. Stop. Who told you to come in? Ugh, assassin. That face. He's Jiang. Quick, find the family head, quick. As soon as Jiang stepped into the Shimin family, he began a frenzied slaughter. No one who entered his line of sight could escape. Where's that guy Huazi? Jiang frowned. Just as he was about to grab someone to ask, he suddenly heard a shout. Young Master Su, save me. It was Huaqing's voice. Jiang immediately found the direction the voice came from and rushed there. At this moment, Huaqing was tied up, and several people stood before him, preparing to pull out their guns and deal with him. Huaqing had already despaired, but then he suddenly heard someone invading the Shimin family, and he understood that Jiang had come to save him. Aside from Jiang, no one dared to brazenly kill their way into the Shimin family. So, Huaqing desperately shouted, hoping Jiang would notice him. Why are you shouting suddenly? The person who was about to execute Huaqing was startled by the shout. He cocked his gun, pressed it against Huaqing's head, and said grimly, Don't expect anyone to come save you. You're dead. Goodbye. With that, the man was about to pull the trigger when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He couldn't help but reach up and touch his neck. Whose blood is this? Why is there blood on my neck? These were his last thoughts as he fell. Huaqing tightly closed his eyes, ready for death, when he suddenly felt the gun against his head move away. He opened his eyes and looked up. Jiang looked at his face and sighed in relief. Fortunately, I made it in time. Young Master Su, Huaqing said excitedly. I knew you'd come save me. Jiang used a dagger to cut the ropes binding him, and said indifferently, Stop with the useless talk. Time is short, and the task is urgent. We still need to rush to the Gongsun family. Huaqing moved his body, nodding repeatedly. I'll drive you. I'll definitely get you there as fast as possible, young Master Su. Just as the two were about to leave, Jiang suddenly frowned. Why is there suddenly such a strong smell of blood? Young Master Su, you've killed so many people, it's normal for there to be a smell of blood. No, this bloody smell is different from those. With all his skills activated, Jiang detected something was off. He suddenly turned around, his gaze fixed on a direction. Let's go check that out. He led Hua Qing towards a rockery not far away, and Su Jiang sniffed lightly. Strange, why is the smell of blood coming from underground? Su Jiang didn't hesitate, and decisively kicked the rockery aside. Sure. Enough. A secret passage appeared before the two of them. Su Jiang and Hua Qing exchanged a glance, then stepped inside. After walking for a distance, the two arrived in front of a large door. Through the iron gate, Su Jiang heard Shimin Zhuang's voice. Shang'er, I won't let your blood be shed in vain. Su Jiang's eyes suddenly widened, and he kicked open the iron gate, seeing Shimin Zhuang and his son inside. 472. Blood is a weakness. Su Jiang, why are you still alive? Shimin Zhuang stared at Su Jiang's face in shock, disbelieving. I clearly saw with my own eyes. You were killed by Shangguan Hongwei. Heh. Since an old thing like you is still alive, how could I die? Su Jiang looked at him with icy eyes, then glanced at Shimin Shang, quickly assessing his current state. Too much blood loss. If this continued, he might not be saved. It was fortunate that Shimin Shang had been exercising and taking medicine during this period, improving his physical condition. Otherwise, he would have already kicked the bucket by now. Huazi, take Shimin Shang away. Su Jiang's gaze was fixed on Shimin Zhuang as he said, I'll play with this old dog. Hua Qing heard this and immediately ran up, preparing to take Shimin Shang away. Don't touch him. Shimin Zhuang roared and charged towards Hua Qing. However, he only took one step before a leg suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! Su Jiang kicked Shimin Zhuang flying, sending him crashing heavily against the wall. Taking advantage of this time, Hua Qing pulled out the tubes inserted into Shimin Shang's body and performed simple hemostasis. Shimin Shang vaguely opened his eyes and saw Su Jiang's back. Boss! After softly muttering this, he quickly fell unconscious again. Hua Qing struggled to carry Shimin Shang on his back and shouted to Su Jiang, Young Master Su, I'll carry him out first. With that, he carried Shimin Shang and ran outside. He knew that staying here would only drag Su Jiang down. Stop! A low, hoarse voice sounded as Shimin Zhuang slowly crawled up from the ground, his eyes now completely black. Don't take my blood. Su Jiang frowned at the sight. These black eyes were exactly like the nightmares he had seen before. As expected, you guys have started to become inhumane. Su Jiang held his dagger in a standard grip and muttered, You like drinking blood so much, then I'll bleed you dry. As his voice fell, he transformed into an afterimage and charged towards Shimin Zhuang. Wherever his dagger struck, it was always at a blood vessel. Get lost! Shimin Zhuang roared, throwing a punch at Su Jiang. In this state, Shimin Zhuang's punch was almost as powerful as Su Jiang's. However, lacking a few points of reason, his agility was far inferior to Su Jiang's. Su Jiang easily dodged the punch and snorted. Even nightmares can be suppressed by me, let alone second-hand goods like you. After a few more stabs, Shimin Zhuang's blood continuously flowed out. Su Jiang noticed that the more blood flowed, the weaker Shimin Zhuang seemed to become. Blood was a weakness. Realizing this, Su Jiang began to provide Shimin Zhuang with a full-service bloodletting session. No! My blood, my blood! As if feeling the loss of blood, Shimin Zhuang began to panic. This was his blood, and also his power. Still want to drink blood? Go drink urine. Su Jiang saw that the time was right, found an opportunity, and fiercely plunged his dagger into Shimin Zhuang's heart. Ugh! No, I won't die. I can't die. Shimin Zhuang collapsed to the ground in pain, his eyes filled with terror. At the same time, his black eyes gradually faded, indicating that he was losing his power. I haven't achieved eternal life yet. I still need to lead the Shimin family to its peak. I can't just die like this. Su Jiang stood in front of Shimin Zhuang, looking at him with a calm gaze. The Shimin family will no longer exist. Shimin Zhuang, goodbye. As his voice fell, Su Jiang raised his dagger and brutally plunged it into Shimin Zhuang's head. At this point, Shimin Zhuang completely lost his breath, and the pool of blood on the ground declared his death. After confirming Shimin Zhuang's death, Su Jiang deactivated his full skill state, took a few breaths, and quickly ran outside. Outside, Hua Qing, carrying Shimin Shang on his back, guarded the entrance to the secret passage. Seeing Su Jiang emerge, Hua Qing quickly said, Young Master Su, there are still quite a few people from the Shimin family. Follow me. I'll lead you out, Su Jiang said decisively. Subsequently, under Su Jiang's overwhelming strength, they quickly cut a path and left the Shimin family. Young Master Su, Shimin Shang's condition is not optimistic. He needs to be sent to the hospital for treatment immediately. Hua Qing said with a solemn expression. If we go to the Gongsun family first, it will definitely be too late. Su Jiang frowned upon hearing this, and just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded. I'll take young master to the hospital. The two turned their heads to see Steward Shu rushing towards them, his gaze fixed on Shimin Shang on Hua Qing's back. Give young master to me. I'll take him to the hospital. Su Jiang looked into Steward Shu's eyes, then said, All right, I'll leave him to you. Hua Qing, hearing this, dutifully moved Shimin Shang into Steward Shu's car. Steward Shu said nothing more, simply stomped on the gas pedal and drove towards the hospital. Su Jiang and Hua Qing casually found another car in the Shimin family and headed towards the Gongsun family. At the same time, at the Gongsun family, Su Wendong and Zheng Yi, each with their own people, had surrounded the place. However, a figure standing in front of the Gongsun family's main gate made both Su Wendong and Zheng Yi frown deeply. Meng Jianxing, are you sure you won't let us pass? Su Wendong chuckled. What's so good about the Gongsun family that you'd guard their gate for them? Meng Jianxing, dressed in black with a ghost mask, spoke in a hoarse voice. You all should go back. Gongsun fan, no one can touch him. Also, Meng Jianxing has been dead for a long time. What's alive now is only nightmare. Su Wendong's mouth twitched at this. This guy was simply unyielding. Speaking of which, what was Su Jiang doing? Why wasn't he here yet? These people were no match for nightmare. Not to mention the Gongsun family still had quite a few people left. The two sides stood in a standoff, time passing by minute. Zheng Yi looked at Su Wendong and said solemnly, If we don't act soon, Gongsun fan will really wake up later. Nonsense, how could I not know that? Su Wendong retorted irritably. The key is, even if we act, we have to be able to win. Although we brought many people, and there's hope of taking down Meng Jianxing, who will kill Gongsun fan after that. Zheng Yi couldn't help but say, So we just wait like this? As his voice fell, a taxi suddenly drove from a distance, attracting everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yu opened the car door, lighting a cigarette in his mouth. Thanks, master. Zhang Yu greeted the driver, then slowly walked towards them. Yo, everyone's here, playing a staring contest? Su Wendong smiled at the sight. Isn't the person here now? Nightmare's expression also changed when he saw Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu casually tossed his cigarette butt, stood in the middle of the two sides, and looked at Meng Jianxing. Long time no see, teacher. Zhang Yu grinned and said, Shall we, master and disciple, have a good chat? Went to eat an apple, no update today. For 73, you forced me to do this. Outside the Gongsun family, the black eyes beneath the ghost-faced mask stared intently at the slouching figure before him. Zhang Yu, I'm no longer your teacher. Oh, so now you're not thinking of eating me anymore. That was my reason being in disarray before. Forget it, there's no point in saying more. Nightmare looked at him and continued. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? I won't show mercy, you will die. Zhang Yu heard these words and said indifferently, It's fine. I've already died once anyway. Immediately after, he turned to look at Su Wendong and said casually, I'll hold him off. You guys go do what you need to do. Su Wendong nodded. Then you be careful. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Nightmare suddenly charged forward and sent Zhang Yu flying with a powerful punch. Su Wendong and the others stared blankly at Zhang Yu, who was flying backward. Bro, seriously? With your strength, who gave you the courage to come out and show off? Damn you, Meng Jianxing. You have no martial ethics. Zhang Yu's angry roar came from not far away. Nightmare's brow furrowed, and he said in a low voice, I told you, don't call me by that name. With that, he charged at Zhang Yu again. Seeing this, Su Wendong, after a second off-stun, quickly motioned for everyone to seize the opportunity to attack the Gongsun family. Quick, quick, Zhang Yu won't last long. Before he gets killed, we need to put in more effort. We absolutely cannot let Zhang Yu die in vain. Su Wendong's words reached Zhang Yu's ears, almost making him choke. So you've already decided I'm going to die, huh? He clutched his chest, where a faint fist print, Nightmare's recent handiwork, was clearly visible. Damn it, what a heavy hand. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and said, if I hadn't retreated a few steps in time, that punch would have been enough to kill me. While he was muttering these words, Nightmare had already reached him again. Without any unnecessary words, another punch came. This time, Jiang Yu was not to be outdone. He also threw a punch, striking Nightmare's fist. Bang! Jiang Yu was sent flying backward again. Damn it, that's enough. Considering you were once my teacher, I'll let you have 2 moves. Now I'm going to be serious. I won't let you anymore. Jiang Yu rubbed his hands, thinking to himself, damn it, why does this guy feel even stronger than last time? Jiang Yu, are you stalling for time? Nightmare said in a low voice. It'll take at least half an hour for Su Wendong and them to break through the Gongsun family's defenses. And half an hour is enough for me to kill you countless times. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Really? Is Su Wendong that useless? It takes half an hour to fight a Gongsun family that only has 40% of its combat power left? Jiang Yu, don't listen to him bragging. From a distance, Su Wendong shouted, we can get in 25 minutes at most. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Do you think you're funny? I can't even last half an hour, and you think I can last 25 minutes? All you Sus are crazy. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, looked at Nightmare, and said, Teacher Ming, I've been looking for you all these years. No matter what, you are my teacher. That's enough acting, Jiang Yu. Nightmare interrupted impatiently. Don't I know what kind of person you are? Jiang Yu blinked and continued, but Ding Qiming is dead. I'm practically your only student. Can you really bear to kill me? Jiang Yu's response was Nightmare's merciless fist. Damn it, old man. Jiang Yu turned and ran, constantly fleeing. You're really trying to kill me? Not even a hint of old affection left. Back then, under your tutelage, I may not have had achievements, but I certainly put in hard work. Is this how you treat me now? If old Ding knew you were treating me like this, he'd probably rebel against the sect with me. Meng Jinsheng, if you keep this up, don't blame me for turning hostile. Jiang Yu's curses continued to ring out, but they did not shake Nightmare's determination to kill him in the slightest. Jiang Yu, after all these years, are you still the same? Only good at running your mouth. Nightmare chased Jiang Yu while saying in a low voice, at this point, nothing can sway me. Bang! Another punch, but this time, it was Nightmare who was sent flying. Jiang Yu was breathing heavily. His eyes had turned black like Nightmare's, and his brows were tightly furrowed. A trace of dark green liquid still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yu. Nightmare didn't understand why Jiang Yu suddenly possessed such power. Damn it, you forced me to do this. Jiang Yu said in a low voice. After old Ding saved me with the gene liquid, I endured the pain of being cut into 1,000 pieces and suppressed most of my power to live like a normal person. Originally, I didn't want to accept this power, but just in case, old Ding still made me a potion to release it. Not long ago, when I was digging for gold, I happened to dig out this potion as well. I hadn't planned on using it, but you forced me to. After hearing Jiang Yu's words, Nightmare's fists involuntarily clenched. It's Ding Qiming again. He gritted his teeth and said, everything around me is linked to him. If I had known all this would happen today, I would have rather died than take Ding Qiming as a student. Jiang Yu heard this and said indifferently, I don't know what old Ding thinks, but to me, whether you admit it or not, we are both your students. As his voice fell, Jiang Yu switched from defense to offense, actively charging towards Nightmare. With his power unleashed, his combat strength was now almost equal to Nightmare's. Teacher, are you afraid of death? Jiang Yu attacked while smiling. I'm not afraid, because whether I'm dead or alive, there are people with me on both sides. Jiang Yu. Nightmare's eyes trembled. He could feel that although Jiang Yu was very strong now, his life force was gradually draining away. Before, Jiang Yu had suppressed this power, which also meant he had preserved this life force. Now, Jiang Yu had gained powerful combat strength, but his life was also gradually coming to an end. I promised Su Jiang that I'd take half a class for him first. Jiang Yu's mouth curved into a smile, and he said indifferently, half a class, that's at least 20 minutes, right? If I can't even last that long, I won't have the face to see that little bastard. Jiang Yu and Nightmare fought back and forth, evenly matched for a time. Su Wendong noticed the situation here and immediately ordered to increase firepower. They had to break into the Gongsun family as quickly as possible. Zhang Yu's state wouldn't last long. Once Zhang Yu was gone, everyone would be finished. Updated at midnight. For 74, we seemed to be surrounded. Da-da-da. In the sky above Kyoto, Hong Jiayu, flying a helicopter, asked Xiang Qingtian without turning her head, "Where should we go now? What's your next plan?" Xiang Qingtian patted the dust off his clothes and said indifferently, "To Kyoto University." Kyoto University? Hong Jiayu frowned. "What for? Aren't we going to support the Gongsun family? With just the three of us, it won't make much difference," Xiang Qingtian continued. "First, we're going to Kyoto University to pick someone up." Hong Jiayu thought about it and realized he was right. The battle at the Gongsun family was not something ordinary people could interfere with. So, she piloted the helicopter towards Kyoto University. At the same time, all major forces in Kyoto were observing the situation, or rather, trembling in fear. First, there was the huge explosion at Chengjia village, followed immediately by the outbreak of a major battle at the Gongsun family. Everyone knew that this was likely another battle comparable to the Kyoto incident. Kyoto was about to change. The brave ones prepared to be the mantis stalking the cicada, while the timid ones only sought to protect themselves. The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. But the big fish in Kyoto now were all tough characters. Near Chengjia village, Shangguan Hongwei looked at his remaining men, his face exceedingly grim. He pulled out his phone and called Ouyang Fu. "Send everyone out to the Gongsun family, quickly. No matter what happens to Gongsun Fan. This time our four great families must unite. Otherwise, we all face the danger of annihilation." On the other end of the phone, Ouyang Fu's tone was equally serious. "Of course I know. That's why I've already brought my people and am preparing to provide support." "Good. I'm bringing my people over now too," Shangguan Hongwei said, then hung up the phone. Immediately after, he called Shimin Zhuang. No one answered. "Damn it, at a time like this, what is that guy Shimin Zhuang doing?" Shangguan Hongwei gritted his teeth, then suddenly felt the car stop. "What's wrong? Why did we stop?" "Family head ahead." Shangguan Hongwei looked in the direction the driver pointed, only to see a group of people standing in the middle of the road, blocking their way. New Century. Shangguan Hongwei recognized at a glance that these people were the New Century, led by Xiang Qingtian. "Damn Xiang Qingtian," Shangguan Hongwei said in a low voice. "Everything was planned, wasn't it?" At the same time, at the entrance of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Fu was leading his men, preparing to head to the Gongsun family. "Family head, this is bad." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Fu's brows immediately furrowed. "What now? We seem to be surrounded." "What did you say?" Ouyang Fu's eyes widened. "Who dares to surround my Ouyang family?" It's people from the Chung family, and some others we don't recognize." Hearing this, Ouyang Fu was about to go out and take a look when a guard shouted loudly, "Family head, quickly go back. There's a sniper opposite." Bang! The guard's words and the gunshot rang out simultaneously, a bullet striking from a distant tall building. Ouyang Fu's eyes instantly turned pitch black, and he narrowly dodged the bullet. TSK, he could dodge that? On the tall building, Li Kai's tone was somewhat disdainful, feeling a bit surprised that his shot had not accurately hit the target. "Damn it," Ouyang Fu cursed, his eyes returning to normal, feeling a lingering fear. If he hadn't instinctively dodged just now, he would probably be reporting to the King of Hell by now. Shangguan Hongwei was blocked by the New Century, while Ouyang Fu was blocked by the Chung family and Li Kai's group. Normally, these men wouldn't be enough for Shangguan Hongwei's group to fight. But now, they found them incredibly troublesome. The Ouyang family had less than 50% of its manpower left, and Shangguan Hongwei's side, after that explosion, was probably in an even more severe situation. Everything was to prevent them from supporting the Gongsun family. As for the Shimin family, there simply weren't enough people to spare, but what Xiang Qingtian hadn't expected was that Su Jiang had gone to the Shimin family. He had directly slaughtered the remaining 50% combat power of the Shimin family, along with Shimin Zhuang. Now that it had come to this, there was no room for retreat. Both Shangguan Hongwei and Ouyang Fu unhesitatingly went directly to war with their opponents. For a time, battles erupted across Kyoto. Meanwhile, a black sedan was speeding towards the Gongsun family. Jiang sat in the back row, his eyes tightly closed, seizing every moment to rest. During the battle at the Shimin family, he had been in a state of full skill activation, especially when fighting Shimin Zhuang, which consumed a tremendous amount of energy. System, given my current physical condition, how long can I maintain full skill activation? Based on the host's current condition, roughly 2 minutes. What happens if it exceeds 2 minutes? It is not recommended for the host to overuse skills. Special grade skills cause immense damage to the body. Just tell me directly, how long until I die if I exceed it? If in an overloaded state, after about 10 minutes, the extraordinary restorative power will not be able to keep up with the body's destruction. So, as long as it doesn't exceed 10 minutes, I won't die, right? Theoretically, yes. Hearing the system's reply, Jiang sighed deeply. They were all protagonists, so why was his system so trash? If he only activated the gun shadow flowing wind skill, there would be no side effects for Jiang. He could keep it on forever. But when combined with the extraordinary skill, the power they brought together was unimaginable. Similarly, the burden on his body was also immense. If it weren't for the extraordinary restorative power supporting him, his body would have long since broken down. Thinking of this, Jiang quickly seized every moment, recovering as much as he could. At this moment, the battle at the Gongsun family was also a race against time. Zhang Yu's once thick black hair had gradually turned white. Zhang Yu, are you really throwing your life away? Nightmare's mask had already been shattered by Zhang Yu, revealing Meng Genxing's face. As he fought Zhang Yu, he said, "Stop now, and your life might still be saved." "You old man, you're only saying that now." Zhang Yu heard this and cursed unceremoniously. "I just told you not to force me, and you kept punching me, really thinking I had nothing? You know my temper, can I endure that? Now you're telling me to stop. I'll stop your grandpa. Today, I'm going to betray my master and destroy my ancestors." With that, Zhang Yu threw another punch, and his hair whitened a few more shades. Meng Genxing was sent flying by this punch, black blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was also in a bad state, his body riddled with wounds, blood soaking his clothes. "What? Not daring to fight anymore?" Zhang Yu grinned. "I'm not afraid to die. At worst, I'll go find old Ding. Teacher, do you remember what I used to tell you?" As Zhang Yu spoke, he rushed towards Meng Genxing, slowly uttering a sentence. "Don't provoke anyone, especially those who don't fear death." Author is working hard on updates. For 75, who doesn't have a student? Bang! A soft thud. Zhang Yu's full power punch was actually caught with one hand by Meng Genxing. "Zhang Yu, I am your teacher. Don't you think I understand you?" Meng Genxing looked at Zhang Yu expressionlessly and slowly said, "Actually, you've already reached your limit, haven't you? That medicine might have truly unleashed your power, but as you gained power, your body also endured pain. If I'm not mistaken, none of your internal organs are intact anymore, are they?" After speaking, Meng Genxing kicked Zhang Yu away. Uffed. Zhang Yu could no longer suppress it and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Meng Genxing looked at Zhang Yu's appearance and continued. Ding Qiming's initial gene liquid still had too many side effects. If he were alive now, he might still be able to save you, but he's dead. Zhang Yu, you're beyond saving. Meng Genxing looked back, and Su Wendong and the others still hadn't broken through. Once I deal with you, it'll be their turn. He walked step by step towards Zhang Yu. Seeing this, Zhang Yu hastily tried to stand up, but suddenly trembled all over, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Puff, cough, cough. Damn it, is this for real? At least hold on a bit longer. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and stood up, watching Meng Genxing approach him step by step, his consciousness gradually blurring. Had he lasted 10 minutes? Apparently not. His vitality was draining faster than he expected, and he had to constantly endure that immense pain. Am I going to die? This question suddenly popped into Zhang Yu's head. Am I finally going to die? I should have died a long time ago, right? Is it time for the life review? Zhang Yu, in a daze, prepared to recall his life. But there didn't seem to be much to recall. He spent the first half of his life as a student, moonlighting as a killer. To be honest, Zhang Yu was already tired of being a killer and knew he wouldn't have a good end. As expected, he eventually died, thought he was free, but then was brought back to life. Bearing the name Ghost, Zhang Yu hid in Jiangdu University and found that being a teacher wasn't bad. He taught classes when there was work, and if there wasn't, he went to internet cafes for all-nighters or played mahjong. When he was low on money, he'd find ways, like getting a promotion to increase his salary. During those years in Jiangdu, his hands had played cards, raised wine glasses, cheated, smoked. Although these might have been bad habits, it wasn't important. What was important was that his hands were no longer stained with blood. His return to the world was to clean up the mess for Su Jiang in the Yan'an gang. After that, things spiraled out of control. He had told Xiang Qingtian in Yan'an that he wanted to be an outsider watching the show. Xiang Qingtian said, "That's not up to you." Zhang Yu had to admit that Xiang Qingtian's words were always quite accurate. If Zhang Yu had any regrets now, it would probably be that he didn't have time to buy a pack of cigarettes before coming here. Before dying, even wanting a cigarette is a luxury. Zhang Yu glanced at Meng Jiansheng, then at Su Wendong and the others in the distance. Damn it, I should still struggle a bit more. He found strength from somewhere and stood up straight again. Meng Jiansheng frowned upon seeing this, then sighed and shook his head. Zhang Yu, why? Don't you know when to give up? Zhang Yu heard this and grinned. Teacher, wasn't it because of my stubborn temper that you took me as your student back then? With that, he gestured with his head towards Su Wendong and the others, continuing. They haven't finished over there yet. If I die, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? I've lived most of my life and haven't done many good deeds. Consider this accumulating virtue for myself. Even if I die, I hope my death can be more meaningful than my life. Meng Jiansheng gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Then I'll grant your wish. As his voice fell, Meng Jiansheng suddenly charged towards Zhang Yu. However, just then, an engine roared, and a black car suddenly accelerated into the battlefield. Without any hesitation, it drove straight towards Meng Jiansheng. Bang! With a muffled thud, Meng Jiansheng was knocked flying. The black car stopped in front of Zhang Yu. The door opened, and Su Jiang slowly stepped out. He looked at Zhang Yu's appearance, said nothing, and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, throwing it to him. It took some time to take a detour to buy you cigarettes. Zhang Yu took the cigarettes, pulled one out, put it in his mouth, lit it with a lighter, and took a comfortable puff. Then, he sat down on the ground and looked at Su Jiang. Go a little easy on him. He's my teacher after all. Just leave him a complete corpse. Su Jiang nodded upon hearing this. I'll give you that much respect. With that, he took a step and slowly walked towards Meng Jiansheng. Zhang Yu watched Su Jiang's back, smoking, a smile playing on his lips. Die? What a joke. Who doesn't have a student? Betraying one's teacher and destroying one's ancestors is just talk. I can't do it. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured. This kid, on the other hand, is perfect for betraying his teacher and destroying his ancestors. Logically speaking, Meng Jiansheng could be considered Su Jiang's grand teacher. Damn it, this kid is finally here. Su Wendong breathed a huge sigh of relief when he saw Su Jiang's figure. Then, he suddenly turned back and shouted, Push harder. We'll break through soon. If we take out all 4 great families today, our mission will be complete. Charge in and kick their asses. Kick their asses. While the morale on this side continuously soared, the Gongsun family was complaining bitterly. If this continued, they really couldn't hold on. The crucial thing was that even now, Gongsun Yu and Gongsun Fan hadn't even shown up. Although Su Wendong shouted with imposing momentum, he felt an unsettling feeling inside. But no matter what, at this point, he could only grit his teeth and push forward. On the other side, Meng Jiansheng, who had been hit by Hua Qing's car and knocked flying, got up from the ground and saw Su Jiang's face, his pupils shrinking sharply. How is this possible? Weren't you dead? What? Haven't you seen someone come back from the dead? Su Jiang snorted coldly and said, I don't care whose teacher you are. I let you run last time, but this time you won't escape. Come back from the dead? Come back from the dead. Meng Jiansheng suddenly shouted hysterically. Are you telling the truth? Are you really back from the dead? How did you do it? Tell me. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. What? You want to learn? I can teach you. You commit suicide first, and then I'll bring you back to life. How about it? Meng Jiansheng stared intently at Su Jiang, enunciating each word. Are you telling the truth? Su Jiang was startled by this. Did he actually believe it? This old man wouldn't really commit suicide, would he? Yes, really, go commit suicide. Meng Jiansheng, however, shook his head. I cannot die. But I can kill you and see how you truly come back from the dead. 476, about resurrection. Kill me. Su Jiang's eyes gleamed with golden starlight as he said faintly, when did you get that strong? I'm not the same as when you last saw me. Meng Jiansheng shook his head and said, you don't understand how much this power will grow over time. Swish. Before Meng Jiansheng could finish his sentence, Su Jiang instantly appeared in front of him. So fast, Meng Jiansheng's pupils sharply contracted. Before he could react, Su Jiang landed a heavy punch on his chest. Bang! Ugh! Meng Jiansheng let out a cry of agony, an expression of disbelief on his face. Why was his punch so heavy? It was completely different from last time. Last time, Su Jiang definitely didn't have this kind of strength. Su Jiang didn't let Meng Jiansheng's moment of shock go to waste, mercilessly seizing the opening with deadly moves. Meng Jiansheng could only passively defend for a while, sometimes unable to block Su Jiang's attacks at all. Jiang Yu, smoking a cigarette, was stunned. It's a complete rolling. When did this kid Su Jiang become so fierce? No, that's not right. Jiang Yu frowned, quickly spotting the issue. It's not that Su Jiang got stronger, but that Meng Jiansheng got weaker. What exactly is going on? At this moment, Meng Jiansheng, who was constantly taking hits, also realized the problem. Although Su Jiang's attacks looked deadly, many of them were feints, with the final blows landing in strange places. Suddenly, Meng Jiansheng felt his nose warm up, and he touched it with his hand. This is nosebleed. Meng Jiansheng was startled. Why was he suddenly bleeding from his nose? I noticed it when I fought Shimin Zhuang. Su Jiang suddenly spoke. The source of your power is all from blood, isn't it? Once too much blood is lost, your strength will gradually weaken. Although your blood production ability has also evolved and is extraordinary in such high-intensity combat, the rate of blood loss is definitely greater than your blood production rate. Su Jiang's lips curved slightly into a faint smile, saying, coincidentally, I know a little about medicine, so I gave you a full set of muscle-relaxing and blood-activating treatments. Your body is indeed tough. Some acupoints, if I didn't use my full strength, I really couldn't hit them effectively. Now, you should be feeling some internal turmoil, right? Meng Jiansheng's nose continued to bleed, and blood that had previously stopped from various wounds on his body began to flow out again. Jiang Yu was somewhat bewildered upon hearing Su Jiang's words. This is possible. And even more bewildered was Meng Jiansheng. How is this possible? He frantically wiped the blood from his body, only feeling his strength gradually draining, just as Su Jiang had said. Most importantly, Meng Jiansheng had no idea that such a weakness existed. Firstly, every time he traded with the three great families, he only gave a very small amount of his blood, which was harmless. Secondly, neither he nor the patriarchs of the three great families had ever fought head-on, or rather, had never shed much blood, so they simply didn't know that losing blood meant losing power. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a bit ironic. Meng Jiansheng, his teacher, who was once the most meticulous in scientific research, never overlooking any detail. Now he would make such an absurd mistake. If Meng Jiansheng had put more thought into himself and researched his own body's condition more, he wouldn't have been caught off guard by Su Jiang now. Teacher, it seems the overall situation is settled. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yu murmured, then suddenly coughed violently, his vision blurring, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue and drowsiness washed over him, making him want to close his eyes. Damn it, looks like I'm almost done too. Jiang Yu gasped for breath, leaned against a wall, and slowly closed his eyes. On the other side, Su Wendong's team had reached the final step. Boom! With a sound of explosion, the Gongsun family's defenses had been breached. Quick! Don't get bogged down in battle. Find Gongsun Fan immediately. Su Wendong shouted, then charged in as well. Meng Jiansheng glanced over, wanting to stop them, but Su Jiang blocked him, preventing him from moving even half a step. He sighed deeply, then suddenly gave up struggling. I'm not fighting anymore. Continuing would just be seeking death. Seeing this, Su Jiang also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to keep fighting either. Although he could win, he didn't want to waste any stamina now. Every bit saved was a bonus. Are you truly resurrected from the dead? Meng Jinsheng looked at Su Jiang, his gaze carrying a hint of plea. Tell me, I just want to know the answer to this question. This is really important to me. Su Jiang was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Fake. There's no such thing as resurrection from the dead in this world. Once you're dead, you're dead. It was true that he was resurrected from the dead, but he achieved it with the help of the system. But does everyone have a system? Impossible. A person's life is only once. If resurrection from the dead truly existed, what kind of chaos would this world descend into? No resurrection from the dead. Meng Jinsheng, upon hearing this, seemed to lose his soul. How could there be none? There shouldn't be none. If resurrection from the dead can't be done, then what about Xiaoya? All these years of my persistence, everything I've done for Gongsun Fan, what was it all for? Su Jiang's words were like a cruel reality, mercilessly displayed before Meng Jinsheng. It became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Su Jiang watched him silently and said, I don't know who you want to revive, but I advise you to give up. Setting aside whether it's even possible to revive someone, even if they truly came back to life, can you guarantee they would still be the same person? What do you know? Meng Jinsheng suddenly roared. Without Xiaoya, the meaning of my life would be gone. If Xiaoya cannot be resurrected from the dead, then everything I've done until now has been in vain. Now, my last hope is Gongsun Fan's blood. Once Gongsun Fan succeeds, he will become a higher existence, and his blood will surely help me revive Xiaoya. Su Jiang looked at Meng Jinsheng, only feeling that the person before him had become somewhat fanatical. No wonder he was willing to work for Gongsun Fan. His ultimate goal was actually this. Although I don't know who Xiaoya is to you, resurrection from the dead is not that simple, Su Jiang said calmly. Anyway, for me, this rotten world, living once is more than enough. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here. If someone, after I finally died, were to revive me into this rotten world again, I would definitely say to that person, are you out of your damn mind? 477. I hope my death is worth more than my life. Su Jiang's words were undoubtedly a thorn piercing Meng Jinsheng's heart. What do you know? Xiaoya is my daughter. She was such a kind person, she shouldn't have died. Meng Jinsheng muttered, his soul lost. If only it had been me who died back then. How good would that have been? Su Jiang said nothing more to Meng Jinsheng, who was in such a state. He had more important things to do, and regarding Meng Jinsheng's matter, he didn't know what else to say. His daughter died. Was it wrong for him to want to bring his daughter back? Su Jiang didn't know, but he felt it wasn't a question of right or wrong. He just felt it was somewhat selfish. It's like when a person is born, people don't know their future, yet they offer congratulations. And when a person departs, people don't know what the world after death is like, yet they express regret. It's like a critically ill patient lying in bed, enduring pain every minute, every second. They want to die, but they don't even have the right to choose death, because they can't even express that they want to die. They can only watch helplessly as their family members tell them to hold on, to live. In Su Jiang's view, Meng Jinsheng's situation was no different from that. He was single-mindedly trying to revive his daughter, but his daughter couldn't express any will whatsoever. Does she want to die, or does she want to be revived? Meng Jinsheng didn't know. He was just obsessively trying to revive his daughter. In Su Jiang's view, this was selfishness. The most important lesson in moral character, Meng Jinsheng, a university professor, had simply not learned. That is, respecting the will of others. Even for the dead, it's the same. Old Jiang, are you still alive? Su Jiang walked up to Zhang Yu, looking at the unconscious Zhang Yu, and frowned. After a careful check, he found that Zhang Yu's vitality was almost exhausted, having reached its end. Cough, cough. It's resolved. As if in a final burst of energy, Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Su Jiang. This is just the beginning, Su Jiang said softly. You're talking as if it's the grand finale. I'm definitely at my grand finale anyway, Zhang Yu said weakly. Listen, I have something to tell you. What is it? The location of your hidden gold. Don't make me curse you at a time like this. Zhang Yu said irritably. Listen, after I die, bury me at Kyoto University with Old Ding. Never mind. Old Ding doesn't seem to have a grave at Kyoto University. Anyway, just bury me at Kyoto University. The gold is in your medical clinic's room. Consider it your reward. As Jiang Yu spoke, he had already closed his eyes. His entire face incredibly aged, his head full of white hair, making it somewhat difficult for Su Jiang to accept. As if he had used his last bit of strength, Jiang Yu uttered his last words. All right, that's all the instructions. You can scram. Let me rest in peace. As his voice fell, a few seconds later, Jiang Yu completely lost his breath. Su Jiang gently held Jiang Yu's body, suddenly feeling a pang in his nose. So old, yet still meddling everywhere. Su Jiang cursed softly. You clearly didn't have to do anything. You could have stayed at school, getting promotions and raises. Clearly, I could have still brought An Rou to your house to see you during holidays. Su Jiang had originally thought that he could face Jiang Yu's death with equanimity. But only now did he understand what it felt like to suddenly lose someone close to him. Perhaps the original Jiang Yu truly wanted to stay away from disputes and live his own life well. However, witnessing Ding Qiming's death in the West Continent changed Jiang Yu's mind. Forget it, it's meaningless. Even old Ding is dead. What's the point of me living in this world? Having been an assassin for so long, having lived a life of bloodshed, can one truly let it all go just like that? Oh right, there's also Su Jiang. Following this guy is still somewhat interesting. I can find some fun. And so, Jiang Yu followed Su Jiang all the way from the West Continent to Yan'an and then to the capital. He didn't know why he kept following Su Jiang. Logically, he had already repaid Su Wendong's favor, so there was no need to clean up Su Jiang's messes anymore. It wasn't until a few hours ago that Jiang Yu perhaps finally understood why he had been following Su Jiang all along. Because Su Jiang was surrounded by danger, and he, too, precisely needed danger. He had wanted to die for a long time. But Jiang Yu didn't want to die just any random death, just as he had said before. I hope my death can be more valuable than my life. Su Jiang stood up, carried Jiang Yu's body into the car, and instructed Hua Qing to guard it. Then, he glanced at Meng Jinsheng in the distance, said nothing more, and stepped towards the Gongsun family. Jiang Yu had bought him these 10+ minutes with his life. No matter what, Su Jiang would never let these 10+ minutes go to waste. Gongsun fan, I don't care if you're awake or asleep. You're going to report to King Yama today. Meanwhile, at Kyoto University, Hong Jieyu piloted the helicopter to land on the rooftop, and Xiang Qingtian and Yin Heng leaped down from it. Tisk, so nostalgic. Xiang Qingtian looked at the scenery of Kyoto University, feeling a bit emotional. Yin Heng glanced at him, helplessly saying, What are you nostalgic about? You didn't graduate from here. Xiang Qingtian looked at him amusedly. I'm speaking for you. Yin Heng rolled his eyes, pulled a mask from his pocket, and covered his face. What are you doing? Afraid of being recognized by acquaintances, especially those old guys from the computer science department. If they knew I was back, they'd come knocking and curse me to death immediately. Hearing Yin Heng's words, Xiang Qingtian couldn't help but laugh as well. Who told you to be so young and reckless back then and do that? In the world's top hacker competition, carrying the honor of the entire department, you, the most promising candidate to win the world championship, suddenly withdrew without a word, then dropped out and disappeared ever since. If I were your teacher, I would put out a worldwide warrant for you. Yin Heng sighed deeply. Can we please stop bringing up these old messes? Also, I suspect you did this on purpose, didn't you? Of all places to stop, you had to stop at this building. Yin Heng was utterly exasperated. The building they were standing on was precisely the computer science department building. Xiang Qingtian was definitely doing it on purpose. No, it's just closer to walk from here. After Xiang Qingtian finished speaking, he directly walked over, opened the rooftop door, and entered the building. Yin Heng, carrying a laptop bag and wearing a hood, muffled himself tightly and followed behind Xiang Qingtian. As the two strolled, Yin Heng suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on the wall beside him. Several photos were posted on the wall, with a girl's photo at the very front and a line of text below it. Wu Qi, first place in the 2024 Computer Science Department competition, 17th place in the World Top Hacker competition. Yin Heng looked at the lines of honors and awards and chuckled. Not bad. Went for New Year's Eve, taking a day off. 478, romantic. Xiang Qingtian led Yin Heng along the familiar path at Kyoto University. Despite battles raging everywhere outside, Kyoto University was unexpectedly peaceful at this moment. Who is the current headmaster of Kyoto University? Inheng suddenly asked. Zhu Qi, Xiang Qingtian replied softly. She became the headmaster of Kyoto University 2 years ago. That exterminator nun. Inheng frowned. I remember there were rumors back then. Wasn't she involved with Ding Qiming? Yes, she and Ding Qiming were indeed close back then. But ever since Ding Qiming began researching the gene liquid, they became strangers, Xiang Qingtian sighed. Not just Zhu Qi, but everyone at the time believed that the gene liquid was a project that couldn't be touched, let alone researched by Ding Qiming. But Ding Qiming's obsession with the panacea was too strong. The connections he had accumulated over decades collapsed in an instant, and not a single person was willing to stand by him. Without human resources, material resources, or financial support, he still persisted on his own path. It can be said that he was truly a very stubborn person. Upon hearing this, Inheng raised an eyebrow. Without human resources, material resources, or financial support, how did Ding Qiming manage to research the gene liquid? Could it be that someone helped him back then? Xiang Qingtian paused upon hearing this, remaining silent. After a long while, he slowly spoke. There are many stubborn people in this world, but a pitiful person as candidly stubborn as Ding Qiming is enough. All right, we've arrived. Xiang Qingtian led Inheng to a room door and stopped. Where is this? Ding Qiming's former office. Jiang Yu asked me to keep it for him. As he spoke, Xiang Qingtian reached out and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Xiang Qingtian pushed open the door. The elegant room decor was completely different from a laboratory full of scientific instruments. A white-haired woman stood by the window, her back to them, gazing intently at the scenery outside. On a nearby chair, Yanhua was flipping through a notebook, his expression serious. Xiang Qingtian glanced at Yanhua, then spoke to Zhu Qi's back. Long time no see, Headmaster Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi slowly turned around, her gaze calm as she looked at Xiang Qingtian. I don't want to see you. Inheng looked at this scene, a little puzzled. Why did Zhu Qi seem to have some hostility towards Xiang Qingtian? Are you still resentful of me for what happened back then? Xiang Qingtian sighed. You know, whether I helped him or not, he wouldn't have turned back. But if it weren't for you, his research would never have reached that point. Zhu Qi's voice grew louder. Ultimately, you, Xiang Qingtian, are the culprit behind the birth of the gene liquid. Really not. Xiang Qingtian said calmly. You know better than me how talented Ding Qiming is. Could that little resource monopoly truly restrict his genius mind? Zhu Qi, have you ever thought that if you all had supported him back then, the outcome might have been different? Xiang Qingtian looked at Zhu Qi with sharp eyes, speaking each word distinctly. Ding Qiming was not wrong, and I, likewise, was not wrong. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qi's eyes filled with anger. I will never understand people like you. At this moment, Yanhua suddenly closed his notebook, stood up, and looked at Zhu Qi. Headmaster Zhu, thank you for giving me my teacher's notebook. The things recorded in it are very important to me. With that, Yanhua bowed deeply to Zhu Qi. However, Zhu Qi still said with a cold face, this notebook has always been with me, and I haven't looked at its contents myself. Since you are his student, it's only natural to give it to you. Besides, it was Jiang Yu who begged me to take you in, and I only agreed out of our past friendship. From now on, you are a part of Kyoto University, and this office will be directly given to you. I just hope you don't go down the wrong path like Ding Qiming did. No. Yanhua, however, shook his head and said, Headmaster Zhu, I am very grateful that you gave me my teacher's notebook, but please allow me to decline the offer to join Kyoto University. What did you say? Zhu Qi's face instantly darkened. Do you know that this opportunity was something Jiang Yu begged me for a long time, and I only agreed because of our past relationship? I know. After reading my teacher's notebook, I understand that he had a very good relationship with you and Uncle Jiang Yu. But please also understand that the philosophy of Kyoto University conflicts with mine, and over time, the problems will only grow. Furthermore, I met my teacher at Shizhou University, and I am also a part of Shizhou University. I prefer to stay there. After listening to Yanhua's words, Zhu Qi's face was filled with incomprehension. You mean Shizhou University is better than Kyoto University? Do you know that Kyoto University is the pinnacle of educational resources in all of China? How many people are desperate to get in? The best is not necessarily the most suitable, Yan Hua said with determination. Zhu Qi frowned. At this moment, she finally saw the shadow of Ding Qiming from back then in Yan Hua. The same self-important and opinionated stubbornness. Must you blindly follow in that Ding Qiming's footsteps? Zhu Qi said, word by word. No. Yan Hua shook his head. These are all my true thoughts. Kyoto University is indeed excellent, a utopia that all scholars aspire to, but it can also make people gradually lose themselves. With that, Yan Hua held up the notebook in his hand, which was filled with Ding Qiming's own handwriting. My teacher wrote a passage at the end of this notebook. He said that not everyone in the world can understand our true intentions, and they aren't that interested in us researchers. Therefore, no matter how hard we live, how dedicated we are, there's no need to painstakingly explain it one by one. We just need to keep doing what we've been doing, living our lives as usual, and quietly continue on, no matter what others say. However, living quietly does not mean disappearing, because truly meaningful things will never disappear. Yan Hua stared intently at Zhu Qi, saying each word distinctly. My teacher passed this spirit on to me. As his only student, no matter what, I cannot fail his expectations. Also, Headmaster Zhu, do you know what my teacher called this spirit? Zhu Qi was stunned and unconsciously asked, called what? Yan Hua's lips curved upward, and the scene of him and Ding Qiming at Shizhou University flashed in his mind as he slowly said, my teacher called all of this romance. Happy New Year's Day, everyone. I'll keep writing. 479, Gong Sun Yu. Romance. Zhu Qi murmured these two words, his eyes filled with incomprehension. What a joke, for something like this. All right, there's not much time to chat. Xiang Qingtian suddenly interrupted their conversation, looked at Yan Hua, and asked, did the notebook help you? Yes, it recorded a lot of things my teacher didn't have time to tell me, which gave me many ideas. So it needs time. Yan Hua nodded, but Xiang Qingtian looked a bit troubled. Time was what they lacked most right now. Let's go first, we can talk on the way. Xiang Qingtian looked at Zhu Qi. We're taking Yan Hua with us, farewell. Zhu Qi said nothing, just quietly watched them leave. After Xiang Qingtian and his group left, Zhu Qi looked around, at the office that once belonged to Ding Qiming, his eyes complex. Ding Qiming. Only today do I realize that I never truly understood you. Inside the Gongsun family, bodies were already strewn everywhere. Su Wendong and the others searched everywhere for Gongsun fans' whereabouts, not missing any place where someone could hide. This is strange. Can Gongsun fan be invisible or something? Can't find him anywhere, not even in the basement. Search carefully. There must be hidden passages we don't know about. Su Jiang was also looking for Gongsun fan. Where could such a large living person hide? Moreover, his son, Gongsun Yu, hadn't appeared. Could it be that he had already been moved? There's something unusual here. Suddenly, someone shouted, and everyone immediately rushed towards that direction. Su Jiang also ran over, only to see the person standing under an old locust tree, pointing at the soil on the ground and saying, the soil here seems a bit different, like it's been frequently dug up. Upon hearing this, Su Wendong's expression turned serious as he said, dig. Several people immediately picked up various tools and started digging. As they dug deeper, Su Jiang had a faint sense of foreboding. Soon, they dug up something. It was a hand, a somewhat withered, bloodless hand. A dead person? Zhang Yi quickly said, dig carefully, don't damage it. The few nodded, their movements becoming more cautious, and soon, the corpse was completely dug out. The few lifted the corpse out of the deep pit and placed it before everyone. Su Wendong and Zhang Yi looked at the corpse's face and swallowed with difficulty. Big black face, I didn't see wrong, did I? How is this possible? Su Jiang frowned and asked, do you all recognize him? Who is he? Su Wendong's eyes were grave, and he said word by word, this face is absolutely unmistakable. He is the Gongsun fan we have been looking for. What? Su Jiang was surprised, then reacted, immediately stepped forward, and carefully assessed Gongsun fan's condition. Soon, Su Jiang's heart sank. Seeing Su Jiang's grim expression, Su Wendong quickly asked, What's wrong? Father, if this corpse is truly Gongsun Fan's, Su Jiang said in a low voice, then he has been dead for half a month already. At these words, everyone froze in place. Gongsun Fan died half a month ago? Then what had they been looking for all this time? No, impossible. A hoarse voice rang out, and everyone turned to look, seeing the wounded Meng Jianxing standing not far away, looking at Gongsun Fan's corpse with an expression of disbelief. Everyone quickly became alert. If Meng Jianxing suddenly attacked, no one except Su Jiang could stop him. However, Meng Jianxing seemed to have no intention of attacking, but instead stared intently at Su Jiang and asked, "Are you sure he died half a month ago?" Su Jiang nodded. He was absolutely certain of this based on his medical skills. Impossible. This is impossible. Meng Jianxing was almost in despair. The last hope for reviving little Yu was Gongsun Fan. But now Gongsun Fan was dead? Meng Jianxing, I ask you, Su Jiang said with a chilling tone. When was the last time you saw Gongsun Fan? A month ago. After that, you never saw him again. No. Meng Jianxing also realized something was wrong at this point. After that, he fell into a deep sleep, and it was his son Gongsun Yu who sent people to contact me. Gongsun Yu. Su Wendong noticed something amiss. Where is Gongsun Yu now? I don't know that either. Meng Jianxing shook his head. He just told me to try my best to stall you until Gongsun Fan woke up. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Jiang and the other two exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. We've been tricked. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and said, if that's really the case, then Gongsun Yu. I'm afraid it truly is. Su Wendong said in a low voice. I didn't expect him to deceive everyone, even Xiang Qingtian. What do you mean? Meng Jianxing asked, looking at the three. Meng Jianxing, you've been tricked too. Su Jiang clenched his fist and said word by word, from beginning to end, the one who needed time to evolve was never Gongsun Fan, but his son, Gongsun Yu. Su Jiang's words, like a clap of thunder, roared in Meng Jianxing's ears. How is this possible? Why not? Su Jiang pointed at Gongsun Fan's corpse and said, you yourself should know that the final step to complete evolution requires the blood of a direct relative. And now, Gongsun Fan's blood has been drained. Who do you think it was used on? At these words, everyone suddenly understood. That's right. Everyone thought Gongsun Fan would use his son Gongsun Yu's blood to achieve his own goals. But would Gongsun Yu truly be willing to die? If he wasn't willing to die, what would he do? Then where is Gongsun Yu now? Someone suddenly asked. No one answered. Finding Gongsun Yu in the entire Beijing city now would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. At Kyoto University, when Xiang Qingtian brought Yin Heng and Yin Hua back to the rooftop, just as they were about to take the helicopter to the Gongsun family. Pushing open the rooftop door, Xiang Qingtian suddenly froze, standing rooted to the spot, his eyes wide. Not far away, a man in black with a handsome face was standing by the helicopter, smiling and waving at them. Gongsun Yu, why are you here? Xiang Qingtian quickly looked at the helicopter. Hong Jieyu was no longer there. Where is Hong Jieyu? Her. Gongsun Yu chuckled. Do you want her to live? Then obey.